Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate. Awakening Dragon Slayer Magic 4 Emperor's Panic. 1 Deci 2nd Chapter 1. Tinlong Island Wild Forests. Roar. The roar of the wild beast shook the mountains and forests. Boom. 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 The footsteps that shook the earth. A giant gorilla over 30 meters tall rampaged through the primeval forest, all the way to the open grassland. Immediately afterwards, a clouded leopard over 20 meters long growled on a distant hilltop. Leaping quickly from one hilltop to another, boom. Finally, the clouded leopard stopped about 100 meters away from the gorilla. The eyes of the two ferocious beasts fell on an ordinary figure 100 meters away at the same time. When the King Kong gorilla and the snow-clouded leopard looked down. At the top of a tree tens of meters high, a young man raised his lips slightly, which frightened the two wild beasts. Every time they fought with that figure, the opponent would become stronger than the previous time. Let's get started. Lu Yu grinned. A powerful aura emanated from him, and lightning flashed around him. Boom. Thunder flashed across the sky and earth. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Thunder Dragon Sky Halberd. Dragon Slayer's Secret Technique, Thunder of Thunder. After the fierce battle, the area within a radius of 1 kilometer was razed to the ground, and the center of the battlefield was charred. The fur of the two wild beasts was charred black, and they emitted the smell of burnt flesh and blood, but the sparring partners could not die so easily. Lu Yu first walked towards the clouded leopard, which was more seriously injured. Cure. The healing light of sky magic covered the clouded leopard's body, and it recovered in a moment. Then, he continued to treat the gorilla. Bite, weekly training mission completed, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level 80, Mastered. 10 years ago, Lu Yu traveled to this dangerous world and activated the Dragon Mystery System after waking up. The system rewards you with a big gift package, Dragon Slaying Magic, but you need to upgrade the level yourself. The Dragon's Secret System, Dragon Slaying Magic, and a stone tablet with the word, Siren Wolf, engraved on it on the island. Lu Yu immediately understood that this was Fairy Tale's sacred place, Tenro Island. Lu Yu is not only familiar with the world of Fairy Tale, but also yearns for it very much. Urza, Levi, Mirajan, so many cute girls. However, after exploring the island, Lu Yu discovered that this place seemed different from the Tinlong Island he remembered. Even the grave of first-generation leader Mavis couldn't be found. In other words, he may now be living in a dangerous era dominated by dragons. To save his own life, Lu Yu resolutely decided to develop in a vulgar way. Within 4 years, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic, maximum level. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic, maximum level. Iron Dragon Slayer Magic, maximum level. Now, Lu Yu is practicing the Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic. Lu Yu, who possesses 4 types of dragon slaying magic and is comparable to the god Serena, the leader of the 4 Uranus of Ishgar, is confident that as long as he doesn't encounter the Black Dragon Agnologia, he should have no problem protecting himself. Lu Yu uses consciousness to summon the System Panel. Host. Lu Yu, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Max Level, Perfection. Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Max Level, Perfection. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Max Level, Mastery. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level 80 Mastery. If I'm unlucky and run into Agnologia right after leaving the island, my death would be so unfair. If I can add 2 or 3 more types of dragon slaying magic, I can escape even if I can't defeat it. Lu Yu whispered to himself. Woo! The clouded leopard and gorilla nearby seemed to understand Lu Yu's thoughts. Knowing that this miserable life would continue, they couldn't help but howl in grief. Don't look so miserable. I'm going to find Wu Zi Wang and Manhu to practice with you. I'll give you a break. Roar, 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 ouch. Upon hearing this, the gorilla and the clouded leopard cheered with joy. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. The clear sky suddenly darkened, and a huge body shuttled through the clouds. The dragon finally appeared. Lu Yu stood up slowly, his fighting spirit high. But then, there was a 180-degree reversal, which was completely beyond Lu Yu's expectations. Ha 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 he he lol. The huge body in the sky did not seem to be a dragon. It not only laughed but also spoke in human language. This island is really nice. It will belong to us beasts pirates from now on. Hundreds of beasts? Pirates? Lu Yu, beasts pirates? Lu Yu was bewildered. The huge body in the sky looked more and more familiar. Suddenly, my brain buzzed. That was not the dragon from the fairy tale world. It was clearly the image of an Eastern dragon. That figure is none other than Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the pirates' world. It turns out I was wrong from the beginning. This is actually Poseidon's world. Lu Yu was a little amused. If I had known that this was Poseidon's world, I wouldn't have bothered to develop in a sneaky way for so long. After the Fire Dragon Slayer Magic and Sky Dragon Slayer Magic reach maximum level, it will be enough to roam freely in this world. Even the Admiral and Poseidon, who have the highest combat power, can compete with each other. But since Beasts Pirates is still around, it means it's not too late and we can still catch up with the exciting age of exploration. He possesses 4 types of dragon slaying magic. Even if he is not the strongest in this world, he is not far behind. Thinking of this, Lu Yu couldn't help but get excited. Now is his time. just when Lu Yu was still immersed in fantasy. Thousands of meters in the sky, the dragon-like Kaido of the beast's low laugh resounded like thunder. He had already noticed the man and two beasts on the island. Interesting, Kaido of the beasts grinned. Suddenly, Kaido fell directly towards the island from a height of 1,000 meters. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the ground where the impact occurred sank. Amidst the dust, Kaido of the beasts walked out slowly, looking majestic. Hiccup, this island is great, perfect for my beast's pirates, it's mine from now on. Kaido of the beasts declared to himself, oblivious to the surroundings. Oh woo, the clouded leopard and the gorilla growled. They are the kings of wild beasts on the island, and they will naturally not sit idly by and watch invaders. Quiet! Lu Yu shouted calmly. Upon hearing this, the two wild beasts immediately squatted obediently behind Lu Yu. Hey, this is really interesting. Kaido looked at Lu Yu with interest. Boy, it seems that you are indeed quite capable, join me. Hey, four emperors Kaido of the beasts, Lu Yu chuckled. Kaido was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. I didn't expect Laozi's reputation to be known in such a remote place. One of the four emperors of the New World, Lu Yu nodded. Now that you know my name, you know what to do, Kaido said with an arrogant look. Lu Yu was rather excited, although this is not the fairy tale world surrounded by dragons. But, is there any difference between Western dragons and Eastern dragons? What are you laughing at? Kaido's face darkened slightly. I was thinking, if I kill one of the four emperors of the New World, my fame will spread across the sea. Lu Yu's words were full of provocation. Kaido was stunned for a moment, then reacted with an arrogant tone. Ha 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 ha. A mere ant dares to challenge this emperor. Although stupid, your courage is commendable. He is one of the four emperors who reign over the New World, so naturally he would not take Lu Yu, a country bumpkin, seriously. Then let's begin. Slay the dragon. Just when Lu Yu was about to greet the arrogant and conceited Kaido. Bite a crisp system prompt sound rang out. Defeat one of the four emperors, Thunder Dragon Slayer magic level +5, Dragon power level +20. Chapter 2. The strongest versus the strongest task. Increase the level of your Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. You can also gain dragon power. When Lu Yu heard about the system's reward, he couldn't help but smile. He had to fight this battle. Improving Dragon Slayer magic by 5 levels is equivalent to more than a month of training. Moreover, the power of dragon is extraordinary. Saber-toothed Tiger's twin dragons had activated it before. But Lu Yu currently doesn't know how to use the dragon power. Lu Yu looked at Kaido not far away and a smile appeared on his face. Kaido of the beasts saw this and looked dissatisfied. What are you laughing at? Nothing, let's get started. Kaido, watch me beat your dragon into a worm. How shameless. Lousy is the four emperors guy. Before Kaido could finish his words, Lu Yu disappeared from his sight. Even with observation hockey, all I could see was a golden flash. So fast, Kaido was startled and subconsciously raised his hand to block. The next moment, bang, with a dull thud, the golden lightning collided with Kaido's arm, and a powerful shockwave spread out instantly. Remember well, my name is Lu Yu. There was a flash of lightning on Lu Yu's fist, and blazing flames were mixed in with the golden lightning. Thunder Dragon Mode. Boom. The attack power of the Thunder Flame Dragon Mode instantly doubled. The light of thunder and fire directly knocked Kaido's tall body back dozens of meters. Boom. After Kaido landed, he stomped his feet on the ground and forced himself to stabilize his body. Hold head high, a dragon roar shattered the thunder and fire wrapped around his body. But the body had been burned black by the power of thunder and fire. Right now, the expression on Kaido's face was one of extreme shock and disbelief. He never expected it. An indigenous ant in his own eyes actually has such terrifying power. Kaido couldn't help but scream in pain, ever since the fight with Kazuki Oden 20 years ago. He had never felt such pain in 20 years. When did such a young monster appear on the sea? There is also the ability used by Lu Yu. Are you a person with an ability? Logia Thunderfruit? Kaido asked in shock and anger. If you say so, then so be it. Let's continue. Lu Yu waved his hand provocatively. Arrogant brat. Kaido was furious and took a deep breath. The injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the super recovery ability gained by the mythical beast Qinglong after its ability awakened. Transform quickly, otherwise you may not have a chance. Lu Yu knew everything. Then let me show you the horror of the strongest creature. Kaido pointed to the sky. Click, a flash of blue lightning struck Kaido's body, and his huge body swelled up against the wind. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The dragon's might was everywhere, and all the wild beasts on the island couldn't help but tremble all over. Oh my god, you be D-boy. Do you still dare to speak nonsense now? Kaido laughed triumphantly. Kaido, if you don't transform into a dragon, I don't know how to perform. Lu Yu moved his shoulders casually. Boy, you should be proud of yourself for dying in my state. Kaido opened his mouth wide, and light gathered in his mouth. That's the dragon's breath. The sky suddenly lit up with a bright light. Take it, hot breath. Kaido swung his dragon head violently. The blazing light pierced through the sky and shot towards Lu Yu. This is the power of the strongest creature, Kaido of the beasts. Hot breath comes out. All the wild beasts on Tinlong Island are dormant. However, even in the face of the terrifying heat, Lu Yu was not at all panicked. Kaido of the beasts is the perfect person for him to test his own strength. Lu Yu was about to be swallowed by the hot breath. Squeak! Golden lightning and blazing flames burst out from Lu Yu's body. Facing the terrifying hot breath, Lu Yu also fought back with the same moves. The thunder flame dragons, roar, lightning and flames intertwined together shot out from Lu Yu's mouth. The roar and the hot breath met in midair. The resulting explosion was as dazzling as a small sun. The impact of the explosion flattened an area of 1 kilometer in radius, and the forest in the distance turned into a sea of fire. This is the ultimate showdown between dragons in the sky. Compared to the dragon's breath of heat, the Thunderflame Dragon's roar is more powerful and has greater penetrating power. In addition, there is the law that the left side of the wave loses since ancient times. The outcome of this confrontation has been decided. Grass. The next second, the roar of the Thunderflame Dragon penetrated the dragon's hot breath and even rushed out of the storm sea outside the island. On the battlefield, Kaido narrowly avoided the roar of the Thunderflame Dragon, turned around and looked at the huge waves of the storm sea, and couldn't help but gasp. However, what shocked him even more was that Rexy actually lost in the duel. This kid is not simple. Kaido was more serious than ever before. The boy in front of him was a monster. His strength far exceeded his imagination. What's wrong, Kaido? Are you giving up already? Lu Yu asked provocatively. Boy, the battle has just begun. Even though they knew that Lu Yu's strength was beyond their expectations, in a one-on-one battle, escaping would never happen to the four emperors. Kaido's eyes were serious, and his dragon mouth opened wide again. Bad wind. Wind blades powerful enough to split mountains and crack the earth filled the sky and attacked Lu Yu. Lu Yu stood still with his mouth open again. Sky Dragon Slayer magic. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere within 100 meters around him was drawn into Lu Yu's mouth and nose by a suction force. Kaido's wind blade suddenly fell apart and was also swallowed by Lu Yu. How? Kaido's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw this. The roar of the heavenly dragon. A powerful air storm gushed out of Lu Yu's mouth and rushed towards Kaido in the sky. Tornado Kaido reacted and released multiple tornadoes in succession to block. However, it was useless in the face of the dragon's roar. Kaido's huge body kept spinning in the airstorm. Thunder. A dragon roar was heard in the airflow, and several huge bolts of lightning shot out. After breaking up the airstorm, it rushed straight towards Lu Yu on the ground. Lightning has no effect on me. Lu Yu grinned. With his right hand clenched, the thunder in the sky solidified into a long lightning spear. Of course I know lightning can't hurt you, but my killer move is this. Thundering 8 trigrams. At some point, Kaido transformed into a little dragon and appeared behind Lu Yu. Boom. Chapter 3 Dragon Slayer Secret Chapter 5. Punch to the flesh. Thunder, roar, 8 trigrams. Kaido raised his mace, and all the explosive power was concentrated in his arm. He launched a devastating blow, thundering 8 trigrams. 4 emperors. Kaido of the beast's most powerful move. The force was so powerful that even the space itself trembled slightly. This stick can even break mountains. Facing this terrifying attack, Lu Yu turned around and handed out the golden lightning spear in his hand. The gun and the stick touched. In an instant. After all, the lightning gun is not a physical weapon. It cannot bear the weight and cracks appear on its surface. Oh my god, go to hell. For the first time since the two had fought, Kaido had the upper hand in his confidence soared. Lu Yu gathered the power of thunder and lightning in his right fist and hit the bottom of the thunder gun fiercely. Boom. There was a roar like thunder between heaven and earth, and the devastating power of thunder and lightning filled the battlefield. Thunderous 8 trigrams struck the exploding lightning with overwhelming force. The terrifying impact force forced Lu Yu to fly back dozens of meters. Boy, now you know Laozi's strength, Kaido said arrogantly. Haha, Lu Yu said with disdain, the 4 emperors' strength can only force me to retreat? Kaido's smile froze. If you dare to underestimate the 4 emperors, Laozi will let you know the difference right away. Kaido gathered armament hockey in his fists. No longer transforming into a dragon? Lu Yu asked. There's no need to deal with you. Kaido was quite unconvinced. He had a feeling that after transforming into a dragon, he was actually suppressed. What a pity, but I'm also very strong in hand-to-hand combat. Lu Yu grinned, and his body exuded a sharp sense of steel, the Iron Dragon Slayer magic. The next moment, Lu Yu suddenly appeared in front of Kaido. A punch hit Kaido in the face. Kaido did not dodge, but took the punch with his body. He took the opportunity to grab Lu Yu's arm, swung it in the air, and slammed it heavily to the ground. There was a dull thud, and a large amount of dust was splashed up. Boom. The second sound followed, shaking the entire island. But this time it was the sound of Kaido's huge body hitting the ground. Center of the battlefield. Lu Yu's feet sank 3 feet into the ground. This was caused by him being smashed to the ground. Then, in a flash, Lu Yu used Kaido's strength to pull Kaido's huge body in the air and performed a modern big character back throw. By the time Kaido reacted, he was already lying on the ground. After a brief moment of confusion, Kaido slammed his palms on the ground, and with the powerful reaction force, his body flew into the air. Almost just a moment. Kaido appeared behind Liu Yu, and Armament Hockey's fist hit Liu Yu. The fist blew in his face, but Liu Yu did not dodge and faced it head-on. Fist against fist. The iron fist is wrapped in the light of thunder and fire. Boom! When the two fists collided, even the heaven and earth were silent for a moment. The next moment. Boom boom, a flash of white light bloomed at the point where the two fists collided, followed by a thunderous roar. With the two men's fists as the center, a strong shockwave spread in all directions. A force formed an air storm with Liu Yu and Kaido as the center. Countless huge rocks were blown into the sky by the airwaves, and then squeezed and exploded by the terrifying force. More and more are coming. Kaido shouted and punched Liu Yu again with both fists. What do I have to fear? Liu Yu's eyes flashed and he swung his fist to meet the attack. Pung 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 pung. The punches hit the flesh, like a scene of wild and primitive violence. Just when Liu Yu and Kaido were fighting fiercely. On the stormy sea, a pirate ship was in the storm, struggling desperately for several hours. Finally broke free from the Uzumaki storm and entered the island. Finally we've escaped that storm, Diamond Joes, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, breathed a sigh of relief. Such a strange sea area, I have never heard of such a situation. The captain of the 5th Squad, Flower Sword Vista, said with lingering fear. And what exactly was that beam of lightning and fire? Bramank from the 6th Squad was still a little scared when he thought about it. The only one who can use that kind of move is Kaido of the Beasts. Rikuyo of the 7th Division had a serious expression. We've tracked him all the way here. That B******* D Kaido should be on this island. A week ago, Kaido robbed the Whitebeard Pirates of a large amount of fine wine. How could Whitebeard tolerate such a blatant provocation? He immediately ordered the full-scale pursuit of Kaido. Phoenix Marco led the vanguard to track Kaido all the way and finally came to this mysterious sea. Marco, did you find anything? Joes looked up at Marco in the sky. Marco's expression was solemn as he said with certainty, someone is fighting fiercely on the island. Judging from the power fluctuations, it's a battle at the level of the 4 emperors. So, Kaido is indeed on this island. Great. That's great, it's worth all the effort. New and old grudges, let's settle them all together this time. We must hold him back before Dad arrives. We must not let him get away this time. On the whaleboat, the roars of the team members resounded through the sky. But Marco frowned, because there is a serious problem here. If it is really a battle of the 4 emperors level, then who is Kaido's opponent? Marco looked cautious and said, don't act rashly, I'll go check out the situation first. After saying that, he flew towards the island alone. Boom. Boom. The whole island was shaking. This is a confrontation between fists and force, the most primitive aesthetics of violence. This fierce battle of the 4 emperors level has been going on for several hours. It is still in progress. Boom, Liu Yu's thunder and fire iron fist hit Kaido. Liu Yu has indestructible defense, while Kaido relies on super strong recovery ability. Is this all your strength? Kaido did not dodge, and punched back at Liu Yu with his fist as big as a sandbag. Can Liu Yu rely on the Iron Dragon to be strong? Kaido of the Beasts. Liu Yu smiled nonchalantly. Kaido took a deep breath, and the fist wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He shouted confidently. Ooh, your fists are completely useless. Let's stop the warm-up exercises here. This battle is almost over. Liu Yu twisted his neck. You're right, it's time to end it. Kaido picked up the mace stuck in the ground. Let's begin, slay the dragon. Liu Yu bent his knees and soared into the sky. In the air, Liu Yu's body suddenly spun, spinning faster and faster, even creating a terrifying hurricane out of thin air. Iron Dragon Slayer Magic. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique, Karma Demon, Iron Spiral. 4 Emperor's Beast Guy stomped his right foot down, pouring all his strength and haki into the mace. Thunderous 8 Trigrams fights Iron Helix head-on. Boom! The 2 great mysteries touch and collide. Completely different from the previous situation, Thunder 8 Trigrams had no advantage at all against the Dragon Slayer Secret Technique. Chapter 4, Hunting Down Kaido. Click, 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 lightning continued to burst out at the center of the collision of the 2 ultimate moves. Kaido raised his mace high and his huge body retreated dozens of meters. On the other side, under the impact of the collision of the 2 ultimate moves, Liu Yu also flew back dozens of steps. On par. Your strongest move is just this. Although Kaido spoke tough, his hands were shaking uncontrollably and he could barely hold the mace. Liu Yu smiled slightly. The strongest move? Not necessarily, go on. After saying that, a wave of heat erupted, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. Kaido's eyes focused as he charged forward, launching a series of thunderous 8 Trigrams. In an instant, raging flames burst out all over Liu Yu's body. The secret of the Fire Dragon Slayer Magic, Red Lotus Blade. Flames wrapped around Liu Yu's arms, forming 2 sharp blades of fire. He spun his body to form a firestorm, meeting Kaido's continuous thundering 8 Trigrams. The 2 sides fought continuously, and Kaido retreated 100 meters, panting heavily. Continuously using thundering 8 Trigrams consumes a huge amount of physical strength, which even Kaido finds difficult to endure. At the same time, Lu Yu's flame gradually weakened. Oh, lightning, fire, steel, what kind of ability are you? The series of abilities left Kaido stunned. Guess. Lu Yu smiled slightly. It's okay if you don't tell me, you must be reaching your limit, right? I'll capture you and study you carefully. A cruel smile appeared on Kaido's face. Even Kaido, with such strong physical strength, could hardly support it. He didn't believe that Lu Yu's consumption would be less than his. Most battles at the same level will turn into wars of attrition. Whoever can't hold on first loses. As the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Kaido has absolute confidence in his physical strength. This battle. Kaido didn't finish his words when suddenly a look of horror and disbelief appeared on his face. Lu Yu, who was 100 meters away, opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The air around him gathered towards him like a tide, and even the raging fire burning in the mountains and forests poured into his mouth. In a few breaths, the wildfire was extinguished and the air became thin. Burp. Lu Yu also burped, and his momentum returned to its peak. The fire dragon eats fire, the iron dragon eats iron, the thunder dragon eats thunder, the sky dragon eats air. When you are full, you will have power. When it comes to the ability to sustain combat, no one in the entire pirates world can match him. After eating, Lu Yu looked at Kaido, who was shocked at first, and grinned. Let's start the second round. Seeing Lu Yu's flawed ability, Kaido's faith began to waver. But as one of the four emperors, if he were defeated by an unknown person, this kind of thing. You dare to be distracted during the battle? You really underestimate me. Lu Yu shouted coldly and rushed forward suddenly. Kaido recovered and used Thunderous 8 trigrams again to counter the attack. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. Thunder Flame Dragon's Iron Strike. Lu Yu's fist was filled with lightning and he attacked fiercely. Kaido's mace was immediately bounced into the air. It's over, Kaido. Lu Yu said indifferently. Lu Yu's most powerful move at the moment. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique. Modified. Red Lotus Exploding Thunderblade. The perfect fusion of thunder and fire, a terrifying thunder and firestorm. Kaido's mace couldn't withstand the collision of two unparalleled forces and exploded. Under the attack of the power of thunder and fire, Kaido's body was covered with scars so deep that the bones could be seen, as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. Ah! Kaido roared and transformed into a 100-meter-long green dragon, soaring into the sky and running away without hesitation. That's right, he was ready to run away. As long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. While you still have the strength, the key is to save your life. Want to leave? Not that easy. Using the sky dragon slaying magic, Lu Yu also flew into the sky and chased after him. Damn little devil, lousy doesn't want to play anymore. Kaido was furious, and hot breath, bad wind, tornado, and thunder all came out. Fire, thunder, iron, and air currents were all mixed together, and the wind and clouds changed color. Bang! A shrill dragon roar was heard from high above. Bang! A figure fell from the sky. It was Lu Yu. I'll let you go this time and continue next time. He casually threw a dragon claw on the ground, and it returned to its original form, Kaido's left hand. Bite the system prompt sounded. Complete the mission. Reward. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level +5, Dragon Power +20. Mission activated. Capture Wano Kuni, Reward unknown. Defeat the Beast's Pirates, the reward is unknown. Defeat the 6 Beast's Pirates, the reward is unknown. Defeat the Whitebeard Pirates Captain, reward unknown. The system issued multiple tasks at once. It's not enough to defeat the boss, but it also requires us to wipe out their nest. Kill them all. Etc. Lu Yu slowly turned his head and his eyes fell on the new guest. Haha, it's really lively today, but I can only say sorry. Lu Yu smiled slightly and walked towards the Phoenix Marco without haste. Feeling Lu Yu's aggressive aura, Marco's muscles tensed up. There's only one thought in my mind. Run. Marco witnessed with his own eyes the scene of the 4 emperors being hunted down by Lu Yu. He knew in his heart that this was a top-notch expert on the same level as the 4 emperors and the Marine Admiral, or even better. Marco was on full alert, and Lu Yu looked at Marco. To be honest, he had a good impression of this pineapple-headed guy, and if it weren't for the mission, he wouldn't want to deal with him. I can't care about so many things now, I'll just beat him up first. Hello, Lu Yu and Marco spoke at the same time. You speak first. Marco humbly made a gesture of invitation. Lu Yu nodded. Are you in the same group with that guy from before? No, how could that be? Marco waved his hands and quickly clarified, I'm from the Whitebeard Pirates. I have some grudge against Kaido, and this time I'm here to chase him. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Then I will believe what you said for now. Huh. Marco breathed a sigh of relief, calmed himself down, and asked, My name is Marco, may I ask? My name is Lu Yu, the owner of this island. Lu Yu answered, then continued, but I'm a little confused, Marco. Since you dared to track down Kaido, your strength should be similar to his. Marco was stunned and answered subconsciously. I am not as strong as him. I can only delay for a while. Oh, to be honest, that guy ran too fast and I haven't had enough fun beating him yet. Lu Yu found a far-fetched excuse and was about to take action. Marco. Come on, Marco, you are the guest, let's have a friendly fight. A shameless smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. No, No, Marco waved his hands in fear. Are you kidding? This guy is a monster that even Kaido was beaten away. Moreover, the purpose of his trip was to hunt down Kaido. Now that Kaido is seriously injured, it is a good opportunity. Chapter 5 Misunderstanding. Sir, I know I am no match for you, and I have no intention of fighting you, Marco said seriously. Tisk, boring. Lu Yu was a little disappointed. The system requires you to defeat 10 squad leaders. If they voluntarily admit defeat, you will be considered defeated. At this moment, the roar of wild beasts came from the distant mountains and forests, as if they were fighting. Marco looked in the direction of the roar. It's Joe's and the others. When Lu Yu heard this, he was delighted. It seems that there is more than just Marco. This will make things easier. Lu Yu's eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. His figure flashed and turned into a flash of lightning, rushing straight towards the direction where the wild beast was roaring. Marco saw this and knew something was wrong. He quickly spread his wings and followed. FK, please don't let any misunderstanding happen. The original mountain forest near the coast. After Joe's, Beasta and others landed, they encountered a large number of wild beasts and a battle was about to break out. With the strength of the white group captains, ordinary wild beasts are naturally no match for them. In the end, only 2 king beasts, the gorilla and the clouded leopard, are left. Xiao Zi looked at the 2 great beasts and said, there are only 2 left. Leave the gorilla to me. Beasta held 2 swords in his hands, then the other one belongs to me. The gorilla and the clouded leopard looked at each other and a fierce look flashed in their eyes. This island is their home, and now that it has been invaded, they naturally stand up to defend it. Joe's grinned and charged with a flash, roar. The gorilla roared and rushed forward with a fist. Boom! Just as the man and the beast were about to collide. There was a loud explosion in the sky, and a golden lightning fell from the sky, raising a cloud of dust. Who? Lakio yelled, his whole body tense. Everyone felt a tremendous pressure and entered a state of alert. Ouch! Roar, roar, roar! When the golden lightning fell, the gorilla and the clouded leopard knew that Lu Yu had come and couldn't help cheering. Walla! The wind howled, carrying away the flying dust. 1, 2, 3, 10 including Marco, there are exactly 10 of them. Lu Yu smiled. Who are you? Joe's asked warily. Owner of this island, you came onto the island without permission and injured my companion. Are you in cahoots with the guy whose hand I broke? Lu Yu asked deliberately. Break the hand? Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. What, you actually, I'm going to kill you. All the captains of the white group were furious. Lu Yu misled their minds, deliberately causing misunderstandings between the 2 sides, and then directly entered the strongest state, Thunderflame Dragon mode. Time is precious. Let's beat him up first until the misunderstanding is resolved. On the other side, Joe's and others rushed forward. The crushing battle officially begins, 1 punch at a time. The first, Buffalo Atmos was the first among them. The second, Murloc Namur followed suit, 3, 4, 5. In less than 2 minutes, 8 captains had fallen, leaving only Foil Beasta and Diamond Joe's on the field. Compared to other captains, they are relatively more difficult to deal with. Because of Joe's diamond body, Lu Yu couldn't do anything to him for a while. At this time, Marco of Blue Flame was getting closer and closer. Lu Yu made a prompt decision and dealt with Waji and Beasta first. The secret of Iron Dragon Slayer magic, Karma Demon, Iron Sword. Boom. Naturally, Vista could not withstand the blow of the Iron God Sword. He flew dozens of meters away, knocked down several giant trees, and finally crashed heavily on the rock wall. Joe's felt despair as he watched his companions suffer heavy losses. The strength of the young man in front of him was beyond imagination, and he had no power to resist at all. But he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, so he crossed his hands and turned into diamonds all over. Shine, stop. Marco's anxious roar was heard, and a blue line of fire fell from the sky. What a pity, there is still one missing. Lu Yu shook his head regretfully. There is no hatred between the 2 sides. We can't beat up the remaining Yojas. There is only one missing anyway. Let's find an opportunity next time. Marco, why are you shouting stop? These guys are accomplices of Kaido. Lu Yu's tone was very serious. Marco, the thing I was most worried about happened. Marco, this. What is going on? Didn't he mean your hand? Joe's looked at Marco who was intact and was confused. Joe's, what are you doing? Why are you fighting? Marco asked. That man said he broke one of your arms, so Joe's explained naively. I knew it. Marco stroked his forehead. Sir Lu Yu, these people are from the Whitebeard Pirates, just like me. Oh, is that so? I'm really sorry. Lu Yu pretended to be suddenly enlightened and smiled awkwardly. They were fighting with the wild beasts on the island. I thought they were the helpers called by the dragon. Marco smiled bitterly, wondering who he could go to for justice. Marco, what's going on? Joe's became more and more confused as he listened. Marco explained, Josie, this is Mr. Lu Yu, the owner of this island. He said earlier that the person whose arm was broken was Kaido. I had Bai was beaten up, and Xiaozi was a little confused for a moment. Who would have thought that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, would have his arm broken? If this gets out, a magnitude 12 tsunami will definitely occur in the ocean. Seeing Xiaozi's look of disbelief, Marco said solemnly, I saw it with my own eyes, and you just felt the strength of Mr. Lu Yu. At this time, Lu Yu interrupted them and said, Marco, your companions are injured. Bring them here and I will make up for my mistake. Oh. Marco and Jose then remembered that their friends were still lying on the ground. The two followed Lu Yu's instructions and quickly took action to move the unconscious captains together. Fortunately, there is no danger to life. It is inevitable to lie down for 10 days or half a month. Marco breathed a sigh of relief. No need, just watch from the side, Lu Yu said with a smile. Next second, under the stunned gaze of Marco and Jose, the healing power of the sky enveloped the captains, and their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This healing ability is even greater than mine. It was a magical scene, and Marco was so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. Wake up, everyone wake up, Jose shouted excitedly. Stop making so much noise, Jose. Vista opened his eyes, still feeling a little weak. Cough cough. When Lakio coughed, sparks were still coming out of Kakuzu's mouth. Then came Brahmanke, Atmos, Fosa, Namur. The sky healed magic, and the 9 captains woke up one after another. He opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yu in front of him, and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Wait, everyone, Marco quickly spoke up to stop them. Marco, your arm isn't. No, just listen to me. Marco interrupted his companions and briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. Chapter 6 Whitebeard. The scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned with shock. An unknown young man actually caused Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, to flee with injuries. Marco, are you telling the truth? Everyone looked at Marco with disbelief. Seeing is believing. Wait a moment, I'll get you some evidence. Less than 10 minutes later, Marco returned with a sturdy arm. Everyone has dealt with Kaido many times, so they could tell at a glance that this was Kaido's arm. No matter how unbelievable it is, the facts are right in front of us. He has the ability to defeat us all in less than 2 minutes. Joe smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this time, Lu Yu walked towards Chao Zi with a smile on his face. What happened? Mr. Lu Yu, Chao Zi was obviously nervous. During our brief encounter, I found your abilities quite interesting. Are you interested in fighting with me? And exchanging ideas? Lu Yu tried to sound as gentle as possible. When Chao Zi heard this, his face turned green. He forced a smile and could only admit defeat. Forget it, I admit defeat and admit defeat. Lu Yu did not force it. Alas, that's a pity. Just when Joe's admitted defeat. The system's voice then sounded. Defeat the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and receive +5 levels of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic and +10 levels of dragon power. Host. Lu Yu, Fire Dragon Slayer magic level 100, Mastery. Sky Dragon Slayer magic level 100 Mastery. Iron Dragon Slayer magic level 100 Mastery. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic level 90 Mastery. Dragon Power Awakening level 30. Lu Yu was delighted, as the Thunder Dragon slaying magic increased by 10 levels, and it was still the 30-level dragon power. This efficiency is too high. Working hard for a month is not as good as completing one task. Sir Lu Yu, we were reckless before. I hope you can let bygones be bygones. Beasta put aside his attitude and said to Lu Yu sincerely. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, there is nothing to worry about. Although they were beaten, the Whitebeard Pirates did not want to make enemies with a strong man of Lu Yu's level. Naturally, Lu Yu would not reject Beasta's goodwill, and the atmosphere in the field immediately eased a lot. An hour later, the White Group prepared to leave. They want to report what happened here to Dad as soon as possible. Sir Lu Yu, we won't bother you anymore, Marco said goodbye. Oh, are we leaving now? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. We have important matters to attend to. If Mr. Lu Yu is interested, why not come to our ship? Marco tried to make an invitation. In fact, he didn't have much hope in his heart. How could a strong man of this level join so easily? However, Lu Yu's response was beyond Marco's expectations. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Marco was so excited that he stood there in a trance. What's wrong? Are you not welcome? Lu Yu asked back. No, how could that be? You're so welcome, Marco shouted excitedly. Immediately tell the good news to other captains. When they learned that Lu Yu was going to board the ship, everyone cheered excitedly. A strong person of this level cannot be found even if you beg for it. Coastal. Marco made a gesture of invitation. Sir Lu Yu, please. Wait a moment. Lu Yu waved towards the forest. Boom boom boom, a series of earth-shaking footsteps. The gorilla and clouded leopard leapt over and crawled in front of Lu Yu. This scene stunned Marco and others. Friends, I'm leaving, Lu Yu said to the 2 wild beasts. The eyes of the 2 king wild beasts, the gorilla and the clouded leopard, suddenly lit up and they looked at each other with excitement. Ouch, roar, 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 finally escaped from the sea of suffering. Lu Yu pressed his hand and continued, I know you must be reluctant to leave me. Don't worry, I will definitely come back to see you. The 2 wild beasts shook their heads desperately and screamed miserably. Bye now. Lu Yu waved at the 2 wild beasts, turned around and jumped onto the whaleboat. The gorilla and the clouded leopard watched the whaleboat disappear into the stormy sea. The news spread throughout the island immediately. The king beasts on the entire island cheered continuously. At the same time, Lu Yu stood at the stern of the whaleboat, looking at the island that was getting farther and farther away with a sense of loss. Next, a new chapter in his life will begin. But how come I don't get seasick when I'm on a boat? Aren't dragon slayers prohibited from using public transportation? Lu Yu muttered to himself, lost in thought. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Notice. Dragon power will improve the host's body balance and eliminate adverse effects. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, strode forward, and waved his hand. Under the influence of the Sky Dragon Slayer magic, a road was opened up in the raging storm sea. The pirates were shocked again. The journey that was supposed to take several hours was completed in less than a quarter of an hour. Half a day later, a larger whale ship appeared in Lu Yu's sight. It is the Whitebeard Pirates' mothership, the Moby DK. Quest. Defeat Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Reward unknown. Asterisk 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 on the deck of the Moby DK. Whitebeard Edward Newgate narrowed his pale golden eyes. Kulala, I smell the scent of a beast. Dad, Marco sent a message saying there is something important. What is it? Asked Haguda. We'll know soon. Whitebeard's face flickered with interest as he looked at the small whaleboat 100 meters away. The 2 whales closed into a distance of 100 meters. Marco was impatient. He spread his blue wings and flew in front of Whitebeard. Father, this time we encountered a terrifyingly powerful monster. Marco, what's that terrifyingly powerful monster? Aren't you guys going after Kaido? Coolio was confused and couldn't help but interrupt. Marco didn't say much. He just put the wooden box he brought on the deck and opened it. Arm? Looks a little familiar. Everyone had a confused expression. Seeing this, Marco directly told the truth. This is Kaido's arm. What did you say? What on earth is going on? Kaido's arm. Marco, how did you do that? Everyone on the deck was shocked and started talking about it. Kaido of the Beasts. One of the 4 emperors. The strongest being known for its immortality. However, such an extremely strong man actually had his arm broken? Kulala, the beast is coming. Whitebeard suddenly laughed. At this time, the 2 whaleboats had just completed the docking. Dad, everyone, we're back. The captains of the white team who were out returned to the mother ship one after another. Team leader, the ordinary team members suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on them, making them breathless. They stopped talking before they could even finish their words. The sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. What's going on with this momentum? Not Conqueror's hockey, but great evil energy, powerful oppressive force. Chapter 7. A show of power under the horrified gaze of the pirates. Lu Yu slowly boarded the mother ship. The pirates on the Moby DK were stunned. They never imagined that such a powerful and terrifying aura could come from a young man. Marco, is this young man the important person you are talking about? Coolio asked quietly. That's right. Marco nodded. Boy, you're the one who took Kaido's arm off. A member of the white group didn't believe that someone so young could be so powerful, so he stepped forward to test it. But before he could finish his words, he heard a thud and his knees fell to the ground involuntarily. The others on the boat were shocked when they saw this. Then, the overwhelming dragon power spread out. Plop, plop. Ordinary pirates were forced to kneel on the ground one after another by the powerful dragon's might. Amidst everyone's kneeling, Lu Yu walked to the center of the deck and looked at Whitebeard calmly. Excuse me, if you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Lu Yu smiled slightly and said happily. When these words were spoken, even Marco, Joes and others were stunned. Is this guy fighting with Dad? Joes thought to himself. Yes, from his battle with Kaido, we can see that this guy is a fighting maniac, Marco gasped. Suddenly, he felt a little regretful for bringing Lu Yu to his father. This is not. After 4 emperors Kaido, Lu Yu set his sights on their father. Marco secretly made up his mind to prevent the battle from happening at all costs. As the ship's doctor, he was well aware of Whitebeard's physical condition. If he really fought with all his might, his lifespan would be shortened by at least several years. As Marco was about to step forward, Kulala, Whitebeard laughed heartily. What an arrogant brat, but I like it. Marco, bring some wine. Yes, Dad. Marco usually forbade Whitebeard from drinking alcohol, but in this situation, he had to let him drink a little. 2 wine jars as tall as a person were quickly brought up. Kulalala, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Whitebeard planned to take this opportunity to satisfy his craving for alcohol. Lu Yu also poured a full bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Dragon-slaying magic can change the practitioner's physique, so a jar of wine is naturally no problem. Kulalala, refreshing. Whitebeard drank half a jar of wine in one breath and looked at Lu Yu with interest. It's a real loss to the ocean age that a strong man like you has been living in seclusion on an island. Can you tell me the reason? Whitebeard asked curiously. When Lu Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. If I hadn't mistakenly thought this was the world of fairy tale and was a little afraid of the black dragon Acroluja, I would have roamed the ocean long ago. Why would I wait until now? What's wrong? If you have something to hide, forget it, Whitebeard said. No, it's not a secret, it's just my belief. Lu Yu was about to make up an excuse. What belief? Whitebeard became even more curious. Only by experiencing loneliness can one reach the peak of strength, Lu Yu said mysteriously. Experiencing loneliness and reaching the pinnacle of strength, koala lala, interesting. Indeed interesting. Whitebeard laughed heartily. So, do you think my boat can carry a lonely and powerful person like you? Dad, this is. Upon hearing this, Marco and the others had already guessed what Whitebeard was going to do next. Sure enough, Whitebeard extended his hand and uttered his iconic line. Come and be my son, Lu Yu. Suddenly, the deck fell into silence, and countless pairs of eyes looked over. The next second, an uproar broke out. Hey, Dad has invited that man. That man is the monster who removed Kaido's arm, will he agree? But if he agrees, the Whitebeard pirates will really be able to walk sideways. He's so young and has such strong abilities, he's truly incredible. The people on the deck were talking and full of anticipation. Marco, what happened to Dad today? Vista asked with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know either. This is not Dad's usual style. Let's keep watching, Marco responded worriedly. Now, Whitebeard's invitation to the big hand extended to Lu Yu. Lu Yu frowned slightly. He was not interested in being someone else's son. He is already the strongest person in the world and does not need to rely on anyone. He wants to dominate his own destiny and dominate this era. How about you, bear my name and make a big fuss on this sea? Whitebeard was full of confidence. Few people would refuse his invitation. Everyone on the boat looked at him expectantly, waiting for Lu Yu's reply. After a moment of silence, Lu Yu raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Whitebeard, do you look down on me? Boom. After a long silence, Lu Yu finally spoke. He wasn't afraid at all that Whitebeard might suddenly turn against him. Start a war. That's exactly what Lu Yu wants. Even the strongest man, Whitebeard, he is not afraid of anything. Boom. Lu Yu's violent dragon power was released, and the huge whale ship immediately sank about a foot. Feeling the terrifying might of the dragon, the pirates on the ship were terrified. It still doesn't work. He's a monster who defeated Kaido. How could he be inferior to him? Although the Whitebeard pirates were disappointed, they were not too surprised. After personally experiencing Lu Yu's deterrent power, they knew that in the near future, the name Lu Yu would resound throughout the world. But right now, Kulala, Whitebeard said calmly, his voice thunderous. I haven't met someone as interesting as you in decades. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a royal haki burst out, Conquerors of Four Emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Boom, Long Way and Conquerors Haki, confrontation. The atmosphere vibrated, creating visible ripples, and even space was slightly undulating. The originally calm sea surface was now filled with huge waves. The sturdy whaleboat deck seemed to be unable to bear the weight and made a creaking sound. This momentum is too terrifying. If you get caught in the center of the momentum confrontation, you might be torn to pieces. I can actually be on par with my father, it's unbelievable. No, that doesn't seem to be. At this moment, even the powerful captain could not remain calm. Marco, stop Dad and the others. If this goes on, the boat won't be able to hold on. We can't let them continue, something terrible will happen. It can't be stopped anymore, Marco said through gritted teeth. The situation was far beyond their ability to intervene. Kulalalala, your power is far more than this, boy. Whitebeard laughed loudly, with no intention of ending. If you want to fight, come at me, Four Emperors Whitebeard. Lu Yu faced Whitebeard with no less momentum, and shouted loudly with full of haki. What an arrogant boy, come on, let me see the power to defeat Kaido. Whitebeard clenched his right fist and the vibration wave slowly burst out. Just what I want. Chapter 8. The sky splits. As the situation has developed to this point, Lu Yu has already understood that from the beginning to the end, Whitebeard was just testing him. Test Lu Yu's courage as a strong man. Test whether Lu Yu is qualified to be his opponent. So far, Whitebeard recognizes that Lu Yu is qualified to fight him. Come on, Lu Yu, Whitebeard shouted and punched the air. I couldn't ask for more. Lu Yu showed no sign of weakness. Suddenly, thunder and wind exploded between heaven and earth. Under the pressure brought by Whitebeard, the power of the four dragons merged and the power of the four elements condensed. Kulalalala, Whitebeard delivered a domineering punch. At the same time, Lu Yu combined the power of four dragons and launched the strongest attack. Boom! The sound of metal clashing, thunder and fire exploding, and the howling of the wind resounded through the sky and the sea. Boom! The roar of heaven and earth. The ultimate showdown between Whitebeard and Lu Yu exploded. The next moment, an unprecedented situation occurred. The clouds in the sky split into two with Lu Yu and Whitebeard's fists as the dividing line. The sky cracked open. The sky was split into two, indicating that two emperors would appear in the world at the same time and share the world. Oh my god, this level of battle is unheard of. With just one punch, even the sky cracked. Suddenly, Marco yelled, alerting everyone. Everyone, pay attention, something big is coming. Kulala, it's time to end, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Let's end it. Lu Yu also showed a wild smile. Boom. It was like an explosion that sounded like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. Whitebeard and Lu Yu's fists exerted force again, and a light spot appeared at the point of collision, gradually expanding and turning into a halo. The power continued to rise, and the halo began to vibrate violently. Final. Explosion. Boom. A shock wave of invisible force spread to the sky and the sea, blowing away the clouds and causing huge waves. The world's strongest showdown has finally come to an end. Kulalala, Whitebeard laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yu also laughed. The mission remains unfinished. The encounter was a close one, not a victory for Whitebeard. Kulala, guys, get ready for the banquet. Whitebeard shouted the order. Hey, Dad, are you talking about preparing a banquet? Joes confirmed again. Need I say more? We can't be rude when guests come to our house, Whitebeard said happily. Ha ha ha, the party is about to begin. The pirates, who all loved a feast, quickly prepared it. Lu Yu and Whitebeard were also toasting each other, and they were getting along very harmoniously. The banquet lasted a whole day and night. Lu Yu was forced to drink alcohol by Whitebeard and the captain one after another. Even with his dragon physique, he couldn't bear it. Kulalalala, what's wrong? If you can't bear it, don't force it. I can let them take care of you. Whitebeard laughed and pointed at the leopard print nurses with a subtle tone. Forget it, you're welcome. I have something important to do. Lu Yu smiled and waved his hand. Important things? Marco and others were very interested when they heard this. What's the matter? Whitebeard asked. I haven't settled the dispute with the dragon I fought with 2 days ago, Lu Yu said calmly. Kaido? Marco and the others were all shocked when they heard this. Yes, it's that guy. I'm going to Wano Kuni to settle things with him, Lu Yu smiled. Ah, this? Several captains couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Kaido, who actually provoked Lu Yu. Not only did he lose an arm, but now even his base camp might be destroyed. But sympathy is sympathy, and since the target is Kaido, I have to get involved no matter what. Dad, this is also our chance to take back Wano Kuni. Izo's eyes were red. He was born in Wano Kuni, and he always wanted to regain his homeland and liberate his compatriots who were oppressed by Kaido. Now is a great opportunity. Not only has Lu Yu, a top expert, joined us, but Kaido has also lost an arm. Dad, Izo is right, we want revenge for Odin. Joes, Marco, Beasta and others were full of passion. Whitebeard, this is a rare opportunity. Do you want to join forces and take a trip together? Lu Yu invited Whitebeard. Everyone's eyes turned to Whitebeard, waiting for his decision. After a long silence, Kulalalala, Whitebeard laughed and held Lu Yu's hand. The two officially form an alliance. Guys, get ready for a big fight, Whitebeard shouted. Oh, the entire Whitebeard Pirates group was excited. Kaido, I will make you pay back all the debts I owe you in the past, Izo roared to the sky. Odin, just watch carefully from heaven. Captains such as Marco were also extremely excited. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll be the vanguard in this operation. Lu Yu smiled confidently. Kulalalala, Lu Yu, don't underestimate Wano Kuni. More than 30 years ago, even our ship almost sank there, Whitebeard reminded. Since taking a boat is not possible, let's fly there, Lu Yu said as a matter of course. The Sky Dragon Slayer magic was added, lifting Lu Yu's body into the sky. They can really fly. Everyone in the White Pirates group was shocked. I'll go over and take a look at the situation first, and you guys follow, Lu Yu said. Wait a moment. Just as Lu Yu was about to leave, he was stopped by Whitebeard. I'll let Marco go with you. He can lead the way for you. Yes, Dad. Marco immediately spread his wings and soared into the sky. Okay, let's go. Lu Yu did not refuse. After watching Lu Yu and Marco leave, the pirates on the ship became active again. Dad, what kind of ability does Lu Yu have? Xiaozi asked in confusion. If it can fly without wings, it must be Paramecia Logia, Lakio analyzed. Could it be the Paramecia lion fruit? Could the golden lion Shiki have already died? Haguda asked. No, when we fought before, he had the power of thunder and lightning. Vista waved his hands excitedly. I remember too, there seemed to be flames, Atmos added. Could it be multiple devil fruit abilities? A team member said half-jokingly. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent. Several captains who had fought with Lu Yu looked at each other and nodded solemnly. On the deck, the pirates erupted in unparalleled roars. Dad, what do you think? Everyone looked at Whitebeard at the same time. The duel between Dad and Lu Yu was evenly matched, so he should have some insights. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard said, there is indeed more than one power within him. Oh my god, so we witnessed a miracle. The ocean is truly vast. There are always surprises. Chapter 9 Landing on Wano Kuni off the coast of Wano Kuni. After 2 days, Lu Yu and Marco finally arrived at the Wano Kuni sea area. Marco pointed to the land not far away. That's Wano Kuni. Lu Yu nodded. It is indeed a bit difficult to land from the sea. Marco nodded with feeling. Yes, when we came here before. Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't want to listen to Marco reminiscing about the past, so he rode the wind over the waterfall and landed on Wano Kuni. That waterfall, like a natural barrier, is meaningless to those with the ability to fly. A moment later, Lu Yu and Marco landed on the Giuli coast of Wano Kuni. Looking at the desolate and barren land before my eyes, I thought of the once vibrant Giuli. Marco was silent. Kaido's base camp is the place called Onigashima, right? Lu Yu raised his finger and pointed. Yeah, Marco nodded in response. Lu Yu grinned, then let's go straight over there. Wait a minute. Marco quickly stopped Lu Yu. Dad and the others won't arrive for another 5 days. Before that, we have to collect intelligence so that we can win this war at the lowest cost, Marco said earnestly. Oh, I'll leave this troublesome matter to you. I'll go round for a walk first, Lu Yu said carelessly. Okay. Marco agreed immediately. As long as Lu Yu didn't do anything rash, everything would be fine. Then we'll meet on Ghost Island in 5 days, Lu Yu said, and flew away. His target is the flower capital's top courtesan, Hiyori Murasaki. Wano Kuni, the island of ghosts. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Beast's Pirates base camp was solemn. Captain Kaido has been out for nearly 10 days and seems to have encountered an accident. No news about Kaido yet, Beast's Pirates second in command, Yanzai Jin, shouted angrily. Yes, Mr. Jin, I haven't been able to contact the captain yet, could it be true as the rumors say? Shut up, Jin shouted sharply, emitting a terrifying aura. A bunch of idiots, who is our captain? The 4 emperors, the most powerful creatures on land, sea and air, Jack the Drow roared. The third in command of the beasts, Plague Queen, sang and danced rap without any tension. Runty strode over in high heels and shouted angrily, Stupid Quinn, the Whitebeard pirate's ship is heading towards Wano Kuni. If this is really their target, can you resist? Yo, if Whitebeard dared to come, he would have come long ago, after all, he is afraid of us, Plague Queen said proudly. Tisk. Runty said with disdain, when we encountered Whitebeard and the others at sea, I don't know who ran the fastest. What did you say? Listening to Runty talking about this dark history, Plague Queen had his scars exposed, and immediately rolled up his sleeves and was about to lose his temper. That's enough. Shut up, everyone, Yan Zai-jin shouted sternly, it's okay to quarrel on ordinary days, but at this special moment, if you don't restrain yourself, don't blame me for being rude. Yan Zai-jin swept his eyes over the two of them. No matter what the Whitebeard pirates are planning, we must hold our ground until the captain returns. Jack, strengthen the guard at the entrance immediately. Quinn, take good care of those prisoners at Rabbit Dawn. Peggy 1, Fuzzifer, Runty, Sasaki, Maria, you go to the Flower City. Yan Zai-jin issued instructions one after another, and the people in the skeleton hall dispersed one after another. After a moment of silence, the sound of chains being dragged could be heard in the hall. A tall figure appeared. Yamato, New World, Wangguo, Toto Land, Charlotte Linlin's base camp. The Big Mom Pirates Intelligence Network is considered the best in the world. The actions of the Whitebeard pirates could naturally not be concealed. Mom, it's an emergency, Cheese Minister Monder rushed into the cake castle in panic. Monder, it's time for your mother's happy afternoon tea. We can talk about it later if you have anything to say. Parasparrow, the Minister of Sweets, scolded. Well, I'm just bored, Monder, what's the big deal? Tell me, Charlotte Linlin laughed. Yes, Mom, big news, Whitebeard has declared war on Kaido, Charlotte Monder announced the shocking news. What did you say? All the cadres of the ant group exclaimed in horror. This is really interesting. Do you have any information about the reason for declaring war? Charlotte Linlin laughed. The specific reason is still unknown. We only know that the Whitebeard pirates are approaching Wano Kuni, and there's a recent rumor that Kaido was defeated and his arm was broken, Charlotte Monder said. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish his words, a rapid alarm sounded. Mom, big news. A dragon fell from the sky. No, Kaido of the Beasts fell from the sky. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, early morning. A confidential intelligence was received and Naval Headquarters immediately entered wartime status. Operations meeting room in the headquarters building. Led by Sengoku, all the Marine executives gathered. The legendary Vice Admiral Garp asked casually, Xiaohei, is the news confirmed? Ah, it's confirmed, Marine Vice Admiral Crane nodded in response. There's a strong possibility that the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates will go to war. As Vice Admiral he finished speaking, the conference room was in an uproar. The 4 emperors going to war is truly a terrifying event, Admiral Kizaru spoke slowly. But why did the White Group start a war with the Beasts? As 4 emperors, even if we win, we'll have to pay a heavy price. The Marine generals were very confused about Whitebeard's actions. Maybe it has something to do with Kazuki Oden, Garp said seriously. Sengoku nodded solemnly as well. That incident happened many years ago. Now Whitebeard suddenly declared war on Kaido. There must be a major reason, Vice Admiral he said. What's the reason? Gion asked. There's been a rumor on the sea these days that Whitebeard has formed an alliance with another force. With the help of his allies, he has the confidence to deal with Kaido. Vice Admiral he said after thinking for a moment. Alliance? Who is qualified to form an alliance with Whitebeard? It must be a force on the level of the 4 emperors. Vice Admiral he said in a deep voice, whatever the reason, peace is coming to an end. If we respond appropriately, we may be able to reap the benefits. That's really interesting, Mr. Sengoku. How about I go to Wano Kuni? Admiral Kizaru, who always liked to be lazy, volunteered, which surprised everyone. Ha, this is really strange, Borsellino. You would actually take the initiative to look for a mission. Garp couldn't help laughing. That's too much, Mr. Garp. After all, I'm also a member of the Marine, Kizaru said with a bit of grievance. Ha, sorry, I'm just so surprised. Garp continued laughing. Alright, Sengoku tapped the table and looked at Kizaru. Borsellino. Yes, you are indeed the best person to go to Wano-kuni to investigate, but you must not just watch the show and do nothing. With Sengoku's wisdom, he knew Kizaru's character very well. This time he volunteered to do it, probably just to see what Whitebeard and Kaido had in store for a full-scale war. Don't worry, I will complete the mission, Admiral Kizaru vowed. New world, on an island, red hair pirates. Boss, Rockstar yelled anxiously. What's wrong, Rockstar? Usopp asked drunkenly. Something big has happened, boss. I just received news that Whitebeard is going to go to war with Kaido, Rockstar said in panic. What did you say? Is this true? Upon hearing this, the Red League cadres were so surprised that they could not express it in words. Shanks, what do you think? First Officer Ben Beckman said solemnly. But things have been really turbulent lately. 4 Emperor's red-haired eyes suddenly focused. My little ones, this sea is going to be in turmoil again, prepare to set sail. Boss, where are we going? Asked Lakilu. Wano-kuni, Chapter 10. The Flower City is shocked. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Capital Heights. Fufufufu, in the open-air swimming pool of the Royal Palace, Shichibukai Doflamingo had a sickly smile on his face, looking like a madman. What happened, young master? Maid girl baby 5 hid behind a pillar, trembling, not daring to approach Doflamingo at this time. I don't know, it's better not to get close to him for now, Buffalo said. Hey, Dover, now's not the time to laugh, Torrible said worriedly. If Whitebeard and Kaido go to war, what will happen to our business with the Beast's pirates? Really? The sea has only been peaceful for a few years, and that stinky old man is going to start a war again? Diamante looked solemn. Doflamingo covered his forehead with one hand and laughed uncontrollably. After 4 years of boredom, finally something serious has happened. But the deal on artificial devil fruit. Torripole's face was filled with worry. Don't worry, Torrible, even the monster Whitebeard can't eat Kaido's dragon. Doflamingo was very confident. We will wait and see what happens. After the war is over, we will look for an opportunity to expand. The gears of time have begun to turn. Meanwhile, Wano-kuni, the capital of flowers. As soon as Liu Yu arrived in the Flower City, he did something shocking, assassinating the Kurozumi snake. It was late at night and the Flower City was brightly lit. The warriors from the Shogun's mansion were searching house to house. The people were in panic. The City of Flowers, Rakshasa Street, and the courtyard of PR** Street Utes. Boss Kiyoshiro, what happened? Asked the courtesan Xiaozi worriedly. Don't worry, it's just someone trying to assassinate Orochi, it's a small matter, Kiyoshiro said lightly. Assassinating the big snake? Who has such courage? The beautiful face of the courtesan Xiaozi showed extreme shock. What's the result? Was the assassination successful? How is the big snake now? Xiaozi asked anxiously. Xiaozi, calm down. Kiyoshiro shouted. I'm sorry. Xiaozi came back to her senses and quickly calmed down. The big snake is not dead, Kiyoshiro said. When Xiaozi heard this, a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. But Kiyoshiro couldn't understand why the assassin didn't do it in the end when he could have killed Orochi. But what? It's nothing. Things may be a bit chaotic during this period. If anything happens while I'm not here, let my men notify me, Kiyoshiro said solemnly. Yeah, Xiaozi nodded slightly, from late night to dawn. The Flower City is always in turmoil. It's all garbage. I've been searching for it for so long and still can't find it. The Shogun's mansion entered level 1 alert, and Kurozumi the Great Snake stood on the roof of the mansion, roaring angrily. General, please calm down. The retainers knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Calm down. I was almost killed by that unknown man last night, how can I calm down? Kurozumi the Snake screamed repeatedly. Zone's mythical beast Yamada no Orochi's ability is activated, transforming into a 7-headed monster. There were supposed to be 8, but Liu Yu killed one last night. All the retainers lowered their heads in fear. If you can't find the human language, you will all die, Kurozumi the Snake roared. Lord Orochi, a figure stepped out from the shadows. Fukurokusho, have you found any trace of the assassin? Asked Kurozumi Orochi. Fulu Sho shook his head silently. General, the Flying Six from Onigashima are here, a samurai reported in panic. Please come in quickly. Kurozumi the Snake was immediately delighted. Don't worry, General. I have a very sharp nose. Leave the task of finding people to me, Extraluigi said confidently. Sniff. The smell of a beast. In the Flower City, Luosha Street, the courtesan courtyard, the top courtesan Xiaozi has captivated countless people. Now, a man who had spent all his wealth was kneeling at the door of the flower shop, crying bitterly and wanting to see Xiaozi again. To outsiders, Xiaozi's actions seem cruel and heartless. In fact, there is another story. First of all, Xiaozi dealt with those who did evil things. Secondly, the money Xiaozi extorted was distributed to poor people. The reason she did this was because she was the exiled princess of Wano-kuni, Kazuki Hiyori. She endured hardships just to kill the Kurozumi snake, avenge her father and regain the country's power. On the busy street, Liu Yu was wearing glasses and carrying a black cloth bag. No one could have imagined that the wanted criminal for assassinating the general was walking around the streets so brazenly. Although I promised Marco not to alert the enemy. But one of the tasks issued by the system is to capture Wano Kuni. With Liu Yu's combat power, he could have killed Kurozumi Orochi directly on the day of the assassination, but he stopped at the last moment. He hoped that after capturing Wano Kuni, the people would obey rather than resist. So he needed a legitimate ruler, Kazuki Hiyori. As the last princess of Wano Kuni, she is naturally the best choice. Aran Xiaozi, I wonder if you are satisfied with this gift? Liu Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked straight towards the Envyuan. The City of Flowers, Rakshasa Street, and the courtyard of PR** Street Utes. Xiaozi leaned against the window railing, gently exhaling puffs of smoke. Her peerless beauty made the men on the street howl incessantly. Suddenly, a feeling of being targeted by an extremely evil being came over me. Xiaozi took a deep breath and her beautiful eyes quickly scanned the crowd. A young man with unusual clothing that was out of place with the atmosphere of Wano Kuni came into view. When their eyes met, a task reminder sounded in Liu Yu's mind. Capture the heart of the courtesan Xiaozi, the reward is unknown. Capture the hearts of 3 beauties, the reward is unknown. This task came at the right time. Liu Yu walked into the courtyard with a smile. After showing off their strong financial resources, Kaiushiro's thugs immediately took Liu Yu to Xiaozi's boudoir. Dr. Xiaozi, a distinguished guest has arrived. Come in. A pleasant voice came from the room. The door is open. I saw a beautiful young girl standing by the railing, with a pitiful look on her face. However, after seeing the person's appearance clearly, a look of panic appeared on the beautiful face. What's wrong? Do I look scary? Liu Yu sat down casually on the tatami. No, you are the most handsome man Xiaozi has ever seen, so I was distracted for a moment. Xiaozi hurriedly sat down opposite Liu Yu and poured tea. Haha, do you say this to every guest? Liu Yu asked. How could that be? Xiaozi is speaking from the heart, Xiaozi said shyly. Liu Yu looked at Xiaozi with a playful look and said nothing. Xiaozi could only bite the bullet and say the usual opening line. Thank you for your kindness, sir, I am willing to. Before she could finish her words, Liu Yu pulled her into his arms and said, from now on, you are mine. Sir, Xiaozi finally came back to her senses. Without waiting for her to speak, Liu Yu gently blocked her red lips with his index finger, causing Xiaozi's delicate body to tremble. This was the first time Xiaozi had been touched by a man since her debut, and she couldn't help but feel extremely angry. Unfortunately, Liu Yu was so strong that he couldn't break free at all. Hey, sir, this is against the rules. Let me go, a gangster said angrily. However, Liu Yu uttered a word lightly, like a thunderclap. Get out. The powerful dragon's might was overwhelming. Chapter 11, Courtesan Kamurasaki. Xiaozi, the most beautiful girl in Wano Kuni, is a fairy-like figure. However, Liu Yu did not follow the usual path and did not play by the rules. As soon as they met, he unscrupulously pulled Xiaozi into his arms and touched her red lips. In the past, when this happened, the thugs guarding outside would immediately come in to stop it. However, this time, Liu Yu only gave a look, and the gang of thugs were so scared that they p***d and shit, and crawled away. Xiaozi's body was stiff, and she didn't know if she could hold on before boss Guangxilong arrived. What if my innocence? Just as Xiaozi was daydreaming, she felt her body move forward. Liu Yu let go of the struggling Xiaozi and said, the person who was in the way has left. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yu. Liu Yu. Xiaozi looked at Liu Yu in confusion. Let's stop talking nonsense and just follow me from now on. Liu Yu said bluntly. Absolute strength creates absolute confidence, and there is no need to beat around the bush. Lord Liu Yu, this. A trace of panic flashed across Xiaozi's face. After calming down, she put on a pitiful look and said, Xiaozi understands what the adults mean, but if you want to redeem Xiaozi. Before Xiaozi could finish her words, Liu Yu spoke directly. Is one country enough to pay your ransom? Xiaozi was stunned when she heard this. Snap, Liu Yu didn't say much and opened the black cloth bag he brought. A ferocious snake head suddenly appeared in front of Xiaozi. This is. Xiaozi was suddenly frightened and her face turned pale. Miss Aran, this head should look very familiar to you, right? Liu Yu said with a smile. General Kurozumi Orochi. Xiaozi gnashed her teeth in hatred. Were you the one who assassinated Kurozumi Orochi last night? It's just a big snake that can take his life at any time. Are you satisfied with this gift, Miss Aran? Liu Yu Haki said. Xiaozi was completely shocked, but quickly came to her senses. The real threat to this country has always been Kaido of the Beasts, and as long as Kaido survives, nothing will change. I know that the root cause of this country's disaster is Kaido of the Beasts, right? Liu Yu spoke again. Well, Xiaozi appreciates your kindness, sir. Let's leave now, Xiaozi nodded. What if I can cut off Kaido's head? Liu Yu said calmly. Xiaozi couldn't believe it at all. Impossible, Lord Liu Yu, you can't do it alone. Who said I'm alone? It's okay to tell you now. I formed an alliance with Whitebeard, and this time I'm here to eliminate Kaido. When Xiaozi heard the word Whitebeard, her heart was like a raging sea, and she was so excited that she couldn't calm down for a long time. What's wrong, Miss Aran? Are you feeling unwell? Liu Yu asked when he saw Xiaozi trembling with excitement. No, Xiaozi shook her head repeatedly. At this moment, an angry shout came from outside the door. Which blind bee ****** D is running wild in my territory? After receiving a message from his subordinates, he learned that someone was planning to do something bad to the Aran. Kiyoshiro abandoned the mission of killing Orochi and returned to the temple with murderous intent. As Kazuki's retainer, if I can't even protect the princess, how can I have the dignity to live in this world? Bang! Kiyoshiro pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that the princess was safe and sound, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also saw the bloody head. His pupils suddenly contracted and his muscles tensed. It's you. He never expected that a criminal wanted by the full name would appear so brazenly. Kiyoshiro quickly held his sword horizontally, with armament hockey attached to the sword, and concentrated on being on guard. Wait. Seeing that the two sides were on the verge of a fight, the Ouran Shao quickly stood up to stop them and stood between them. Xiaozi, that man is very dangerous, come here quickly, Kiyoshiro shouted. Chuanjiro, please don't do anything, this gentleman is. Hope, Xiaozi's voice was trembling with excitement. Princess. Kiyoshiro knew that Xiaozi would not normally call him by his real name. He immediately stopped and stared at Lu Yu and asked, who is he? I'll tell you the details slowly. Xiaozi closed the door. Haha, it seems that you are not the top courtesan or the boss. Lu Yu smiled knowingly. Who are you? Kiyoshiro asked. Boss Kiyoshiro, this gentleman is an ally of the Whitebeard pirates. Xiaozi introduced. What? Kiyoshiro was shocked when he heard that. Before I explain the situation, shouldn't you two also explain your true identities? Lu Yu looked at the two of them. The Ouran boy and Kiyoshiro exchanged glances. Kazuki nodded firmly. My real name is Kazuki Hiyori, and I'm the daughter of Kazuki Oden, the former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Kazuki Hiyori revealed everything about herself. She didn't want to miss this hard-earned hope. So, what about you? Lu Yu looked at Kiyoshiro, Kazuki Oden's vassal, Kenjiro. Since the princess has made her decision, he will follow her even if it means going through fire and water. I see. Lu Yu nodded. Lord Lu Yu, where are my father and the others now? Kazuki Hiyori asked anxiously. If it's fast, it should be here the day after tomorrow. Lu Yu could also understand her feelings. That's great, Denjiro. Kazuki Hiyori's face was full of hopeful surprise. Denjiro, however, looked cautious. First of all, what Lu Yu said was all his one-sided opinion. In fact, even if the White Group really came, could they drive away the Beast Group? The risk is too great. Moreover, as an ally of Whitebeard, it is unknown to what extent Lu Yu can achieve. It seems that you still have some doubts about me. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right. Before the White Group appeared, there was no way to prove what you said. I'm sorry, I find it hard to believe it completely. Denjiro answered directly. How do you want me to prove it? Lu Yu frowned slightly. Since you are qualified to form an alliance with Whitebeard, you must be quite powerful. The Flying Six of the Beast's pirates have arrived in the Flower City. You know what I mean? Denjiro expressed his thoughts. Flying Six, it's not challenging at all, but since you said so, and the other party has already come to me, then I'll have a try. Lu Yu stood up straight away. What do you mean? Denjiro asked warily. Next second. Lord Kiyoshiro, Lord Orochi and the Lords of the Beasts are here. The thugs outside shouted in panic. What did you say? Denjiro was suddenly shocked. Lu Yu's figure flashed, and there was a bang sound. A bloody head was deeply embedded in the beam of the house, the head of one of the Flying Six. Chapter 12. Flying Six. The chaotic sound of footsteps finally stopped in front of the Yongfang courtyard. Gaga, ga, I smell something, one of the Flying Six grinned. Damn it, that B****** D actually ran to Kiyoshiro's territory. I hope Kazuki is okay. Fukurokasho, Hode, hurry up and rescue my Kazuki. Kurozumi Orochi was infatuated with Kazuki and shouted anxiously. Lord Orochi, shouldn't we be thinking about Kiyoshiro's problem now? Said Hode, the chief of the inspection team. I've felt for a long time that there was something wrong with Kiyoshiro, and it turned out to be true, Fulu Sho said calmly. Then let me take the lead. I will accept this credit without hesitation. Just then, a figure fell from the sky and landed on Luosha Street with a boom. Who is it? Kurozumi Orochi shouted harshly. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Lu Yu slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Ah. After seeing Lu Yu's face clearly, Kurozumi yelled in fear. He is the guy who assassinated me. Everyone immediately drew their swords and surrounded the Kurozumi snake. Everyone of the Flying Six, I'll leave that guy to you, Fulu Sho said. Yeah, I thought he was some man with 3 heads and 6 arms. How hopeful. This kind of guy is really not interesting. The Flying Six started talking at once. Kurozumi Orochi can't even deal with such a little brat. What a useless trash. The grumpy elder sister Runti was extremely dissatisfied. Gaga, if that's the case, then I won't be polite. I'll take the credit. After saying that, the clothes on his body suddenly exploded, and the Zone Dog Fruit Madara hyena form was activated. Gaga. First the arm. Madara pointed at the hyena Luji and smiled cruelly, biting Lu Yu's arm without mercy. When Madara bit the hyena as if it was biting on an iron plate, and its 2 rows of fangs trembled uncontrollably. Oh my god, it's so hard. Madara pointed at the hyena, but instead of retreating, it bit Lu Yu's right arm and refused to let go. Lu Yu formed his 5 fingers into claws and gently grabbed the top of Madara's hyena's head. Pa! 5 blood holes. The pain was so severe that the hyena screamed miserably and struggled desperately. However, he was firmly grasped by Lu Yu, and everyone was shocked. Damn it, let me go quickly. Madara the hyena looked at Lu Yu's indifferent eyes, and was extremely frightened. Next second, Lu Yu put his right hand on the shoulder of Madara hyena. Lift your left hand up and pull your right hand down. With a swish sound, the Madara hyena was torn apart and its head and body were separated. The whole place was dead silent. Lu Yu looked at Kurozumi and his group again and said calmly, next. Looking at the tragic scene of the body and head being separated, Kurozumi the snake seemed to see himself and screamed in fear. This guy is not simple. Fu Lu Shou and Butai looked at each other with fear on their faces. Madara hyena is also one of the strongest among beasts pirates. But in an instant, his head and body were torn apart, and terror filled everyone's heart. The irritable elder sister Renti, with a serious expression, no longer showing any contempt, said in a deep voice, "It's just killing a piece of trash, don't get carried away." Ha ha ha, it seems like this guy is worth a chop from me. Sasaki slowly drew the long sword from his waist and strode out. Squeak, Lu Yu put his hands in his pockets, and lightning flashed on his body. Rumble. Sasaki took only a few steps before a golden lightning bolt fell from the sky, splitting him into a charred corpse. Next, Lu Yu's indifferent tone was like a Shinigami's call. However, after witnessing Sasaki's miserable condition, no one dared to move forward. You know, Sasaki is a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million, and his strength is one of the best among the 6. He was killed instantly by someone, and Lu Yu stood still without moving a step. At this point, even the grumpy older sister Renti began to panic. You, what on earth did you do? What do you think? Lu Yu smiled slightly. Could it be the thunder fruit? Black Maria cried out in horror. Impossible, hasn't the thunder fruit, the strongest in Logia, appeared for decades? Page 1 shouted in horror. No matter what kind of ability he has, let's attack him together. Kurozumi Orochi felt a sense of despair in his heart. Little girl over there, you always call others trash, are you a trash too? Fu Lu Shou used provocation to attack Renti. The grumpy elder sister Renti has always been stubborn and can't stand being provoked by others. She immediately walked out and transformed into a half-orc. Watch out, Runtu gun. Runti's body suddenly turned and launched an attack towards Lu Yu. This time, the terrifying golden lightning did not fall. Lu Yu also chose to meet it with an iron head, iron dragon slaying magic. When metal and iron collided, Runti's armed headbutt collided with Lu Yu's real iron head. Sister, Peggy Wan yelled anxiously, wanting to step forward. However, the shock wave from the iron head knocked him over. Little girl, you are not good enough. Lu Yu stepped on the ground with his right foot, and there was a loud bang, and Runti was suddenly knocked away. The swollen head was sunken, the forehead bone was cracked, and blood was gushing out. Lulu-chan. Black Maria quickly caught the unconscious Runti, but did not notice a circular flame appearing under her feet. A raging fire suddenly erupted and engulfed the two of them. 2 left. Lu Yu took the initiative to attack directly. Squeak. There was lightning flashing all over his body. He flashed in front of the dull-eyed Phosphor and attacked him with his fists like the wind. Phosphor's face changed drastically, and he instantly transformed into the form of an ancient saber-toothed tiger. When the saber-toothed tiger claws touched the dragon claws, a powerful shock wave burst out and the ground instantly collapsed. The strength is okay. Lu Yu nodded in approval. After all, I'm a pirate with a bounty of 700 million berries. If you underestimate me, you might suffer. Phosphor, who was struggling under the suppression of Lu Yu's strength and dragon might, raised a reluctant smile on his face. Haha, how shameless. Are you stronger than Kaido? Lu Yu said disdainfully. What, you? Before Phosphor could say a word, I felt the threat of death coming over me. Since you are so confident, how about trying my trick? Lu Yu raised his right hand high. A huge wind barrier, Phosphor, shrouded it. The secret of the Sky Dragon Slayer magic, shine through, pierce the sky. Crash. The terrifying tornado pushed Phosphor's body into the sky, and the sharp wind blades cut his body. Lu Yu turned around and walked straight towards the frightened Peggy Wan. I'll give you a chance. Choose a way to die that you like. Lu Yu looked down at Peggy Wan like a giant dragon. Under Long Wei's suppression, Peggy Wan's legs kept bending, and finally she fell to her knees, surrendering to Lu Yu. I don't want to die if I can, Peggy Wan said in horror. Oh, okay, I'll give you a chance to show off. Listening to the pleasant prompt tone, Lu Yu was in a good mood. Complete the mission. Reward. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic level +5, Dragon Power +10, Chapter 13 Marco's Surprise. Then, Lu Yu looked at Kurozumi Orochi and his subordinates. Kurozumi the snake witnessed the successive defeats of the Flying Six and was completely desperate. When he saw Lu Yu looking at him, he screamed in fear. He confirmed that Lu Yu was even more powerful than Kaido. Even if the 3 disasters come, it will be of no avail. No. Don't kill me, please, I can give you whatever you want, Kurozumi Orochi pleaded. Then give this country to me, Lu Yu said calmly. What? Kurozumi Orochi was stunned when he heard the request. I have decided to give this country to Xiaozi as a betrothal gift. I hope you can cooperate, Lu Yu said calmly. Lord Lu Yu. The graceful and elegant Princess Hiyori walked out accompanied by Denjiro. Kiyoshiro, Kazuki, what's going on? Kurozumi Orochi asked in shock and anger. Denjiro ignored Kurozumi Orochi and bowed 90 degrees to Lu Yu. I am truly very sorry, Mr. Lu Yu. What are you doing? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Mr. Lu Yu, I apologize to you for my previous rudeness. Chuanjiro's expression was extremely excited. There is no longer the initial vigilance, hostility and suspicion. The scenes that happened before were enough to prove that Lu Yu's strength was comparable to that of the four emperors. A strong person of this level doesn't need any lies. With 2 four emperors level warriors joining forces, the restoration of Wano Kuni is just around the corner. Think of this. Chuanjiro's attitude towards Lu Yu changed 180 degrees. Kiyoshiro, Kazuki, who on earth is this man? Kurozumi Orochi yelled in frustration. Haha, Orochi. Denjiro's fierce eyes were filled with hatred, and he no longer hid his identity. My real name is Denjiro. You should still remember it, right? Denjiro? You are Denjiro, one of the Red Scabbards? Then Murasaki is. My real name is Kazuki Hiyori, daughter of Kazuki Oden. The identities of Kiyoshiro and Kazuki are revealed, and Akashadi Jiro and Princess Hiyori return. Everyone was trembling and terrified. Especially Kurozumi the snake, he was so frightened that his body couldn't stop shaking. He is already in a desperate situation, but Jiro and Hiyori have revealed their identities, so they will definitely not let him go. Even if he handed over the country to Lu Yu now, it was too late. Denjiro, Princess Hiyori, if you want to take back Wano Kuni, use your own strength, don't rely on the power of people from the outside sea, Fuluju shouted. Ha 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 ha, Fulukasho, you're still saying such naive things now. Are you scared out of your mind? Denjiro laughed. When you killed Lord Oden, didn't you think this day would come? Denjiro, have you forgotten that Kaido is the real ruler of this country? Hote screamed. I know, but today, none of you can escape. Denjiro's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Don't even think about it. Everyone, come together and stop them. Under the command of Kurozumi Orochi, the warriors suppressed their fear and rushed forward. At the same time, he prepared to escape quietly. Kurozumi Orochi, do you think you can escape? A loud thunder came from the sky, and a wall of thunder and fire blocked Kurozumi Orochi and others. Thunder. Lu Yu slowly clenched his raised right hand. Boom, in an instant. On the Kurozumi side, 80% of the more than 1,000 samurai were reduced to ashes. You can handle the rest, right? Lu Yu looked at Chuanjiro. Yes. Denjiro rushed forward with a big knife in his hand and an indomitable momentum. I'll go help too. Peggy Wan looked at Lu Yu with a firm look. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. As long as you can forgive my sister's previous rudeness, I can do anything, Peggy Wan said firmly. After saying that, the transformed Ridgeback dragon rushed onto the battlefield. Denjiro and Page 1 worked together, and in an instant, only Kurozumi Orochi, Fukurouju and Hote were left on Kurozumi's side. There are only 3 of you left, but don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Denjiro was covered in blood and looked like a madman. Kurozumi, Orochi and the other 2 were so frightened that their faces turned pale. With Lu Yu standing behind them, they didn't even have the hope of escaping. Lord Lu Yu, what should we do next? Kazuki Hiyori asked. She had unconsciously regarded Lu Yu as her support. What's next? Before Lu Yu finished speaking, he saw a bright line of fire coming towards him at a high speed. Could it be Jin? Kurozumi Orochi was overjoyed. That's a blue flame. Fu Lu Shou's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. Not long. The blue fire line flew over Luosha Street, and it was the Phoenix Marco. Sir Lu Yu, you're making quite a big noise, Marco said helplessly. It's okay. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Are you? Marco? Kazuki Hiyori looked at the familiar figure, his face showing extreme surprise and excitement. You are. Marco looked at the excited girl doubtfully. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Could it be Xiao Hiyori? Yes, Uncle Marco, I'm Hiyori. Kazuki Hiyori nodded excitedly. I haven't seen you for more than 20 years. You have really grown up and become a great beauty. But why are you with Mr. Lu Yu? Marco said with a happy smile. Kazuki Hiyori simply informed Marco of the matter. I see, Marco exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu was just looking for fun and actually found Princess Rihei. Perhaps this was fate. If Lu Yu can protect this country, Wano Kuni will surely slowly return to its former state. However, it would be more appropriate for Dad to talk about this kind of thing. Let's get down to business first. With the arrival of Phoenix Marco, Kurozumi, Orochi and the other 2 were captured without any resistance. Marco handed a map to Lu Yu and said, Sir Lu Yu, this is the intelligence I have collected over the past few days. Please take a look. Jack the Drow guards Jiuli, Plague Queen guards Rabbit Dawn, and Fire King guards Ghost Island. Marco informed him of all the information he had gathered. After dealing with the 6 children, the next task was the 3 disasters. Lu Yu glanced at the map and pointed to the direction of the rabbit bowl. Leave the Plague Queen to me. Then leave Jack the Drow to me, said Marco. Lu Yu frowned slightly. If this guy kills Jack the Drow, how can he complete his mission? But if you think about it carefully, the difference in strength between Jack the Drow and Marco is not that big. As long as he fights quickly, he should be able to catch up. Lord Lu Yu, Marco, what about us? Kazuki Hiyori asked anxiously. At this time, Denjiro spoke in a deep voice. Hiyori-sama, we will take care of the domestic affairs. It is time to announce Kazuki's return to the nation. I have prepared the light painting of snails. Chapter 14. Phoenix battle speed is of the essence in war. Lu Yu, Marco, Denjiro, and Hiyori act separately. Tuden, a prisoner mining site. Plague Queen sat high on the top of the mining site, enjoying the sweet rice cake anko soup. At this moment, a pirate hurried over to report. Master Quinn, good news. The Aran Xiaozi is about to consecrate the painting communication. Plague Quinn was a die-hard fan of the courtesan Xiaozi. Upon hearing the news, he jumped for joy. Xiaozi, I haven't seen Xiaozi for a long time. Set up the light painting immediately. Even if it's from a distance, Laozi wants to see it. Yes. The pirates quickly set up a projection screen in the most conspicuous place. Kazuki's beautiful face appeared on the projection screen, and the eyes of the beast pirates all turned into heart shapes. Everyone at Wano-kuni, let me formally introduce myself first. Besides being the well-known Oran Kazuki, I am also the daughter of the samurai Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Hiyori. Kazuki Hiyori uses light painting to announce his true identity to the nation. The entire Wano-kuni was shaken. Hiyori continued her inspiring speech. Rabbit Bowl mining site. Plague Quinn was extremely shocked, his voice rising an octave. Xiaozi is actually Kazuki Oden's daughter. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kiyoshiro is actually the Denjiro. How could this happen? This can't be a joke. No, look, Kurozumi the snake has been caught by Kazuki. On the mining site, is Lady Hiyori really back? Is this really the princess in the red scabbards? We really have hope. The prisoners in the mining area were so excited that they burst into tears, and as more and more prisoners gathered, they rioted. Plague Quinn finally came to his senses and looked at the rioting prisoners, his face veins exposed, and he roared. Shut up, everyone. The ancient Brachiosaurus form ability is activated. Boom. A huge Brachiosaurus crashed onto the square, suppressing the entire place. The next second, a dazzling meteor fell from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Thunder Flame Dragon's Iron Strike, accompanied by rumbling thunder, a dazzling meteor of lightning and fire fell from the sky. Before the people on the ground had time to look up, the dazzling meteor of thunder and fire fell on the head of Plague Queen, who had transformed into a giant Brachiosaurus. You are. Quinn's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could finish his sentence, the power of thunder and fire swallowed him up. The huge body flew into the air, and the head suddenly fell to the ground. Rumble. The Brachiosaurus's head was deeply inserted into the ground, and the entire mining site was shaken. Everywhere I looked, there was chaos. Quinn, transformed into a Brachiosaurus, fell headfirst to the ground. The person who took action was naturally Lu Yu. When he arrived at the Rabbit Dawn mining site, he saw the giant Brachiosaur transformed Plague Queen at a glance. The target was so conspicuous that it would be unreasonable not to take action, so he immediately used a punch that fell from the sky. With just one blow, Quinn fell. Seeing Lu Yu taking care of Quinn with just one strike, everyone in the Bai group was horrified to the extreme. Lord Quinn is the number 3 of the Beast's pirates. The bounty on him exceeds 1.3 billion. He was knocked down by one punch. B********, D, who are you? Babanuki suppressed the fear in his heart. The elephant's trunk on the belly seemed to sneeze accidentally, and a pitch-black cannonball shot out. Lu Yu caught the bomb and squeezed it lightly, paw. The shells turned into fragments on the ground, and golden lightning flashed in his eyes. The next second, violent thunder fell from the sky. With just one strike, hundreds of pirates were reduced to ashes. Then, the temperature in the air suddenly rose by dozens of degrees, and the closed mining site was like a high-temperature furnace. The brilliant flames of the fire dragon. Lu Yu raised his hand and pushed lightly, and all the beast pirates evaporated. At this time, there were only a few fish that had escaped the net in the mining site. The prisoners hiding in the distance looked at each other in confusion. A thin old man mustered up the courage to step forward and said, Sir, are you Princess Hiyori's companion? Boss Bingoro, Hikasa Tsunagoro and others recognized the old man's identity and hurried forward together. Well, let's just say so. Upon hearing this, Bingulang's body trembled with excitement. Hananobe Guro said solemnly, Sir, what do we need to do? Please give us your instructions. Lu Yu thought for a moment. Let's go to the Flower City. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared like lightning. Next, we have to rush to Jiuli where Marco is. Wano-kuni, Jiuli, Bola Town. After Princess Hiyori's uprising speech, Kazuki's warriors rioted. In the past, with Jack the Drow in charge, this kind of riot could be easily suppressed. But now, Jack the Drow is overwhelmed by Marco. Marco, what exactly do you and your white group want to do? Jack the Drow asked coldly. Is that even a question? Please leave this country, Marco said calmly. This is our beast's pirates' territory, Jack the Drow shouted. No, this is Wano-kuni. It's Kazuki Oden's country, Marco refuted flatly. Jack the Drow said no more, and activated the ancient mammoth form of the zone elephant fruit, transforming into a large woolly mammoth. The four hooves stepped forward and the earth shook. Phoenix seal. Marco spread his wings, and the phoenix claws broke through the air and imprinted on Jack's back. Boom. Boom. Even though Jack transformed into a huge mammoth, he was kicked sideways to the ground, leaving a trajectory of dozens of meters. Marco Jack the Drow roared, broke into a gallop, and swung his nose toward Marco. Marco didn't dodge or evade, and with a whip kick, he collided with Jack's powerful elephant trunk. Bang, 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 Jack retreated dozens of meters. Marco was also knocked back. In terms of brute force, Marco does not have the upper hand. But Jack's attacks couldn't hurt Marco either. Marco, you'd better think it over carefully. If you go to war with our White Hand group, at least half of your people will die, Jack said coldly. But Kaido doesn't seem to be here, Marco said. So what, Mr. Kaido will come back sooner or later. Jack the Drow is still strong. That's not necessarily true. Marco smiled mysteriously. What do you mean? Jack's heart skipped a beat. It's okay to tell you that Kaido was defeated a week ago, Marco teased. This is impossible. Jack suddenly became excited. If not for this, why would I be here? It's also Kaido's bad luck to meet that man. Marco shook his head with a playful expression. That man, who? Before Jack could finish his words, a blinding meteor fell from the sky. Sir Lu Yu, is it resolved so quickly? Marco had a look of surprise on his face. After all, they set out at the same time. I had just started when Lu Yu had already finished. He is indeed a man who can rival the four emperors. Chapter 15 Yamato's request. Who are you? Jack asked sharply. The one who killed you. Lu Yu said calmly. At this moment, Jack the Drow instinctively felt fear. Sir Lu Yu, didn't we agree that Jack belongs to me? Marco shouted. I've been watching you fighting in the sky for quite a while. Let me finish this quickly, Lu Yu said. Damn it, lousy is Jack the Drow. Go to hell. Being regarded as a prey by Marco and Lu Yu, Jack was completely furious. The huge mammoth body suddenly ran forward, and its sharp tusks pierced towards Lu Yu. However, Jack suddenly felt his feet were in the air. Then his body turned upside down and fell heavily to the ground. Kaka, with a sharp pain, the tusk he was so proud of broke off at the root. Ah! Jack the Drow couldn't bear the pain of having his tusks pulled out by the roots and couldn't help but wail. Lu Yu picked up the bloody ivory, nodded with satisfaction, and then threw it to Marco. Please help me wash it, I want to collect it. Marco took it subconsciously and couldn't help sighing. Jack was such an unlucky guy. Not only did he get beaten, but his ivory was also stolen. That's Lousy's ivory. Jack turned back into human form, roaring incoherently, with blood gushing out of his mouth. I'll find a place to wash. Marco turned and left with the ivory. Damn it, who the hell are you? You be ******. Jack looked at Lu Yu angrily again. The next master of this country. You can die in peace, Lu Yu replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of steel fists rained down on Jack, beating him until his skin was torn and his internal organs were shattered. Ah! Jack screamed and once again transformed into his strongest defensive form, his true mammoth form. But Lu Yu's steel fist was unstoppable. Even if he turned into a mammoth, his bones were broken into pieces. Sir Lu Yu, I'm back. Marco came back carrying 2 ivory tusks as smooth as jade. Oh! Lu Yu nodded, reached out and touched it lightly, and Jack the Drow's huge body suddenly collapsed. He took the ivory and put it behind his back. It's getting late, let's go back to the Flower City, Lu Yu said. Dad and the others will probably be here tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'll wait for them here, said Marco. It's up to you. Lu Yu nodded and returned to the Flower City with the spoils. At the same time, Ghost Island. Yan Zai-jin watched the live broadcast of the light painting in the flower capital and was shocked when he learned the true identities of the courtesan Kazuki and Kiyoshiro. Moreover, the loss of contact with the Flying Six made him even more uneasy. Mr. Jin, the news from the Flower City is that all 6 were defeated by one person, someone reported anxiously. Who is it? Yan Zai-jin's eyes were blazing with fire. It's still unknown at the moment, but the opponent's strength is extremely terrifying. He killed Lord Sasaki and Lord Fuzifu with just one move. The soldier reported tremblingly. What did you say? Yan Zai-jin's pupils suddenly shrank. He was well aware of Sasaki and Fuzifu's strengths. If he was really killed by someone in one move, it means that the person's strength is definitely at the level of 4 emperors. Thinking of this, all the doubts in Yan Zai-jin's heart were answered. Whitebeard's open attack on Wano Kuni was not a bluff, but a show of confidence. Lord Jin, another soldier came crawling over. What's wrong again? Yan Zai-jin shouted. Something terrible has happened. Lord Plague Queen has been defeated. Before Yan Zai-jin could react, shocking bad news came again. Mr. Jin, Master Jack has also been defeated. Yan Zai-jin felt that his brain could no longer digest the information. Jin, take off my handcuffs, I'll go see who this person is. A tall figure wearing a mask like an evil ghost spoke hoarsely. Yan Zai-jin took a deep breath and made a decision. Now is a matter of life and death. I can help you solve it. I just hope that Master Yamato won't play any tricks. Wano-kuni. Princess Kazuki's speech marked the beginning of the Wano-kuni uprising. Samurai loyal to Kazuki gathered around Kiyoshiro's family and swore allegiance to the princess. Little Hiyori, Denjiro, a little old man with a blue afro, appeared in front of Princess Hiyori. Dad. The little girl behind Kazuki Hiyori cheered and threw herself into the old man's arms. Uncle Yasui, Yasui adult, Kazuki Hiyori and Denjiro greeted in unison. This little old man is none other than the former Wano-kuni Hakuma daimyo Shimotsuki Yasui. Kohyua, Denjiro, what made you decide to revolt today? What are the chances of success? Shimotsuki Yasui asked solemnly. Uncle Yasui, this time we have an absolute chance of winning and we will definitely be able to recover Wano-kuni, Kazuki Hiyori said firmly. He immediately told Shimotsuki Yasui about Liu Yu. Shimotsuki Yasui was completely shocked and then filled with endless joy. Lord Yasui, we need your strength for the country, said Denjiro. I know. Shimotsuki Yasui nodded seriously. The second round of light painting live broadcast begins. The former Hakuma daimyo Shimotsuki Yasui showed up, and the samurai who were still hesitating finally made up their minds and joined the uprising camp. In the evening, the rebel army from Usagi arrives at the Kiyoshiro family's headquarters. Princess Hiyori, the kappa in the bamboo hat, shouted excitedly when he saw the princess. Are you Kawamatsu? The surprise of reunion made Kazuki Hiyori so excited that tears filled her eyes. The person who came was none other than Kappa Kawamatsu, one of the red scabbards who protected Princess Hiyori. Kawamatsu and Boss Higuro, ha ha ha, good, he song, you're still alive too. Denjiro recognized the two people who had arrived and was also very excited. Denjiro, you have changed a lot, even I almost didn't recognize you, Kawamatsu laughed. Has Rabbit Dawn been liberated by Lord Liu Yu? Denjiro asked. Yes, all 4,000 of Usagi's compatriots have arrived and are ready to join the battle at any time. Hanano Higuro nodded heavily. Okay. Denjiro nodded repeatedly. Denjiro, the Lord Liu Yu you were talking about is the terrifying man who saved us. Kawamatsu is still shocked in his heart. Hisong, let me introduce you to Lord Liu Yu. Kazuki Hiyori stepped forward happily. Before Kazuki Hiyori could speak, a voice came from outside the door. Miss Aran, how are you going to introduce me? Liu Yu walked in carrying a pair of ivory on his back. Lord Liu Yu. Kazuki Hiyori's beautiful eyes lit up and she hurried forward. Kawamatsu, Hanano Higuro, Shimotsuki Yasui and others also saluted Liu Yu solemnly. No need for all this formality, everyone, get up. Liu Yu waved his hand. Master Liu Yu, this ivory of yours. Denjiro's pupils shrank slightly, and he could tell that this was Jack the Drow's ivory. Please keep it for me and hang it in a conspicuous place later. Liu Yu nodded, took off the ivory and threw it to Chuanjiro. Yes, sir. Denjiro responded solemnly. That's all, I'll take a break first. After saying that, Liu Yu went straight upstairs. When Liu Yu disappeared from view, Denjiro, Kawamatsu and the others withdrew their awe-filled gazes. The other side. Kazuki Hiyori looked upstairs, a determined look on her beautiful face, and walked upstairs. Chapter 16. Heart Magic. Lord Liu Yu. Kazuki Hiyori's voice called out from outside the door. Come in. Liu Yu responded calmly. Kazuki Hiyori walked cautiously to the window and sat opposite Liu Yu. The fair hands tightly grasped the corners of the clothes, and the palms were full of sweat from nervousness. She is Wanakuna's top courtesan and knows a lot about the theory behind it. But that was only in theory. In the past, Kiyoshiro protected her very well. But this time, as a princess, she wanted to do her part for her country. Liu Yu looked at the beauty in front of him in the moonlight, and his heart was beating fast. Miss Rihei, what are you doing? Kazuki Hiyori took advantage of the situation and snuggled into Liu Yu's arms. Lord Liu Yu, you said before that you would use the country as my betrothal gift, but is that true? Of course. Liu Yu nodded calmly. Then Hiyori is Lord Liu Yu's man. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Liu Yu with firm eyes. Okay. Liu Yu smiled slightly and put his arm around Raiha's waist. If you remain indifferent to such a gesture from a beautiful woman, you are not worthy of being a man. Bite. Win Kazuki Hiyori's heart. Reward Heart Talk Magic, Dragon Power +10. The next day. Liu Yu opened his eyes and looked at Princess Hiyori who was sleeping soundly beside him. With a thought, the system panel appeared out of thin air. Host. Liu Yu, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100, Mastery. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level 95 Mastery, Dragon Power Level 50. Assisted Skill. Heart Magic. Liu Yu cares a lot about this auxiliary skill, the magic of mind talk. It is indeed a kind of auxiliary magic in the fairy tale world, but I can't remember it at the moment. Note. This mind-talking magic allows you to read your opponent's mind during battle, and can also communicate with people thousands of miles away through your mind. The system displays relevant information about the hard talk magic. An enhanced version of mind reading. Liu Yu thought thoughtfully. Knowing your opponent's thoughts in advance during battle is similar to observation hockey in Pirates, but has a wider range of uses. If you leave Wano-kuni, you can also be the first to know what happens here. There's no time to lose, let's give it a try. Lu Yu smiled slightly and looked at Kazuki Hiyori, who was like a kitten in his arms. Rihei. Lu Yu used telepathic magic and called out in his heart. Lord Lu Yu, are you calling me? Hiyori asked dazedly with her beautiful eyes opened. How are you? Can you bear it? Lu Yu asked with concern. Well, no problem at all. Kazuki Hiyori said stubbornly, not knowing that his true thoughts had been read by Lu Yu. After all, it was a blank sheet of paper before yesterday, how could it be really fine? Don't try to be brave in front of me. Lu Yu raised his right hand, and soft sky magic spread in Raiha's lower abdomen. Rihei noticed the changes in her body and cried out in surprise. Master Lu Yu, what's going on, my body? This is the power of magic. Lu Yu replied with a smile, okay, time to get up. 10 minutes later, Lu Yu and Rihei went downstairs side by side. Lord Lu Yu, Princess Hiyori, Denjiro, Kawamatsu and others were just about to report the situation to the two. One of his men ran in panicking. Boss, a monster wearing a mask and calling himself Lord Odin is breaking in. An uninvited guest arrived on Luosha Street in the Flower City. B********D. Who are you? The warriors stationed on Rakshasa Street shouted angrily, drew their samurai swords and slashed at the invaders. The invader swung his mace with such force that it was impenetrable, creating a powerful shock wave that blew away all the warriors who were approaching. She controlled her strength so precisely that she only blew the warriors away without hurting them. I don't want to fight. I've already stated my identity many times. My name is Kazuki Odin. Shut up. How dare you impersonate Lord Odin? That's unforgivable. The warriors wanted to tear this inexplicable impostor into pieces. Tat. With a burst of hurried footsteps, Lu Yu and his party finally arrived. Hananobe Guro asked anxiously, what happened? Boss Higuro, that B******D keeps calling himself Lord Odin. He can never be forgiven. A samurai roared angrily. Hearing this, Kawamatsu, Hiyori and the others all looked over. Kappa Hesong's eyes were filled with anger, and his right hand fell on his beloved sword Wai Wushuong at his waist. This is your last chance, who are you? I'm Kazuki Odin, the other party answered without hesitation. You're still stubborn. A sharp gleam flashed in Hisong's eyes, and his beloved sword was unsheathed in an instant, bringing with it a sharp cold light. Kappa Flow. Destroy Nanmu River. Kawamatsu's body suddenly spun like a tornado and rushed towards Kazuki Odin. Facing this move, Kazuki Odin tightened the mace in his hand. Thunder. 8 trigrams. Boom, Mie Nanwuchuan collides with the thundering 8 trigrams, stirring up a powerful impact storm. Lu Yu stood in front of Rihei to block the impact for her. Thank you, Lord Lu Yu, Rihei whispered. What's there to thank each other for? Lu Yu said as a matter of course. Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help but look happy when he heard this. Between the fields, after Kawamatsu and Kazuki Odin exchanged a move, Hisong retreated 7 steps, while the opponent only retreated 3 steps. Hisong has already lost this contest of strength. This guy was able to defeat Kawamatsu head-on. He's very strong, Hananobe Guro said solemnly. This weapon, this move, this outfit, and he calls himself Lord Odin, could it be? Denjiro's eyes were filled with hatred. He had already guessed the identity of the visitor. Of course, as a time traveler, Lu Yu knew this person's identity very clearly, Kaido's daughter, Yamato. This avid fan of Kazuki Odin is a top choice in both strength and appearance. Let's stop here. Lu Yu intended to end this meaningless battle. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu and his group brought Yamato to a quiet room. Yamato, who called herself Kazuki Odin, sat upright on the tatami. Lu Yu and Kazuki Ri sat opposite her, and Kawamatsu and Denjiro sat on her left and right respectively. After a while, Yamato spoke first. Are you the one who defeated the Flying Six? Now it's time for us to ask questions. Lu Yu knocked on the table and reminded. Okay, go ahead and ask, Yamato said frankly. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my father? Kazuki said with anger on his face. This is natural, as her father, Kazuki Odin, had already. Now someone comes out to impersonate her, how can she tolerate it? Believe me, I really am the light, Yamato said sincerely. Before she could finish her words, Hiyori, Kawamatsu and Denjiro were staring at her. Well, my name is Yamato. Yamato calmly took off the mask on her face, revealing a face that rivaled Kazuki Hiyori's, the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts. Chapter 17 Ant and Kaido. Kazuki Hiyori, Kawamatsu, and Denjiro all showed a look of surprise on their faces. They could never have imagined that someone with such powerful strength would be such a young and beautiful woman, and Kaido's daughter. Next second. Clang clang. Kawamatsu and Denjiro both drew their long swords at the same time. I've heard about Kaido's son a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to be a woman. Denjiro's eyes were stern. Although I am Kaido's daughter, the person I truly admire is Kazuki Odin. Yamato's expression was calm. You are Kaido's daughter, so you are our enemy. Kawamatsu and Denjiro were murderous. The atmosphere in the quiet room suddenly became tense. Please sit down. Lu Yu calmly pressed his hand. Denjiro and Kawamatsu looked puzzled. Kawamatsu, Denjiro, please sit down first. She didn't hide her identity, which is her greatest sincerity. We should also be more tolerant, Kazuki Hiyori said. Thank you. Yamato thanked Lu Yu and Hiyori. You have to give me an explanation why you pretended to be my father, Kazuki Hiyori said seriously. Upon hearing this, Yamato took out a logbook from his arms and said, I have always admired Mr. Odin. 18 years ago, I rushed to Odin Castle to save you and your brother. But I was a step too late. I only found this logbook in the fire. This is my belief, Yamato said sadly. Stop talking nonsense, Hisong shouted angrily. Wait, Kowamatsu, she shouldn't be lying. Hiyori nodded, she trusted her intuition. Thank you. Yamato thanked again. So, why did you come here today? Lu Yu asked the most important question. For 18 years, I have repeatedly persuaded my father to leave this country. Yamato immediately expressed his ideal of inheriting Odin's last wish and founding the Wano Kuni nation. No matter what, you are Kaido's daughter. We can't believe what you said. Denjiro and Kawamatsu refused to believe it. Over the years, I have been imprisoned on Onigashima by my father. He even put explosive shackles on my hands. This time, it was thanks to Mr. Lu Yu that I was able to regain my freedom. Yamato said with a wry smile. Kaido is so cruel to me. Is this really something a father can do? Hiyori widened her eyes in disbelief and subconsciously looked at Lu Yu beside her. Lord Lu Yu, what should we do? Lu Yu smiled slightly. What does it matter? Isn't it interesting that Kaido's daughter joins us? Let's just believe her for now. Thank you very much, Mr. Lu Yu. Yamato was extremely grateful for Lu Yu's trust. Don't be too happy too soon. Since you have chosen to join us, you naturally have to do something, Lu Yu said. Of course, please give me your orders, Yamato responded confidently. The third light painting live broadcast begins. This time, Yamato gave a speech as Kaido's daughter, persuading Kaido's side to give up resistance. At this point, the overall situation of Wano Kuni was initially determined. Whitebeard's whaleboat also appeared offshore Wano Kuni. It's finally here. Let's go back a little bit to 3 days ago. New World, Wanguo, Todo Land. The giant dragon descending from the sky shocked the entire nation, and Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, also rushed to the scene. 1 day later, Kaido of the Beasts woke up from his deep sleep and looked at the huge face in front of him. He couldn't help but scream. Linlin, why are you here? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? How did you end up in my territory? And you're in such a miserable state, even losing an arm. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Arm. Kaido looked at his missing left arm and screamed. Memories came flooding back, and he roared through gritted teeth, it's that monster boy. Monster boy? Who is it? Wasn't your arm cut off by Whitebeard? Charlotte Linlin asked. Of course not. Kaido denied flatly. Charlotte Linlin was stunned. In her opinion, only Whitebeard could beat Kaido into this state. Hey, Kaido, what's going on? Tell me in detail, Charlotte Linlin demanded. Kaido had to bow his head under the eaves, so he had to tell the whole story of his experience. Well, what a shame, Kaido. You were beaten like this by a country bumpkin. Now, Whitebeard's actions are understandable. Charlotte Linlin nodded in understanding. Whitebeard? What's his move? Kaido felt uneasy. The Whitebeard pirates are already heading towards Wano Kuni. Charlotte Linlin grinned. What? How dare you, Linlin, let me go. Kaido couldn't help but get furious when he heard that. Don't be anxious. Whitebeard chose this time to attack Wano Kuni because he must be aware of your current condition. He might even form an alliance with that monster boy. Can you deal with 2 monsters at the same time? Charlotte Linlin teased. Kaido was silent. If they really met, he would probably be beaten to pieces in an instant. But if it's 2 against 2, Kaido of the Beasts looked at Linlin in front of him and said solemnly, Linlin, give me a hand. You're so bold, Kaido. Do you want to owe me another favor? Charlotte Linlin laughed. Anything is fine, just lend me your power, and I can do whatever you want afterwards. Kaido gave it his all. Is anything really possible? Charlotte Linlin asked as if to confirm. Yes. Kaido nodded affirmatively. What about having a baby with me? Charlotte Linlin smiled evilly. Kaido. 36 years ago, Charlotte Linlin wanted to have a descendant with Kaido's bloodline. Kaido was so scared that he ran away, but this time. Okay. Time goes back to the present. Wano Kuni, near sea. A huge whale ship came riding on the wind and waves. Dad, we can see Wano Kuni now, said Diamond Joes. Kulala, guys, be careful not to get thrown off, Whitebeard laughed heroically. With the experience of landing on the island last time, the captain skillfully put the rope around the carp and jumped up with the help of the carp's strength. Marco, who had been waiting here for a long time by Dad, landed on the deck. Marco, what is the current situation in Wano Kuni? Whitebeard asked. Dad, if you had arrived a few days later, we might not have had a chance to survive. Marco smiled bitterly. Hey, what does that mean? Vista was puzzled. Kaido hasn't come back yet, and Lu Yu has almost taken back Wano Kuni by himself. Now they're on their way to Onigashima. Marco explained simply. This. The captains of the White Group looked at each other in confusion. Even Whitebeard was silent. Were they here for tourism? Dad, the main force of the Beast Corps is stationed on Ghost Island. If we rush over there now, we should be able to help, Marco said. What are you waiting for? Let's go now. Whitebeard waved his hand and gave the order immediately. Chapter 18. Flame disaster defeat Wano-kuni, Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beast's pirates. Report, Lord Jin, the warrior's ship is approaching us now. Follow the deployment plan, open fire and sink them, Yanzai Jin ordered coldly. But, Master Yamato is also on the boat, a man said anxiously. There's no need to show mercy to traitors, Yanzai Jin was full of murderous intent. Yes, Lord Jin. Everyone responded tremblingly. On the coast of Onigashima, artillery fire was dense and overwhelming, attacking Liu Yu and his group's ships. Just when the warriors were at their wits' end, Liu Yu took action. A golden electric net appeared out of thin air, and a golden lightning flashed. Boom 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 boom. Before the rain of artillery fire could fall, it was detonated by the electric grid, creating a rain of fireworks. Then, Liu Yu clenched his right fist. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky, and a huge golden thunder swept across the coast of Onigashima, causing a terrifying explosion. In just a moment, the defense facilities of the Beast Group were completely destroyed. Oh! The warriors shouted excitedly as they witnessed this spectacular scene. Lord Liu Yu, you are so awesome! Kazuki Hiyori's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. 3 minutes later, Liu Yu and his party landed one after another. At the same time, Yanzai Jin led an army of 20,000 to confront them head-on. Everyone from the Beast Pirates, Yamato stepped forward and stood between the two sides. Master Yamato, what are you doing? Young Master should be on our side, right? Yamato showed up, and the pirates of the Beast Group couldn't help but get a little agitated. Yamato, what are you doing? Do you know who you are? Yanzai Jin shouted angrily. I know, I'm doing what I believe is right. Yamato faced the Beast Corps army and said, Gentlemen, please listen to me. My father has been defeated by Lord Liu Yu. This battle is meaningless. Everyone, lay down your weapons. This country needs peace. Under Yamato's persuasion, many pirates began to think about quitting. After all, Kaido is still out of contact. Shut up. Seeing the army's morale weaken, Yanzai Jin suddenly shouted, Yamato, that traitor. Everything she said is a lie. Prepare for battle. The main war faction of the Beast Group launched an immediate attack, leading their men to kill the warriors. Let's fight. Just what I wanted. Denjiro, Kawamatsu and others were full of fighting spirit and led thousands of samurai to meet the enemy. 20 years of hatred need war to vent. Liu Yu said calmly. Yamato, protect Rihei. Yes, I will definitely protect Lil Hiyori, Yamato promised solemnly. Liu Yu nodded and looked at Yanzai Jin's body not far away. Yanzai Jin's gaze also locked onto Liu Yu. Are you the one who boasted that you defeated Mr. Kaido? That's the truth. Liu Yu spread his hands and said helplessly. How could a kid like you possibly defeat Mr. Kaido? Yanzai Jin roared, drew the long sword from his waist, spread his wings, and pounced towards Liu Yu with raging flames. This flame looks delicious. Liu Yu took a deep breath, and all the racial innate flames around Yanzai Jin were instantly sucked into his mouth. Damn it, what did you do? Yanzai Jin screamed in shock and anger. A large amount of his race's innate flame was lost, and he felt weak in his body. He looked at Liu Yu in horror. Don't worry, I'll give it back to you now, Liu Yu grinned. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Boom. The last of the 3 disasters has come to an end. Complete the mission. Reward. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic level +5, Dragon Power +10. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic level 100. Activate White Dragon Slayer Magic. Activated the new Dragon Slaying Magic, White Dragon Slaying Magic. You can eat anything white to replenish your energy, including light. Speaking of light, Liu Yu's first reaction is Marine's Wretched Admiral, Kizaru Borsellino. However, Kizaru's light seems to be golden. I wonder if it can be eaten. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being watched from the depths of the sky. In an instant, golden lightning surrounded Liu Yu, and the Thunder Dragon Slaying Magic was at full power. Thunder Dragon Fang Tian-Ji. A Fang Tian-Hua-Ji transformed from lightning shot out into the sky. Boom. The dense dark clouds above Onigashima were pierced by golden lightning, leaving a huge hole. A beam of light shone onto the earth from the cave entrance. Is it an illusion? Liu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, thousands of meters above the sky, countless golden photons condensed into a human form, and Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru suddenly appeared. Young people these days are so scary. Liu Yu calmly withdrew his hand and watched the fierce battlefield. However, in just 10 minutes, thousands of people from the 100 Beasts side had fallen, and the balance of victory had already tilted towards Liu Yu's side. With Yanzai Jin's defeat at the hands of Liu Yu, most of the pirates chose to surrender. Pung 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 pung. At this moment, continuous artillery fire was heard again from Onigashima. Lord Liu Yu, that is. Looking at the blue line of fire under the dim sky, Hiyori's face showed excitement when she saw the blue line of fire. It seems he is coming. Liu Yu nodded. Suddenly, the space shook violently, a cracking sound was heard, and the sky of Onigashima was covered with dense cracks. In an instant, the sky collapsed, the sea split, the water flowed backward. The ability that caused this scene was naturally enough to aspire to be the strongest man, Whitebeard. Kulalalala, guys, let the war begin. Whitebeard's loud laughter exploded. Ah. Run, Whitebeard, Whitebeard Lila. You can't win, not even Kaido can win. With the arrival of the white pirates, the pirates of the beast pirates completely lost their fighting spirit. 5 minutes later, the two gangs joined forces. Kulalalala, what an amazing man, Lu Yu, Whitebeard laughed out loud. Dad. A girl called out softly, and Whitebeard's expression froze. You are. Little Hiyori. Looking at the beautiful girl trotting in front of him, Whitebeard immediately recognized Hiyori's identity. Dad, long time no see, Hiyori said with an excited smile. Kulalalala, the little one has grown up. Whitebeard laughed, feeling very close to him at this moment. Hinori-chan, do you remember us? And me, I'm Joe's. The captains of the white team all laughed happily. Hiyori politely responded to each one. Hiyori-sama. Izo stepped forward excitedly and performed the ceremony of a retainer. Izo, seeing this, Kazuki Hiyori hurried forward to support him. Izang, you're here too, his former companions scolded with laughter. Everyone, Izang couldn't help but burst into tears. Marco walked up to Lu Yu and said resentfully, Sir Lu Yu, we were of no help at all in this operation. Thanks to your arrival, this war ended so quickly, Lu Yu said with a smile. No, this kind of thing. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lu Yu and Whitebeard looking up at the sky. All the captains knew that something had happened and their faces became solemn. Kula-lala, it looks like we've caught up with the most important thing, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Kaido, Lin, show yourself. Chapter 19 4 Emperor's Combined Skill Sea Domination. A moment later, an uproar suddenly broke out on Onigashima. Captain Kaido is back, and Auntie, we are saved. The beast pirates, who had already despaired, shouted excitedly. On the contrary, under that powerful pressure, the Wano-kuni warriors couldn't help but tremble slightly. That was the fear etched into one's bones after 20 years of slavery. The central area of Onigashima, Marco, Vista and other captains looked solemn. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, they actually teamed up. Chao Zi's face was filled with excitement. 2 against 2, we have Dad and Lu Yu on our side, the advantage is on our side. Kulalalala, I didn't expect you two to be together, Whitebeard laughed as he looked at Kaido and Big Mom. Well, old man Whitebeard, I really can't refuse the offer made by Kaido, Charlotte Linlin laughed. This is not a wise decision, Linlin. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Oh, stop talking nonsense. Linlin and I are the strongest combination, Kaido laughed confidently. The strongest? Kaido, have you forgotten the pain we suffered last time? Lu Yu also stood up. Damn country bumpkin. Kaido's face suddenly darkened when he saw Lu Yu. Well, stop talking nonsense and say hello to old friends first, Charlotte Linlin smiled grimly. That's exactly what I want, Kaido's dragon face turned ferocious. The dragon's mouth opened wide, and a ball of blazing light emerged, hot breath. At the same time, Lu Yu suddenly took a step forward and opened his mouth, the roar of a thunder dragon. Just like last time, the hot breath was once again pierced by the roar of the thunder dragon, forcing Kaido and Big Mom to the ground. Well, Kaido, you were defeated by this kid? Just look at me, Charlotte Linlin laughed confidently, pointing her hands to the sky. Zeus. Prometheus. Yes, Mom, under the command of Auntie. Thundercloud Zeus and the little sun Prometheus spun and rose into the sky. Suddenly, Uzumaki thunderclouds appeared and lightning flashed. The sky also turned into a sea of fire. Thunder and fire, the two most terrifying forces of nature, are all under Big Mom's control. Everyone, be careful. The expressions on the faces of the white group's captains were extremely nervous. Kula-lala, still as crazy as ever, Linlin. Whitebeard laughed heartily, and ripples began to appear on his right fist. However, just as Whitebeard was about to attack, Lu Yu flashed in front of him and said, Whitebeard, let me take this attack. Possessing the Fire Dragon Slayer magic and the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, thunder and fire are both very nourishing. Whitebeard looked at Lu Yu deeply, the shockwaves subsided, and he smiled and said, Kula-lala, then I'll wait and see. Take it, heavenly thunder and earthly fire. The ant clenched her fists, thunder and fire boiled, and countless terrifying electric snakes and flames poured down with the power to destroy the world. Come on. Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Opening his mouth, he swallowed up thunder and fire. The people on Ghost Island opened their eyes wide and looked at the shocking scene that they would never forget. It was a shocking scene of a man swallowing thunder and fire. The thunder and fire caused by the ant all turned into nutrients for Lu Yu. Kulala, this is really eye-opening, Whitebeard came back to his senses and laughed. It's really amazing. The captains of the white group were all in disbelief. At this moment, Auntie and Kaido were completely dumbfounded. The power of Zeus and Prometheus has been greatly weakened. Hey, my fire and thunder have been eaten? The ant could no longer laugh. I told you a long time ago, that kid is a monster, Kaido said bitterly. Kaido, come on, it's time for us to put an end to this. Lu Yu's eyes were fixed on Kaido, with lightning flashing in his eyes. Even a domineering Kaido shuddered suddenly. The full-level Fire Dragon Slayer magic and Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, plus the thunder and fire just swallowed. At this moment, Lu Yu's power was surging and needed to be released urgently. Kaido, if you don't want to come over, then I'll go over there. Lu Yu smiled wildly and stepped forward. A-hole. Kaido transformed from dragon form back to human form. Lin, let's focus on killing one of them first. Well, that's good. Since that kid is here, let's kill him first. Napoleon. The ant shouted. Here it is, Mom. Big Mom's captain's hat turned into a big knife. Kaido also pulled out a new mace. Dad, something's happening. Marco's expression changed. Seeing this, Whitebeard was about to step forward to help with Kusunori's sword in hand. However, Lu Yu suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the two of them like a meteor. What an idiot, you insist on coming here to die. Oh, well, I won't be polite then, Big Mom and Kaido shouted in unison. Big Mom's mighty power and Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams merged and sublimated into a blow that dominated the world. 4 Emperors combined attack skill, Sea Domination. Instantly, the heavens and the earth trembled, space shattered, and an unparalleled shockwave erupted. Faced with such a powerful combined attack, Lu Yu did not dodge or evade, but rushed forward with lightning and fire all around him. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode, Dragon Slayer Secret Technique, Shiranui Type, Crimson Lotus Phoenix Sword. Cry. It was like the cry of a phoenix rising from the flames, no less powerful than the cry of Sea Tyrant. The Thunderfire Phoenix bloomed with a light even brighter than the sun. The two ultimate moves collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave of unparalleled power that shook the entire island. After a moment of stalemate, the center of the collision was like a shattered galaxy with dazzling light. The power of the two ultimate moves dissipated into nothingness. Lu Yu single-handedly blocked the combined attack of two top-tier warriors. How is this possible? The old lady's cry almost broke. Kulala, the young are indeed to be feared, Whitebeard laughed out loud. Even he didn't have the confidence to withstand the combined attack of Kaido and Big Mom. However, Lu Yu did it. Lu Yu. Young people these days are really scary. Kizaru sat high up in the clouds, whispering obscenely. Ha 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 ha, the new world is the strongest. This trip was definitely worth it. This big news is enough to shock the world. A large bird spoke in human language and laughed heartily. Kaido came to his senses from the shock. No, impossible. Kaido, you clearly said that this guy is as good as you, but this is different from what you said. The ant glared at Kaido. This is impossible. There must be something wrong. Oh, and it's all your fault. Kaido also glared at the ant. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to fight? The ant was completely furious. That kid devoured your thunder and fire, and his strength increased dramatically in a short period of time, but this state will definitely not last long. If it happens again, he definitely won't be able to handle it, Kaido said with certainty. Chapter 20 The Battle of the Two Emperors. This is indeed the case. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yu's strength is only slightly stronger than Kaido. Moreover, after using the Red Lotus Phoenix Sword, the power of thunder and fire he absorbed has been almost released. If the previous joint attack happened again, he would definitely not be able to withstand it unscathed. However, Lu Yu would not give Kaido and the other man the chance to perform a combined attack. Lin, get ready for another. Before Kaido could finish his words, Lu Yu had already flashed in front of him. You guessed right, but you don't have a chance to attack together. A punch hit Kaido in the face, and both of their bodies rushed straight into the mountain. A-hole, are you ignoring me? The old lady was furious and swung her sword towards Lu Yu. But the strong man instinctively stretched out a sense of danger and quickly turned around. Clang! The earth exploded after the fierce clash between Napoleon and Kurogiri. Kulala, Lin, it's been decades since we last met. How strong are you now? Whitebeard laughed heartily. A white shockwave appeared on Kusakumo Kirito's body. The shock fruit ability was activated. Lu Yu versus Kaido. Whitebeard versus Big Mom. The battle between the two emperors officially began. Marco said solemnly. I'm afraid this island can't hold out. Everyone, retreat to the ship. The fierce battle has lasted for more than half an hour. The stalemate gradually broke. Kaido's proud dragon form was completely suppressed by the dragon-slaying magic. In his half-orc form, he is unable to exert his full strength due to the loss of an arm. He was beaten back repeatedly by Lu Yu, the other side. The battle between Big Mom and Whitebeard is not optimistic either. Big Mom faced Whitebeard's unparalleled shock power and high-level armament color. The steel balloon's body continued to create ripples, making Big Mom furious. Lin, let's switch opponents. This kid's abilities seem to be able to restrain me. The ant agreed to Kaido's proposal without hesitation. Because she also has difficulty dealing with Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Opponent exchange. When facing Whitebeard, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon without hesitation, soaring into the sky, and used various powerful moves in succession in an attempt to suppress Whitebeard. Kulalalala, Kaido boy, have you forgotten Laozi's strength? Whitebeard laughed and attacked fiercely. The other side. The battlefield between Lu Yu and the ant. Your fist doesn't hurt at all. The ant couldn't help but laugh triumphantly when she saw that Lu Yu's Iron Dragon steel fist couldn't break through her steel balloon body. Really? Lu Yu smiled slightly. Thunder Dragon mode. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. A beam of thunder and flame shot out from Lu Yu's mouth. In a hurry. The ant had no choice but to block with her sword. The powerful impact made her fly back hundreds of meters, and the sword blade turned red. Mom, I'm melting, Napoleon the Great Sword screamed in horror. I'll fix you later, now just be patient, Waiguo. The ant started to fight back. The fierce battle was deadlocked for another full hour. In the chaotic battle between four extremely powerful forces, there is no safe place in Wano Kuni. A battle between two pairs of four emperors could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split, destroying families and nations. Marco, what's the situation? Joe shouted anxiously. It's okay. Dad and Mr. Liu Yu have the upper hand, but Marco looked worried. He was very worried about Whitebeard's physical condition. On the battlefield, Kaido knew that if he continued to fight, he would not be able to escape unscathed, so he couldn't help but think of retreating. Lin, let's retreat for now. You're so useless, Kaido. Let's go. The old lady was harsh in her words, but she walked faster than anyone else and immediately soared into the sky on the thundercloud Zeus. Kulalalala, Kaido boy, are you going to run away now? Whitebeard laughed provocatively. Stop talking nonsense, Whitebeard, and continue next time, Kaido shouted. Well, kid, I'm going to let you go this time. The auntie still had to be stubborn before leaving. Did I allow you to leave? Liu Yu grinned. He shot out like lightning and once again wrapped around Kaido in dragon form. The remaining power of thunder and fire in his body burst out, removing the dragon claw on Kaido's right leg. Kaido fell from the sky, enduring the severe pain, and swung down the mace in his hand. You forced me to do this. The worst that can happen is we'll die together. The third world. Inducing Naraku. The mace wrapped with Conqueror's haki crashed down. Kaido launched a powerful attack, completely detonating Onigashima's arsenal. Even Liu Yu could not take the terrifying series of explosions lightly. Moreover, if the island sank completely, Whitebeard, a landlubber, would be finished. With a flash of lightning, Liu Yu came to Whitebeard, raised his hand and created a gust of wind, carrying Whitebeard into the sky. Kulala. Thank you so much. Whitebeard was not pretentious about Liu Yu's help. You're welcome, we are allies. It's just that Kaido escaped again, Liu Yu said with some regret. Kulalala, it's amazing that you were able to break his leg again, Whitebeard exclaimed in admiration. Dad, Mr. Liu Yu. Marco transformed into a phoenix and swooped over. Seeing Whitebeard and Liu Yu intact, he finally felt relieved. It's not very safe here. Let's go back first. Liu Yu nodded, and the three of them returned to the Flower City together. At the same time, Onigashima completely exploded at this moment and ceased to exist from then on. Somewhere in the sky, the birdman Morgause was breathing heavily, with excitement of surviving the disaster. 4 emperors became 5 emperors, the downfall of the beast's pirates. The battle of the 2 emperors, too much big news, ha 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 ha. Morgan suppressed his excitement and reached into his pocket, ready to pull out the camera Mushi that recorded the battle between the 2 emperors, but then he froze. Where's the camera? He searched himself thoroughly, but found nothing. No, Morganus cried out in grief, higher up in the sky. Kizaru scratched his ear obscenely and looked at the camera Mushi in his hand. Take this back. Mr. Sengoku can say I'm lazy, right? Elementalization, get out of here, the war is over. Beast's pirates falls apart. It was said that Jiro had liquidated all of Kurozumi Orochi's gang. Wano Kuni opened a new chapter and re-established the regime headed by Kazuki. With the collective support of her retainers, Kazuki Hiyori became the first female general of Wano Kuni. Certainly, ordinary people don't know that the mastermind behind this country is Liu Yu, who defeated Kaido and liberated this country. To Denjiro and others, because of the relationship between Liu Yu and Princess Hiyori, Liu Yu is naturally not an outsider. Moreover, as long as Liu Yu is around, a tragedy like the one that happened 18 years ago will not happen again. Capture Wano Kuni, gain teleportation, dragon power plus 10 levels. Defeat 4 emperors Big Mom, White Dragon Slayer magic level plus 10, dragon power plus 20. Liu Yu took another big step towards becoming the strongest. 3 days after the Wano Kuni incident, the World Economic News spoke out, and the whole world was shocked. Chapter 21 Red Hair Dressrosa Royal Capital, the outdoor swimming pool on the 2nd floor of the Royal Palace. The Joker, Doflamingo lay back on the beach chair, reading the latest report, his face showing an inexplicable gloom. The Don Quixote family's officers also gathered. What a joke. What kind of nonsense is reported here? Is this Liu Yu the 5th emperor? Big Mom and Kaido's alliance was defeated? Ridiculous? The battle of the 2 emperors? You dare to talk nonsense without even a photo? Every incident and every story in the newspaper was beyond everyone's imagination. Hey, Dover, what do you think? Torpal looked at Doflamingo. Foo. Doflamingo snapped out of his shock. We've indeed lost contact with the beast's pirates. These reports might be true. A new era is about to begin. Things are about to get interesting. Sabaody Islands, Island number 13, Rip-Off Bar. Laolei, what do you think about Wanakuna's matter? The bar owner Shocky asked Pluton Rayleigh in a deep voice. Rayleigh downed the wine in his glass in one gulp and said, You probably know Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard better than I do. Yeah. Shocky nodded. But I'm curious, can this young man named Liu Yu really withstand the combined attack of the 4 emperors? That's too terrifying. She couldn't find any information about Liu Yu, as if this person appeared out of thin air. Haha, who knows? The ocean is so vast, anything can happen. Since he can form an alliance with Whitebeard, it won't be so surprising if he can defeat Kaido. Rayleigh sighed. Grand Line, Devil's Triangle, Gecko Moria's island ship. Kaido, you used to be so arrogant, but now you've ended up like this, it's really too ugly. 20 years ago, Gecko Moria was badly defeated by Kaido, and now he feels absolutely delighted by Kaido's defeat. He has no idea that a new era has arrived. Grand Line, somewhere in the sky, floating Sky Island. The flying pirates Golden Lion Shiki roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, Kaido and Linlin, after all these years, you haven't improved at all. And Whitebeard, actually allied with a young boy, how foolish. After laughing out loud, the corners of Golden Lion Shiki's mouth curled up slightly. Just wait, my plan will be completed soon. Ha 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 ha. New world, Wangguo, Toto Land. Nonsense, how could Mom lose? Fake, all fake. Mom and Kaido team up and they're invincible. On Cake Island, the cadres of the Big Mom pirates roared excitedly, wishing they could tear Morgans into pieces. All the minister's eyes fell on the second-in-command Katakuri. Brother Katakuri, we must make those who spread rumors pay the price. Katakuri casts observation haki, which is powerful enough to predict the future. Whoosh! Katakuri rushed out in almost an instant. At the same time, there was a loud bang, and the wounded Kaido and Big Mom fell from the sky. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, because of the first-hand information brought by Kizaru, Marine was already aware of all the events on the day of the incident. The top management of Naval Headquarters has held meetings for 3 consecutive days. The birth of the new Poseidon will inevitably bring them tremendous pressure. Moreover, the alliance between the 4 emperors will bring unpredictable variables and will inevitably disrupt the balance between the various forces. Times are changing. Where's that Garp guy? Hasn't he come back yet? Sengoku yelled in frustration. The Straw Hat crew is causing trouble in Eni's lobby, and Vice Admiral Garp is pursuing them, Branu responded. Straw Hat. Sengoku frowned. These few days, in addition to Wanakuna's big event, there was another big event happening. That is Eni's lobby, one of the 3 major institutions of the world government, was captured by the Straw Hat crew. That B******* D Garp is so pretentious. Can he really catch his own grandson? Get that guy back to me right away. Sengoku ordered angrily. Yes. Branu stepped back, but not long after, he came back in a hurry. What's wrong again? Sengoku rubbed his temple tiredly. A man named Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach wants to make a deal with Marine, said Branu. Deal? Sengoku asked, a little confused. He said he has the Fire Fist Ace in his hands and he wants the position of Shichibukai. What? Grand Line, Water City, Carrera Company, Dock 1. We've already caused a big fuss this time. The bounty has also increased from 100 million to 300 million. Why aren't we on the front page? Straw Hat Luffy pouted in dissatisfaction. Are you an idiot? Nami slapped Luffy on the head and angrily scolded him. It's best not to be noticed. Do you want to be chased all over the sea? Keep a low profile? Keep a low profile, understand? Ms. Nami said it well. Ms. Nami said it well. Sanji spared no effort in his support. Is this the battle between the strongest men in the sea? We are still far behind them. Zoro looked at the report in the newspaper, feeling a little discouraged, but also a little yearning. It is indeed hopelessly powerful. If we encounter it, we may be powerless to resist, Robin said with a smile. Holy Land, Marijoy. The 5 elders gathered in the central hall, their faces heavy. In front of them were the latest World Economic Report and the information brought back by Admiral Kizaru. That's terrible. The worst part is, the 4 emperors are actually forming an alliance. The sea, which has been peaceful for 4 years, is about to go haywire again. Luckily that redhead wasn't involved, just then. A marine ran in a panic. Something terrible has happened. The fleet that was trying to stop the 4 emperors' red hair has been defeated. The red hair pirates are about to land in Wano-kuni. What did you say? Host. Lu Yu, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100, Mastery. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. White Dragon Slayer Magic Level 10 Beginner, Dragon Power Level 90. Skills. Mind Talk Magic, Instant Teleportation. The new skill, Instant Teleportation, surprised Lu Yu. This is an awesome ability. Ability to instantly move to any place the user has been. Use Mind Speech Magic and Instant Movement together. No matter where Lu Yu is in the world, he can get all the information about Wano-kuni and feel it at the first time. There is no need to worry about the Beasts group making a comeback. Chapter 22 Teleportation 2 hours later. After 3 days of seclusion, Lu Yu came to the meeting room of the general's mansion. Kawamatsu, Denjiro, and the others bowed and apologized. Lord Lu Yu, we accidentally let Yan Zai Jin of the 100 Beasts group escape. Lord Lu Yu, the Plague Queen who was originally imprisoned in Rabbit Bowl, is also missing. Hinano Haigoro also reported. Let them run away, they're just 2 jumping clowns. How is the progress of the salvage work on Onigashima? Lu Yu looked at Hisong. The battle 3 days ago, Onigashima sank completely. As the base camp of the Beast's pirates, there are naturally many treasures on the island. Among them, what Lu Yu cared about most was the historical texts collected by Kaido. Now that you have come to the pirates' world, you must visit the final island, Raftel, otherwise it would be a pity. Right at this moment, Byte new tasks released. Collect all 4 road signs in this article, the reward is unknown. Collect 20 historical texts, the reward is unknown. My lord, the salvage work is still in progress. We have found the red historical document and an ordinary stone, Hisong reported. There are 2 historical texts on Onigashima, plus the one about the original Kurozumi Orochi, for a total of 3. Liu Yu nodded and discussed various matters concerning the reconstruction of Wano-kuni. An hour later, the meeting ended and everyone left to do their respective duties. Lord Liu Yu. Denjiro ran back in a panic just as he left. Lord Whitebeard and the others are about to leave. What? Dad and the others are leaving? Hiyori's face was full of reluctance. Don't worry, let's go there now. Liu Yu smiled slightly. This is a rare opportunity, and it's a good time to try out my new skill, teleportation. Wano-kuni, Curry, Odin Castle former site. Whitebeard sat at Odin's grave for 3 days, and then it was time to leave. Kulala, guys, are you all ready? Whitebeard stood up and laughed. Dad, it's already been prepared. Marco responded loudly. When the prepared things were carried to Odin's grave, a big pot. Marco, Joes and others had already lit a bonfire in front of the grave, placed a large pot on the bonfire, and poured water into the pot. The White Group's pirates looked at this scene in surprise. Were they planning to eat hot pot here? This is not a memorial to a friend, it is clearly an enemy. On the other side, Bola Town. Boom, a bright light suddenly fell, and Liu Yu and Rihei appeared out of thin air. Lord Liu Yu, this. What on earth is going on? Weren't we in the Flower City before? How come? Kazuki Hiyori was shocked to find himself transported from the Flower City to Curry in an instant. This is my skill, teleportation. From now on, no matter where I am, I can come back at any time. Liu Yu raised his hand and touched Raiha's head. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Liu Yu with admiration. Let's go. Liu Yu held hands with Rihei and walked towards Odin Castle. About a quarter of an hour later, the two came to the former site of Odin Castle and saw the weird scene of the White Group members fighting over Odin. This. Liu Yu was stunned for a moment. Dad, what are you doing? Hiyori came back to her senses and couldn't help but puff up her face in anger. Lord Liu Yu and Xiao Rihei. The people in the Whitebeard Pirates were also stunned. They didn't expect Liu Yu to be so fast. According to their estimation, by the time Hiyori arrived, they would have already eaten and packed up. Now that I've been caught red-handed, it's so embarrassing. Hiyori-chan, this. Marco was too anxious to say anything. Hiyori-sama, Odin-sama was the one who loved you most when he was alive, so, Izu said with embarrassment. Just when Whitebeard was embarrassed, Hiyori suddenly laughed. Okay, Dad, everyone, I understand. If my father were here, he would be happy too. As he said that, he joined in and scooped a full bowl for Liu Yu. The atmosphere became joyful again. 2 hours later. After the lively worship, the Bai group packed up, said goodbye to Liu Yu and Rihei, boarded the whaleboat and prepared to set sail. At the same time, Jiuli entered the waterfall. A group of colorful super carps, carrying a big red pirate ship, crossed the Dragon Gate in one breath and landed in Jiuli. There was a double sword flag hanging on the mast, red hair pirates. Wano-kuni, Curry, Idakou, the members of the Bai group are saying goodbye to Liu Yu and Rihei. Suddenly, I felt a powerful aura approaching. Dad, red hair. Red hair is coming. The pirates on the observation tower screamed in surprise. There was an uproar on the whaleboat. Kulalalala, red-haired boy. Let him come over, Whitebeard responded. Red-haired Shanks, interesting. Liu Yu was very curious about the mysterious red-haired boy, and took Hiyori to the deck of the whale ship. And the mission to defeat the 4 emperors is only 1 step away. A few minutes later, there were footsteps on the connecting bridge. Red hair is coming. Diamond Joes warned. Young people, step back. Your bodies can't take it. Marco waved his hand and dismissed everyone. However, it was too late. The person closest to the connecting bridge fell unconscious to the ground without even a sound. Thump, the footsteps of red-haired Shanks were heard again, and another group of people fell to the ground. When a large number of people had fallen on the Moby DK, red-haired Shanks finally appeared in the middle of the deck. Excuse me, but I have no intention of fighting. I just want to discuss something with you, Shanks said calmly. His eyes swept across Whitebeard and then locked onto Liu Yu, and his calm expression showed a slight fluctuation. Kulalalala, this doesn't suit your personality, Hockey. In comparison, Liu Yu was much more direct at the beginning. Whitebeard said with a laugh. Marco and others couldn't help but recall that Liu Yu invited Whitebeard to a battle when they first met. Really? You are the 5th emperor, Liu Yu. We finally meet, Shanks laughed happily. Red-haired Shanks, I've heard of your name a long time ago. Liu Yu looked at the red-haired man with a high fighting spirit. Shanks' expression froze. He did not respond to Liu Yu's fighting intention. Instead, he sat down on the deck and said, I have traveled all over the seas and finally found that the wine from my hometown is the best. You all should try it. After filling the wine bowl in front of him, red-haired Shanks casually threw the huge wine jug to Liu Yu. Liu Yu took it calmly, filled the big bowl in front of him, and then threw it to Whitebeard. 3 men standing on the top of the sea drank together. Koolalala, that's really good, red-haired boy. I have always had a question. It's unbelievable that a difficult person like you lost an arm in East Blue. What kind of person took away your left arm? Whitebeard asked. The red-haired man stroked his empty sleeve with his right hand, a smile on his lips. I'm betting it on the new era. I'm glad you don't regret it. So what brings you here this time? Whitebeard asked. I came here today for two main reasons. First, when I was in the Roger Pirates, Mr. Odin took good care of me, so it's only right that I come and see him. Shanks glanced at Lu Yu calmly. Chapter 23 Target Rayleigh, ah. As soon as the red-haired man finished speaking, Hiyori exclaimed, You, are you Hongtaro? Puff, hearing the three words, Hong Tailong, Lu Yu almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old wine. Red Wolf. This name really doesn't suit Hockey's red hair. Who are you? I'm Hiyori. Hiyori bowed and smiled generously. After remembering that this red-haired man in Hockey was the former, Red Taro, the fear in Hiyori's heart disappeared and was replaced by nostalgia. Ah, is it really Mr. Odin's daughter, little Hiyori? The red-haired man reacted and was speechless in shock. Upon learning that the girl in front of him was none other than Odin's daughter, a look of surprise appeared on the red-haired man's face. It's been years since we last met, and little Hiyori has grown up. I should have recognized her earlier. The red-haired Shanks sighed. Hongtaro has changed a lot. I didn't recognize him at first. Hiyori smiled sweetly. After a brief greeting, Kulalalala, red-haired boy, what's the second thing? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice. The red-haired man nodded. I've been through all sorts of battles in my life and have suffered countless injuries, but only this scar on my left eye still causes a dull pain. This is Blackbeard teach from your ship. I'm not being careless. You should understand what I mean, Whitebeard. The redhead pointed to the three scars over his right eye. That guy has been biding his time, neither vying for the captaincy nor seeking fame. He's been hiding himself, hiding in the shadow of the resounding name of Whitebeard until now, and then he'll gain strength and start taking action. Eventually, he'll aim for the top spot, and one day he'll come to take your place. Whitebeard's expression remained calm. So, what do you want me to do? That's the point. Stop Ace. He's already the captain of the second squad on your ship at such a young age. Ace is very strong, I know that, but now is not the time for them to clash. Tell him not to touch Blackbeard teach. The red-haired man said solemnly. Koolalala, the little brat with a runny nose has become eloquent. Teach, that guy committed the grave offense of not harming a fellow pirate on a pirate ship. He broke the iron rule. As long as they're on my ship, no matter how stupid they are, they're my children. Where can a child who's been hurt vent his grievances? Owing a favor is a red line that can't be crossed. It's my responsibility to teach that B***** D this lesson. Whitebeard's words were powerful. You want to teach me how to do things? B***** D. Whitebeard stood up suddenly and a powerful pressure fell on the red-haired man. Gudong gudong. The red-haired man drank the wine in the bowl, stood up, and a powerful momentum burst out, which changed the color of the sky and the earth. Ha ha. At the same time, Lu Yu stood up with laughter, and the third terrifying aura exploded. At this moment, the sky split into three. Whitebeard, you are injured, let me take care of this fight, Lu Yu said wildly. I said, I have no intention of fighting. The red-haired man looked at Lu Yu calmly. Really? Lu Yu took a step forward and appeared in front of the red-haired man in an instant. The fist wrapped in the power of thunder and fire attacked the red-haired man's face with a whistling sound. Lu Yu's sudden attack was as fast as lightning, and no one could react. However, Lu Yu's powerful punch suddenly stopped 1 centimeter away from the red-haired man. From beginning to end, the red-haired man just stood there calmly and motionless. Boring. Lu Yu shook his head and calmly put away his fist. Huh. The people from the white group and the red group breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They thought the terrible Emperor's War was about to begin again. The brief meeting between the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates ends. The Red Force pirates ship hoists sail and sets sail again. Jiuli Coast. Lu Yu watched the Red Hair pirates go away, feeling somewhat regretful. Dad, I think Red Hair is right about one thing. I also have a bad feeling about Ace going after that B***** D teach. Marco said worriedly. The problem is that we can't contact Ace right now. Joe shook his head. Maybe Ace is on his way back. Vista and others spoke one after another. Coolalalala, then let's set off to pick up Ace, Whitebeard shouted. After the final farewell, the Moby DK also set sail. Lu Yu took a deep look at the Moby DK as it sailed away. There was one thing he didn't say, or even if he did, it was too late. Fire Fist Ace may have encountered Blackbeard and been captured. The war that changes the times is coming, Summit War. Wanokuni, the capital of flowers, temporary shogunate. A spacious room belonging to Lu Yu and Rihei. Lu Yu gently stroked Raiha's soft long hair, thinking about something. If you want to leave your own mark in this turbulent era, you need even greater power. To be powerful enough to surpass the 4 emperors, powerful enough to defeat 4 emperors combined without any external help. The Summit War is still some time away. It's not the stage for me to declare myself the strongest to the world. Lu Yu whispered to himself. The power system of the pirates' world cannot be learned in a short period of time, so it is better to improve the power of Dragon Slayer. After observing for a period of time, Lu Yu knew that system tasks would not appear out of thin air. He needs to come into contact with the world and events to trigger it. There are still 2 tasks that have not been completed. One is to win the hearts of Pirates Queen Boa Hancock and Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. The second is to defeat 4 Emperors or Admiral-level strongmen 4 times, and there is still 1 short. There is no opportunity for the first one, so I will not consider it for the time being. Then he can only defeat the 4 Emperors or Admiral-level strongmen once more. Next, I have to find a target first, Lu Yu thought to himself. Throughout the pirates' world, there are only about 10 fighters of this level. The injury-plagued Whitebeard is out of consideration. Kaido is with the ant, so it's not easy to take action. If the 3 marine admirals cannot be captured in a short period of time, they will inevitably be besieged by the marine reinforcements. After thinking about it, Lu Yu suddenly had an idea. There are not only marine admirals and 4 emperors among the characters of this level, there are also many hidden legends on this sea. For example, Rayleigh, the coding craftsman from Sabaody Islands. At this time, Rihei asked dazedly, Master Lu Yu, what's wrong? Rihei, I'm leaving. Lu Yu grinned. Ah, Hiyori shuddered, fully awake, and said with a hint of tears in his voice. This. Why? Is there something that Hiyori didn't do well enough? I just have to deal with some important things and leave temporarily. Besides, I can teleport. Even if I am on the other side of the ocean, I can return instantly. Lu Yu comforted. Wow, but without Lord Lu Yu here, Rihei will be lonely. Raiha's eyes were filled with tears. Have you forgotten? I can also perform telepathic magic. Lu Yu pointed to his head. Upon hearing this, Raiha's eyes lit up and he said seriously, then Lord Lu Yu must talk to Rihei every day. Of course. Lu Yu responded with a smile. Chapter 24 You are the 5 Emperors. Before setting out to sea, Lu Yu still needed to eliminate some unstable factors. He first found Yamato, who was in charge of the captive beasts. Yamato, are the beasts still obedient? Mr. Lu Yu, most of them are very cooperative, there are only a few, Yamato reported seriously. Lu Yu nodded and immediately killed a few troublemakers to serve as a warning to others. Next, find the 6 of Yuan Fei, the remaining 3. Lord Lu Yu. Peggy Wan's face was full of fear. Lu Yu walked straight past him and pushed the door open. Sir. Seeing Lu Yu coming, Black Maria was also panicked. Black Maria has always admired the strong. After Lu Yu defeated Kaido twice, she joined Lu Yu's team without hesitation. But Runti is not like that, she still holds great hostility towards Lu Yu. Now, Lu Yu stood in front of her, if his abilities were not restricted by the seastone handcuffs. She will definitely transform again and compete with Lu Yu in stubbornness. You go out first. Lu Yu waved his hand to dismiss Black Maria. Yes, Black Maria responded and left. What do you want to do? If you have the guts, let's fight head to head again. The stubborn Wang Runti said unyieldingly. Okay, if you lose again, you have to be obedient, Lu Yu said. Okay, Runti agreed with gritted teeth. Bang, you're still far from it. Lu Yu left Runti lying on the ground in a daze and walked away. 3 days later, Lu Yu quietly left Wano-kuni. 3 days later, Lu Yu flew over the Red Line and arrived at the first half of the Grand Line. A colorful Madara island comes into view. Sabaody Islands, here we are. The first half of the Grand Line, the endpoint of the park, Sabaody Islands. Lu Yu stood on the top of a huge mangrove, looking down at this familiar yet unfamiliar island. At this point in time, several of the supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million this year have arrived. However, Straw Hat Crew is still going through the Gecko Moria instance. The first priority right now is naturally to find the hidden legend. Lu Yu went straight to island number 13 of the Sabaody Islands. Just 3 minutes later, Red Tree number 13 arrived. Watch Shoki's rip-off bar. Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked up the stairs. Ding-ling-ling, the doorbell of the bar rang and Lu Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Welcome. When a customer came, the proprietress immediately smiled. After all, to her, they were just fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Oh, it's a handsome boy. Then I'd better charge him less. Shoki looked at Lu Yu and thought to himself. Thank you so much. Lu Yu read Shoki's thoughts with telepathic magic, smiled slightly, walked to the stage and sat down. Shoki was confused for a moment. I don't know why Lu Yu suddenly expressed his gratitude. Sir, what would you like to drink? Shoki smiled professionally. It's all right. I'm not here to drink. Lu Yu knocked on the table. Oh, if you don't come to the bar to drink, then what is the reason? Shoki raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course it's for you. Lu Yu pointed at Shoki. Hate it, this customer really loves to joke, but I'm very expensive. Shoki covered her mouth and smiled shyly. What a coincidence. I'm also very rich, Lu Yu said seriously. Shoki nodded, mixed a cup of his own masterpiece, handed it to Lu Yu, and asked directly. That's no problem, then just order, what do you want to know? Where are the powerful guys? As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed, revealing a strong wildness. This guy is not an ordinary person. Shoki couldn't help but have this thought. Smiling, he continued, the 4 emperors of the New World are all top-tier warriors. No, now we should call them the 5 emperors. Lu Yu raised his chin slightly and said nothing. There's a naval headquarters not far from this island. There are admirals and marshals there. I wonder if they count as the powerful ones you mentioned. Shaki said something that everyone knew. Anything else? Lu Yu asked. Haha, there are also many rising stars on this island with bounties exceeding 100 million, if you are interested. Let's forget about these little devils, they're too weak. Lu Yu shook his head. Shaki. Without waiting for Shaki to speak again, Lu Yu spoke again. Let me get straight to the point. Is there any powerful person hidden on this island? Could this guy be talking about Old Lei? Shaki looked at the smile on Lu Yu's face and felt as if everything about him was seen through. It feels like being exposed to others and it feels very unnatural. Old Lei, it seems you found the right person, Lu Yu grinned. Huh. Shaki suppressed her shock. When she heard the name, Lao Lei, she was finally certain of two things. First, this man can read minds, and all of my inner thoughts have been seen through by the man in front of me. Second, you are the 5 emperors, Shaki said solemnly. Lu Yu. Lu Yu knocked lightly on the bar. 5, Emperor, Shaki said word by word. Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Huh. Shaki let out a long breath, his face full of sighs and exclamations. In the week since the Wanokuni incident, she had received many fools who used the reputation of the 5 emperors to get free food and drinks. As a result, she drained all of their wealth, but this time, Shaki knew that this person might be the real culprit. I didn't expect the legendary 5 emperors to be so young. At this moment, Shaki's face was filled with amazement and shock. He solemnly asked, it is truly an honor to have the 5 emperors here. I wonder what brings you here. I've already said it just now, I want to find a powerful guy, such as a hidden legend or something like that. Lu Yu spoke again. Shaki's heart skipped a beat. The purpose of Lu Yu's trip was probably for Lao Lei. Although I don't know Lu Yu's purpose, he definitely doesn't come here to drink and reminisce. If Lu Yu meets Lao Lei, I'm afraid the Saboti Islands will be in trouble. No, they absolutely cannot meet, Shaki thought firmly. Oh, it seems that this old Lei is very important to the boss, Lu Yu joked with a smile. Shaki's face flushed, and he stammered, what nonsense are you talking about? No. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I just want to try out how powerful the legends of the last era were, Lu Yu said with a smile. Shaki rolled his eyes at being teased by a young man. I do know Lao Lei, but I don't know where he's hanging out right now. Lu Yu knew Shaki wasn't lying, so he said, you two should have a way to get in touch. Of course, if I can't get in touch, I can wait. Anyway, there is still some time before the Summit War, so we can wait for the arrival of the Straw Hat crew. According to the plot, Rayleigh will naturally appear at the human auction site in Mangrove No. 1 at that time. Shaki completely lost his temper. It seemed that Lu Yu would not give up until he had a fight with Rayleigh. How to break the current deadlock, Chapter 25 Golden Lion Shiki. Lu Yu said he wanted to test how powerful the legends of the previous era were. Does it have to be Rayleigh? Besides, etc. Shaki suddenly thought of someone. A man who is also a legend of the past era. To be honest, Lao Lei is just so-so. If you really want to fight with a strong man from the previous era, I have a better candidate, Shaki said with a smile. Oh, tell me about it. Lu Yu nodded with interest. Shaki turned and pulled out a dusty stack of information. Flying pirates, what about Golden Lion Shiki? He was once a legend on par with Whitebeard and Roger. For Rayleigh, she sold out her former partner, Golden Lion Shiki. Lu Yu. As a time traveler, he naturally knew about Golden Lion Shiki. But Golden Lion's glory is only in the past, and now he is just an old rookie. However, for Lu Yu, there is no difference between Rayleigh and Golden Lion. As long as he completes the task and gets the system reward, it will be fine. Is that Golden Lion Shiki still alive? Where is he now? Lu Yu asked. Alive. Of course he's still alive. Shaki was overjoyed when he saw Lu Yu turn his target to Golden Lion. He quickly took out a small piece of paper and said attentively, this is his life card. You can find him by following the instructions. Lu Yu nodded. Since the life card is still there, it means that Shiki has not been beaten up by the Straw Hats yet. He was going to be beaten anyway, so I believe Golden Lion Shiki would prefer someone more powerful to beat him. That's decided. Golden Lion Shiki is also a good opponent, boss. I want this information. Name a price. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. No money, this information is given to me for free. Shaki waved his hands happily. No money? Lu Yu was a little surprised. This woman loves to extort money, and this time she actually gave it away for free? Mr. Lu Yu, please leave quickly. Shaki couldn't wait to send Lu Yu away to avoid any complications. Okay. Lu Yu laughed and shook his head. He immediately followed the instructions on the life card and flew towards the location of the Golden Lion Shiki. Shaki watched Lu Yu walk away, let out a long breath, and felt that all the strength in his body was exhausted. It was even more thrilling than when she was chased by the pirates and Garp. Lao Lei, this time you have to repay the favor with yourself. Shaki shook his head and whispered. Half a day later. Shaki, what's wrong? Why are you calling me back in such a hurry? Rayleigh pushed the door open and sat down at the bar. Lu Yu was here today. Shaki said bluntly. Lu Yu? Rayleigh's eyes widened as he asked in shock, the one who defeated Kaido. The 5 emperors? Are you sure he's not an imposter? Does the imposter dare to ask for a fight with the admiral and the 4 emperors? Shaki shook his head. So where are the others? Where are they? Rayleigh asked. He's gone. Shaki said. Gone? I wanted to have a drink with him, Rayleigh said regretfully. Still drinking? It's good enough that you didn't fight, Shaki said unhappily. What do you mean? Rayleigh asked confusedly. Shaki immediately told Rayleigh everything that had happened before, including how he had induced Lu Yu to find Golden Lion. After hearing this, Rayleigh was stunned and silent. After a long moment, Rayleigh finally spoke. I wonder what that B***** D Golden Lion is doing right now. I won't do anything good anyway. The two smiled at each other. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the sky, the Golden Lion ship. Golden Lion Shaki felt a little panic for no reason. Is his plan to destroy East Blue going to go wrong? 3 days later, Grand Line, somewhere in the sky. A magnificent group of floating sky islands appeared in Lu Yu's sight. This group of floating sky islands completely defies the influence of gravity. This is the ability of Flying Big Pirate's Golden Lion Shaki, Paramecia Lion Fruit. Tisk tisk tisk, looking at the floating sky island group in front of him, Lu Yu was also amazed. At the same time, the life of Golden Lion Shaki came to mind. One word, miserable. According to the original plot, his legend was to become a stepping stone for the fledgling Straw Hats. However, now that Lu Yu appears, the ending of Golden Lion Shaki is destined to be rewritten. His life will end at the hands of the new Sea Emperor, which is worthy of his legendary name. Let's start. Lu Yu suddenly stepped on the air with both feet, golden electric light flashed, and he rushed straight into the luxurious palace of Central Winter Island. As a result, Lu Yu was embarrassed to find that Shaki was not there. After asking, I found out that Golden Lion Shaki was recruiting troops for the East Blue destruction plan. What an unfortunate coincidence. Lu Yu smiled and shook his head. If the plot had not deviated, Shaki would have brought the Straw Hat crew back with him when he came back. There's no other way. Let's just walk around first. Lu Yu left the Central Winter Island and went straight to other Wild Beast Islands. He planned to familiarize himself with the White Dragon Slayer magic before Shaki came back. Golden Lion Shaki happens to be the trial stone for White Dragon Slayer magic. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because Lu Yu needed to familiarize himself with the White Dragon Slayer magic, the upgraded wild beasts that Golden Lion Shaki had worked so hard to cultivate suffered heavy losses. 2 more days passed. Ha 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 ha. The unruly laughter resounded throughout Sky Island. Luffy, everyone, at the same time, the girl's helpless cry was heard. Flying Pirates Golden Lion Shaki and Straw Hat crew were here as expected. Us, Luffy, everyone, the girl's scream, filled with panic and anxiety, echoed in the sky. Lu Yu stretched out his body and said, You're finally here? You really made me wait so long, Shaki? Lu Yu's mind suddenly moved and he looked towards the southeast. A graceful figure descended from the sky with a cry of delicacy. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Let me let you be free and unrestrained for a few more days. After saying that, he floated away towards the southeast. 1 minute later, voila, Lu Yu emerged from the water, holding a beautiful lady with long legs who had unfortunately drowned, Nico Robin. Looking at the queen in his arms, Lu Yu's smile widened a little. Although Hiyori is one of the 3 most beautiful women in the pirates' world. Perhaps due to preconceived notions, Lu Yu prefers the mature woman Robin and the young girl Nami. Bite the system prompt sounded. Capture pirates' top 10 beauties in the world. Abandoned palace ruins, fire crackling. Ahem. Robin opened his eyes faintly. Where's this place? Oh, you're awake. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Robin looked at the strange young man beside him. Did you save me? Let's call it that. Lu Yu nodded and handed a grilled chicken wing to Robin. Thank you. Robin thanked softly, but did not take the grilled chicken wings. He looked around, found his backpack, and took out spare clothes. Can you turn around for a moment? Even Robin couldn't help blushing when he noticed Lu Yu's fiery gaze. Okay. Lu Yu responded and turned his head regretfully. Robin used both his hands and feet to change his clothes, tied his hair up again, took out a pair of white framed glasses and put them on, which added a different kind of charm to him. Chapter 26. Terrifying Golden Lion quiet by the fire. A flash of surprise flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. In order to open the topic, he asked knowingly, Who are you? Where are you from? My name is Nico Robin, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin did not hide it. Straw Hat crew, I have some impression of them. Lu Yu smiled and nodded, very satisfied with Robin's honesty. What's your name? Robin asked. Lu Yu. Lu Yu did not hide it. Lu Yu? Robin was shocked, but quickly calmed down. This is such a popular name. In the past half-month, they have encountered more than a dozen Lu Yu. Robin didn't think the person in front of him had any connection with the new Emperor of the Sea. He just felt that such a big shot should be in the New World. Lu Yu naturally knew Robin's inner thoughts and was speechless. Mr. Lu Yu, do you know where this is? Robin asked. It's one of Golden Lion Shaki's floating sky islands. Miss Robin, since you're here, how could you not know it? Lu Yu asked with a smile. I'm just a little unsure. This name. Robin looked thoughtful. Golden Lion Shaki, She had some impression of this name, but she couldn't remember it for a moment. The Flying Pirates, the guy who was once as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, Lu Yu reminded. Hiss, Robin finally remembered and couldn't help but take a breath. It's the Flying Pirates. This is really troublesome. Robin had a bad feeling. Miss Robin, don't be nervous, I'm here. Lu Yu smiled confidently. Thank you. Robin smiled politely and nodded. However, she couldn't place her hopes on a stranger she met for the first time. There was only one thing she was sure of. Lu Yu was not Shiki's subordinate. Mr. Lu Yu, since our target is Shiki, can we come together? Robin invited sincerely. For the next 3 days, Robin, accompanied by Lu Yu, appeared to be traveling around, but was actually secretly gathering information. Under Lu Yu's deterrence, the upgraded wild beasts on the island didn't dare to approach at all. Such an abnormal phenomenon made Robin re-examine Lu Yu's identity. 2 more days. Robin finally found out an important piece of information. Shiki is about to launch a devastating attack on East Blue. Meanwhile, at Shiki's base camp, haven't you figured out who it is yet? An angry roar came from the palace. Sir, we've been monitoring the Den Den Mushi, but we haven't captured any suspicious people, the pirates said tremblingly. You are a bunch of rubbish. If we can't find out, you will all die. Shiki roared in frustration. It's no wonder. He had been preparing for a plan for 20 years, and just when he was about to put it into action, half of the wild beasts were lost. And we still can't find out who did it. How can we tolerate this? I want to see who is this bold B********. D. He killed so many wild beasts of mine. I will never let him go. Shiki gritted his teeth in hatred. Just then, Indigo came trotting over in a hurry. Dr. Indigo, what's wrong? Shiki frowned. Oh no, that little thief. Nami ran away, Indigo reported in shock. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Indigenous Village. Ms. Nami, I'm so glad you're safe, but Sister Robin hasn't been found yet. Sanji laughed and cried alternately. Nami, you're amazing. You actually managed to escape, Usopp praised. This kind of thing is no big deal, Nami said proudly. And Frankie, Brooke, and Robin. Once they're together, we'll leave together, Usopp said. The disaster in East Blue is caused by Shiki, he must be defeated, Luffy said firmly. Luffy, are you kidding me? Usopp suddenly panicked. Well, let's talk about these things later. Now, let Miss Nami have a good rest, I will also. Sanji, who hadn't slept for several days, couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a snap, falling asleep. The sun sets in a blink of an eye. In the villager's hut, Nami was awakened by a palpitation and rushed out the door. The 5 companions looked nervous and alert. Shiki grinned as he saw Nami. I finally found you. Nami was shocked when she saw Shiki catching up so quickly. It's so sad that you ran away without saying a word. Shiki floated in the air, looking down at Nami. Shut up, you B*******. D. You actually took Miss Nami away, Sanji shouted. Ha 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 ha, such a good woman. Why don't you protect her well? Of course I have to snatch her away, Shiki laughed. Hey, helmsman, Luffy, who had been silent the whole time, said, if you attack my friends, don't think you can get away with it. Ho ho. What do you want? Shiki teased. Knock you away. As soon as the words fell, Luffy took the first step. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper followed closely behind. Looking at the 5 people coming at him aggressively, Shiki didn't care. Rubber machine gun, 3 sword style, 108 trouble wind. Shore kill, flame star, carved stairs, colorful falling Sakura. The finest round meat. Kick, the 5 of them demonstrated excellent team combat capabilities. However, legends are always legends, and the 5 people's attack did not cause any harm to Shiki. It's really infuriating that you thought you had the strength to fight me. Now I'll show you the gap. Shiki slowly raised his right hand. Boom boom boom. The earth rumbled. A huge wall rose from the ground, surrounding Luffy and the other 5 people. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. In an instant, the entire ground lifted up and turned into multiple lion heads, roaring and approaching Luffy and the others. The 5 people fought hard, but were eventually trapped in the Shanzu, leaving only their heads outside. Ah! Nami screamed, feeling powerless. Don't hurt my friends anymore. Don't do anything to East Blue. It all depends on you, Shiki said with a lewd smile. However, at this moment, you are already old, why are you still forcing a young girl to do that? In the afterglow of the setting sun, a slender figure slowly appeared. At the same time, an overwhelming aura of tyranny centered on it. Radiating in all directions. Hateful, the smugness and ease on Golden Lion Shiki's face were gone. What emerged instead was only a deep sense of shock and horror. The hair all over his body stood up unconsciously. It was as if they had encountered an unprecedented prehistoric disaster. This guy is no simple person. Golden Lion Shiki was filled with alarm. The old man's narrowed eyes were fixed on Lu Yu, who was high above without blinking. However, he saw that Lu Yu's eyes were no longer on him. It then fell on Nami, who was so frightened that her mind went blank. Chapter 27 Encounter with the 5 Emperors. Miss Navigator over there, if you want to switch sides, why don't you come to my side? Join now and get 10 billion berries for free. How about that? Isn't that a good deal? Lu Yu smiled. 10 billion. Hearing this astonishing figure, Nami, who was obsessed with money, suddenly brightened up her dull eyes. However, it was only a moment before it returned to darkness again. Money is important, but she has something more important now. Ha 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 ha, what a wise choice, my little Nami. How can we trust the words of someone whose origins are unknown? Come here. If you come here obediently, I won't attack your friends in East Blue anymore, everyone can live. Golden Lion Shiki laughed triumphantly. I see, you're being threatened. But don't be afraid, Miss Navigator, that old lion, I can knock it down with just one palm. Lu Yu spoke with a solemn vow. What did you say? Golden Lion Shiki was furious. Are you dissatisfied? Lu Yu folded his arms and looked down at Golden Lion Shiki. That condescending look is like the giant dragon in the sky looking down at the ants on the ground. Feeling the contemptuous look from Lu Yu, Golden Lion Shiki was almost furious. He is a legend from the last era, the flying pirates who once competed with the Pirate King Roger. And now, a kid who came from nowhere actually dared to look down on him like this. This is simply outrageous, etc. Suddenly, Golden Lion Shiki's head shuddered, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Yu with his eyes. Are you the one who has been treating my island as a slaughterhouse these days? The B********* D who wantonly slaughtered the wild beasts that Laozi had painstakingly cultivated for 20 years? Golden Lion Shiki clenched his fists and shouted. You're so slow to realize this now, Golden Lion Shiki. Can you also be considered a legend? Lu Yu responded with a smile. Ha ha ha. Okay. Golden Lion Shiki laughed out of anger. Under Lu Yu's repeated provocations, he was beyond angry. The anger in my heart erupted like a volcano. Damn you B********. D. You finally showed up, just right, we can settle both old and new grudges at once. Golden Lion Shiki yelled. Come on, Golden Lion Shiki. Lu Yu responded loudly. Every gesture is majestic. Damn you B*******. D. I'm going to make you regret everything you've done. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Raise your hand and wave lightly. Paramecia lion fruit is at full capacity. The island shook violently at this moment. One after another, lifelike and ferocious lion heads rise from the ground. It bit towards Lu Yu with boundless power. Lu Yu opened his mouth slightly and took a deep breath. The light of the setting sun sank into his mouth and nose. Transformed into the roar of a white dragon, brilliant white light burst out from Lu Yu's mouth, easily destroying the earth lions one after another. Slash wave. A loud shout exploded from the sky. With the cover of the earth lion's head, Golden Lion Shiki had already climbed high into the sky without anyone noticing. The famous sword Sakura 10 on his right foot suddenly slashed out a huge sword energy that was 100 meters long. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade. The moment he took off into the air, he used his hands as a knife. The power of the sky and the atmosphere gathered in his arms. With a wave of the hand, a huge wind blade 100 meters long cut through the atmosphere. It touched and collided with the Golden Lion's 100-meter long sword energy. Eventually, both were annihilated in the sky. A gorgeous firework explodes. As a user of the Logia wind fruit, I do have a couple of tricks, but it's still far from perfect. Golden Lion Shiki made a confident judgment. Based on Lu Yu's one move, his ability was arbitrarily judged. The so-called legend is nothing more than this. Lu Yu teased. What did you say? Do you underestimate me? Golden Lion Shiki rages. Is there anything about you that is worthy of others' admiration? Lu Yu asked back as a matter of course. Don't get too carried away, you B********. D. Driven by rage, Golden Lion Shiki forcibly channeled the haki within his body. The powerful armament haki attached to the names of its feet gives Golden Lion Shiki a great boost of confidence. You're just relying on Logia's abilities. Do you really think you're invincible and no one can hurt you? Lousy, this will make you understand the difference between you and the legend. Golden Lion Shiki attacks fiercely. A dazzling legendary battle begins. The sky was shattered by the terrifying sword energy. The earth trembled under the impact of the aftermath. Watching the extraordinary monster battle, Nami's legs had already gone limp from fear, and she fell to the ground helplessly. My little heart was tense to the extreme. Whether it's the Golden Lion Shiki, or another person who suddenly appears. None of them is her, not someone that the Straw Hat Pirates can resist. This battle, no matter who wins or loses in the end, her results would not have changed at all. It is destined to be snatched away by monsters beyond imagination. Think about this. Nami couldn't help but feel infinite despair in her heart. At this moment, a familiar cry was heard, giving Nami, who was in despair, a glimmer of hope. Turning around, I saw a familiar figure approaching quickly from afar. Robin. Seeing his companions coming, the helpless Nami felt like a drowning traveler who had found a life-saving straw. She threw herself into Robin's arms, finally laying out the fear and tears that had been suppressed until now. It's okay, Nami, don't be afraid, it's okay. Robin patted Nami's beautiful back and comforted her softly. Yo-hoo-hoo, Miss Navigator, 2 more shouts were heard. Brooke, who was dead and only a pile of bones was left, and the cyborg Frankie both arrived. Frankie, Brooke, great, everyone is here. Hurry. Hurry up and rescue Luffy and the others, let's get out of here first. Nami wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and pointed to the twisted pillar not far away. This is really too much, Mr. Luffy. Things are bad, we have to hurry. Frankie and Brook were both shocked. He immediately dug out the 5 Straw Hat Luffys from the pillars. Ahem. Not long after, the 5 people, led by Captain Straw Hat, all regained consciousness. Nami, Robin, Frankie, Brook, Straw Hat Luffy yelled in surprise. That's great. It's really great. The ship's doctor, Jalba, breathed a sigh of relief. Ms. Nami is fine, and Ms. Robin is back too. Chef Sanji is revived with full health on the spot. But, what's going on? Nami, has that golden lion Shiki given up on you, if that's the case? Usopp's optimistic and thankful words were interrupted by Zoro's shout before he could finish. Wrong. Look over there. Zoro pointed his sword at the broken sky. What the hell is going on? Usopp's mouth dropped open, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. There's actually someone who can rival that terrifying golden lion. Who is it? The eyes of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates fell on Nami at the same time. Feeling the inquiring gazes of his companions, Nami just shook his head silently. It was Robin who answered everyone's questions. Lu Yu. Robin spoke calmly and abruptly. Huh? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was stunned, and their eyes turned to Law, who spoke. That person is Lu Yu, Robin repeated with a smile. Huh? The confused expressions on everyone's faces became even more intense. To be honest, I was also shocked. Robin laughed and shook his head with emotion. I never thought I would actually meet the 5 emperors. Chapter 28. Trampling the golden lion. The moonlight falls like flowing water. Before it touched the ground, it was cut into pieces by the horizontal sword energy and wind blades. The high sky was in a mess. The earth was in ruins and everyone was confused. The other 8 members of the Straw Hat Pirates except Robin, who knows the truth. At this moment, I am already deeply immersed in the emotion called shock, unable to extricate myself. All because of the name Robin mentioned earlier, Lu Yu. The 5th Emperor Lu Yu, the 5th Emperor of the Sea, famous across the ocean. Such a big shot actually appeared now. The unspeakable silence lasted for a long moment. Rororo. Sister Robin, you, are you serious? Sanji, the chef with curly eyebrows, stammered. Under the control of the emotion called shock, he couldn't even speak clearly. Well, I've always been serious. Robin nodded. Her pretty face did not show the shock of learning the truth, but only sighs and emotion. When she first met Lu Yu a week ago, she really couldn't equate the man in front of her with the big shot of New World. Just think it's a coincidence, a chance encounter with someone with the same name. But, we have been together day and night for the past week. Lu Yu took her over mountains and across rivers. Holding her, he jumped from one island to another. All the wild beasts along the way bowed to him. Finally, 2 days ago, there was Haki Yingling, who was able to defeat thousands of enemies alone in the pirates' town. All of this, the ringless one points directly to the truth. Robin is not some naive little girl who knows nothing about the world. After witnessing Lu Yu's unintentional display, she had guessed it long ago. Maybe I really hit the lucky mark this time. She had a chance encounter with the famous 5 emperors Lu Yu himself. Thinking back to all the good things that happened between me and Lu Yu in the past week, Robin felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart for no reason. It can't be explained clearly. Robin, Nico Robin. Sister Robin. The shouts from his companions woke Robin from his complicated thoughts. What's wrong? Robin asked back with a calm expression. What's wrong? Robin, how on earth are you able to stay calm? That's the 5 emperors, one of the most terrifying people in this sea. Long-nosed Usopp yelled excitedly. Yeah, Robin, you saw the news last time, it was really horrible. He even ate the dragon, so a little reindeer like me will be eaten in one bite. Chopper was so scared that his face turned green and his eyes were full of tears. Chopper, don't be afraid. Mr. Lu Yu is a good man and won't eat you. Robin patted Chopper's little head comfortingly. It's really incredible. I never thought we would meet a big shot of that level. Frankie strikes his usual H*** guy pose. That's the strong one standing at the top. The 3-blade hunter Roronoa Zoro subconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword at his waist. He watched the battle in the sky without blinking. I wanted to challenge myself, but my body unconsciously felt powerless. The always carefree Captain Straw Hat Luffy also felt powerless. In the past, no matter how powerful the opponent was, Straw Hat Luffy can always face the challenge head-on with optimism and without fear. Crocodile, Enel, Rob Lucci and recently Moria, with his passion, he always manages to defeat his opponents at the last moment. However this time, in the face of the overwhelming difference in strength between Golden Lion Shiki and Lu Yu, Straw Hat Luffy knew that this was not an opponent that could be defeated by momentum alone. Both Lu Yu and Golden Lion have the terrifying power to easily destroy them. This is the existence that stands at the top of the world. He's still far away. Straw Hat Luffy clenched his fists. At this moment, the idea of becoming stronger expanded infinitely in his mind. Originally, it wasn't until the Sabaody incident that Straw Hat Luffy realized how weak he was. However, due to Lu Yu's intervention, he inadvertently taught Straw Hat Luffy a lesson in advance. This unintentional education was not completely unaffected by Lu Yu. under the gaze of the Straw Hat Pirates filled with shock and amazement. The battle between Lu Yu and Golden Lion above the sky came to a temporary end. Lu Yu landed on the ground again without looking at the Golden Lion. His eyes fell on the Straw Hat crew, with a hint of surprise on his face. Just now, when the battle was in full swing, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. That is the trigger of the system reward task. This sudden mission was triggered. Even Lu Yu was confused. He had indeed been to Sabaody. But I never touched the supernova on the island. The only people who can progress on this mission are the two people here right now. Straw Hat Luffy with a bounty of 300 million and Roronoa Zoro with a bounty of 120 million. Only, when did I educate them? Haven't made any move yet, didn't even say a word? The education is over before the class even starts. This is really too easy. Surprises are surprises. Lu Yu would naturally not be dissatisfied with the system's task judgment. After all, who would refuse a reward that can be obtained easily and without any effort? What the hell are you looking at? D. Your opponent is me, Golden Lion Shiki. Seeing that Lu Yu ignored him again, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but get furious. With a powerful aura surging, his long golden hair danced in the wind. I know, Lu Yu responded perfunctorily. His gaze then returned to the panting Golden Lion Shiki. Old Lion, I deliberately gave you some extra time to recover so that you wouldn't be defeated too quickly. That way, I can have more fun, Lu Yu grinned. That relaxed attitude almost made Golden Lion Shiki furious again. However, no matter how angry he was, he had to admit it. The young man in front of him was indeed as strong as a monster. What shocked Golden Lion Shiki even more was, the effect ends here. He was still far from pushing Lu Yu to his limits. The opponent in front of him was fighting with a playful attitude. This was a great humiliation for him. I know all the famous strong men in this sea. Who are you? Golden Lion Shiki asked with a sinister look in his eyes. In fact, the moment he asked the question, he already had the answer in his mind. A mysterious emperor-level powerhouse who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and had never been seen before. In this recent period, there is only one person. Who I am, haven't you already guessed it? Why bother asking? Lu Yu said calmly. HMPH. Golden Lion Shiki snorted. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu? The Fifth Sea Emperor? Laozi will not agree with the report about the Birdman Morgans, Golden Lion Shiki said in a cold voice. Haha, Lu Yu also laughed. What's so funny? Golden Lion shouted. I'm laughing at you for becoming less self-aware as you get older. What legends? What great pirates? Are you so stupid as to conquer the world with a bunch of beasts? Stop joking. Golden Lion, now you are nothing but a hairless, toothless, dying old lion. I'm just a loser dreaming of conquering the world. What qualifications do I have to be recognized? Why'd I need your approval? Lu Yu spoke each word with a powerful voice. Every word was like a knife, every sentence like a hammer. Knocking at the heart of Golden Lion Shiki, ruthlessly expose his self-deceiving disguise. Trampling on his unnecessary so-called arrogance. Shut up, shut up, shut up, Golden Lion Shiki shouted angrily, like a madman. Chapter 29 Flame Dragon King Mode. It's been too long. 20 years have passed in a flash. He has been away from the sea for too long. Talk about the fantasy of world conquest with the weak pirates in the paradise. It made him almost forget the threshold of New World. I forgot how scary the New World full of monsters is. I have forgotten what a powerful figure the Sea Emperor who now rules the New World is. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the Golden Lion who had once fought against him, knew best his destructive power. There is also Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and the fully grown Kaido of the Beasts. These two were once considered insignificant juniors in his eyes. Now she has grown into a monster that even he needs to look up to. Now, Lu Yu's words completely awakened his memory. It woke him up from his beautiful fantasy. Thump thump, Lu Yu took a step calmly. Golden Lion Shiki, do you really think that you can return to the top by relying on a group of uncivilized beasts and the small fry in the paradise? Lu Yu teased. I told you to shut up. Golden Lion Shiki's emotions were completely out of control. His right hand slammed down to the ground. The terrifying scene of the Straw Hat Pirates being easily destroyed not long ago was reproduced here. Lion Majesty, Earth coiling. The earth shook violently under the power of Golden Lion Shiki's lion fruit. One after another, ferocious lion heads rose from the ground and roared towards the sky. Damn B**********, D. Go to hell. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes were red, and he swung his hands down recklessly. Boom boom boom. 18 ferocious lion heads opened their bloody mouths in succession, causing a huge wave to surge across the earth. Then, Vice Admiral Lu Yu was completely swallowed by the shocked and horrified gazes of the 9 Straw Hat Pirates. Ha 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 ha, you deserve it, big-mouthed brat, be crushed to pieces by my power. Golden Lion Shiki laughed wildly and arrogantly, but only for a moment. Golden Lion Shiki's laughter suddenly stopped, under his wide-open, blood-red gaze. The earth that swallowed Lu Yu suddenly expanded uncontrollably. Rays of white light, brighter than the sun, bloomed on the surface of the expanding sphere. It represents the crisscrossing cracks, at some point. The tension of the earth has reached its limit, like a balloon bursting due to excess air. The massive planetary devastation exploded with a loud creaking sound as it couldn't bear the weight. Endless rubble flew in all directions and then burned. A brilliant meteor shower streaked across the dark night sky. But at this moment, the people on the island battlefield had no time to appreciate the meteor shower. Golden Lion Shiki and the 9 members of the Straw Hat Pirates all stared at the figure shining with white light without blinking. For a long time, the white light around Lu Yu converged. He remained spotless. Even the terrifying ultimate move of Golden Lion Shiki earlier did not make the corners of his clothes messy at all. Golden Lion Shiki, it's almost time to end, Lu Yu spoke calmly. The battle ends here, he already understood enough. The current Golden Lion Shiki can no longer bring him any more pleasure. It's time to harvest directly, crash, rumble. Just as Lu Yu finished speaking, there were sounds of wind and thunder above the sky. The hurricane howled, the dark thunderclouds gathered endlessly. Storm. No, the air pressure hasn't changed. Could this be his doing as well? Controlling the weather with human power? Nami murmured in shock, feeling increasingly heavy in her heart. Hurricane. Thunder. What a joke. Golden Lion Shiki's pupils suddenly contracted. Feel the changes in the wind and clouds in the sky. Watching the storm and thunder build up, his thoughts were unconsciously brought back to 25 years ago. That was the turning point of his life, everything. That day there was a sudden storm and thunder and lightning. All his efforts were in vain. Now, 25 years later. Is history going to repeat itself again? An unprecedented fear took over Golden Lion Shiki's body and soul. No, I don't accept this kind of thing. How can it end like this? Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion Shiki roared and soared into the sky. He wanted to make a final struggle against the world. Endless golden sword energy shot straight into the sky. If this were just normal natural weather, they will inevitably be defeated by the frantic attack of Golden Lion Shiki. What a pity. This is the power controlled by Lu Yu. It's over. Lu Yu slowly clenched his right fist. The sky roared with the force of thunder and lightning. An incomparable hurricane, wrapped in surging golden lightning, pressed down towards the Golden Lion Shiki. In an instant, it was swallowed up. Flying pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, defeated. Bite. Defeat Golden Lion Shiki and receive White Dragon Slayer magic level +10, Dragon Power +20. Defeat 4 Emperors, Admiral level 4 times, 4 quarters. Reward. White Dragon Slayer magic level +20, level 40. SSS level magic skill. History of Corpses, Dragon Power +40, Awakening level 150. Notice. Do you want to consume level 100 Dragon Power to activate Dragon King mode? At the same time, Golden Lion Shiki was defeated. A series of system prompt sounds followed, in addition to the rewards for beating the mission. There is also a special tip. Lu Yu confirmed without hesitation. Notice. Please choose which Dragon King mode to activate. The system prompt sound appears along with 4 options. The Flame Dragon King, the Iron Dragon King, the Sky Dragon King, and the Thunder Dragon King. The White Dragon King, who has not yet reached the maximum level, is not among the choices. After a brief thought, Lu Yu finalized the first evolutionary direction. Consume level 100 Dragon Power, Flame Dragon King mode activated. The raging flames burned the sky. It was as if red magma was flowing deep in his eyes. The blood flowing in his veins seemed to have turned into golden red magma. The blazing golden red flames rising from his body burned down the void. Feeling the explosive power in his body, the curve of Lu Yu's mouth gradually widened. This is the Flame Dragon King mode, which is superior to the normal Fire Dragon Slayer mode. In the fairy tale world, Natsu, who activated the Flame Dragon King mode, killed one of the 12 shields with one punch. The Flame Dragon King's fist, coupled with the power of the dead, almost killed his brother Zareth. The power of the Flame Dragon King mode can be seen from Madara. In Lu Yu's feeling, the power star of a single Flame Dragon King mode is already far superior to that of the Thunder Flame Dragon mode. On this basis, the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic is added. Even 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's sea dominance. Lu Yu was also confident that he could take it with one punch. If we can take it to the next level, superimpose the Flame Dragon King mode on the Thunder Dragon King mode to enter the Thunder and Flame Double Dragon King mode. By then, his strength will be enhanced to what level? Even Lu Yu himself couldn't imagine it, but it may not be long before the answer is revealed. Lu Yu's mind moved. The golden red flames that were powerful enough to burn down the void were completely retracted. With a wave of the hand, the system panel then appeared. Host. Lu Yu Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Flame Dragon King Mode. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. White Dragon Slayer Magic Level 40 Beginner. Dragon Power Level 50. Skills. Mind Talk Magic, Instant Teleportation, History of Corpses, SSS. Capturing the 3 most beautiful women in the pirates' world is not completed, the reward is unknown. Capture the top 10 beauties in the pirates' world, unfinished, reward unknown. Collect all 4 road signs. This article is not complete yet, and the reward is unknown. Collect historical articles for 20 pieces, unfinished, rewards unknown. 11 education supernovas, unfinished, rewards unknown. Subdue an Emperor-level subordinate, unfinished, reward unknown. Subdue 5 of the Emperor's deputy subordinates, not completed, reward unknown. Subdue 10 Emperors, not completed, rewards unknown. Compared to before, the system panel has undergone tremendous changes again. But rather than paying attention to the long list of extra task rewards, right now, all of Lu Yu's attention was drawn to the magic skills column. Looking at the new magic skill marked as SSS level, even Lu Yu's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The history of corpses. This is a taboo that can turn the world upside down. Chapter 30. Everyone is a villain. Peek into your opponent's mind. A powerful enemy that the opponent has fought against before. Or it can materialize enemies that have caused psychological trauma to it and fight with them. The materialized person will possess all the original memories and combat capabilities. This is the history of the forbidden magic of the fairy tale world. Its holder is Nineheart, one of the 12 holy shields of Albereth. In Lu Yu's memory, it is true that Nineheart did not perform well in that final war. He was repeatedly defeated by the protagonist of fairy tale. Even the dead embodied in the history of the corpses did not play much of a role. But this is more or less due to the protagonist's halo. There is also the invincibility buff bonus of, because we are fairy tale. Regardless of anything else. In Lu Yu's opinion, the magic of the history of corpses can definitely be called taboo. This magic is similar to impure world reincarnation in the Hokage world. To call the dead back to the world, one person can be worth thousands of troops. Just imagine. If the history of corpses was used on the battlefield at the top where tens of thousands of people gathered. What earth-shaking event will happen then? And those dead souls will return from people's memories and reappear in the world. It doesn't even matter how many people there are. Just a few people. The return of those who once left a mark on history is enough to shake the world. For example, Roger, the Pirates' King, Rox, the Sea Overlord. Even an unknown existence from 800 years ago, Joyboy. Speaking of which, Lu Yu suddenly thought of it. Similar abilities actually exist in the pirates' world as well. Zone Dog Fruit has the ability to transform into a raccoon. The transformation leaf of the little raccoon Capadong of the Bow Tribe plus the Red Earl Redfield's natural mind reading observation hockey. It can also manifest powerful enemies that people have encountered before. However, the strength of the existence manifested by the transformed leaf is naturally far inferior to that of the original body. Rumble. Just as Lu Yu was thinking to himself, the island beneath my feet suddenly shook violently again. Lu Yu turned his head suddenly, thinking that Golden Lion Shiki still wanted to struggle. However, the reality is just the opposite. The Golden Lion Shiki, who was swallowed and defeated by Lu Yu's Thunder and Lightning Hurricane, completely lost consciousness and fell into a coma due to serious injuries. Therefore, these islands floating and leaping under his control were naturally attracted by gravity and fell towards the sea surface. Ah! I'm dying, the island fell. Amid the screams of the cowardly trio of the Straw Hat Pirates. More than 20 floating sky islands of various sizes fell into the sea. It stirred up terrifying waves that rushed in all directions. A full 10 minutes later, everything finally returned to calm. Usopp, he and the others wiped the sweat from their foreheads and breathed a sigh of relief. Every face was filled with relief and surprise at having survived the disaster. The island is falling. It seems that Golden Lion Shiki has really been defeated. Cyborg Frankie whispered solemnly. Yo how, the 5th Emperor Lu Yu is truly terrifying. Brook forced a smile. This is a powerful person at the level of the Sea Emperor. There's no comparison between us now, Zoro and Sanji exclaimed in unison. Ah, that's right, so we need to become even stronger. Next time, I will definitely use my own hands to protect my friends. Captain Straw Hat Luffy raised his right hand and clenched his fist. But Luffy and Nami, right now, we should thank Mr. Lu Yu. Robin said with a smile. Yes, Robin is right. We should really thank that important person. If we can make friends with the 5 emperors, we will. Usopp's cunning fantasy. Before he could finish his words, Zoro stopped him with a look. Robin is right. We really need to thank that person this time. On our own, I'm afraid we really can't stop Shiki from attacking East Blue. Captain Straw Hat Luffy is rarely serious and solemn. Under his leadership, the 9 members of the Straw Hat Pirates stepped forward and bowed to Lu Yu to express their gratitude. Everyone, raise your heads. Lu Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. Everyone looked up in response. Lu Yu's eyes swept across the familiar faces. Then he landed on Nami and smiled slightly. Lu Yu believed that his smile should be very kind. However, Nami was still frightened and quickly hid behind Robin, not daring to look at Lu Yu again. Lu Yu was completely confused by Nami's inexplicable fear. Just ignore it for now. Golden Lion Shiki has been defeated. But it's not over yet. Lu Yu worked hard to conquer Golden Lion. His solid family foundation accumulated over the past 20 years should not be missed. Straw Hat Crew, follow me. Lu Yu waved his hand and took the lead. Right now, the fallen Central Winter Island. The luxurious palace belonging to Golden Lion Shiki has fallen into extreme chaos. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why did the island suddenly fall from the sky? Where's Boss Shiki? Where's Boss Shiki? The island fell down. Could it be that Shiki was defeated? Hey, flying pirates, give us a reasonable explanation. We are here to conquer the world, not to watch the jokes. The huge palace complex was in a mess. For 20 years, the Grand Line pirates, whom Golden Lion Shiki had wooed and recruited under his name, have been clamoring non-stop. As for the flying group of pirates led by Dr. Indigo, they were now filled with panic. Dr. Indigo knows best what the falling island means. Their boss, the captain, the legend of the previous era, the flying pirates Golden Lion Shiki, has been defeated. Could it be the Straw Hat crew? No, 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 how could it be those guys? So it really is that ghost? Dr. Indigo felt a chill all over his body and guessed some of the truth. Indai J Otomo, something terrible is happening. The Straw Hat crew is here. Several pirates from the flying group screamed in fear. Boom boom boom. The roar of artillery shells continued one after another. The main entrance of the luxurious palace on Winter Island. The 8 men were all wearing leather shoes and black suits. The 2 girls were also wearing black stockings and dresses. Lu Yu and the Straw Hat Pirates, a total of dozens of people. All villains. Please take part in this. Under Lu Yu's leadership, the Golden Lion base was defeated without any surprise. 2 hours later, the battle at Winter Island Palace is over. Dozens of pirates who gathered for the title of Golden Lion were either wiped out or escaped. The pirates of the flying group, led by the clown Indigo, collectively swore allegiance to Lu Yu. This is not because Indigo the clown is afraid of death. As the only old man in the flying group, Indigo the clown has been with Golden Lion Shiki through thick and thin for decades, and his loyalty to the Golden Lion is unquestionable. The reason why he surrendered so easily this time. In addition to being forced by Lu Yu's 5 Emperors' power and overwhelming strength. It is also related to the fact that Captain Shiki's life and death are now in Lu Yu's hands. Chapter 31 I Want You. All villains. The pirates' battle ends and they win. Naturally, a grand banquet should follow. Originally intended as wine and food for a banquet for Golden Lion and his allies. At this moment, it just meets the needs of Lu Yu and the Straw Hat Pirates' banquet. As the banquet begins, the Straw Hat Pirates, who had always been tense and serious, finally returned to their usual cheerful atmosphere. The melodious pirate song and Binks's wine sounded. The high platform of the banquet hall. Lu Yu naturally occupied the position that originally belonged to Golden Lion Shiki. Looking at the Straw Hat Pirates' antics below, Lu Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Since he came to this pirate's world, Lu Yu's goal is naturally to become king. Whitebeard is not Lu Yu's biggest rival on the road to becoming king. But the Straw Hat Pirates and Straw Hat Luffy are in front of us. In this world, what Straw Hat Luffy wears on his head is not a straw hat, but the halo of the protagonist of this world. But even so, in Lu Yu's eyes, the Straw Hat crew still posed no threat to him. So what if it's Destiny Child, now that he has come out of the mountains? The direction of the world has completely shifted. Not to mention the Straw Hat Pirates who haven't grown up yet. Even the Straw Hat crew 2 years later. If Lu Yu wanted to destroy it, it would only take a flip of his hand. This era, this world, it no longer belongs to the Straw Hat crew. It was late at night. Lu Yu, who was a little tired of the noise, got up and left. Go to the room where the seriously injured Golden Lion Shiki is. Lulu. Lord Lu Yu, Indigo, the clown who was taking care of and treating Golden Lion, was horrified. He immediately knelt on the ground respectfully. Ignoring the clown Indigo, Lu Yu walked straight to the seriously injured Golden Lion. As he raised his hand, a hazy sky of healing light floated out, covering the severely injured and dying body of Golden Lion Shiki. Lu Yu already had a feasible plan in mind on how to subdue the arrogant and proud Emperor-level powerhouse Golden Lion Shiki and use him for his own benefit. All that matters is for Golden Lion Shiki to wake up. What expression would Shiki have when he saw the most important person in his life return? Lu Yu was also looking forward to it, at the same time. Banquet hall. Nami, what's wrong with you? Golden Lion Shiki has been defeated by Mr. Lu Yu. Nothing can threaten you anymore. Robin saw through Nami's heavy thoughts and couldn't help but ask. Robin, Hearing Robin's question, Nami's eyes suddenly turned red. Her little mouth pouted and she almost burst into tears on the spot. Come on, let's go to the other side and talk. Robin helped Nami up and walked to a quiet room. You can tell me now, Nami. I will help you no matter what. Robin promised solemnly. Robin, I guess I'm going to have to part ways with you guys after all. Nami didn't hide it anymore. He immediately poured out all the worries that had been weighing on his mind all night. Especially the conversation between Lu Yu and Golden Lion before Robin arrived. What should I do? Robin, I don't want Luffy and the others to face unbeatable opponents because of me. By the end of her speech, Nami was already sobbing. Don't cry, Nami, everything will be fine. I have been with Mr. Lu Yu for so long, I know he is definitely not an unreasonable person like Golden Lion Shiki. Robin patted Nami's beautiful back and comforted her softly. What if? Don't worry, Nami, leave this matter to me, I'll go talk to Mr. Lu Yu. Don't think about anything, don't worry about anything. Robin spoke solemnly. Ini's lobby incident. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew risked their lives for her. Even at the cost of becoming an enemy of the world government. Now, it was her turn to give back. 2:15 in the morning. Lu Yu initially finished treating Golden Lion Shiki and prepared to return to the banquet hall. Mr. Lu Yu. Robin's call made Lu Yu pause slightly. Between turning heads, the person who appeared in Lu Yu's sight was Robin, who was dressed in a white and green long sweater. It was exactly the same as the first day of their adventure together a week ago. How about it, Mr. Lu Yu, do you like my outfit? Robin smiled sweetly. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you have time to chat? Robin extended his hand in invitation. A moment later, Lu Yu and Robin came to a secluded room far away from the banquet hall. So, Robin, what did you want to talk to me about? Are you infatuated with me? Do you want to confess your feelings to me? Lu Yu smiled and joked. What girl wouldn't be tempted by a man as powerful as Mr. Lu Yu? Robin held her cheek with her slender hands and smiled sweetly. But this time, immediately, Robin took a deep breath and told Lu Yu about his conversation with Nami. At the same time, I nervously waited for his reaction. Listening to Robin's story, Shang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he laughed and shook his head. A big confusion in my mind was solved. It seems that Nami was afraid of this all night. At that time, he just said it casually in order to squeeze Golden Lion Shiki. I never thought that the little girl Nami still remembered it. I was terrified about it the whole night. The misunderstanding was resolved. Robin, however, had no intention of ending the conversation. Anything else? Lu Yu asked. First of all, please allow me to thank Mr. Lu Yu again on behalf of everyone. Thank you for helping us defeat Golden Lion Shiki and resolve the crisis. Robin saluted solemnly. And then? Lu Yu asked calmly. Simple gratitude alone cannot repay this great kindness. Gold, silver and treasures, Mr. Lu Yu will definitely not be short of them. So I want to ask, Mr. Lu Yu, if you have anything you want, just tell me. As long as I can give it to you, I will definitely not hesitate at all. Robin spoke solemnly. 20 years of struggling in the dark world. When it comes to dealing with people, Robin is more sensible and astute than anyone else in the Straw Hat Pirates. Even if Lu Yu didn't ask for anything, she would not pretend nothing happened and get away with it. She has made full preparations, no matter what Lu Yu wants, as long as she has it. Whether it was Pluton's intelligence or her own body, she would not hesitate. If it's the latter, Robin's pretty face turned slightly red and her heart, which had always been as steady as a rock, couldn't help but start beating fast. Even Robin would get nervous about something he had never done before. What a sensible girl. It just so happens that I do have something I want. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. What? Robin asked. It's not a thing, it's a person. Lu Yu replied. Nami, that's not possible. Robin spoke quickly and hurriedly. No Nami, I want you. Lu Yu raised his hand and pointed at Robin, grinning. A hint of nervousness appeared on Robin's pretty face, but it quickly disappeared. Because this was within her acceptable range. Don't rush to refuse. Let me ask you, do you know Wano Kuni? Lu Yu asked calmly. Wano Kuni? Of course I know, I've seen reports about it in the news. That country of warriors is now your territory, Mr. Lu Yu, right? Robin nodded. Then you know that the historical text you are seeking comes from Wano Kuni. Lu Yu smiled mysteriously. Robin, Chapter 32, Gratitude and Devotion. History. This article in the blank 100 years of history. This is one of the greatest mysteries in the world today. 800 years. Countless scholars have followed suit and died on the road of exploration. Robin's hometown, the famous scholars' island Ohara, is also a ghost in this historical text. Because it touches on the government's taboos, interpreting historical texts. Eventually, he was ruthlessly wiped out by Buster Call. The only survivor is Robin. Even so, Robin still did not give up the pursuit of history. She carried all her hopes alone and groped forward in the darkness. All this is just to solve the mystery of that blank century. For this, she is willing to sacrifice even her life. Now, an opportunity to get closer to the truth is already in front of her. Through Lu Yu's mouth, she learned the source of this historical article. Wano Kuni. That is where all history began. How's it going, Robin? Are you moved? Lu Yu had a confident smile on his face. When it comes to dealing with the Straw Hat Pirates, everyone has their own expertise. Nami is money, Luffy is meat and banquets, Zoro is swords and wine, Sanji is beautiful women. As for the royal sister archaeologist Robin, she is naturally history. Right now, Robin, who has a strong desire to explore historical texts, was indeed moved. Mr. Lu Yu is so cunning, telling me this all of a sudden. How could I not be moved now? Robin smiled wryly and shook his head. Then come back with me. It just so happened that during the capture of Wano Kuni, I seized 3 historical texts. There is also a red road sign with historical text. Lu Yu patiently and kindly persuaded him. 3 pieces. Robin, who is most passionate about historical texts, would be lying if he said he was not moved at this moment. These 3 pieces are from Wano Kuni. I know the historical locations of many others. I can get anything from Whitebeard, Elephant Island, Human Island, even Red Hair and Big Mom. How's it going? With your interpretation method and my power, you'll get the answer you want in 2 years at most. The curve of Lu Yu's mouth widened. A long silence. Robin exhaled lightly. A bitter arc appeared on her pretty face. Mr. Lu Yu, please stop tempting me. If you keep talking, I'm afraid I'll really have to leave with you. Robin sighed inwardly, if only a few years earlier. No, even if I had met Lu Yu a few months earlier. She would definitely choose to follow without hesitation and devote everything she has. But now, after the Eni's lobby incident, her heart has found the place that suits her best. Lu Yu, who had the ability to read Robin's mind, could naturally hear clearly what Robin was thinking. This was not too unexpected for him, he was indeed a little late. After the Eni's lobby incident, the bond between Robin and the Straw Hat Pirates has become unbreakable. Then forget it. If you change your mind later, you can come find me. Lu Yu said calmly. Thanks, Robin whispered a thank you. So, Mr. Lu Yu. Robin led the way. Her pretty face held a determined look. Rustling, the long white and green sweater flew to the side. Mr. Lu Yu, my heart is already with someone, but if you don't mind, please enjoy it. Robin smiled slightly. Free and natural. Even Lu Yu had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Thank you for the hospitality. The next day. The sun is rising. Lu Yu sat by the window. Robin curled up in his arms. Robin, I'm going to take your heart next, so just wait and see. Lu Yu smiled. He knows. The separation is only temporary. The opportunity to keep Robin around for at least 2 years would soon arise. Then I will always wait for you to win my heart. Robin smiled back. By the way, Robin, do you really just want to repay a favor, or? Lu Yu asked with a hint of meaning. Of course, because I want to repay you. Robin's eyes slightly avoided, her pretty face slightly flushed, trying hard to hide something. Repaying a favor comes second. Robin has never been a casual woman. Even if you want to repay a favor, there are many ways to do it. There's no need to risk yourself. This time is an exception. Of course there are other factors involved. After all, the past week of living with Lu Yu day and night is also an unforgettable memory in Robin's nearly 30 years of life. Looking at Robin's concealed little expression, even without mind reading, Lu Yu could probably understand her feelings. Immediately, the curve of the corners of his mouth widened a little. As we were talking, time quietly passed to 7 o'clock. Lu Yu put his right index and middle fingers together and placed them near his temple. The magic of mind talk is activated, Lord Lu Yu. Hiyori's joyful voice then rang in Lu Yu's mind. This was followed by Hiyori's daily report on Wanakuna's past day. 5 minutes later, Hiyori's report ends. Lord Lu Yu, what are you doing now? Rihei asked curiously, waiting for Lu Yu to tell the story outside. She hadn't heard enough about this week's fantastic adventures on Sky Island. Lu Yu looked at Robin in his arms and was stunned for a moment. I thought it would be awkward to tell Hiyori that I was hugging another woman. Mr. Lu Yu, are you thinking about looking at other women? Robin narrowed his eyes slightly, keenly aware of the truth. Haha, you think too much. Lu Yu laughed. He tried to do 2 things at once, dealing with Robin while communicating with Hiyori through his heart. On the other side, Hiyori was unaware of this. However, how could Robin, who was so smart and close, not see it? Immediately, her pretty face puffed up slightly, and a slightly jealous expression appeared. I know that someone like you, Mr. Lu Yu, will not belong to me alone. But at least now, you belong to me alone. 3 hours later, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. The Straw Hat crew is now completely sober from their hangover. This floating Sky Island adventure ends, it's time to leave. Robin. Nami waved weakly. What's wrong, little Nami? Robin asked with a smile. That's it. Nami was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Well, it's no problem now. I've already said that Mr. Lu Yu is not an unreasonable person like Shiki. Robin said as a matter of course. Phew, that's great. Nami finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in the air all night. When she met Lu Yu's eyes, she no longer avoided them in panic. Robin, you didn't come back last night, it must have been very hard for you. Nami looked at Robin with gratitude. Okay, let's just say. What about? No, it's nothing, Nami, you're still young, you'll understand later. Let's go, it's time to go. Robin smiled mysteriously and boarded the ship with the brisk steps of a young girl. Today, Robin seems a little. Looking at Robin's unusual posture, Nami tilted her head in confusion. Goodbye, Mr. Lu Yu. Meeting, Mr. Lu Yu. Let's have a banquet together next time we have the chance. The Straw Hat Pirates all waved goodbye. Robin on the second deck held her cheeks with her slender hands and winked playfully, looking very girlish. Haha, no need to say goodbye, we'll see you again soon. Watch the Straw Hat crew go away. Lu Yu turned around and returned to the palace. Golden Lion Shiki is almost waking up, at the same time. Shortly after the Straw Hat crew left, the sea area is about several kilometers away from the crash site of Sky Island. A large naval headquarters warship sails through the waves. Marshal Sengoku, we have found an island suspected to be the Golden Lion Shiki. I am now applying to land on the island to search for Golden Lion Shiki and the pirates' Straw Hat crew. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Ghost Spider said calmly. You can go to the island and search. Report immediately if anything unusual occurs. Marshal Sengoku's voice rang out from the other end of the Denmushi. Yes. Chapter 33 Surrender. Golden Lion Shiki, become my subordinate. Lu Yu faced the old lion on the sickbed, grinned wildly, and extended his big hand in invitation. The huge ward fell into absolute silence as Lu Yu finished speaking. I don't know how much time has passed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Golden Lion Shiki laughed on the sickbed. Even though his internal injuries caused him to cough up blood, he continued to laugh. I laughed so hard that tears were streaming down my face. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, I admit that your strength is far superior to mine now. I am indeed your prisoner now, and even my survival is granted by you. But so what? Lousy is the Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary flying pirates. Do you think that if you pretend to save me, I will sell my life to you wholeheartedly? That's hilarious. A brat like you is still a long way from being able to control Lousy. Golden Lion Shiki shouted loudly. Even though he was a prisoner and his life and death were in Lu Yu's hands at any time, he had no intention of giving up. Because when the plan he had prepared for 20 years was destroyed by Lu Yu, he no longer cared about life or death. Are you done? Lu Yu asked calmly. There was still a faint smile on his face. Almost done. If you want to take Lousy's life, you can do it now. Even though I die today, I'm still the flying great pirate's Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki spoke boldly and freely. In the face of life and death, he actually has a somewhat legendary demeanor. Haha, you old lion, you still have some backbone in the end. I just don't know if you can still be so tough after meeting that person? Lu Yu chuckled. Looking at Lu Yu's half-smile, Golden Lion Shiki's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. For no reason, I had a bad feeling. No, Golden Lion Shiki shook his head violently. Use whatever tricks you have. Today, even if I, Golden Lion Shiki, die here and now, I will never become your subordinate. Golden Lion Shiki said with a solemn vow. Roar. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Come in. Lu Yu greeted casually. Taboo magic, history of corpses, activated successfully. Tattoo. There were heavy footsteps outside the door. It came with an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. This made Golden Lion Shiki's face turn pale for no reason. My heart feels like it's being weighed down by something heavy. Not long. The door is open. A tall figure in a black robe walked straight over and stood behind Lu Yu. You, who the hell are you? Golden Lion Shiki's eyes suddenly widened, and his entire body was dominated by extreme fear. Even though I haven't seen the face of the man in black robe, I can still smell the familiar aura and figure. All of this reminded Golden Lion Shiki of someone. A dead man who should have been dead for decades. A man who once brought him a heavy psychological shadow. But how can? Ha 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 ha. The black-robed man in the room smiled and suddenly stepped forward. At the same time, he raised his hands and took off the hood on his head, revealing his true appearance underneath. Shiki, it's been such a long time, the man in black robe grinned. There was madness in the smile. Boom, this moment. Looking at the man who appeared in front of him. Listen to the voice of the person in front of you. Golden Lion Shiki felt as if thunder had exploded in his head. The ominous premonition came true. An impossible miracle happens. There were waves of turmoil in his mind and heart. Beating his young heart. All kinds of things about the past came to mind. Unprecedented fear dominated his whole body and mind. Lolo. Rocks. Captain, puff puff puff. The sound of footsteps like farts echoed rapidly in the main entrance hall. Adult. Lu Yu adult. Indigo the clown came running over in a hurry. What's wrong? Lu Yu glanced at the clown Indigo. Just now, our surveillance Den Mushi discovered an intruder. Marine. The Marine is coming. The clown Indigo slammed on the brakes and knelt straight in front of Lu Yu. Oh. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then the corners of his mouth gradually raised up. Just right. Lu Yu also wanted to see it. Just how powerful is the former overlord of the sea who has returned from history? A thought came to my mind. Rox, who was originally in the ward having a heart-to-heart talk with Golden Lion Shiki, came here at Lu Yu's command. I'll leave the Marines on the island to you. Lu Yu gave the order. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Rox responded. Yangtong Island port. A large marine warship slowly anchored. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, it seems this island Ming is not returning. What the hell are those animals? They're completely different from the normal animals out there. The marine officers on the warship all spoke in panic. It seems to be an upgraded beast. This is the island of Golden Lion Shiki. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider nodded secretly. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, the island falling means Golden Lion has been defeated. Who did it? Could it be true that the Straw Hat crew was responsible, as those pirates said? How is that possible? Those are the legendary flying pirates. Several marine rear admirals shook their heads in disbelief. The most urgent task right now is to capture Jin. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider hadn't finished speaking when his resolute expression suddenly changed. Suddenly I looked up. A figure shrouded in a black robe fell from the sky and landed heavily on the port square. In an instant, the port square collapsed. The Ultimate's terrifying aura spread out, causing all the Marines, including Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, to change color with horror. Some Marines with weaker endurance even fainted under the impact of that momentum. Damn it. Who are you? Is that the Golden Lion Shiki you defeated? Vice Admiral Ghost Spider suppressed his inner fear and asked sternly. Haha. A loud, crazy laugh echoed under the sky. Young brats these days are really outrageous, you don't even recognize me. Listen up. My name is Rocks, have Marines Sengoku and Garp clean their necks and wait. I have returned from hell and will come to find them right away. Boom. Boom. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was defeated. All the Marines under his command were defeated. Gudong. Above the sky, Golden Lion Shiki's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. He turned his head slightly and looked at Lu Yu not far away. The pale old face still had a ghostly expression. You. Who are you, God or the devil? Golden Lion Shiki asked nervously. It doesn't matter, what matters is your choice. Lu Yu asked back with a smile. I join. At this moment, the lion roaring in the sky bowed its head in surrender. Boom. The large central Winter Island rose again into the sky. Chapter 34 Shock Naval Headquarters, Marineford Ideographic Period, Marshal Sengoku, something terrible has happened. Green-haired Commodore Branu almost crawled to the Marshal's office. A face filled with extreme horror and panic. Branu, what are you doing in such a hurry? Also in the Marshal's office, the Marine Legend Vice Admiral, the hero Garp, was eating rice crackers carelessly. Mr. Garp, Marshal Sengoku, something really went wrong this time. Commodore Branu screamed in panic. What happened? Sengoku asked. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral has sacrificed himself. Commodore Branu took a deep breath and reported this serious accident to Marshal Sengoku. What did you say? Marshal Sengoku suddenly stood up. Ghost Spider is dead. Hey, what the hell is going on? Garp, who was eating senbei calmly, could no longer remain calm. After all, the person who died this time was a Naval Headquarters elite Vice Admiral. Even though Garp and Ghost Spider have no relationship. But we are colleagues after all. Ghost Spider's strength is among the best among the Vice Admirals. How could he be killed so easily, without even getting a chance to report back? Who did this? Could it be Shiki? Didn't the intelligence say that Shiki was defeated by the Straw Hat crew, and even the island couldn't stay afloat? Who did this? Marshal Sengoku suddenly stood up in agitation, roaring continuously. Calm down, Sengoku. We are all very saddened by Ghost Spider's death, but we must remain calm now. The Vice Admiral of the Marine Staff shouted. Hearing this, Marshal Sengoku's agitated emotions finally calmed down a little. So it was Golden Lion Shiki who did it. The intelligence our Marines received was incorrect. Golden Lion Shiki wasn't defeated at all. That's natural. Even if Luffy is my grandson, how could he possibly win at this age? A legend from the previous era. The relief on Garp's face faded. It felt like a huge stone was pressing on my heart. News of Ghost Spider's death has arrived, but his grandson? What happened to the Straw Hat crew that showed up on that island? Could it be? Think of that possibility. Garp clenched his fists. He could no longer wait. Sengoku, next. Wait, Garp. Vice Admiral Crane interrupted. There are still too many questions about Shiki. First of all, there are the pirates recruited by Shiki. According to what they said, Shiki was indeed defeated. The people causing the disturbance include the Straw Hat pirates and a certain man. Vice Admiral he analyzed calmly. Some man, who? Sengoku asked. It's still a hypothesis at this point. Perhaps both Shiki and Onigumo were defeated by that man. Vice Admiral Hedao. This is indeed the most reasonable explanation. But who is that man? There are only a handful of people in this sea who can defeat Golden Lion Shiki. Could it be someone from the 4 emperors? Sengoku shook his head in disbelief. Or maybe the 5 emperors, Vice Admiral Crane added. 5th Emperor Lu Yu. Sengoku and Garp both widened their eyes in shock. Marshal Sengoku. Just then, the anxious shouts of the Marines were heard again from the corridor outside the door. After Commodore Branu, the 2nd Intelligence Department clerk, the Commodore, arrived urgently. Marshal Sengoku, just now, Vice Admiral Doberman and his men sent word that the person who killed Vice Admiral Onigumo has been identified. The Commodore clerk quickly reported. What did you say? Tell me, who is it? Marshal Sengoku urged anxiously. According to the Marines who managed to survive, the men who attacked and defeated them, Rocks. The words fell. The huge Marshal's office fell into deathly silence in an instant. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, and Vice Admiral Crane. The eyes and mouths of the Marine veterans from the previous era opened wide at the same time. There was extreme horror and disbelief on the old face. All because of the name. Rocks, the ocean overlord that once dominated the New World. How could this kind of thing be possible? Even if it's a joke, this is too outrageous. Rocks. That man died 36 years ago. The hero Garp's incredulous roar echoed throughout the headquarters building. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Marshal Sengoku shook his head repeatedly. How could that devil who went to hell still be alive? I don't believe it either. Even the most steady chief of staff, Vice Admiral he, lost his composure at this moment. This shows the deterrent power of the 3 words, Rocks. Then, they gave almost everything they had, plus the help of Roger pirates. In the end, they narrowly won the unknown battle of Valley of the Gods. Eliminated the major threat of the sea overlord Rocks. The 2 commodores retreated quietly. The huge marshal's office was silent. Whether it was Sengoku, Vice Admiral Suru, or Garp, they all just sat in silence, not saying a word. I don't know how much time has passed. Sengoku, these are troubled times. Why don't we postpone that matter for now? Vice Admiral, he spoke in a deep voice. Probably not. The Marine elite recruitment started months ago. Now elites from all over the world have arrived one after another. The order from the world government has been issued, and the operation cannot be cancelled. Sengoku said solemnly. But variables have already appeared. After 36 years, the name Rox has reappeared. It is definitely not groundless. Vice Admiral Hedao. Rox is dead. It will never happen again. Sengoku opened his bloodshot eyes wide and spoke in a decisive tone. Sengoku is right, Xiaohei, don't overthink it. That B*** Shiki must be playing tricks, deliberately using the former captain's title to scare us. Garp was no longer silent. By the way, what were you all doing as Riddler before? What action, what plan? Gathering elites from all over the world, what exactly are you going to do? Garp asked. Vice Admiral Crane glanced at Marshal Sengoku. The government has decided to launch an all-out war against the Whitebeard pirates. Vice Admiral, he said in a deep voice. Nani? Garp jumped up in surprise again. The war against Whitebeard, such a big thing, how come I didn't know about it? Why didn't you tell me? Garp's eyes widened in dissatisfaction. It's for your own good that I don't tell you, Sengoku rode. For my own good? What good is that? Garp was stunned. The person who sparked this war was Ace the Firefist, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Vice Admiral Crane looked calmly into Garp's eyes. Ace. Garp's eyes suddenly fluctuated violently. What happened to that Firefist Ace? He asked nervously. Over half a month ago, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach handed over Firefist Ace to the Marines. He is currently being held and impelled down and will be publicly executed at Naval Headquarters in half a month. Sengoku said calmly. What did you say? When Garp heard the news, he felt his head rumbling as if it was about to explode. Garp. Sengoku's angry shout cooled Garp's heated head. We can forget about the things you did behind our backs. But at least now, at this critical juncture, please pay attention to your position. You're a Marine. Time passes. 7 days passed in a flash. The Straw Hat Pirates land on the Sabaody Islands. The gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 35 Sabaody D Big Incident. This is Sabaody Islands. The endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line Park. Now, an unprecedented chaotic event is taking place. Mangrove Island number 24. The streets were in ruins from the fierce fighting. Among the ruins, the fallen Marine ex-Drake, the DJ Skulikiman Apu, the weird monkey Rogue and the magician Hawkins, 4 supernova pirates with a bounty of over 100 million were easily defeated and fell to the ground seriously injured. The person in the hand is none other than Kizaru Borsellino, the Admiral of Headquarters who arrived due to the Celestial Dragons incident. However, Kizaru, who defeated the supernova, did not take them into custody. After all, there was also an undercover agent from their Marine among them. This time it's just an act, just a show. The adjacent Mangrove Island number 22. Go to hell. Shichibukai, Captain Eustace Kid, a supernova with a bounty of over 300 million, used all his strength to knock the giant bear replica in front of him to the ground with his giant mechanical arm. Ha 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 ha, killed. A Shichibukai, 350. Eustace Kid laughed triumphantly. However, he didn't feel proud for long. The knocked-down fake pacifist stood up shakily, charging the laser in his palm. Puff, at the critical moment, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law unfolds the Op-Op fruit field. A single gamma knife strike severed the circuits within the pacifist's body. Damn it, you're meddling in other people's business. Kid is dissatisfied. Boss Kid, do you really think this is Shichibukai? Luo asked back. What do you mean? Kid narrowed his eyes. Let's leave here first and talk about the details later. Bang, it wasn't long before Trafalgar Law finished speaking. Another, Shichibukai bear, fell from the sky. The battle restarts. Sabaody D Islands Road. The capture operation against pirates is in full swing. However, the most intense battlefield would naturally be Mangrove Island number 12. This is the area where the Straw Hat crew, the main culprits in the Celestial Dragons beating incident, are located. The only ones who appeared before them, bringing despair, were the Marine Science Corps Captain Zon Taumaru and 2 pacifists. And there is the highest-ranking officer in the Naval Headquarters, Admiral Kizaru. Zoro, danger. Zoro is in danger. Captain Luffy couldn't help but scream in panic at the top of his lungs as he watched his comrade Zoro being locked in place by Admiral Kizaru's foot. Usopp and Brook, who were near Zoro, tried their best to save them. However, their attacks were so severe that even Admiral Kizaru's Kakuzu could not be touched. In front of a Logia user, any attack without Haki is futile. Critical moment. Robin used his flower fruit ability to move Zoro out from under Kizaru. However, before the Straw Hat Pirates could get excited. The next moment, Kizaru has already caught up with them. His right foot even stepped directly on Zoro's body. The light from the left foot became brighter and brighter. It's no use being clever, I'm going to finish him off now. Admiral Kizaru pouted obscenely. Slowly raise your left foot and then lower it. In despair. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind in the field. Pluton Rayleigh, the hidden legend who had recently been associated with the Straw Hat crew at the auction, appeared and blocked Admiral Kizaru. Solved the Straw Hat crew's urgent problem. However, the situation remains dire for the Straw Hat crew. Even with Rayleigh blocking the terrifying Admiral, they still have to face the powerful Zon Taumaru and the pacifists. At this moment when my physical strength is greatly depleted, the probability of winning is almost zero. Usopp, Brook, take Zoro and run. Everyone, now just try to find a way to escape. We definitely can't beat these people now. Straw Hat Luffy, who was the most reckless, gave the order to escape without hesitation. Following the previous incident of the Golden Lion floating on Sky Island, once again, he felt powerless. Once again, he deeply felt the huge gap between himself and the top powerful people in the sea, which was like a chasm. Under the command of the Straw Hat Luffy's captain, the 9 men split into 3 groups and fled desperately. However, it still doesn't help. The first to fall were still the seriously injured Zoro. The pacifist's laser was about to pierce Zoro's body. Wait! An unusually gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind Usopp and the others. The real Shichibukai, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, finally appears. If you wanted to travel, where would you go? Tyrant Bear spoke gently while taking off his gloves. There's no time to say anything, there's no time to do anything. As the Tyrant Bear's meaty palm slapped down, the Straw Hat Pirate's swordsman Zoro disappears without a trace. Be the first person to leave the battlefield, Zoro. Straw Hat Luffy's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. I've seen that kind of power before. It was at Thriller Bark. A girl was blown away by his power and never appeared again. Nami's delicate body couldn't stop shaking as she spoke this shocking fact. Hey, what did that guy do to Zoro? Where did he go? Straw Hat Luffy looked at Zon Taumaru not far away in panic. I have no obligation to answer you. I'm the most tight-lipped man in the world. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's said that anyone hit by the bear's meatball will remain airborne for 3 days and 3 nights. As for where it will fly to, only the person himself knows. The only thing that is certain is that he is no longer on this island. Perhaps he is far away across the ocean. The captain of the Science Corps, Zon Taumaru, who was carrying a giant axe, patiently explained to Straw Hat Luffy. The time of talking. The Tyrant Bear on the other side has already taken action again. The abilities of the Paramecia meatball fruit are activated one after another. Brook disappeared after he died and only his bones remained. The third person is Usopp, then there's the angry Chef Sanji. Frankie, who stepped forward to protect Nami, disappears. Desperate Nami asks Luffy for help. However, he suddenly disappeared before he could finish his words. Woo! After eating 3 rumble balls, Chopper enters rampage mode and starts causing chaos. However, he was still easily knocked away by the Tyrant Bear. The bubbles in the sky burst one after another. Ha 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 ha, what a spectacular meteor shower. Under the red sunset, a lion is laughing. I just didn't expect that you, Captain, could actually watch it. Golden Lion Shiki tutted and shook his head. Originally, I didn't have much friendship with the other members of the Straw Hat crew. Saving someone once is fine. There's no obligation to save them every time. After all, I'm not the Straw Hat's father, Lu Yu said calmly. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. The Golden Lion laughed. Then it's almost time for me to make my debut, Shiki, just find someplace to play by yourself. Lu Yu said. Well, Captain, since we're here, let's settle the score with that woman. Battlefield on Mangrove Island number 12, stop. Stop, stop, stop. I told you to stop, heart-wrenching screams echoed one after another. I witnessed my important companions disappear one after another. As the captain of the Straw Hat Luffy, his spirit is on the verge of collapse. He activated the second gear mode regardless of everything. In order to save the last surviving Robin, they attacked the Tyrant Bear. However, in front of the Tyrant Bear's meatball, all beings are equal. The tyrant who easily knocked away Straw Hat Luffy was able to approach the last Robin step by step. Under the overwhelming momentum of the Tyrant Bear, Robin's body and mind were on the verge of collapse. My body's muscles were so stiff that I couldn't even run away. All they could do was watch the Tyrant Bear approach. Shichibukai Tyrant Bear ruthlessly raised his right hand and then swung it down. However, this time, his right hand suddenly froze before it could completely fall. His strong intuition as a Shichibukai-level warrior told him so. An extremely terrifying evil in the underworld is targeting him. Even the mechanical body couldn't help but stiffen at this moment. Tisk tisk. The brilliant golden lightning connected the sky and the earth. Land between Tyrant Bear and Robin. Really? It's only been a week since we last separated and it's already like this. I really can't leave you to the protection of the Straw Hat guys. Chapter 36 Robin Tears Sabo de Diju Island number 12 Mangrove Battlefield. The golden thunder connected the sky and the earth. The powerful dragon might spread everywhere. Footsteps were heard amidst the thunder and lightning. Under the shocked and puzzled gazes of the people, a slender figure appeared calmly, walked straight towards the crying woman. We've only been apart for a week and it's already like this. I really can't leave you to anyone else, Robin. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Mr. Lu Yu. Looking at Lu Yu who suddenly fell from the sky. Robin felt a rumbling sound in his head. The fear and despair that had previously arisen under the terrifying oppression of Admiral Kizaru and the Tyrant Bear disappeared in an instant. I couldn't help but feel infinite joy in my heart. She knew, no matter how bad the situation was, as long as this man is here. As long as Lu Yu is here, then everything is no longer a problem. Until now. Robin finally realized. Like the Straw Hat Pirates, Lu Yu is also her son. The second son in her dark life, brighter and warmer than the Straw Hat Pirates. As long as he appears, her heart will feel more at peace than ever before. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu Yu, for letting you. Tears blurred Robin's eyes. Don't cry, it's okay because I'm here. Lu Yu smiled and spoke. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears streaming down Robin's cheeks. Luo bit her red lips tightly with her teeth. She opened her arms and gently hugged Lu Yu, then walked aside obediently. Then let's start cleaning up. Lu Yu tidied up his appearance a little and turned to face the Tyrant Bear. Your mission ends here, Shichibukai Tyrant Bear. I will take over the next battlefield, Lu Yu spoke calmly. There was no change in expression on Tyrant Bear's face. However, there were already huge waves in my heart. Lu Yu's words sounded incoherent, but only Tyrant Bear himself knows what Lu Yu meant by this. How did you know that? After a while, Tyrant Bear spoke gently. I have heard your voice. Lu Yu grinned. Does this man possess the same observation haki that the Lone Red possesses, capable of reading people's minds? Tyrant Bear was suddenly startled. The first thing that came to my mind was a sea legend that I encountered more than 20 years ago. In front of that legend, everything in his heart was exposed. Hey, Mr. Shang, what's going on with you today? What do you want to do? Who is the man in front of you? Zhan Taowen, the captain of the Marine Science Corps wearing a red belly band, shouted. Then he was ignored by both Tyrant Shang and Lu Yu. Damn it, this is so inexplicable. In that case, I can only rely on myself. Zhan Taowen drew out the double-sided giant axe behind him with his backhand. I'll take care of those nosy guys. Zhan Taowen roared and jumped high. It exhibits agility that is inconsistent with its huge body. The huge axe in his hand fell towards Lu Yu without mercy. By the time the dazed Admiral Kizaru reacted, it was already too late. Come back soon, Zhan Taomaru, Admiral Kizaru shouted anxiously. The moment Lu Yu appeared, he recognized Lu Yu's identity. This mirrors the Wano-kuni incident that happened more than half a month ago. He was also one of the audience. Grandpa, why? Hearing Admiral Kizaru's shout, Zhan Taomaru was stunned. Next second, Zhan Taowen's body shook slightly, the whole person was suspended in midair. Wait until he takes a closer look. The huge axe that was chopped down with 1,000 pounds of force was now firmly grasped by Lu Yu's right hand. The sharp axe blade with the powerful armament haki was unable to cut Lu Yu's palm at this moment. What the hell is this? Without waiting for Zhan Taowen to think about it. Next second, his pupils constricted again. All I could hear was a series of clicking sounds. The pitch-black giant axe, imbued with the powerful armament haki, was covered in crisscrossing cracks. Flames and thunder wander and shine between the cracks. Then it exploded. Boom, thunder and fire. The two most violent forces in the world rushed out and devoured Zhan Taowen's body. Boom boom boom. The roars rang out one after another. After crashing through more than a few buildings, Zhan Taowen's body slammed down on the trunk of mangrove tree number 12. Zhan Taowen opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged out and his body was charred black. Yet he had not fallen yet. Despite bearing Lu Yu's thunder and fire attack head-on, his eyes remained clear. Even able to gallop back. Oh, can you still stand up? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Are you kidding me? Laozi's defense is the best in the world? How could I be defeated so easily by you? Zhan Taowen shouted angrily. Driven by anger, he took an offensive stance and was about to pour out his emission on Lu Yu. Just then, there was a flash of golden light in the field. Admiral Kizaru, who was originally confronting Pluton Rayleigh, flashed in front of Zhan Taomaru. Old man. Zhan Taowen slammed on the brakes. Back off, Zhan Taowen, that's not an opponent you can handle. Admiral Kizaru shouted. At this moment, he was surprisingly not pouting. A wretched old face was filled with solemnity and seriousness. Old man. Who the hell is he? It was the first time that Zhan Taomaru saw Kizaru with such a serious expression, and he was also confused. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu. Admiral Kizaru took a deep breath. Reveal Lu Yu's identity. Nani, the Fifth Emperor, is actually that Fifth Emperor? Is this true? Why is he here? Zhan Taowen was so frightened that his eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. After a series of questions, Zhan Taowen's body stiffened and he fell straight to the ground. His head tilted and he completely fainted. Part of it was fear. Another part is also related to the paralyzing power of lightning that remains in its body. Lu Yu. Tyrant Bear stared at Lu Yu who was approaching. There was a slight fluctuation in the mechanical eyes. Even though he had already known from Lu Yu's aura that he was not an ordinary person. However, until Admiral Kizaru was revealed, he then knew. The person in front of him turned out to be the Fifth Sea Emperor who had become famous throughout the world not long ago. Pluton Shaoli, who was not far away, was also shocked. Last time, Rayleigh learned from Shaki that Lu Yu had come to see him. At that time, he felt a little regretful that he couldn't see it. I never thought we would meet again so soon, since Lu Yu appeared here. Then it means that Golden Lion Shiki has already. Think of this. Rayleigh couldn't help but observe a 3-minute silence for Golden Lion Shiki. It was for him that Bai Jingswangi sold the Golden Lion. Old man over there, Lu Yu's shout woke Rayleigh from his shocked thoughts. You must be the Lao Lei that Shaki mentioned, Lu Yu asked knowingly. Rayleigh nodded. 2 choices, one is to help look after my girl, the other is. Lu Yu looked suggestively at Admiral Kizaru on the other side. Leave little Robin and Luffy to me. Rayleigh chose option 1 without hesitation. Even though he is one of the legends, he is the right hand of the Pirates King. Now he is a 78-year-old old man. Both his physical strength and hockey are not as good as before. It was already a stretch for him to face Admiral Kizaru, who was at the peak of his powers. After the previous battle, he was quite exhausted, but Kizaru was still relaxed. Now that there is a young and powerful person willing to take over, Rayleigh is of course happy to do so. Sir Lu Yu, leave the little girl and Luffy to me, you can fight as much as you want. Rayleigh stood beside Robin, carrying the distraught Luffy in a straw hat, and made a solemn promise. Okay. Lu Yu nodded calmly. His sight then locked onto Admiral Kizaru, who was not far away. Begin. Admiral Kizaru, Chapter 37 Lu Yu vs Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru, we meet again, or rather, this is our first official meeting. You left in such a hurry last time that I didn't have time to treat you properly. Lu Yu locked his eyes with Kizaru and spoke calmly. The big Wano Kuni incident more than half a month ago. Lu Yu sensed the surveillance from the sky. A railgun was fired into the sky. But no birds were shot down, for the peepers in the dark. At first, Lu Yu was unable to confirm his identity. Until later, he finally learned about it from the eyewitness reports of the Wano Kuni warriors. Besides the Birdman Morgans, the other person secretly hiding in the sky to watch the show that day was the wretched Marine Admiral Kizaru. 5th Emperor Lu Yu, I never thought that even a figure like you would appear. It's so scary. Admiral Kizaru stared at Lu Yu without blinking. Admiral Kizaru, who witnessed the battle of the 2 emperors on Onigashima. Everyone knows how terrifying Lu Yu's strength is. This is an extremely evil creature that can tear a blue dragon apart with his bare hands. He, looking at the expression of asking for a beating on Admiral Kizaru's wretched old face. Lu Yu didn't say any more nonsense and walked straight forward. Begin, Admiral Kizaru. I'll treat you to a meal this time, including the Wano Kuni portion from last time. The moment the words fell, a flash of golden lightning. Lu Yu's figure has disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Admiral Kizaru's eyelids twitched suddenly as he was about 100 meters away. Without hesitation, he transformed into an element and retreated 100 meters. In an instant, all I heard was a loud bang. The ground where Admiral Kizaru was standing exploded. Lu Yu picked up a huge piece of building debris with one hand and threw it towards Admiral Kizaru. The building debris passed straight through Kizaru's elemental body and pierced the ground behind him. It set off a fierce earth wave, taking advantage of this attack as cover. Lightning flashed again. Lu Yu's fist, intertwined with flames and lightning, headed towards Admiral Kizaru's face. A punch with the violent force of nature shattered Admiral Kizaru's body. However, it still did not cause him any harm. This is also natural. After all, Admiral Kizaru is the user of the Logia Flash Fruit. Normal physical attacks have no effect on it, I see. I finally found it. Countless golden points of light recondensed into the figure of Admiral Kizaru not far away. What did you find? Lu Yu calmly put away his fist. Whether it was your last battle with Kaido and Big Mom or now, you relied on powers similar to Logia. It seems you don't know armament hockey. Admiral Kizaru pouted again in a lewd way, and his expression was much more relaxed. So what if it doesn't happen? Lu Yu asked back with a smile. That's a shame. Without armament hockey, I can't touch you, a Logia user. If you were also a Logia user, you would know this perfectly well. Admiral Kizaru spoke slowly. So what? Lu Yu asked again. Indeed. In the world of pirates, the power of hockey is crucial. Armament hockey, in particular, has the power to capture the true form of a Logia user. For those who have not learned armament hockey, Logia users are undoubtedly the most difficult opponents. However, no matter how difficult they are, Logia users are not truly invincible or unsolvable. In addition to the restraint of attributes and weaknesses, and the suppression of sea stone and seawater. There is another more direct method, since physical attacks are useless. Then switch to elemental attacks. As they are all the power of natural elements, everyone is on an equal footing, and what they compete for is the strength of pure natural power. Coincidentally, among the 5 dragon-killing magics that Lu Yu possesses, except for the power of the Iron Dragon, which is more physical. The others are elemental attacks. So what if it's a Logia user who can transform into an element? Lu Yu grinned. Slowly clench your right fist. Thick thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Rumble. The roar of thunder resounded through the sky. Dazzling golden lightning flashed. The terrifying lightning column fell down with Lu Yu's wave of his hand, which made Admiral Kizaru change color in horror. Elemental dodge immediately. A golden column of lightning swept across, releasing a destructive aura. Destroy everything in its path. A terrifying explosion sounded over the Sabodi Islands. This caused countless people on the island to scream in fear. What the hell is going on with that thunder and lightning over there? Isn't Admiral Kizaru a Logia flash ability? Why is he also discharging electricity? The pirates in the kid group couldn't help but scream. Not good, not good, it's so scary even from such a distance, if I get hit head on, I'll definitely die. Beppo, the harp pirate's pet, was spinning in circles and screaming. Wrong. I don't know what happened, but that definitely couldn't be Admiral Kizaru. Another unknown entity has appeared. Trafalgar Law, the surgeon of death, spoke with certainty. Damn it. Captain Eustace Kidd punched the ground with a look of resignation on his face. First, Pluton Rayleigh, then Tyrant Bear one after another, Admiral Kizaru, and then that thunderbolt. How many monsters will appear today? It's all because of that guy, Straw Hat Crew. At the same time, Mangrove Island number 13 is adjacent to Mangrove Island number 12. There is a lonely little bar standing on a lonely hill. A lone figure stood in front of the bar, brows furrowed. That lightning doesn't belong to Admiral Kizaru, after all. Little Monkey and the others, can't they? No, Lao Lei has already gone to support them. It will be safe. Shocky whispered to himself worriedly, feeling heavy-hearted. Just then, ha 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 ha, a long-lost and familiar laugh suddenly came from the sky. Chi looked up suddenly. Looking at the man falling from the sky, his face changed drastically. Golden Lion Shiki, why are you? What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me alive? Shocky, you are such a bad woman. You actually betrayed me, your friend, for your lover. I took such good care of you when we were on the ship. Wake up, I will definitely pay you back double this time. Golden Lion, no. Golden Lion grinned. Mangrove Battlefield number 12. Pluton Rayleigh, who was watching over Robin and Luffy, shuddered suddenly. Under the lightning strike caused by Lu Yu earlier, half the island has been evaporated. The island land is no more. In its place emerged the deep sea, another direction. Countless golden points of light recondensed into Admiral Kizaru. Looking at the huge hole in the sea, Kizaru's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. What's wrong? Admiral Kizaru, didn't you say earlier that my attacks had no effect on you? Why are you still hiding? Lu Yu grinned. Damn it, if I don't dodge, am I waiting to die? It really is a monster. Admiral Kizaru remained expressionless, but he was already cursing in his heart. It was not until he faced Lu Yu face to face that Admiral Kizaru realized that he had underestimated Lu Yu before. The power of thunder and lightning that he controls alone is so terrifying. Not to mention anything else. Admiral Kizaru, who witnessed the battle between the two emperors, knew this very well. In addition to being able to control thunder and lightning, Lu Yu. There are other powers hidden and untapped. What are you doing standing there, you yellow monkey? If you don't come over, I won't be polite. Lu Yu smiled slightly. The shape suddenly dissipated like the breeze. Sword of the Cloud. Admiral Kizaru waved his hands and condensed a sharp lightsaber. Observation Haki was activated, capturing Lu Yu's trajectory, and stabbed out with a ruthless sword. Click. A soft sound. Admiral Kizaru looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Yu opened his mouth and bit into pieces his aim no Murakumo lightsaber, which was as hard as steel. Chapter 38 Kizaru is confused. Admiral Kizaru's eyes widened. Once again, an expression of seeing a ghost appeared on the old face uncontrollably. The whole person was filled with shock and horror. I have been traveling across this sea for so many years. Admiral Kizaru encountered countless enemies, both large and small. But this is the first time I've encountered this. The famous sword, Aim no Murakumo, which he condensed with the power of the flash fruit, was actually bitten to pieces by someone. His Murakumo sword, with armament Haki attached, is as hard as steel. Coupled with the sharpness of the lightsaber, this sword can definitely cut through iron like mud. Easily cuts through any flesh and blood without Haki attached. But now, what he saw, facing the Aim no Murakumo lightsaber he stabbed out. Lu Yu actually opened his mouth and bit it, and miraculously, he bit off his proud lightsaber. This is simply a scene from the Arabian Nights. Now it is actually happening. Crack, crack, crack. The teeth-grinding chewing sound woke Admiral Kizaru from his shock. Seeing Lu Yu's throat rising and falling, he swallowed his light. The taste is just okay. Lu Yu nodded seriously. The White Dragon Slayer magic was awakened for the first time that day. Lu Yu also wondered whether Admiral Kizaru's golden light could be eaten. I'm worried that the White Dragon weaving can absorb white light. But now the facts prove it. Admiral Kizaru's golden light can also be consumed. I don't know if it's because of the incarnation of light or the highly compressed light energy. The increase in Lu Yu's strength from swallowing the Admiral Kizaru sword far exceeded that of ordinary sunlight. After swallowing just half the sword, power began to surge forth. For Lu Yu's White Dragon Slayer magic, Admiral Kizaru is simply a tonic. Discover this. Lu Yu's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Admiral Kizaru. The other side. Admiral Kizaru also noticed Lu Yu's strange look. I immediately broke out in a sweat. All the hairs on my body stood up. Jihu did it without hesitation. Admiral Kizaru threw the remaining half of the Aim no Kimezu sword towards Lu Yu. Then he decisively transformed into elements to create distance. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, yellow monkey. Lu Yu swallowed the other half of Tian Kongyun without any hesitation. The power of light overflows, between mouth opening. A bright white light burst out from Lu Yu's mouth. Boom boom boom. The roar from the white dragon broke the red tree number 12. It then swept across, causing a series of huge explosions on the adjacent mangrove island number 11. Admiral Kizaru almost brushed against the white roar, narrowly avoiding it. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Yu showed an extremely fast arrival at the same level as him. Don't underestimate me. Admiral Kizaru, who had captured Lu Yu's movements in advance with observation haki, shone with golden light on his right leg. The kick with the speed of light fell on Lu Yu's head. Lu Yu's body suddenly spun, counter kick with a kick. A kick with light and thunder, attacking from bottom to top. Speed is power, get off me, Admiral Kizaru shouted. The true power of the light speed kick explodes, however, it was beyond his expectations. The light speed kick that he was proud of did not achieve the desired effect. The light speed kick that was powerful enough to break a huge mangrove or even a small mountain was blocked by Lu Yu. Who can't do a light speed kick? Lu Yu grinned. Energy absorbed from the sword light of Aim Murakumo, full output. With the help of lightning, Admiral Kizaru was kicked back at the speed of light. The impact of the two light speed kicks caused the entire number 11 mangrove island to sink. The area within hundreds of meters around the center of the battle was razed to the ground. The earth is full of holes and gullies. The dazzling battle of light has just begun. Admiral Kizaru, who was rising into the sky, adjusted his posture in an instant. The 5 fingers of the right hand shine. 5 bright laser beams shot out towards Lu Yu on the ground. Tisk tisk. Lightning flashed. Lu Yu trembled with a word and avoided Kizaru's laser. Looking at Kizaru in the sky, he subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth. The light energy that had previously devoured the Aim no Murasakumo sword had been almost exhausted and urgently needed to be replenished. Admiral Kizaru, who understood the meaning of Lu Yu's eyes, suddenly twitched his eyelids. I had a bad feeling in my heart, without the slightest hesitation. Admiral Kizaru made up his mind and was about to transform into an element and go to another mangrove island to create some distance. However, his elemental transformation had just been completed and he had not yet moved. Lu Yu had already come behind him. The speed is already faster than him. This is exactly what teleportation is, that is, instant movement. Even light is not faster than teleportation, compared to being shocked by Lu Yu's speed that was above light. What frightened Admiral Kizaru even more was his gaping mouth. Thank you for the treat, Lu Yu smiled slightly. With its mouth opened, it bit the elemental photon in front of it without hesitation. In an instant, he moved several hundred meters away and yelled again while holding Admiral Kizaru in his arms. Looking at the shoulders that recovered a second later than other parts. Admiral Kizaru's eyelids seemed to be tap dancing. Why the hell is this guy also a cannibal? Horrible. It's really scary. What the hell is this? It's simply impossible to fight. Admiral Kizaru felt like backing off. Decisively and without hesitation, he turned around and ran away. Don't leave so quickly, stay and play a little longer. Lu Yu, who absorbed highly compressed light energy, gave chase. Damn it, don't go too far, Kizaru shouted angrily. Ah, woo. Kizaru's right hand is missing a piece of elemental energy. I'm going to lose my temper, Yasukani no Magatama. Admiral Kizaru strikes a pose, countless laser beams fell like raindrops. Mangrove Island number 3 no longer exists under Kizaru's Yasukani no Magatama. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a palm passed through his waist. Took away a handful of light particles. Lu Yu drank it like drinking water. Then it turned into a roar of a white dragon, destroying Mangrove Island number 1. Admiral Kizaru, whose kidney was pierced, shook involuntarily. I just feel that the strength in my body is weak. Although it is not much, it is definitely decreasing. All this was because of Lu Yu's unreasonable swallowing. Even his light could not escape Lu Yu's mouth. What Admiral Kizaru didn't know was that it was precisely because he was light that he could be eaten by Lu Yu. If it were the ice of Aokiji or the magma of Akainu, Lu Yu could only fight obediently, in this pirate's world. There are 2 other people who can be eaten as food, like Admiral Kizaru. One is the Firechild, now imprisoned and impelled down. Another power bank has probably jumped to the moon. In this way, Lu Yu could only grab the solar energy in front of him. Experience the collision between Dragon Slayer magic and Logia users with corresponding attributes. Please, can you stop chasing me? It's a rare opportunity to meet someone like that. Don't be so anxious to leave. Let's continue playing for a while. Then can you please have fun? Stop eating people all the time, okay? It's creepy. No, this is my most important ability. Just be eaten, you yellow monkey. Admiral Kizaru's mentality has collapsed. The cat and mouse chase is still going on. Chapter 39 Golden Lion. Rayleigh, the Saboti Islands are made up of 79 of the world's largest mangroves. At this moment, we are experiencing the most terrifying battle impact in history. The earth and the sky shook, the atmosphere broke and healed. The golden light, brighter than the sun in the sky, flickered and interlaced. The shaking made the frightened people on the ground unable to open their eyes. Saboti and the islands around. Huge mangroves continued to break and fall in front of people's horrified gazes. This scene after scene is like the end of the world. Run! Monsters! Monsters are coming to this island. We can't stay here any longer. If we don't leave now, everyone will die. The entire Saboti Islands fell into unprecedented chaos. Countless ships rushed out from various ports and fled overseas. Boom! A loud bang was heard over the 24th mangrove island in Saboti Islands. The air was filled with terror, causing people in the area to scream in fear involuntarily. Captain Bonnie, why are you still eating? The sky outside is about to fall. The big, silly pirates in overalls yelled with shock and horror on his face. It hasn't collapsed yet, has it? On the second floor of the restaurant, Jewelry Bonnie, the supernova with a bounty of over 100 million, the big eater, was still tearing into the pizza in her hand. Captain Bonnie, those two monsters are already on top of us, if we're not careful. Seeing his captain's unhurried demeanor, the pirates in overalls suddenly became anxious. Ha ha ha, don't worry, guys. If we really can't escape, we might as well have a good meal before we die. Jewelry Bonnie, the big eater, laughed. She appeared calm on the surface, but the trembling deep in her eyes revealed her true thoughts. Both of them are monsters. One is a marine admiral. Where's the other one? If it's not Pluton Rayleigh, then who is it? Just as Bonnie was thinking to himself. The burly man in overalls strode forward. He picked up his dazed captain and ran. This stunning showdown over the Saboti Islands lasted for a full hour. An hour later, the battle is over. The terrifying aura dissipated. The powerful impact wind also disappeared. The sky cleared up again. Everything is the same as yesterday, as if nothing had happened. However, if someone stands high enough, looking down from above the clouds, you will be shocked to find that Saboti, which was originally made up of 79 mangroves, has become bumpy. The number 1 mangrove area where the population auction site is located. Mangrove number 8 where human traffickers gather. There are also number 2, number 3. The most chaotic and darkest area of the Saboti Islands has since disappeared and was officially removed from the map. Let's play together next time. At the top of the huge mangrove tree, Lu Yu smiled and waved goodbye to the golden light that was going away. I am looking forward to the summit war in the near future. Admiral Kizaru can continue to serve as his solar power bank. There won't be a next time, Admiral Kizaru roared in grief and anger. The battle lasted for the past hour. His body did not suffer much substantial damage. After all, Lu Yu doesn't know how to use armament color. Any elemental attack that could threaten him was dodged by him at an extremely fast speed. However, at this moment his body was weaker than ever before. Ever since obtaining the invincible Logia Flash Fruit ability, he had never been so weak. It feels like all the strength in my body has been drained away. Everything stemmed from Lu Yu's almost unreasonable devouring. Even to the end, Admiral Kizaru only felt that his own flash ability was almost swallowed up by Lu Yu. It's just horrible. If possible, he never wants to meet Lu Yu again in his life. At the same time, after watching Admiral Kizaru run away, Lu Yu went straight down and sat down on a branch of the mangrove tree. After the battle just now, in his mind, the system's mechanical prompt sound kept ringing. Need to sort out and digest it well. Defeat Admiral Kizaru and receive +10 levels of White Dragon Slayer magic and +20 levels of dragon power. Kill 10 celestial dragons. Unfinished. Reward unknown. Main quest. Summit war. Defeat the 3 marine admirals. Not completed. Rewards unknown. Defeat Marine Marshal. Not completed. Reward unknown. Defeat the Marine Hero Garp. Not completed. Reward unknown. Defeat 10 Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admirals. Unfinished. Rewards unknown. Defeat Shichibukai. Not completed. Reward unknown. In the clouds dozens of miles away from Saboti Islands, Admiral Kizaru collapsed onto the thick island clouds as if exhausted. He took out the Den Mushi from his arms and dialed the number. A moment later, Den Mushi is connected. Borsellino, what's going on? I just asked you to capture the Celestial Dragon's prisoners. Why are there reports that the Saboti Islands are going to be demolished? Marshal Sengoku's roar came from the other end of the Den Mushi. There's nothing I can do, Mr. Sengoku. There are really some incredible variables. If I hadn't run fast, I would have almost fallen there this time. Admiral Kizaru said with a look of grievance. Borsellino, what exactly is the variable? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. 5th Emperor Lu Yu. That vicious man has come to Saboti. Admiral Kizaru replied. What did you say? Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Sengoku, I'm exhausted today. I'm applying for paid leave for a month, no, a year. Admiral Kizaru rode. Don't even think about it. You just stay there and guard it obediently. I'll send someone over for support right away. Saboti Diju Island, number 12 Mangrove Remnant Island. The golden lightning flashed and disappeared. Robin, why are you still here? Lu Yu appeared and walked towards Robin, who was sitting with his legs crossed, smiling. Mr. Lu Yu. Seeing Lu Yu return safely, Robin's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately stood up, opened her arms, and threw herself into Lu Yu's arms. Feeling the warmth so close to her, her uneasy heart finally settled down. Ha ha ha, little girl Robin insisted on waiting here. Having said that, heroes are born young. 5th Emperor Lu Yu is indeed worthy of his reputation. Pluton Rayleigh was generous with his praise. the previous battle between Lu Yu and Kizaru. Ordinary people can't see it. Rayleigh, a legend, saw it clearly. He clearly saw how Admiral Kizaru, who was powerful enough to suppress him, fled in panic as Lu Yu chased him. It wasn't an evenly matched battle at all, it's more like a cat and mouse game. The young 5th Emperor in front of him was even more exaggerated than what was described in the news. Let's go. After simply comforting Luo, Lu Yu hugged Robin and walked towards the mangrove island number 13 behind him. Rayleigh quickly followed with Straw Hat Luffy, who was distraught because of being separated from his friends. Not long. Lu Yu and his group of 4 returned to the knockoff bar. Didn't even wait to enter the door. A loud and unruly laugh was heard first. Rayleigh was stunned at first, and then his face changed drastically. Snap. Rayleigh flung open the bar door. The first thing he saw was the sofa. When Rayleigh saw his lover Shocky being held on the lap by a yellow-haired guy, his eyes instantly turned red and his hair stood on end with rage. Let go of my Shocky. Rayleigh's angry roar exploded in the sky. Lu Yu, Golden Lion Shiki is really good at playing. Is he planning to snatch the woman right in front of Rayleigh? Chapter 40. A Rage for a Beauty. Golden Lion Shiki. You old B********. Let Shocky go. The legend of the past era, the right hand of the Pirate King, the man known as Pluton. The Western name was Baz Rayleigh. His roar resounded through the sky and shook the surrounding area. As one of the legends, Rayleigh has experienced countless things in his life and even witnessed the secrets of the world. As such, he should be calm and composed even when faced with a huge crisis. Even when facing the terrifying Admiral Kizaru, he never frowned or blinked. But now, the man with the nickname Pluton was completely furious and exploded. It's all because of the scene in front of you, while he was out. An old yellow-haired man sneaked into the house, occupied his woman. Looking at Shocky, who was forcibly held in the arms of Golden Lion Shiki. Rayleigh was furious, his eyes were red and his hair was standing on end with anger. For a man, how can I bear to see my woman being hugged by another man? Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki laughed loudly, looking at the returning Rayleigh. His laughter became more and more wanton and rampant. The big hands around Shocky's waist tightened even more. It's been so long, Rayleigh. Golden Lion Shiki smiled proudly. Golden Lion Shiki, get your dirty hands off Shocky now. Rayleigh took a step forward. The powerful conqueror's haki surges out with rage. The bar was shocked by the extortion. Ha 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 ha. After more than 20 years, you're still as haki as ever, Rayleigh. Golden Lion Shiki smiled teasingly. Clang. Rayleigh unsheathed the long sword at his waist, and the sharp sword light flickered. Shocky, wait, I'm going to make that old B******* pay. Rayleigh's emotions gradually calmed down. However, the aura around him became more and more terrifying. Lao Lei, looking at Rayleigh who was fighting for the championship for him, Shocky's originally cold face couldn't help but show a slight smile. We have known each other for so many years. She and Rayleigh have long been inseparable. But she had never seen Rayleigh do this for her before. It feels good to be cared for and protected. Naturally, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't fail to notice the change in Shocky's facial expression. She was cold as ice one second and smiling like a flower the next. The smile on Golden Lion Shiki's face froze for a moment. I just felt like my open mouth was fed a mouthful of dog food. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. Think again about your own experience. The more Golden Lion Shiki thought about it, the angrier he became. A couple. Golden Lion Shiki was also angry. He pointed at Rayleigh and Shocky's noses and started cursing. What did you say? Wake up, Shiki. Rayleigh thrust his sword without hesitation. Conquerors, which had not been used in the previous battle with Kizaru, was entangled here. Boom. A large hole was cut into the wall of the bar. A gully over 100 meters long also appeared in the small bag at the back. If Golden Lion Shiki hadn't dodged quickly enough, this blow could definitely make a hole in his body. A hole, Golden Lion. It's fine you just touched my Shocky, but you even dared to scold us? You're looking for death. Rayleigh held Shocky with one arm and pointed his right sword at the Golden Lion. You two, you're the bad guys, you're the first to complain, aren't you? Who sold Lousy's life card in the first place? Don't think I don't know. It was you, Rayleigh, who was supposed to get beaten. The blame was finally shifted to Lousy. Golden Lion Shiki shouted excitedly. Ahem. Upon hearing this, the expressions on Shi and Rayleigh's faces froze, looking a little embarrassed. They naturally knew the source of Golden Lion Shiki's accusations and anger. Shiki, are you still full of life? Shocky pouted. If Lousy hadn't known the situation and joined in when he couldn't win, do you think I would still be standing? No, he's alive, but do you know what Lousy saw and what he experienced? Golden Lion Shiki retorted angrily. When I think of what happened that day, I can't help but gasp. Why, Shiki, are you upset about being my subordinate? Finally, Lu Yu outside the door couldn't stand it anymore and stopped being silent. Mr. Lu Yu, Golden Lion Shiki really? Robin nodded slightly and asked in a low voice. Lu Yu just smiled and nodded. So Robin finally let go of his slightly anxious heart and stopped worrying. On the other side, hearing Lu Yu's question, the expression on Golden Lion Shiki's face suddenly changed 180 degrees. Ha ha ha, Captain Lu Yu, what are you talking about? It's my honor to work under you, Golden Lion Shiki said with a flattering smile. Seeing this, Rayleigh and Shaki were stunned again. He looked suspiciously at the obedient Shiki, then at Lu Yu. For a moment, the expressions on their faces were inexplicably wonderful. As Shiki's former partner and rival, they knew best how rude Golden Lion Shiki was. Back then, there was only one person who was able to tame this flying lion and make him obedient. Now, the second lion tamer appears, and it's such a young Lu Yu. This is simply a miracle. Mr. Wawang Lu Yu, how on earth did you do it? Shaki couldn't help but ask in surprise. Just beat him into submission. Lu Yu smiled mysteriously. Although Shaki is also involved, but the surprise is naturally saved for last. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki forced a smile and said nothing. I began to look forward to what kind of wonderful expression Shaki would have when he saw that person. Feeling the cunning little expression of Golden Lion Shiki, Shaki's suspicion grew even more intense. He knew it would not be as simple as beating them into submission. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure out the reason. I had to give up for now. By the way, Lao Lei, Little Monkey. How are Little Monkey and the others doing? Why is Robin the only one back? Shaki realized this and asked nervously. I almost forgot. Rayleigh slapped his head. He hurried out. Bring the distraught Straw Hat Luffy back to the bar. What happened to Little Monkey? What happened before? Seeing the always cheerful and lively Straw Hat Luffy become like this, Shaki couldn't help but cover his mouth in worry. Rayleigh didn't hide it. This is what will happen on Mangrove Island number 12. Including the appearance of Tyrant Bear, he told everyone about how he used his ability to send the Straw Hat crew flying. After listening to Rayleigh's story, Shaki was silent for a long time. He just looked at Straw Hat Luffy and Little Robin with affection. But, Luffy, Rayleigh changed the subject and stood in a serious tone. Uncle. Straw Hat Luffy turned his head slightly. Although I can't guarantee it 100%, your companions are most likely still alive. Rayleigh said seriously. Lao Lei, what do you mean? Shaki was puzzled. If Lord Lu Yu hadn't arrived earlier, even I wouldn't have been able to change the outcome of you being captured, Luffy. Just then, Tyrant Bear appeared and swatted the whole group of you away one by one. This action is not to kill you, but to send you away from this island with the Admiral. You should understand what I'm saying now, Rayleigh said. The Shichibukai Tyrant Bear isn't here to capture us, but to save us? Robin reacted and couldn't help but widen his beautiful eyes in shock. That should be it. That Tyrant Bear once told me his intentions during the battle between Kizaru and I. Rayleigh nodded. But why? Why would a tyrant like Shichibukai risk having his title stripped from him by the government to save Little Monkey and the others? Shaki asked the most crucial question. Rayleigh was stunned, then shook his head silently. Next second. The answer is revealed. The person who answered this question was naturally Lu Yu. Because Shichibukai Tyrant Bear is a revolutionary army. 2 Deci Seconds Chapter 41 Recruitment, because the Shichibukai Tyrant Bear is a member of the revolutionary army. Lu Yu picked up the wineglass and took a sip, leisurely and contented. As Lu Yu finished speaking, the bar suddenly fell silent. Robin, Rayleigh, Shaki and Golden Lion Shiki, all of their eyes fell on Lu Yu. Revolutionary army? Is this true, Lord Lu Yu? How did you know that? Rayleigh looked confused and asked questions repeatedly. How would I know? Just ask your Shaki. Lu Yu smiled and pointed at Shaki. Mr. Lu Yu has the same observation Haki attribute as Reed. Shaki nodded solemnly. Ryder, Redfield, Golden Lion Shiki and Pluton Rayleigh reacted. I know that the rider Shaki was referring to was the legendary Lone Ranger from the same era as them. The Lone Red, Balori Clydefield. Those who had fought Redfield before were naturally impressed by his observation Haki, which could read people's minds. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you, Captain, to be so capable. Golden Lion Shiki lol. The ability to read people's minds, no wonder. Rayleigh nodded in understanding. But, Captain, what does the hidden identity of Shichibukai Tyrant Bear's revolutionary army have to do with his rescue of the Straw Hat crew? Golden Lion Shiki raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Could it be? Before Lu Yu could speak, Robin in his arms widened his eyes and cried out unconsciously, as if he had thought of something. Shaki, the intelligence expert beside Rayleigh, also thought of the reason. More than a month ago, 2 major events occurred almost simultaneously in the sea. One is the Wano-kuni event and the birth of the 5 emperors. The second is the Enies Lobby incident. Shortly after the Enies Lobby incident, there was another incident that was supposed to shock the world. That is the revelation of the family identity of the Revolutionary Army leader Long. Garp, who went to Water City to capture his grandson, the Straw Hat, accidentally let the secret slip. He revealed that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was his son and the father of the Straw Hats. Afterwards, Marine tried its best to cover up the incident. But as an intelligence expert, Shaki naturally has a way to find out. Straw Hat Luffy is the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Tyrant Bear is a member of the Revolutionary Army. Such a connection. The motives behind his actions are clear enough. Shaki, what's going on? Tell me now. Rayleigh, who was still kept in the dark, couldn't help but ask anxiously. Because Little Monkey is the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Shocky did not hide anything and immediately analyzed the interests involved in a concise and comprehensive manner. Hearing this, Rayleigh and Golden Lion Shaki finally understood. I see. Then what about that time at Thriller Bark? That tyrant bear didn't really want to attack Luffy. Robin took the lead and nodded, after figuring out everything. Her pretty face couldn't help but show extreme joy and excitement. Luffy, it's okay. Nami, Zoro, and the others must be safe. I was just temporarily sent to another place by Tyrant Bear. Robin quickly spoke to comfort her. Really? Really? Nami, Zoro, Sanji, everyone is safe. Straw Hat Luffy bit his lips tightly with his teeth, stubbornly not letting the tears in my eyes flow. Of course it's true. Miss Shocky, Mr. Rayleigh, and Mr. Liu Yu all said it's okay, so there must be no problem. Robin nodded affirmatively. Woo, alright, little monkey. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. Now you also need to rest well. Only after you have rested well can you go find your friends. Shocky whispered soothingly. Oh, when the tense heartstrings relax. Straw Hat Luffy fell into a coma on the spot. Robin also tilted his head and fell asleep peacefully in Liu Yu's arms. Place the unconscious Robin in Shocky's room. Liu Yu said hello to the three old men in the bar and went out again. At the same time, Liu Yu just left. Immediately after the extortion, the bar fell into chaos again. Rayleigh and Golden Lion each walked around the pillar, watching eagerly. The atmosphere in the field was tense. To this, I don't know. Even if I knew, I would not bother to get involved. After all, he still has important tasks to do. A quarter of an hour had passed since the battle between Liu Yu and Admiral Kizaru ended. Although riots in various parts of Sabaody are still continuing, they are not as intense as they were at the beginning. Right now, Mangrove Island number 24. This is where Admiral Kizaru defeated the 4 supernova pirates. Damn it, what the hell is going on today? DJ Skulikiman Apu knocked his head and hid in the corner of the ruins, his face full of pain. As expected of an admiral, we're no match for him right now. The strange monk Uroge, who was also seriously injured, also sat on the ruins to recover his strength. Admiral Kizaru, you're being too ruthless, Drake grinned and complained to himself. After being beaten for more than an hour, they finally regained consciousness temporarily. It can be seen how serious the injury is. Captain Hawkins, what are you doing? Captain, you are seriously injured now. Please do not continue to use your abilities. The pirates of Hawkins' group started to speak in panic. However, Hawkins, known as a magician, insisted on carrying out the divination ceremony. A moment later, he took down a card. Open, again? Look at the meaning shown on the cards. Hawkins was stunned. Immediately, panic appeared on his pale face. Is this really a ghost? Are they going to be beaten a second time today? Go. It will be too late if we don't leave, Hawkins yelled. What's that charlatan over there suddenly yelling about? It's really ugly. DJ Apu taunted. The next moment, there were footsteps coming from behind him. At the same time, there was also a fierce aura like that of a prehistoric beast. The laughter on the DJ music app froze, and was replaced by extreme fear. The strange monk Uroge, the fallen Marine Rear Admiral Drake, and the magician Hawkins all had expressions of horror on their faces. Hey, hello to all the supernovas of this year. Liu Yu grinned and greeted him kindly. You, who are you? Seeing Liu Yu coming, Drake, the Allosaurus user, suddenly narrowed his eyes. In front of Liu Yu, he instinctively felt fear and submission. It was as if he was not facing a person, but a giant dragon soaring in the sky. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is your choice. How about it? Are you interested in joining my army and becoming my subordinate? Liu Yu invited with a smile. The words fell. The atmosphere in the field froze instantly. The 4 supernovas all widened their eyes in shock and anger. What a joke. Who are you? Who do you think we are? If you want us to surrender, you must at least show considerable strength. It's so inexplicable. Before the supernova captains could say anything, the people from the 4 major pirates groups all shouted angrily. They expressed strong dissatisfaction and anger at Liu Yu, a stranger whose name they didn't even know, who suddenly wanted to take their captain as his subordinate. Listen to the indignant provocations of his men. Drake, Hawkins and others were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but curse them as a bunch of idiots. Although no one knows who Liu Yu is, the oppressive force that is no weaker than Admiral Kizaru is real. Before the supernovas could prepare to find ways to delay time and get away with it. The smile on Liu Yu's lips made their hearts sink. Since you all said so, then I won't be polite. Chapter 42, Supernova Shock. Crash. A terrifying hurricane that stretched from sky to earth raged through the ruins of Mangrove Street number 24. Countless large and small building fragments were swept into the sky by the hurricane. In addition, there are the 4 supernova pirates groups led by Drake, Hawkins, Apu and Uroge. Supernova brats, that's all for today's greetings. If you ever decide to seek refuge, come find me anytime. Listen carefully. My name is Liu Yu. Liu Yu waved his hand towards the raging hurricane and left without looking back. Rumble. As Liu Yu walked away, the hurricane dissipated. The building debris and people fell to the ground helplessly. Lu Yu. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu. Drake spoke word by word, gritting his teeth. That man is the 5 emperors who defeated Kaido of the Beasts. The New World Sea Emperor has appeared on the Saboti Islands. So, earlier with Admiral Kizaru, Yoruja's face was filled with horror. Is this the power of the Sea Emperor? DJ Skulakiman Apu vomited blood in pain. My divination was correct. After Admiral Kizaru, we suffered a beating from the Sea Emperor, PFF'd. Magician Hawkins spit out blood and fainted again. In the previous battle with Golden Lion Shiki, Lu Yu accidentally triggered the educational mission of the 10 supernovas. Showing overwhelming strength to Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro, making them realize the gap between them and the top of the ocean is education. Letting the supernovas experience the terror of the Sea Emperor firsthand is also a form of education. All the supernovas happen to be gathered on this island today. This opportunity is rare. Lu Yu naturally wouldn't miss it. After all, if we miss this opportunity, we will all disperse and head to the New World. It would be too troublesome to search for them one by one. So take this opportunity to solve it all at once. At the same time, you can also complete the task of recruiting subordinates. Although these supernova captains are still weak at present, they all have amazing potential. There is no problem in training him to become a cadre. Some even have the potential to become the Emperor's vice president. So who will be the lucky one next? Lu Yu's gaze fell towards the southeast, and his figure flashed away. In the chase with Admiral Kizaru a long time ago, he almost visited every island in Saboti. By chance, the activity range of supernovae was also determined. Saboti Mangrove Island number 52. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The brilliant laser beams blasted huge holes one after another in the open space. Damn it. This is the first tyrant bear I've seen. Eustace Kid, the supernova captain with a 300 million bounty, roared angrily. Ah, I'm dying, I'm dying. Why are these tyrant bears chasing us one after another? The big pirate Babo, who had a bounty of 500 berries on his head, ran around in fear. Mass-produced tyrant bears, what on earth are the Marines and the government trying to do by creating such a terrifying weapon? Trafalgar Law, the death surgeon, could not help but ponder. It's coming. Kira, the masked supernova killer warrior with a Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle, shouted in a deep voice. The words fell. Pacifist 5 raised his hands, his mouth hanging open. 3 laser beams began to shine and gather power, each aiming at the 3 supernovas in the field. Just then, all I heard was a loud bang. There was a violent earthquake on Mangrove Island number 52. The pacifist's laser fire came to an abrupt halt. Dazzling arcs of electricity moved across its tall steel body. Then it exploded with a loud bang, in an instant. A powerful human weapon was turned into scrap metal all over the ground, completely falling apart. This sudden scene made the 2 Supernova Pirates members in the field stunned. However, their emotions did not relax at all, but became more tense. Their intuition told them, this area harbors something more dangerous than the pacifist tyrant bear. Supernova brats, where are you looking? Just as Eustace Kid, Trafalgar Law and others were staring at the smoke from the explosion without blinking. A sudden voice came from behind them. In an instant, they broke out in cold sweats. Turn around suddenly. Looking at Lu Yu sitting on the ruins not far away, Kid, Luo and others subconsciously tensed their muscles. Who the hell are you, man? Trafalgar Law asked in a deep voice. Ignoring Luo's question, Lu Yu smiled slightly and started recruiting. Eustace Kid with 300 million and Trafalgar Law with 200 million, you two are quite good. Would you consider joining me? What did you say? Just like the previous 4 Supernova Pirates groups. When they heard that Lu Yu came to recruit their captain as his subordinate, the people from the 2 pirate groups couldn't help but explode. Let me try. Kira, the murderer with a bounty of over 100 million, disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he was behind Lu Yu. 2 specially made Punisher sickles crossed towards Lu Yu's neck without mercy. When the crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. If this were the Dragon Ball world, with your blonde hair, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But what a pity. Lu Yu smiled slightly. The power of the right hand holding the Punisher's scythe increased. Kaka. Hearing the mournful cry of the weapon, the killer warrior Kira's pupils suddenly shrank. Without waiting for him to make any movement or reaction, Lu Yu's right hand had already broken his weapon, grabbed his face, and threw it away. Boom. A huge hole exploded in the ground dozens of meters away. Blood splattered from the mask of the killer warrior Kira. Damn it. Who the hell are you? You actually attacked my friend, don't even think you can let it go. Kid was immediately furious when he saw Kira seriously injured and unconscious. Just raise your hand. Countless weapons and metal fragments gathered under his magnetic attraction. It turned into a giant metal arm and smashed down towards Lu Yu without mercy. A full-strength attack on Kid. Lu Yu's expression remained calm. He just raised his hand to block Kid's angry giant metal arm. Before Kid could be shocked, the next second, raging flames spread throughout the entire giant metal arm. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the metal to liquefy and melt, turning into molten iron that dripped onto the ground. The golden electric light beneath the flames instantly traveled along the giant metal arm to Kid's body. Just one hit. Kid's body was charred. A puff of black smoke came out of his mouth and he fell to his knees helplessly. The two supernovas with bounties of over 100 million and over 300 million respectively couldn't even withstand a single move from Lu Yu. This shocking scene deeply shocked everyone else in the room. Even the kid pirates, who had a close bond with their friends, could not help but retreat one after another. He didn't dare to launch an attack on Lu Yu rashly again. Trafalgar Law took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart. May I ask, sir, who exactly is this person? Instead of his previous rude questioning, Trafalgar Law respectfully raised his hands and bowed, then asked sincerely. Changes in attitude are also the result of education. My name is Lu Yu. If you've made up your mind, you can come find me in Wano Kuni. Chapter 43. The war is about to begin. Lu Yu, 5th Emperor Lu Yu. That man from before was the 5 emperors. Mangrove Island number 52. Watching Lu Yu leave, go far away, and disappear completely. The shouts of the kids and heart pirates finally broke out. Captain, Captain, was that man from before really the 5 emperors? White Bear Babo poses on one leg, that should be right. He must be the one who had a fierce battle with Admiral Kizaru earlier. Trafalgar Law, who had escaped the disaster, took a deep breath and nodded affirmatively. Snap, the White Bear Babo, who was standing on one leg, fell straight to the ground. He tilted his head, vomited, and started playing dead. Beppo, playing dead only works on bears, it won't work on the Sea Emperor. Yes, and that terrifying villain has left. Heart Group Pekin and Shiki reminded. Oh, is that so? Beppo scratched the back of his head. Then I wonder if it would be okay if I act cute next time? Cough cough, the charred kid, who was kneeling on his knees not far away, coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood with red arcs. Kid, Captain Kid, are you okay? Everyone in the kid group hurried forward. I'm fine, go check on Kira. Kid waved his hand. That's why I told you before, don't be so impulsive, Kid is the boss. Trafalgar Law shook his head. Kid glanced at Luo, said nothing and lowered his head again. The face was so charred that no expression could be seen. However, his heart was already filled with turmoil. He considered himself the top supernova and wanted to break into the New World. Challenge the Sea Emperors of the New World. He was confident he could pull one of them off. But now, the appearance of Lu Yu completely crushed his confidence and pride. In front of the terrifying Sea Emperor, these newcomers had no ability to fight back at all. This gap in strength is simply despairing. Sabo di Mangrove number 42. Lu Yu casually threw the smoking mafia godfather Capone Beige aside. With the Capone film Bega's education was over. Who's the rest? Oh, Jewelry Bonnie, the big eater. Lu Yu nodded. I thought of the last supernova who needed education. She is the only woman among them. The goal has been determined. Lu Yu immediately started searching. From the greedy big stomach, the female Jewelry Bonnie searched one by one for the possible existence of the restaurant. However, it wasn't until 2 hours later. Lu Yu searched all the Sabodi Islands but still couldn't find Bonnie. Haha, that greedy girl couldn't have really run away from this island. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth twitched. For people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. It's like all the foreplay is ready, except for the final touch, and then you tell me it's over. This is simply unbearable, but I can't bear it anymore. Lu Yu has no good solution at the moment. After all, the ocean is vast. Who knows which direction Bonnie and his gang fled by boat? What a naughty girl. Next time I catch you I'll give you a good lesson with a stick. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Next time I catch a big stomach, female Jewelry Bonnie. She must definitely be used to fill in other mission vacancies. The educational mission of the Supernova 11 was temporarily put on hold because of the escape of the gluttonous girl. Lu Yu did not return to the blackmail bar. The next destination is Red Tree number 67. It is the exclusive residence of world government personnel. The 3 members of the Celestial Dragons family who were knocked unconscious, smashed, and shocked at the human auction today have not left yet. 3 minutes later. Boom! The violent roar once again resounded throughout the Sabodi Islands. The world government's exclusive Mangrove Island number 67 has been turned upside down. Desperate screams came one after another. Ah, St. Roseward is gone. St. Charlos. St. Charlos, where are you? Cholulia Palace. Cholulia Palace is gone too. Hurry up. Call the Admiral over. It's over. It's all over. We're all going to die. Sabodi Island number 13. Rip off the bar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rayleigh and Golden Lion Shiki. The 2 old men stared at each other, breathing heavily. Alright, you two. Stop arguing about me. I'm just an ordinary woman. At the bar, Shaki seemed to be possessed by a drama spirit, speaking lines like the heroine in a romance drama. Rayleigh, Shiki. This is also a serious duel. Ding ling ling, the doorbell rang crisply. Interrupted the man-to-man confrontation between Golden Lion and Rayleigh. Hey, it's not over yet. Lu Yu chuckled. He casually threw the 3 idiots to the ground. They are Celestial Dragons. Looking at the Celestial Dragon's unique clothes, Shaki's pupils shrank suddenly. Rayleigh and Golden Lion Shiki also couldn't help but gasp. It's just catching a few Celestial Dragons, what's the big deal? Shiki, go get ready now. Things here are over, it's time to leave. Lu Yu shook his head. All right, Captain. Golden Lion Shiki came back to his senses. He immediately flew out of the door, just as Shaki was about to ask Lu Yu's intention. Next second, Xiao Bao, who was staying at the rip-off bar, was suddenly shocked. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over me. Then the main part of the hill, including the extortion bar, took off. Rayleigh and Shaki's expressions changed and they hurried out. Shiki, what the hell are you doing? You be **********. Rayleigh scolded. Ha 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 ha, Shaki, betraying me isn't something you can just settle with a glass of wine. Come with me. As for Rayleigh, you can go wherever you want or stay wherever Lousy wants. Golden Lion Shiki laughed calmly. Ignoring Rayleigh and Shaki's protests, he took the entire hill and soared into the sky. Another half hour. A group of fully armed marine elites, led by the veteran Vice Admiral, headed straight for Mangrove number 13. It wasn't like this the last time we came here. Where did that bar go? What on earth is going on? Looking at the flattened hill not far away, the adjutant Bogart, dressed in a suit and tie, was so shocked that he stammered. He looked at the officer in front of him at a loss. I didn't expect that they were actually connected. It seems that what Xiaohei said was right. The development of the situation is even more serious than we imagined. The legendary Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, the hero Garp, spoke in a deep voice, his brow furrowed, his gaze deeper than ever before. The Celestial Dragons incident on Saboti Islands was suppressed by the Marines and the government, but it was not widely publicized. But just a few scattered pieces of news were enough to shock the world. The impact of the incident continues to ferment, but just 3 days later, the announcement of a piece of news once again shocked the world. It replaced the Saboti Islands incident and became a hot topic among countless people around the world. A week later, at Naval Headquarters, the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, was publicly executed. The war is about to begin. Chapter 44 Hockey Whitebeard. Sea Circle Calendar 1520, Autumn. The sea wind gradually became stronger. The gears of time are clattering. An unprecedented super event is about to happen. A week later, Naval Headquarters. Against the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Public execution. As soon as the announcement came out, everyone was shocked. From paradise to the new world, countless pirates and forces trembled. Hey, what's going on? Is this true? A public execution of Fire Fist Ace? That's a blatant provocation to that man? Openly challenging the strongest man in the world. What on earth does Marine want to do? Is he crazy? This isn't a provocation, this is a declaration of war. After so much peace, Marine is finally going to war with the Emperor of the Sea. If Marine wins this battle, it will be so exciting. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. This news is simply the perfect snack to go with a drink. Will it take another week? I can't wait to see the battle between that monster Whitebeard and Marine. This must be the most spectacular scene of this era. And don't forget, the Wano-kuni incident not long ago. Whitebeard has allied with that man who suddenly appeared. Will the man who seized Wano-kuni show up in this war? Until now, we still don't know who the so-called 5 emperors are. Let's look forward to it this time. Let's see if that man is as amazing as Morgan said. The new world is surging, right now. An island belonging to the 4 emperors Whitebeard, the veteran king of this sea. Along with a piece of news brought by the newspaper bird. The calm sea surface suddenly turned into huge waves. The clear sky was covered with dark clouds. The heaven and earth changed color because of the momentum of just one person. Because it was the emperor of this sea who was angry. Ace. I was defeated by Teach. That red-haired guy was right. That B********* D Teach has been hiding his strength the whole time. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division, Phoenix Marco, roared in shock and anger. Teach, it's that B******* D again. This time, even Ace fell into his hands. Damn it, Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, said angrily. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The only B******* D, Teach, must not be let off. The captain of the 5th Division, Flower Sword Vista, said firmly. You B****** D Marine, you actually dared to publicly punish Ace. We must make sure they know the price of provoking the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain of the 16th Division, Izo, said murderously. You're right. Publicly executing Ace is a provocation to our Whitebeard Pirates. We are the Whitebeard Pirates. That's right, we must rescue Captain Ace. Kill Teach and rescue Ace. Let the Marine who started this war know the consequences of provoking us. Captain Ace, we, the Whitebeard Pirates, are here to save you. The deck of the giant whale ship Moby DK. All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were filled with indignation. The roar filled with fighting spirit and anger shook the earth and caused the sea to surge with violent waves. Cool, Marine, you started this war. Come on, since you want to play, Lousy will naturally accompany you to the end. Little ones, get ready, the war has begun. Whitebeard's loud laughter echoed in the air, full of hockey. Oh, new world, the land of love, passion and toys, Dressrosa. Foo, interesting, it's really interesting. What an interesting event this is, this era is truly the best. At the open-air swimming pool on the Imperial Palace Heights, Shichibukai Doflamingo, wearing a Firebird coat, covered his forehead with his right hand and laughed wildly towards the sky. Sure enough, this sea will never be boring. The war between the Great Poseidon and the naval headquarters, spanning 2 eras across the oceans, signals the changing of times. No matter the outcome of this war, the era of Whitebeard will come to an end. Shichibukai Doflamingo's face lit up with excitement. Dover, you mean Whitebeard? That monster like Whitebeard who's so strong he's like a monster is going to lose? Pika asked in a shrill noise. Isn't this a matter of course? No matter how powerful Whitebeard is, he's still just the local tyrant of the sea. The world government and the marine, which have dominated the ocean for 800 years, are truly behemoths. Of course, this result is based on the premise that only the Whitebeard pirates participate in the battle. If other forces intervene, then this inevitable outcome may change again. The curve of Doflamingo's mouth gradually widened. Wanakuna's 5 emperors Liu Yu, Whitebeard's so-called ally. It's time to reveal your true colors, Fufufu. Dover, Toripal, covered in mucus, hurried over. What's wrong, Toripal? Diamante asked. Hi, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is here to burn the mountain. It's said that we're going to forcefully summon you, Dover, to the Shichibukai and join the battle. Toripal spoke in panic. Fufufu, it's coming faster than I thought. Doflamingo laughed. Well, Dover, are you going? Diamante asked. Go, of course I'm going. Naval Headquarters, that's the center of the era. Summit War. How could I miss it? New World, Wanguo, Toto Land. This is the headquarters of the 4 Emperors Big Mom Pirates. Now it has become the joint base of Beasts and Big Mom. After the Wano-kuni incident, Beasts Pirates falls apart. All 20,000 troops stationed in Wano-kuni were taken prisoners. Under Yamato's leadership, work towards Wano-kuni's revival. However, as New World is deeply rooted in the 4 Emperors group. Of course, the Beasts Pirates territory is not limited to Wano-kuni. The total number of Beast Pirates on other islands is over 10,000. In terms of cadres, losing all 6 of them is a considerable loss. Fortunately, the 2 signature characters, Fire Disaster Jin and Plague Disaster Quinn, both escaped successfully. Then they joined the barbarian tyrants who were originally stationed in various places. Even though they have suffered heavy losses, the strength of the Beasts Pirates should not be underestimated. With the arrival of the main players of Beasts Pirates, the atmosphere in the world is also quietly changing. For example, the originally pleasing homies Flower and Grass song and dance. Now it has also been influenced by singing, dancing and rap. If I lose weight, I'll be more handsome, so should I lose weight? Beasts Pirates third in command, Plague Queen, with a plaster cast on his neck, led a group of homies in singing and dancing happily. This attracted the collective glares of the ministers and cadres of the Big Mom Pirates who were passing by. Bah, even the wine is hard to drink because of those D barbarian tyrants of the 100 beasts. And this Plague Quinn, twisting and turning all day long is so annoying. She's so ugly yet so confident, Big Mom's children were whispering to each other. Ooh, are you guys over there discussing how handsome I am? Plague Queen pricked up his ears and pretended to listen. Fat Pig, who? A minister was about to scold, but was repelled by a look. Katakuri brother, everyone saluted respectfully. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and gather, the meeting is about to start. Katakuri said in a deep voice. Hey, yo, bro over there, get excited with me. Plague Quinn greeted. Idiot Quinn, a sound of Hisuo came from the sky. A pteranodon, its body shrouded in flames, swooped over. Stop your idiotic antics now, Mr. Kaido is waiting. This is the first joint meeting between the beasts and their Big Mom, Chapter 45 White Group's reinforcements. Toto Land, the central Cake Island, Cake Castle. The spacious Parliament Hall. 4 sniffing Big Mom Charlotte Linlin sits high on the throne. On its right side, the 4 Admiral Stars Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker and Snaggle are arranged in order. Below them were the eldest son Perisparrow, the third son Dafu, Owen and hundreds of other ministers and cadres. At this moment, all the senior executives of Big Mom Pirates gathered together, and the lineup was spectacular. Standing opposite the Big Mom Pirates were the Beast Pirates leaders, led by Flame Disaster Jin. The meeting hall seemed calm, however, there was a powerful momentum colliding invisibly. Regarding the alliance between Big Mom Pirates and Beasts Pirates. Although many of the aunts did not dare to say it out loud, they always held opposing opinions in their hearts. For example, the eldest son Perisparrow, Dafu, Owen and others. Ahaha. The stalemate that lasted for who knows how long was broken by a thunderous laugh. Scourge and other leaders of the Beast Pirates all looked delighted. Kaido adult, Captain Kaido, you're finally here. The people of the 100 regiments, who were always suppressed, were excited to welcome them. Ahaha, sorry, I'm a little late. Kaido of the Beasts skipped over and took a seat next to Big Mom. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin just glanced at Kaido but didn't accuse him. Let's just consider that Kaido really worked hard last night. I declare the first joint meeting of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates officially open. Charlotte Linlin's majestic laughter calmed the commotion in the hall. Is it finally going to start? Linlin? This time, Wano-kuni must be completely destroyed. If I can't get the territory, no one else can take it. Four Emperors. Kaido of the Beasts spoke bitterly, a cruel gleam in his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about, Kaido? When did I ever say I was going to attack Wano Kuni again? Four Emperors. Charlotte Linlin squinted. Hasn't your intelligence network confirmed that the monster imp appeared in the Saboti incident and is not in Wano Kuni now? As long as that monster brat is gone, destroying Wano Kuni and retrieving the weapons and men will be a piece of cake. If you don't go, I'll go myself, Kaido of the Beasts spoke coldly. He couldn't wait to take revenge on Lu Yu, who had repeatedly cut off his hands and feet and caused him great humiliation. In a one-on-one duel, he already knew that he was no match for Lu Yu. Now that his legs are broken again and again, he definitely wouldn't want to face Lu Yu. However, he is the best at playing dirty tricks behind the scenes. Kaido's revenge plan is to destroy and ruin Wano Kuni, which Lu Yu worked so hard to build. Just be patient, Kaido boy. I prepared a big plan this time. Four Emperors. Charlotte Linlin laughed. What's the plan? Kaido frowned. A perfect opportunity to get rid of both the monster brat and the monster old man at the same time has appeared. Monder. A cold light flashed in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. Yes, Mom. Charlotte's clerk, Monder, stepped forward. He immediately informed everyone about the upcoming war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines, as well as Big Mom's big plan. In an instant, the cadres of the two regiments were shocked and burst into an uproar. How's that? Kaido, isn't this many times more than your little fights? Charlotte Linlin said proudly. Coupled with the Marines to completely annihilate the Whitebeard pirates and that monstrous brat, is such a thing really possible? Besides, are you sure that monster brat will go to naval headquarters to help Whitebeard? Kaido of the Beasts frowned. It doesn't matter whether he goes or not. If we don't go, I'm afraid we won't even have to take action. The Marines alone can wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. We can just sit back and watch the show. We won't lose anything. If that guy goes, and they're fighting the Marines to the point of both sides being hurt, it won't be easy for us to suddenly descend and destroy them. Maybe we can even take care of the Marine as well. By then, this ocean will not be our world. Four Emperors. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin said as a matter of course. What you said does make some sense, but I still prefer to steal their homes while they're away at war. When they return, they will find that their hometown and their territory are gone. What a wonderful expression it will show, ah ha ha. Kaido of the Beasts laughed. Snap, Charlotte Linlin slapped Kaido on the head. What you do? Kaido is angry. You useless thing, Kaido boy, why are you still as short-sighted as before? What's a mere Wano Kuni? If this plan succeeds, the entire new world, even the entire ocean is ours. Charlotte Linlin scolded. Yeah, you're so useless, beast. Sure enough, our mother is the most powerful. The aunts and the cadres responded in unison. My fellows, who is the king of the sea? Charlotte Linlin asked with a laugh. Of course it's our mother. Mom is the real queen of the sea. New World, the red-haired territory of the Four Emperors. In the storm, a three-masted sailing ship in bright red hues sailed through the waves. Boss, you actually hit the nail on the head. Ace. That ace was actually defeated by Blackbeard and even captured by Marine. This incident is really a big deal. Whitebeard would never watch his comrades being publicly executed. The greatest war of this era is about to begin. The core members of the Red Hair Pirates were shocked and spoke. Shanks, I'm afraid the balance of the Moon Sea can no longer be maintained. What are you going to do? Ben Beckman, the Red Corps deputy, took a deep puff of his cigarette. Go and keep your eyes on the nations. Four Emperors. Red-haired Shanks smiled helplessly. That's all we can do. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the sea. Time passes by little. There are 4 days left until the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Dad, Squar, Doma, Little Oz. Everyone is very motivated to save Ace. Those who move fast are almost crossing the red line. Joe's reported with a smile. Cool, what a bunch of good guys. Whitebeard laughed with delight. We can't fall behind them. Vista smiled. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, opened his mouth. His face was full of worry, the last big Wano Kuni incident. Whitebeard fought with Big Mom and Kaido for an hour. Although he successfully repelled the enemy, that Imperial-level battle was a huge burden on Whitebeard's already injured body. It will take at least several years to recover, however, the interval was only a month. We have to participate in the war again, and it was a battle with the even more terrifying Marine. What's wrong, Mamiko? Don't you have confidence in me, your father? Whitebeard Dao ideographic period. No, Dad, of course you are the strongest, but I'm just wondering whether I should inform Lu Yu. Marco was interrupted by Whitebeard's wave before he could finish his words. Dead. This is a war between our Whitebeard pirates and the Marines. There's no reason to involve Lu Yu, Whitebeard said firmly. But, no need to say, Marco, but I do have something to ask Lu Yu. Whitebeard nodded. Marco's face lit up with joy. Send a message to Wano Kuni. Ask Lu Yu to help look after our territory while we fight the Marines. Don't let some villains take advantage of the situation. This is already enough to trouble him, Whitebeard Dao. Urko left in disappointment. Not long. Dad, look who's here. Captain Izo of the 16th Division suddenly shouted with joy. Daddy, Whitebeard Daddy, Two tall figures leapt into the air and landed on the deck of the whale ship in no particular order. Them. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, Chapter 46 Roger's son. Inuarashi. Cat Viper, looking at the cat and dog coming. Joes, Vista and other old members of the white group were all stunned. How could they not recognize the cat and dog that had arrived? That was 30 years ago, when he and Izu followed Kazuki Oden to join the Whitebeard pirates. But later Oden jumped ship to the Roger pirates. The two naughty boys also followed along, hiding in the wine barrel. It's been many years since we last met, see you again. It's inevitable to be happy. Coolalalala, you two boys, you still remember to come back. Whitebeard was also happy to see his son whom he had not seen for many years before the war. Dad and everyone, long time no see, Inuarashi greeted happily, sticking out his tongue. Wait a moment, why are you here? Joes asked confusedly. We saw the news about Wanokuna's liberation. We left Ko Chang to go to Wanokuni to help, but... Inuarashi started, but didn't wait for the sentence to be finished. However, I heard on the way that you were going to go to war with the Marines and needed help, so I came here to help. I want to thank you and everyone for saving Wanokuni. Cat Viper decisively interrupted. Monster old cat, this is what I want to tell Dad. Inuarashi glared at Cat Viper who was stealing the show. PFF'd, of course you strike first, you idiotic old dog. Cat Viper folded his arms. What did you say, you want to fight? Inuarashi rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. Just do it, I'm not afraid of you. The Cat Viper showed no sign of weakness. Wait a moment. Seeing that the cat and the dog were about to fight, captains such as Joes and Izo hurried forward to separate the two. Nikado, Inuarashi, what's going on with you two? Weren't we best brothers before? Izang asked, confused. Snort. Snort. The cat and the dog both turned their heads away proudly, ignoring each other. Ever since the death of Lord Kazuki Oden 20 years ago, the two of them never had any contact with each other until they died. Even this time when we left Ko Chang and headed to Wanokuni, we acted separately. I just didn't expect that after learning that Whitebeard was going to go to war with Marine. They thought of the same thing at the same time. This is when we finally met. Coolalalala, you two are such a worry to me, but I appreciate your kindness, so there's no need to repay you. Whitebeard laughed. Ah, why? The cat and the dog both widened their eyes. Because we weren't the main force to liberate Wanokuni from Kaido this time. If you want to repay your gratitude, you should go to Wanokuni and find Liu Yu. Whitebeard Dao ideographic period. Yeah, Neko Viper, Inuarashi, to be honest, this time, apart from Marco and Dad, the rest of us went to Wanokuni just to make up the numbers and can't help it all. Beasta spread his hands. Is that so? Cat Viper rubbed the back of his head in confusion. Even so, we, the Musketeers, will still participate in the war. I used to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Inuarashi said firmly. You're really too cunning, old dog. Then our night group will definitely help. Cat Viper quickly followed. Coolalalala, what a group of cute kids. At the same time, somewhere in the Grand Line, there's a vast sky. A large island floats in the air, with no starting point and no end point. The palace's glass dome swimming pool. Liu Yu was basking in the sun leisurely, with his right index and middle fingers pointing at his temples. Thoughts connect to the world beyond. Master Liu Yu, you are right. Father Bai Shaoji just contacted me. Raiha's voice echoed in Liu Yu's mind. So, what does Whitebeard say? Liu Yu asked. Marco said that Bai Shaoji's father asked Lord Liu Yu to help look after their territory while they were away fighting, and not to give Kaido and his men any chance to take advantage. Raiha's concise way. That's it, that's all? Liu Yu raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's what Marco said. Master Liu Yu, are Bai Shaoji's father and the others okay this time? Hiyori asked worriedly. No problem, Liu Yu said calmly and firmly. If only the Whitebeard pirates were there, they would be doomed to be wiped out. However, if Liu Yu is included, the result will naturally be very different. Then I feel relieved. Hiyori chuckled. He has absolute trust in Liu Yu. Since Liu Yu said so, she naturally wouldn't doubt it anymore. Master Qi Shang, when will you be back? Although we can talk every day, just listening to Lord Liu Yu's voice is not enough. Hiyori gave a weak hint. It's almost there. Liu Yu responded casually. I thought that after this tough battle, I would have a good rest and endure for a few months. Suddenly, Liu Yu was startled. Have I set a flag for myself? Qi laughed and shook his head. How could something like a death flag happen to me? Even if the upcoming Summit War requires many tough battles. There may even be other unexpected powerful enemies. But he was not completely unprepared. The Flame Dragon King mode is still sharpening its sword. Thunder Dragon King mode is also preparing to load. There are also 2 power banks on the battlefield, Admiral Solar Kizaru and Firechild Ace, to replenish your strength at any time. In addition, Liu Yu has a biggest trump card. There's absolutely no reason to lose this war. Walala, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the spacious swimming pool. Master Liu Yu, haven't you rested enough yet? Hurry up and continue? Robin lay on the edge of the swimming pool, blinking his eyes playfully, his face full of anticipation. I really can't do anything with you, then wake up. The other side. Winter Island open space. Shocky's rip-off bar and its small hill stand in the middle of the square. In the bar, Shocky was leaning against the bar, wiping the wine ring out of boredom. It's bound to be boring when there are no customers at all. But she also knew, it's impossible to go back to Saboti Islands for a while. Golden Lion Shiki wouldn't be so kind as to send it back to her. What's more, what Shocky cares about most is a hint from Golden Lion Shiki. Her intuition told her, the Golden Lion guy surrendered to the 5th Emperor Liu Yu, and there is some unknown secret. Then let's wait a little longer until this war is over. Shocky's eyes fell on the newspaper in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, loud laughter came from the sky outside. Golden Lion Shiki returns. Also returning are Rayleigh and Straw Hat Luffy. These 6 days at Sky Island, Luffy, who learned that his friends were still alive, was also busy. After being taught by Liu Yu, Kizaru and Dashang successively, he was determined to become stronger. On the day he left Saboti, he asked Rayleigh to teach him how to become stronger. Rayleigh would not refuse this and immediately agreed. He was taught hockey in advance. Golden Lion Shiki also joined in the fun. When he has nothing to do, he goes and beats up Luffy, calling it exercise. Under the spur of 2 legends, Rayleigh and Golden Lion Shiki, plus Straw Hat Luffy's own fighting talent, in less than a week. Straw Hat Luffy already knows what hockey is and can even trigger it occasionally. Although the trigger probability is very low, it is finally considered a step forward. Shocky, we're back, give me a drink quickly. Rayleigh, who returned after a week, sat down at the bar casually. His eyes fell on the newspaper on the bar, and he immediately caught a glimpse of the word, explosive. Big news? Has anything interesting happened on the sea recently? Rayleigh said with interest. Ha ha ha, you don't know yet, you're so slow. Golden Lion Shiki shook his head. Nonsense, I've been busy training Luffy all week. Rayleigh rolled his eyes and took the newspaper. After seeing the report above, even Rayleigh couldn't help but gasp. Come on, have a drink to calm your nerves. Shocky brought the wine to Rayleigh's lips. Gudong, hey, is this true? Is Marine really going to start a war with the Whitebeard pirates? They don't want naval headquarters anymore? Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock. Whitebeard. Sounds familiar. Straw Hat Luffy, who was concentrating on eating, tilted his head and suddenly realized something. Ah, I remember now, the Whitebeard pirates is where Ace is. They're going to war with Marine, so is Ace going too? Straw Hat Luffy asked anxiously. It's not a question of whether to go or not. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, is the one who started this war. Shocky replied. Huh, Ace? What happened? Straw Hat Luffy froze. Fire Fist Ace has been arrested and imprisoned by Marine, and will be publicly executed in 4 days. Shocky answered subconsciously. By the way, little monkey, what's your relationship with Fire Fist? Why are you so closely related? Shocky was stunned before he could finish his words. Because she saw that Luffy, the Straw Hat who loved to eat the most, actually dropped the big piece of flesh and blood in his hand. The expression on his face was more panicked than ever before, even worse than the time 6 days ago. Ace. Ace is my brother. Well, Shocky and Rayleigh looked at each other. This was the first time they knew about this. Woo woo woo. Ace. Ace, how could such a powerful ace be captured by Marine? Straw Hat Luffy's eyes were filled with tears, the sobbing whisper of distraught. I was already stunned by the shock and horror of this sudden news. That Fire Fist Ace is your older brother, little monkey. This is really unexpected. Shocky spoke blankly. Ha 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 ha, this is such an interesting relationship. I didn't expect that old man Garp was so lucky to have 2 pirates' grandsons at once. One of them is about to be pushed to the execution ground. I wonder how that old guy feels now. If it were me, I would definitely grab the person and run away. I wouldn't even bother to wait for a mere Marine. Golden Lion Shiki laughed with schadenfreude. Shiki, you guy, will you die if you stop saying sarcastic things? Rayleigh glared at Shiki in dissatisfaction. Little monkey. Don't worry, your brother will check in with your friends, and everything will be fine. Shocky, overflowing with maternal love, hugged Luffy, who had suffered another major blow, and comforted him softly. No buts. Shocky shook his head firmly. A week ago, Tyrant Bear risked the government's life to rescue you. This time, he will definitely not stand idly by and watch the chief's other son. As long as Tyrant Bear slaps Ace away with a look like he slaps your buddy away, then everything will be fine. Besides, if anything unexpected happens, isn't your grandfather Garp still here? He can't just watch his grandson being executed. Shocky made a well-reasoned analysis. Yes, Luffy, that Tyrant Bear has a very special ability, and saving people is the easiest thing. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. But, Ace, he's not my father's son. Straw Hat Luffy started crying. Well, upon hearing this, Rayleigh and Shocky were stunned again. I couldn't understand it for a moment. Ha 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 ha, Straw Hat boy, are you stupid? You are your father's son. If your brother is not your father's son, then whose son could he be? Golden Lion Shiki laughed. Ace is the son of Roger, the pirate's king. Ace, I, and another one. The 3 of us are sworn brothers without any blood relationship. Straw Hat Luffy said as a matter of course, as his voice fell. The huge bar suddenly fell into deathly silence, a moment later. Nani, Ace is Roger's son. Chapter 47 Impelled Down. Nani. What did you say, Luffy, are you telling the truth? Ace. Is Ace really Roger's son? In the rip-off bar, the man known as Pluton suddenly stood up. At this moment, Rayleigh's old face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. I was shocked beyond words by the news revealed by Straw Hat Luffy. It's not just Rayleigh, the other two people in the field. Shocky and Golden Lion Shiki both widened their eyes in shock. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. Ace. Whitebeard's Fire Fist Ace is actually Roger's son. Roger's son was actually raised by his old rival Garp. What is going on with this complicated relationship? Even Shocky, who has the best brain, is confused at this moment. That be *****D Roger actually has offspring? A son? Damn it, this is so unfair. Lousy doesn't have any offspring, so how can Roger have any? Golden Lion Shiki stared with his eyes wide open. He cursed loudly with a look of grief, anger and unwillingness. Ignore the complaints of Golden Lion Shiki. Shocky's eyes fell on Rayleigh. Old Lay, don't you know either? That Roger guy actually has a son. Rayleigh shook his head. I have no idea, Roger never told us. No. Rayleigh looked thoughtful, but what? Shocky asked. More than 20 years ago, on the day our Roger Pirates group disbanded. Roger accidentally got drunk and said there was a girl he liked in South Blue who had been waiting for him. We all thought he was bragging at the time. Rayleigh shook his head. Like, stop kidding. How could anyone like a B*******D like Roger? He must have forced himself on the girl, isn't that what all pirates do? Golden Lion Shiki spoke sourly. Shut up, Shiki, and don't impose your own ways on Roger. Roger wouldn't do such a thing. Rayleigh glared. So how do you explain Ace being adopted by Garp? Aren't you Roger's best brother? If he wanted to entrust his child to someone, why didn't he entrust it to you? There is only one truth. Golden Lion pointed it out like a famous detective. The girl who was forced by Roger to give birth to a child didn't want to raise the devil's son. Garp happened to be passing by, so she left the child to Garp. Golden Lion Shiki's analysis is very clear and logical. At first glance, it does make some sense. For a moment, even Rayleigh couldn't help but murmur. No, don't talk nonsense to me, don't be unreasonable, don't talk nonsense. The reason Roger didn't tell me was because after we disbanded, no one knew where anyone was. Rayleigh shook his head violently, glaring at the smug Golden Lion Shiki with a malicious look. Haha, you're anxious, Rayleigh, Golden Lion Shiki spoke sarcastically. Rayleigh was so angry that he wanted to slap him twice. Alright, both of you, just be quiet for a while. Shocky intervened in time. Stop this meaningless argument. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most urgent matter is Roger's orphan, little Ace. Shiki, you and Lu Yu have been wandering around the paradise these days, probably waiting for this war. Is Lu Yu going to join the war too? Shocky looks towards Golden Lion Shiki. As expected of Shocky, you're still as smart as ever. Golden Lion Shiki snapped his fingers, so what's the reason? Lu Yu should have no reason to join the war. The alliance between him and Whitebeard should be limited to the Wano Kuni incident. Shocky rode. Ha, do you need any more reasons to join the war? Such an interesting thing can only happen a few times in a lifetime. Of course it's not to be missed, Golden Lion Shiki laughed. The Whitebeard pirates, together with Mr. Lu Yu and me, must not let anything happen to Roger's son. Rayleigh said firmly. Lao Lei, you really want to join the battle too? Shocky said with some concern. Of course we have to join the battle. Now that we know Ace is Roger's son, as an elder, there's no way I can just sit back and watch. Rayleigh said as a matter of course. Rayleigh, I want to go too. We must save Ace. I have to go now. Straw Hat Luffy, who had finally woken up from the shock of Ace being captured, spoke 3 times in a row in affirmation. Luffy, it's too early for you to enter that battlefield. You should wait in the back. Rayleigh persuaded. No, Ace is my brother. I must protect it with my own hands this time. Sister Shocky, where's Ace now? I can't wait to save him. Straw Hat Luffy spoke firmly. Ha, what an ignorant brat. But after knowing that Fire Fist Boy is imprisoned and impelled down, do you still dare to go? Golden Lion Shiki laughed. Impelled down, what is that? Straw Hat Luffy was stunned. Bang, Golden Lion Shiki nearly fell. Luffy, impelled down is a deep-sea prison known as an impenetrable fortress. Even a bird that enters it can't fly out. Since it was built, no one has ever invaded, and no one has ever. Shocky was interrupted by Golden Lion Shiki, who looked up before he could finish his words. Wait a moment, Shocky, what the hell do you mean? Am I not a human being? Golden Lion Shiki trembled with pride. After all, he was the only man known to have successfully escaped from impelled down. Well, no one has ever been able to escape except this old lion. It's extremely difficult to save people over there, you'd better give up. Shocky consoled him. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, never give up. Besides, if I could have rescued Ace from impelled down, the war wouldn't have happened. I must protect it well this time, I've become stronger. Straw Hat Luffy nodded firmly. But Luffy, impelled down is in the calm belt. Just getting close is almost impossible. Rayleigh frowned. I don't want Straw Hat Luffy to get stuck in a rut. I want him to give up. Even if I have to go, I will go to the naval headquarters with him. Ha 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 ha, Rayleigh, don't forget me. I can go to places like Impel Down however I want. How about it, Straw Hat Boy, do you want me to give you a ride? Golden Lion Shiki gave a good-hearted grin. Really? That's great. You really are a good person, Shiki. Straw Hat Luffy responded repeatedly. Now it was Golden Lion Shiki's turn to be confused. He was just saying it casually. This silly boy actually took it seriously. Do you really want to go to Impel Down for fun? For a moment, Shiki didn't know whether to say he was courageous or silly and cute. Then without further ado, Shiki, let's go now, Straw Hat Luffy urged anxiously. Straw Hat Boy, are you serious? Golden Lion Shiki asked back with a strange look in his eyes. Shiki, were you lying when you said you could come and go as you please? Straw Hat Luffy tilted his head, unintentionally provoking Shiki. What did you say? Do you underestimate me? Let me tell you this, going to Impel Down is like going home. Shiki said with a solemn vow. Okay, now shut up, Shiki. Rayleigh and the Shocky couple glared at Shiki. Go on. Little Luffy might really have to go Impel Down. Shiki, the decision you made with Monkey doesn't count in this matter. We should consult Mr. Liu Yu before making a decision. Shocky rode. That's true, then let's ask the captain for his opinion. Golden Lion Shiki agreed. He immediately took little Luffy to find Liu Yu who had finished exercising with Robin. Tell everything. Oh, Straw Hat Boy, you want Shiki to take you to advance. Liu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Straw Hat Luffy nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Ha ha ha, Luffy, your request is really too unreasonable. Even Mr. Liu Yu probably wouldn't. Rayleigh came out to smooth things over. However, before he could finish his words, he was suddenly dumbfounded. But Liu Yu smiled slightly and nodded. Okay, go if you want, but if you get caught, don't blame me for not warning you. Liu Yu smiled and reminded the price. Very good. Straw Hat Luffy jumped 3 feet high in excitement. Ha 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 ha, Impel Down, you didn't expect that. I, Golden Lion, am back again. Wait till you tremble. Chapter 48 Naval Headquarters Shocked. Woo, the shrill red alarm echoed under the sky. The endless blue sea is calm and peaceful. In the middle of the sea stands a majestic building like a solid wall of steel. There are also more than a dozen large warships from the naval headquarters parked outside this building. Surrounding it completely, it can truly be described as impregnable. This is the legendary deep-sea prison Impel Down, the world's #1 prison. Throughout history, there has been no record of anyone else escaping from prison except Golden Lion Shiki, who escaped at the cost of cutting off his own legs and using his own lion fruit ability. Right now, there was something distinctly wrong with the atmosphere of this prison. The highest alert level alarm kept blaring. Everyone from Director Magellan to ordinary prison guards in Impel Down was put on maximum security. Magellan, what on earth is this alarm about? What does it mean that the island floated over our heads? Deputy Director Hanayabel, who looked like Prajna, screamed in shock. Deputy Director Hanayabel, please quickly check the Den Mushi image. You'll understand after you see it. Domino, the deputy warden with wavy blonde hair, gasped in horror. What on earth is going on? Islands. There really are islands floating above our heads. Looking at the scene transmitted back by the Den Mushi on the first floor of the sea, Hanayabel was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This terrifying ability. No way. Prison Director Magellan guessed a hint of the truth and couldn't help but gasp. Not good, not good. This is really bad. Magellan, as the director, why don't you think of a solution quickly? If the entire island falls down, it will be too late. Deputy Director Hanayabel was jumping up and down anxiously. After a moment, he suddenly became quiet again, his face thoughtful. Wait a minute. If something serious happens in Impel Down, Magellan will be the first to be held accountable. Will he have to resign by then? Then the position of director will fall on me? Ahahaha. Hello everyone, I'm Hanayabel, director of Impel Down. Thank you for your guidance in the future. Silly Hanayabel thought happily. At the same time, his mouth uncontrollably revealed all his true thoughts. Magellan, Sadie-chan, Domino and others, haha. Magellan opened his mouth and spewed out a purple poisonous mist, waking Hanayabel from his beautiful fantasy. Magellan, you B******, D, what are you doing? Hanayabel knelt on the ground in agony, retching continuously. I should be the one asking you this. It's already this late and you're still thinking about this. If I'm not mistaken, the mastermind behind this island is none other than the only prison escapee from 20 years ago. Magellan spoke softly. Nani, 20 years ago, prison breaker. Hanayabel reacted and realized who Magellan was referring to. Golden Lion Shiki. Hanayabel's tall body couldn't stop shaking. My mind unconsciously went back to 20 years ago. A monster with its legs cut off and bleeding profusely sat on the beam, smiling and asking him where his weapon was. That was a nightmare. Ha 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 ha. The nightmare came along with that familiar unruly laughter. In the video of the Den Mushi, a small black dot appeared from the floating sky island. From far to near, it gradually becomes clearer. It was none other than the flying pirate's Golden Lion Shiki. Here it comes, it's really here, flying pirate's Golden Lion Shiki. Hanayabel screamed in horror. Golden Lion Shiki, What is your purpose for this trip? Magellan spoke in a deep voice. The sound echoed across the ocean through the Mushi. Ha 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 ha, it's nothing. Laozi just came back to visit the old place and pay his respects. After all, Laozi lost both his feet in this place. Golden Lion Shiki laughed and replied. Fire, target is Golden Lion Shiki. Knock him down. The marine warships around Impel Down all turned their guns and poured fire towards Golden Lion Shiki under the command of the officers. Ha ha ha, how anxious, I originally wanted to catch up with you guys. Since you don't welcome me so much, forget it. Golden Lion Shiki waved casually. The small island of 100 meters floating in the sky no longer stayed. Under the horrified gaze of the prison inmates and marines, it fell down. Destroy all the facilities on the first floor of Impel Down. A terrifying storm stirred up in the combelt. Ha 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 ha, this is just a simple greeting. Please look forward to what's next. Having completed its mission, the Golden Lion Shiki laughed loudly, soared into the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Right now, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Marshal Sengoku. The panicked cry of, "Ni," from the green-haired Commodore Branu echoed in the corridor outside the Marshal's office. Snap, Marshal Sengoku, who was busy reviewing official documents, suddenly felt distraught and accidentally crushed the pen in his hand. He used to admire the capable Branu, however, recently I am getting more and more annoyed by it. Because every time he comes recently, there is no good news. That heart-wrenching scream. Something strange has happened again. Branu, what happened this time? Even though he was extremely reluctant, Marshal Sengoku had to let him in to hear the news. Marshal Sengoku, something terrible has happened. Green-haired Commodore Branu was sweating profusely. Sengoku. If you have something to say, just say it. Yes. Branu quickly stood at attention. Report to Marshal Sengoku, just now, there was a contact from Impel Down. The flying pirates Golden Lion Shiki attacked and smashed an island into Impel Down. The green-haired Commodore finished his report without stopping. After a moment of silence, what did you say? That be ******* D Shiki. How dare you do that? Marshal Sengoku suddenly stood up, his eyebrows raised, and broke the desk in front of him with a palm. The green-haired Commodore Branu was so frightened that he was speechless. Calm down, Sengoku. Branu, what's the current situation at Impel Down? Vice Admiral Crane asked. Yes, Vice Admiral He, according to Director Magellan's report, fortunately, the main body of the prison was not damaged. It's just that a lot of seawater has poured in, and now the first and second basement floors are completely messed up. Branu reported the situation concisely. Hearing this, Marshal Sengoku's gloomy expression finally improved a little. Wave. Commodore Branu left in a hurry. Damn it. Why not at this time? What on earth does that be ****** D Golden Lion Shiki want to do? Sengoku growled angrily. It's not what Golden Lion Shiki wants to do, but what the 5 emperors want to do. Vice Admiral Crane folded his hands and lowered his chin. Sengoku, the GARP report on the Saboti incident a week ago made it clear enough. Although I don't know what's going on, that 5th Emperor Liu Yu must be teaming up with Golden Lion Shiki, and maybe with Pluton Rayleigh as well. And they will definitely come. War in 4 days. I have a feeling this war will turn into an unprecedentedly tough one. Vice Admiral, he spoke in a deep voice, a look of worry written all over his face. I know. Guion and Shadon, who were supposed to be sent out, are already on standby at headquarters. The 5 elders, the government, and Commander-in-Chief should also have corresponding countermeasures. This war must be won, Marshal Sengoku said firmly. Chapter 49, Expedition. There was a howling of wind over the sea, as major events continued to ferment. The entire sea was covered in a shadow, shrouded in an atmosphere of oppression. There are 9 hours left until the public execution of Firefist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. All over the world, east, west, north, south, 4 seas, Grand Line. Countless people are nervous and afraid. Everyone in the world, including children of a few years old, knows it. Whitebeard is a human being more terrifying than a demon, and the strongest man in the world. His presence dominated the great pirates era that began after Roger's death. Among the pirates as numerous as the stars in the sky, Whitebeard always stands at the top. This era is called Whitebeard. Today, this represents the horror of an era. After years of silence, it finally fully awakened. The incident was triggered by the public execution of Firefist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. The war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the naval headquarters is about to begin. Which direction will this world go? Win or lose? Regardless of which one it is, the coming era is the best time for us to go to sea. Will Whitebeard really show up? Just for a companion? It will definitely happen. Whitebeard is definitely not the kind of man who would abandon his companions. The war is unstoppable. In this era of rampage, who will rise to the top and become the king? The Moby DK is no longer visible in New World Whitebeard's territory, and those famous captains have also disappeared. It seems that we have reached the first half of the journey. Ha 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 ha. Who can say for sure? We can only watch. The most grand war of this era is about to begin. Right now. Fish Island, a dream island 10,000 meters deep in the sea. For several days, the pirates were preparing to pass through the Fishman Island to the New World. Only after entering the country was we informed that the island was under blockade and all ships were allowed to enter but not leave. If it were in the past, the Fishmen Island would have been subject to such overbearing constraints. How could the usually unruly pirates possibly obey? Originally, due to the sense of nobility of being human, we have always treated Murlocs as animals. If it were normal times, the fishmen would have been engulfed in war by the pirates' riots. However, this time it was different. No matter how fierce the pirates were, the moment they entered the Fishmen Island, they all lowered their tails and acted like dogs, not daring to even fart. All because of the flag flying over the Fishmen Island, the flag belonging to Whitebeard. The Fishmen Island is surrounded by 4 pirate ships anchored in the harbor. The authentic 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates mothership Moby Dick and 4 subsidiary ships. No one knows that the main force of the Whitebeard Pirates suddenly disappeared from the New World. Now we have arrived at the Fishmen Island, which is 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Dad, the coating work on the Moby Dick is complete and it's ready to go. Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division with a pineapple hairstyle, reported. The news from Squar is that all 43 of the pirates' ships, including the DeCarbon brothers, Ma, and Little Oz, have safely crossed the Red Line and reached Paradise. Everyone is on standby now, waiting for your order, Dad. Captains such as Joe's and Vista reported one after another. Cool, what a lovely group of sons. As a father, I can't fall behind them. Marco, notify everyone to board the ship and prepare to depart. Whitebeard laughed. Wawawa, the 4 whale ships, led by the mothership Moby Dick, set sail in unison. The Ostrich Palace on Human Island. Dad Whitebeard, bon voyage and good luck to you. The Fishmen Island leaders, led by King Neptune, silently bowed and saluted Whitebeard in the distance. As a tribute to Whitebeard, who has protected the island for 20 years. 3,000 meters above the ground. A large winter island slowly floated away. Ha 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 ha, it's finally about to begin, Captain. Golden Lion Shiki straightened his long-lost black suit, rubbed his hands with great interest, and was eager to try. Because the Naval Headquarters Summit War is not just Lu Yu's stage. It was also his debut occasion, 20 years of silence. Just to shock the world one day. Golden Lion Shiki originally planned to use the destruction of East Blue as the backdrop for its comeback. However, because of Lu Yu, the plan to destroy East Blue has completely failed and can no longer be implemented. However, now, a better stage has been placed before him. Even on this stage, he is only a supporting role and has nothing to do with it. Well, Lu Yu, I understand the truth, but we're going to the war, not some banquet. Why are you dressed like this? Besides, Robin and I aren't participating in the war, so why should we wear them? Shaki looked at the formal evening gown she was wearing and felt uncomfortable no matter how she looked at it. She hadn't dressed like this in 40 years. Ha 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 ha, don't you understand? Shaki, this war is our stage? Since it's a stage, of course we have to dress up. Golden Lion Shaki laughed as a matter of course. Ha ha ha, Shaki, this outfit suits you very well. Rayleigh, who was also wearing a black suit and tie, gave a thumbs up in praise. Been with Shaki for so many years, it was the first time he realized that Shaki looked just as good in this dress as a young girl. Oh well. Shaki curled his lips and had to accept it reluctantly. Lord Lu Yu, Robin, who was also wearing a black silk evening gown, walked forward in high heels and took Lu Yu's right hand. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Lu Yu asked with a smile. No, not nervous. I wonder how Luffy is doing now. Robin sighed softly. 4 days ago, she woke up from a tired sleep and was shocked to learn that her Captain Luffy had gone impelled down. However, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, this is Straw Hat Luffy's own choice. Don't worry, that kid is blessed with a long life. Regardless of his strength, he has excellent luck. Besides, if he really can't get out, his grandfather can't just watch him. Lu Yu stroked Robin's soft long hair and comforted her with a smile. That's true. Robin smiled easily, his smile as beautiful as a flower. Lu Yu grinned and raised his hand to push up his glasses. Well, it's almost time to go. Get ready to surprise the world. The time is 1:15 noon, Naval Headquarters Bay Plaza. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, walked with heavy steps, his expression gloomy. Escorted by 2 executioners holding long bayonets, he stepped onto the execution platform step by step. Chapter 50 The War begins. Right now, this Naval Headquarters Marineford gathers almost all the elite Marine officers from all over the world. This place has become a den of wolves and tigers, waiting for the Whitebeard Pirates to fall into its trap. 100,000 Marine elites lined up neatly throughout the square. Aang's fighting spirit was so strong that even the white clouds in the sky were scattered. Standing at the forefront of the Naval Headquarters forces were the 5 summoned 7 warlords of the sea. Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Dracula Mahawk, and Pirates Queen Boa Hancock. Now that Lu Yu intervened, Straw Hat Luffy was unable to go to the Nine-Snake Daughter Island. Naturally, nothing happened between him and the Empress. Boa Hancock is still the Pirates Queen who is cold and ruthless to everyone. 2 other Shichibukai. Sea Knight Jinbei was sent to Impel Down for resisting the war with Whitebeard. Crocodile was imprisoned in Impel Down early on for the crime of usurping the throne from Alabasta. His successor, the new Shichibukai Blackbeard, has probably arrived and impelled down by now. Not just naval headquarters, the deep-sea prison impelled down is also very lively now. Standing guard directly below the execution platform were the top fighters of the naval headquarters. The three marine admirals, Aokiji Kuzan, Kazaru Borsellino, and Akainu Sakazuki. The next level down is the naval headquarters elite vice admirals, led by the hero Garp. On the execution platform, Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku holds a Den Mushi in his hand and stands beside Ace, who is about to be executed. The strongest formation of Naval Headquarters is completed. Thunderous cheers rang out in the square. All the marine officers were in high spirits and ready for battle. He wanted to use this opportunity to defeat the fleet of 4 Emperors Whitebeard, the overlord of the New World. Gentlemen, today is an important day. Before the execution begins, I have something else to tell you. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku's voice resounded throughout the venue through the Den Mushi. It also echoed in the Sabo di Dizudao live square. Portgas d Ace, state your father's name here, Sengoku shouted. Hearing this, Ace's expression became unnatural for a moment. In a blink of an eye, he returned to normal and said calmly, my father is Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Wrong. Sengoku categorically denies it. That's right, my father is only Whitebeard, no one else. Ace yelled. At that time, we desperately tried to find the last possibility left by that person. We relied solely on the little information we had from the CP to conduct a thorough investigation of newborn and unborn babies and their mothers, but we found nothing. This is natural because your birth was exchanged for your mother's life. That woman deceived us and the entire world. Your mother's name is Portgas Druge. This woman's actions far exceeded our common sense. She kept you in her belly for a full 20 months. It's completely against common sense, but that's why I saved you. 1 year and 3 months after your father's death, a baby was born who inherited the world's most evil bloodline. You should know that your father's name is Pirate King Gordon Roger. Sengoku yelled at the top of his lungs. Reveal to the world this shocking secret that has been hidden for more than 20 years. At this moment, the headquarters where 100,000 Marines gathered fell silent. Sabo di Dizudao Square is also quiet. I don't know how much time has passed. The Pirate King's bloodline still exists. Fire Fist Ace is actually the son of the Pirate's King. The world's most evil bloodline still exists in this world? The legend of the Pirate King continues. It's great that he was caught. The Pirate King's son must have inherited his brutality. Ha 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 ha, this execution is truly the best show ever. This is shocking news. Hurry up and write the article. We need to spread this news to the world as quickly as possible. A brief silence was followed by an even more violent outburst. The troops at the naval headquarters were in an uproar, while the journalists and onlookers on the Sabodi Islands were in turmoil. Naval headquarters, Marshal Sengoku's speech continues. Fire Fist Ace, taking your head here today will be of great significance. So even if it means an all-out war with Whitebeard, we won't hesitate. Everyone, fight, you, as Marshal Sengoku's words fell. The entire bay erupted in thunderous cheers. Here I come, everyone, prepare for combat impact. At this moment, the marine officer in charge of monitoring the coastline suddenly screamed. The shrill sound of sirens rang out throughout Marineford at this moment. At this time, in the thick fog off the coast of Naval Headquarters Marineford, the shadows of a large pirates' fleet were looming. The 43 affiliated pirate groups under the name of the Whitebeard pirate ship were the first to appear. Ranger Doma, Thunderlord Makugai, the Decalbans, the Giant Spider Squar, the Ice Witch Pei. No matter which one, they are all famous pirates captains in New World. Now he is summoned by Whitebeard to join the war. The next moment, just when the Marines' attention was attracted by the pirates captains in the open sea, another unexpected change occurred. In the center of the crescent-shaped bay, a huge Uzumaki ripple spreads out. It was as if some huge monster was about to emerge from the sea. Hey, this is also going to pop up from an unexpected place. Chadden, the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters and Admiral Candidate, was suddenly startled. So that's what's going on. Their main ship is coated with a membrane and is preparing to invade the bay directly from the seabed. Marine Chief of Staff Crane spoke calmly. Just as Vice Admiral he finished speaking. At this time, 3 huge whale ships, the Moby DK, broke out of the sea. Leading the way was a smiling whale ship. On the huge flat whale head stood a tall hockey old man holding a lotus sword. The crescent-shaped Whitebeard is his trademark. He is from the last era. No, or maybe it's the great Poseidon who has been roaming the ocean since the Rocks era. 4 Emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Kulalalala, it's been decades, Sengoku. My beloved son has been taken care of so well during this period. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Whitebeard pirates' fleet finally appeared. A standoff with the full strength of the Marine. An atmosphere of terror hung over Marineford. The invisible will to fight is overwhelming. Chapter 51 White Group vs. Marine. Moon Bay, the bow of the Whitebeard pirates' mothership, Moby DK. The grin of Whitebeard Hockey, known as the strongest man in the world. The captain's cloak fluttered in the wind. Wait for me, Ace. Clang, Whitebeard raised his hand and plunged the razor into the whaleboat's bow, his arms spread wide. He suddenly clenched his fists and then clasped them in front of him. Lean your body forward slightly, maintaining a half-squatting position. Drink it, Whitebeard growled, and flung his fists to the sides. Click, click, click. It was as if the sound of something breaking was clearly heard by everyone. Every marine in the bay square widened their eyes in horror. The atmosphere, it's cracked. How could this happen? Is this something humanly possible? Following the atmospheric fragmentation, the sea surrounding Marineford underwent drastic changes. The sea was boiling and surging violently. Beneath the clear sky, the sea rumbled. The water level kept rising, almost reaching the sky. Seaquake. Whitebeard the B******** D actually shook the ocean. Sengoku yelled in shock and anger. So this is Whitebeard's ability. How terrifying. Even the elite marine officers couldn't help but feel fear at this moment. Ace, I'm sorry for making you do something so dangerous. At the bow of the whale ship, Whitebeard looked at Ace on the execution platform and spoke softly. Hearing this, Ace could no longer suppress his emotions. He leaned forward with all his strength and shouted, "No, you clearly tried to stop me then. No, I asked you to go. You heard it too, Marco." Whitebeard shouted, taking all the blame on himself. "Yeah, I heard that too. I'm sorry to have put you through this, Ace." The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division, Marco the Immortal Chicken, echoed this. "Everyone on this sea should know the consequences of attacking our companions." The captain of the 5th Division, Flower Sword Vista, smiled confidently. "We will never let go of anyone who hurts you, Ace." Diamond Joes of the 3rd Division crossed his arms. "Just a moment longer, Ace. I'll go get you now." Be prepared, Naval Headquarters. The Whitebeard Pirates and their subordinates who were raiding the outer reaches of the bay were all full of fighting spirit, their roars shaking the sky. Coolalalalal. At the bow of the whale ship, Whitebeard laughed loudly. "Take a step forward." Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud bang. At this moment, the entire Naval Headquarters island shook and tilted with a magnitude visible to the naked eye. The sea was full of waves and the water level was rising rapidly. "It's coming. The earthquake that Guy caused earlier has turned into a tsunami and is coming." Garp shouted a warning. Just as Garp finished speaking, a huge shadow loomed over the Naval Headquarters. It was a tsunami of indescribable magnitude. The power of a natural tsunami caused by force. This is Whitebeard's ability. The power of the shock fruit is the strongest in Paramecia. Ah! Tsunami! It's a tsunami! The tsunami caused by Whitebeard's bow is coming. The Marines responsible for observing the coastline were all horrified and screamed. If such a terrifying tsunami were allowed to hit Marineford, the consequences would be disastrous. Ah la la, it seems like it's my turn to take action. At this critical moment, one of the Naval Headquarters' top fighters, Admiral Aokiji Kuzan, stepped forward. Water River Era. Aokiji Kuzan leapt up from the execution platform, pointing his hands at the tsunami waves on both sides. Logia Frozen Fruit's ultimate ability explodes. Click, 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 Ultimate's freezing air was released, freezing the entire bay and the tsunami in the open sea. The bright sunshine shines brightly. Admiral Aokiji's move also completely transformed the entire bay into a battlefield platform. The war began to spread. Smoke suddenly rose up. The war between the Whitebeard Pirates' pirate army, consisting of a total of 47 pirate fleets, and the headquarters' 100,000 marine elites has begun. War is really scary, but as long as that man doesn't come, it's fine. Directly below the execution platform, the second most powerful marine after Admiral Aokiji was dispatched. Admiral Kizaru, the user of the flash fruit, had his body transformed into countless photons and dissipated. In an instant, he appeared right above Whitebeard in the bay. The dazzling golden laser shines. Whitebeard seemed oblivious to the huge threat above him. He didn't even raise his head. "Yellow Monkey, how could we allow you to come into contact with our commander so easily?" Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Squadron, ignited the Bear Energy Undead Crowfire and soared into the air. With one move, the Phoenix Hook kick, kicked Admiral Kizaru back 100 meters. On the other side, he faced the terrifying slash from Hawkeye that could split the sea. Diamond Joes, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, rushed out quickly, his body transformed into diamond. With his sturdy body, he deflected Hawkeye's slash 90 degrees and flung it into the sky. Then Joes didn't retreat but advanced and punched the ice. "Drink!" Joes yelled, digging his hands into the ice. He scooped up a huge block of ice weighing tens of thousands of pounds and threw it towards the execution platform in the square inside the bay. "If one or two of you are like this, who will guard the execution platform if you all leave?" The last one, Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, touched his short flat head and stood up. Great eruption. Akainu's magma fist collided with the huge ice block thrown by Joes. Countless scorching hot mists evaporated in an instant. Then Akainu's giant magma fist exploded and turned into countless fire meteors falling. Both pirates and marines were affected indiscriminately by Akainu. The scene was tragic. Screams became the only melody on this battlefield. Blood rain and sword flashes can be seen everywhere. Every minute and every second, marines and pirates kept falling. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, heavy footsteps were heard on the ice surface of the coast, like the beating of a war drum, causing the gravel and ice blocks on the ice surface to jump. Deep in the fog, the huge figure gradually revealed its true appearance. A demon named Little Oz, whose body is green and whose size is comparable to several large warships, appears. He held a huge saber in his hand and walked towards the execution platform with heavy steps, step by step, firmly. Just like the Straw Hat friendship between red-haired Shanks and Luffy. There is also a unique Straw Hat relationship between Ace and Little Oz. Little Oz looks rough, and his green face and fangs are enough to scare any child in the world into tears. But there is also a unique tenderness in the heart of this Little Oz. The friendship they had built when they first started dating has now become the driving force for Little Oz to move forward. He endured countless artillery fires and remained firm in his steps. Ace, wait for me. I will definitely save you. Little Oz blasted away the last human Marine Vice Admiral who was blocking his way and rushed into the last bay. However, at this moment, strange fluctuations appeared in the atmosphere. Unlike Whitebeard's previous atmospheric vibrations, this time, the atmosphere was compressing. That's Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. What does he want to do? Could it be? Little Oz, be careful. The pirates on Whitebeard's side shouted warnings. Little Oz belatedly realized and lowered his head. What you see is the expressionless bear with his hands clasped together, then opened as if performing Kamehameha. A small bear paw-shaped ball emitting a destructive aura slowly floated towards his abdomen. Boom! The power of Shichibukai Tyrant Bear's special skill, Bear Attack, was fully unleashed at this moment. The vast amount of atmosphere that had been compressed in the hands of the expert by the power of the meatball fruit expanded in an instant. The unparalleled explosion started from Little Oz's abdomen and radiated in all directions. Wherever the shockwave reached, screams were heard everywhere. Whether it was the pirates or the Marines, they were all sent flying by this terrifying force. Interlaced traces appeared on the thick ice surface. The ice where Little Oz was standing dropped several meters. A circular ice cave with a radius of 100 meters appeared. Little Oz, who had endured the full force of the Tyrant Bear's attack head-on, was covered in wounds, and his big eyes were lifeless and rolled back. All over the body. Blood is splattering all over the body. Boom! Little Oz raised his head and knelt on the ground with weak knees, making 2 holes in the ice and almost losing consciousness. Little Oz, Captain Oz, the members of the Whitebeard pirates screamed in shock and anger. Oz, you idiot. But, even if I have such an idiot son, I can't just ignore him. At the bow of the whaleboat, Whitebeard cursed under his breath. With a furious blow, he sent an attacking vice admiral of the giant tribe flying. However, before Whitebeard could take any further action, suddenly, there was an inexplicable feeling of oppression in the air. Whitebeard, Mimiko, Blossom Vista, Sengoku, Garp, the 3 admirals, and more. All the people in the naval headquarters battlefield, known for their observation hockey, raised their heads simultaneously and gazed towards the horizon behind them. Something seems to be moving in the fog. The Marine who was in charge of observing the battlefield from a high altitude reported loudly. Could it be another demon? No, it's an island. The island is approaching our headquarters. The Marines all screamed in horror. Wait a moment. Could that man be? And the 2 people on his left and right seem to be the legendary. The 5 Emperors. The 5 Emperors Liu Yu and the legends are here. Chapter 52 Kizaru, Golden Lion. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, start with Whitebeard's shock fruit tsunami. The greatest war of this era, the all-out war between the Whitebeard pirates and the naval headquarters, the veteran overlords of 2 different eras, has officially begun. From the very beginning, the most cruel and tragic thing unfolded. The vast ice surface of the bay turned into a cruel battlefield of blood and fire. The elite marine pirates from both sides came out together. The fierce competition of various powerful abilities is dazzling. The most brutal fight lasted for about a quarter of an hour. The wind direction on the naval headquarters battlefield suddenly changed. In the dark, a depressing, almost suffocating, terrifying pressure descended. Across the battlefield, the eyes of the Marines and pirates were all directed towards southeast blue. Feeling the gaze of a creature standing at the top of the food chain, an expression of horror involuntarily appeared on people's faces. Their intuition told them, an unimaginable evil is approaching. Horrible, horrible, the scary guy is coming. Above the battlefield, Admiral Kizaru, one of the highest-ranking combatants at the naval headquarters, felt his inner alarm go off to the ultimate level. A drop of cold sweat oozed from his forehead and rolled down his old face full of wrinkles. Right now, Admiral Kizaru's old face no longer had the usual ease and composure. There was only extreme shock, panic and horror. As a victim who had fought a fierce battle with Liu Yu for an hour, no one was more familiar with that terrifying evil aura than him. The painful memories of the Sabodi Islands incident 10 days ago came flooding back to my mind. He knows. The ominous premonition that had been lingering since before the war began had finally come true. The man-eating monster has really arrived. Call. Admiral Kizaru, determined not to confront Liu Yu again, took a deep breath. Slip away, almost without hesitation. His body transformed into countless golden points of light, and he broke away from the battle with Marco. In an instant, he fled far away and returned to the execution platform. Hiding behind. Marshal Zhongguo. Ha ha ha, that yellow monkey also knows how to be afraid. It really opened my eyes. Marco, Admiral Kizaru's rival, laughed sarcastically. After laughing, the expression on his face gradually became excited and excited. regarding that familiar and terrifying, great evil aura. He was also very familiar with it. Here we come. Here we come. That man really came. This war is no longer dark. Ahead, dawn and hope have appeared. Thinking of this, the calm captain of the White Group's 1st Division wanted to roar to the sky. Dad, this breath, could it be? Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, leapt back to Whitebeard's side. Feeling that familiar breath, an expression of extreme surprise couldn't help but appear on his face. I've already told you not to. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth curved up involuntarily. Although she complained, her body and heart were honestly happy about Lu Yu's arrival. Before that, Whitebeard has always believed that as long as he risks his own life, he will be able to rescue Ace. However, after arriving at the naval headquarters and facing the Marines' highest force, he finally realized that he was too optimistic. Even though he was known as the strongest, he was still far behind the giant Marine. Shion, Kizaru, Aokiji 3 Admirals, Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp. Each of them has terrifying strength that can compete with him. If Marine goes all out, not to mention rescuing Ace, I'm afraid that even their Whitebeard pirates and their affiliated groups will be wiped out and become a thing of the past. Now, with Lu Yu's arrival, the serious situation was finally eased. And he could feel it. Lu Yu was not the only one coming this time. It's been so long, you bastards. The execution platform in Wane Square. Marshal Sengoku glared at Admiral Kizaru, who was about to use him as a shield. The sight quickly returned to the outside of Southeast Blue. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. The Marines in the control room had already sent in the contact report. Even though he had never encountered it before, he knew who was emitting that evil aura. And it's not just Lu Yu, there's also the iconic flying island. How could Marshal Sengoku, who had fought him countless times, not guess? Golden Lion Shiki. Is he finally here? Under the execution platform, the legendary Marine Vice Admiral Hero Garp gritted his teeth. It's not just Shiki, there's a Sea Emperor, maybe even 2 legends. The gap in combat power at the top has been narrowed infinitely. The Vice Admiral, he spoke in a deep voice. Sister, is that man really that strong? I really want to meet him. The Admiral of Headquarters candidate, Momosagi Gion, who wore a pink ponytail, placed her delicate hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, full of fighting spirit. Under the nervous and horrified gazes of countless people inside and outside the battlefield, the flying island that came with a huge shadow stopped outside the naval headquarters and did not move forward. Following it came a large dragon bow sailing ship that was converted from the Golden Lion ship. Ha 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 ha, unruly, unbridled, and hearty laughter echoed under the sky of the naval headquarters. A figure jumped out from the dragon head ship and flew freely in the sky. Finally standing proudly above the sky, appear in the spotlight. 20 years no see, Sengoku, Garp, how are you 2 bastards doing? Golden Lion Shiki laughed wildly and flamboyantly. That person is. Could that person be? Flying Pirates Admiral, Golden Lion Shiki. The legend. The legend has appeared. That's the Golden Lion Shiki, as famous as the Pirates King Roger and Whitebeard. After seeing clearly the person coming from the sky and recognizing the identity of Golden Lion Shiki, all the Marines and White Pirates on the main battlefield opened their eyes wide in shock. A feeling of unease lingered in the hearts of the Marines. Just one Whitebeard is tough enough, now even the Golden Lion has appeared. How could this not shock the Marine side? You should know that Golden Lion Shiki is a super legend of the same era as Whitebeard. And for this naval headquarters, the Golden Lion has left a significant mark here. 22 years ago, Golden Lion broke into naval headquarters alone. The incident that almost overturned the naval headquarters is still fresh in our memory. It left a deep psychological shadow on many Marine veterans. It was with the combined efforts of 2 legendary veterans, Garp and Sengoku, that Marine was able to subdue this crazy old lion. Now, this majestic lion has come to Marineford again. How can this not be shocking and terrifying, at the same time? Sabaody Dizudao Live Square, accompanied by the high-profile appearance of Golden Lion Shiki. All the electric bugs in the images were focused on him. In the square, all the reporters and onlookers opened their mouths wide, completely ignoring the words that fell from the pen. The silence lasted only a moment, and the next second the square was boiling. Shock. The former legendary pirate's Golden Lion Shiki appears on the battlefield. That flying pirate's Admiral Golden Lion is still alive? Not good. Something terrible is happening. The legendary flying pirates are coming, and the war is about to get out of hand. What will be the outcome of this war? Can Marine still win? Move quickly. Regardless of the outcome, our mission is to deliver truthful intelligence reports on this war to every corner of the world. Chapter 53. Heading to the battlefield, ha 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 ha. There are so many familiar faces gathered here today. This is the best stage right now. Golden Lion Shiki slowly fell from the sky with a look of joy and satisfaction on his face. Finally, he stood at the bow of the whale ship Moby DK, facing Whitebeard. Shiki, I didn't expect you to come too. Marco dropped from the sky and stood between the 2 of them. Brother Marco, you have no right to speak here today, go away. Golden Lion Shiki said bluntly. Marco, step back. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Yes, Dad. Marco moved aside to get out of the way. Koolalala, old lion, you are dressed very smartly today. So, are you here to help today too? Whitebeard asked straight to the point. Who knows, 20 years ago, when I escaped from Impel Down and asked you to cooperate, you threatened to sink me into the sea. Golden Lion Shiki Zhou Yu Dao. I still haven't gotten over Whitebeard's rejection. Still the same as always, Shiki. If you're not here to help, then just stand aside and watch. Of course, if you want to take advantage of the situation, I don't mind going through the trouble of sinking you into the sea right now. Whitebeard spoke, his words full of hockey. Is this the attitude of a beggar? Golden Lion Shiki folded his arms and glanced at Whitebeard calmly. Coolalalalala. Whitebeard suddenly smiled. What's so funny? The smug expression on Golden Lion Shiki's face froze. How could it be *****D like you come here without any special reason? And that ship. It's really amazing. That guy Lu Yu actually managed to tame an old lion like you. Whitebeard had seen through everything. *****D Whitebeard. It didn't take long for Whitebeard to see through his pretense, and Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Lower the boat quickly. You're not the one I want to talk to. Whitebeard Dao ideographic period. Snort. Golden Lion Shiki snorted in dissatisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the large dragon-headed ship in the sky landed. With the landing of the dragon-head ship, all eyes that were originally focused on Golden Lion Shiki turned towards the boat. When I saw the white-haired old man with a slicked back hair on the bow deck, I recognized his identity. The marine elites on the battlefield all opened their mouths in shock once again, and fell into deep shock, unable to control themselves for a long time. That person is Pluton Rayleigh. A marine rear admiral pointed at the white-haired old man with a trembling hand and let out a shocking cry that broke his voice. The Pirate King's right hand, Pluton Silver Rayleigh. It's Pluton Rayleigh. What's going on? After Golden Lion Shiki, another legend has appeared. Including Pluton Rayleigh, this naval headquarters now has 3 legendary pirates. Alala, another incredible big shot has appeared. This time it's really troublesome, Admiral Aokiji sighed. Alas, what is coming has finally come. Vice Admiral he sighed softly. The really tough one is still behind, Garp spoke softly. It's that old man Rayleigh and Shocky. What are they doing here? I don't care about old man Rayleigh, but Shocky will still protect him as a way of repaying his kindness. Empress Boa Hancock, dressed in a purple slid cheongsam, bit her thumb with her pearly teeth and thought to herself. Sigh, interesting, really interesting. After Golden Lion Shiki it's Pluton Rayleigh, who's next? Doflamingo threw his head back and laughed. Those 2 old guys alone are already exaggerated enough, who else do you want? Shichibukai Gecko Moria Shinshadow. Golden Lion and Rayleigh have never been on the same page. Hawkeye Mahawk spoke calmly. That's right, this is it. Why are Golden Lion and Pluton together? There must be a connection. As for that connector, Fufu, the 5 emperors are indeed worthy of being the 5 emperors, their reputation is well deserved. Now let us witness the demeanor of the man who defeated the most powerful creature. Doflamingo laughed out loud. Sabo di Dizudao Live Square. With the appearance of Rayleigh, all the video Denmushi focused on Rayleigh. As a result, all the reporters and onlookers in the live broadcast square were excited again. It turned out to be that Pluton Rayleigh, the Pirate King's right hand, actually appeared? He showed up to save Roger's bloodline. Damn it, doesn't Roger's son deserve to die? Golden Lion, Pluton, monsters, appear one after another. Captain Eustace Kidd, who had a bounty of 300 million, gritted his teeth. Today's war is definitely not that simple. The man who brought the once enemies Golden Lion and Pluton together has yet to appear. There was a startling glint in the eyes of Supernova Trafalgar Law. Captain, who on earth brought those 2 legends together? A reward of 500. Barry's big pirate's white bear Babo screamed. No doubt about it, that's the only one left. The 5th emperor of this sea, the 5th emperor, Lu Yu. Hawkins, Apu, Urobe and Drake, the 4 who were beaten, spoke one after another. Hateful. Mafia godfather Capone Beige spat angrily. He has been racking his brains these days but still can't figure it out. Why did that monster suddenly beat him up without saying a word that day? Beige, Hawkins, these are really weird. Jewelry Bonnie, the glutton who had narrowly escaped the disaster that day, frowned. I was very confused by the green expressions of the supernovas. Yu. The picture has changed again. What is that? The shocked uproar from the onlookers below rose again. It seems like something extraordinary is happening. Naval Headquarters Battlefield. Whitebeard and Rayleigh are rivals and friends. After a brief greeting, Whitebeard gave Rayleigh a questioning look. Rayleigh, understanding Whitebeard's meaning, simply raised his hand to indicate the direction of the coast. Following Rayleigh's nod, the headquarters video Denmushi's attention was also focused on the coastal battlefield. What came into view was the raging flames that burned down the sky. And that pair of flaming dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun. Raging, the red flames covered the sky and burned down the void. At the top of the battlefield, the wings of the fire dragon spread out, covering the sky and the sun. Defeat Marine Vice Admiral Quest Progress 5/10. Dalmesia Vice Admiral Sturles. Kongming, Vice Admiral, Adult, Vice Admiral of Mozambique. Even Stolo Berry Vice Admiral, Chapter 54 meeting at the top. Naval Headquarters Coastal Battlefield. The Marine officers tasked with intercepting Whitebeard's New World pirates were all speechless in shock. I was shocked and horrified beyond words by what I witnessed. What happened in that moment before? Just a brief moment. There, the backbone of the Marine. 5 powerful Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals fell down together and were defeated. What a horrifying scene. It's so scary that it's unreal. After all, they were not colonels or even rear admirals, but 5 Vice Admirals. However, he was defeated by the man who suddenly fell from the sky. Just one hit. Who the hell are you? How dare you do this, Star? Absolutely unforgivable. The Marine officers on the coast were filled with anger and mustered up the courage to shout loudly. However, their bodies that couldn't stop trembling had already exposed their inner fear. In front of the existence that defeated 5 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. Under the cover of the fire dragon's wings that covered the sky and the sun. No one can avoid being afraid of it, no one could remain calm. Even the elite officers of the Marine Corps, even the New World Pirates captains are no exception. Just by standing in front of that burning figure, their bodies instinctively felt fear. It's like an ant facing a dragon in the sky, it made them unable to help but feel submissive. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. A young Marine major, full of vigor and enthusiasm, was filled with passion. He forced himself to hold the long knife in his hand, closed his eyes, and was about to go, to his death. Stop, you idiot rookie. Jonathan, Vice Admiral of Marine G8, pinned the impulsive major to the ground with one hand. His gaze swept across the 4 directions majestically. Everyone, retreat, Vice Admiral Jonathan shouted solemnly. 5th Emperor, Lu Yu. Vice Admiral Gumil of Marine G2 branch took a deep breath and pronounced Lu Yu's name word by word. The words fell. The huge coastal battlefield suddenly fell silent and fell into absolute deathly silence. A moment later, the noise reaches the sky. 555, 5 Emperors. That. He is the legendary 5th Emperor of the Sea. The 5th Emperor Lu Yu, the 5th Emperor has finally appeared. Damn it, why is this man here? He defeated 5 Marine Vice Admirals in one blow. This is the Emperor of the Sea. This is the power of the 5 Emperors. It's really terrifying, it really lives up to its reputation. After this battle, no one in the world will question the 5 Emperors. The Marine officers and New World Pirates captains who witnessed Lu Yu's action were all shocked and screamed in surprise. They expressed their shock and horror in words. O Emperor of the Sea! That troublesome character appears again. But this is also expected. G8 Vice Admiral Jonathan grinned, his expression more serious than ever. He was ready to fight to the death. It's a foul for this man to be here. Even the Vice Admirals are no match for the Sea Emperor. Where are the Admirals? Where are the Admirals? Take this man away quickly. The Marine officers screamed in despair. As Marine elites, they were not afraid at all when facing the New World Pirates captains. But, now appearing before them was the terrifying Sea Emperor. An existence standing at the top of the world. Just facing that man had drained all their strength and courage. Compared to Marine's despair, on the other hand, he learned Lu Yu's identity. After learning that the man who defeated the Vice Admirals was their father's ally. The New World Pirates, including the Ice Witch Pei, the DeCarbon brothers, the Ranger Doma, and others were all extremely excited and thrilled. The 5 Emperors are mighty, 5 Emperors hockey. This is the Emperor of the Sea. Marine, did you see that? Our dad's ally has appeared. 2 Sea Emperors join forces and are invincible. Marine, wake up! The New World Pirates all shouted excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. 5th Emperor Lu Yu, let us handle the Marines here. Hurry up and go to the bay to support Dad. Yeah, it's more than enough for us to handle this. Ranger Tudoma, the DeCarbon brothers, and others spoke. However, the words had just fallen. Cold sweat soaked their backs. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lu Yu spoke calmly. Feeling the calm and indifferent gaze from Lu Yu, the smiles on the faces of the DeCarbon brothers and others froze. Extreme panic and fear instantly took over their bodies and minds. No, Master Lu Yu, the 5th Emperor, we did not mean that. Please forgive us. Pei, the Ice Witch who had been in the Whitebeard Pirates for several years, reacted and quickly bowed to apologize. Ranger Doma, Thunderlord Makugai and others also hurriedly followed. Lu Yu looked away, his eyes swept across the coastal battlefield. He paused for a moment after Jonathan and Gummire, then shook his head. The system's reward mission requires Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. It would be of little use to attack these Vice Admirals of the branch who were dispatched abroad. There are a few Marine Vice Admirals on the other side in the distance. But Lu Yu didn't need to make a trip for this, there will be many more opportunities to come. Think about this. Lu Yu couldn't help but grin. The flame dragon's wings flapped gently. Bringing up a fierce heatwave storm, watched Lu Yu leave. Marine Vice Admiral Jonathan, G.U. Jonger, Ice Witch Pei, DeCarbon brothers and other pirates captains finally breathed a sigh of relief. I just felt that the air became a lot cooler, however, they didn't wait long to relax. The crisis reappeared. The ice beneath their feet collapsed under the heatwave brought by Lu Yu. Ignoring the chaos on the coast, the giant dragon's wings that covered the sky swept across the sky. Bringing terror and shadow to the world. under the shocked and horrified gazes of countless people inside and outside the battlefield. Lu Yu dived straight towards the bow of the whale ship Moby DK. The wings of the fire dragon gradually turned into brilliant streams of light and dissipated. Wait until Lu Yu lands completely. The gorgeous golden red tail flame also just dissipated. Go to the battlefield. The two emperors of the sea met here. Yo, Whitebeard, such an interesting thing and you didn't include me. Does this count as an ally? Lu Yu grinned. Cool. Appeared. That terrible man is also on Whitebeard's ship. Who on earth is he? Is this another legend? Were those wings from earlier a dragon? The marine elites gathered from all over the world screamed in shock. His eyes were fixed on the whale's bow on the ice battlefield without blinking. Chapter 55 shocking the audience. No, that's not right. A naval headquarters rear admiral suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and his face had a ferocious expression as if he had seen a ghost. The Marines summoned from all over the world were not aware of this. But the Marines who have been at the headquarters know it very well. Know clearly who the dragon that covers the sky and the sun is. Especially Rear Admiral Mura. Who is that? A branch Rear Admiral asked anxiously. That's the 5th Emperor Lu Yu. The 5th Sea Emperor has finally arrived. The headquarters Commodore Daikin murmured unconsciously in shock. The hands holding the weapons were shaking constantly. Just like a stone that stirs up 1,000 ripples. With the information shared by the Marines at the headquarters who were aware of the situation. Very quickly, everyone in the naval headquarters knew the identity of the man who exuded the aura of a dragon. So, the noise of the sky is generated here. There were Marines shouting in despair. At the same time, there were also the excited cheers of the white pirates. Sigh. I know, the man behind the legends has appeared. The drama of this era is about to reach its climax. This is the center of the era now. Shichibukai Doflamingo threw his hands wide open and laughed loudly towards the sky. That's the brat who defeated that B********* D Kaido. Shichibukai Gecko Moria's devilish long face froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Hee. This is the so-called 5th Emperor of the Sea? A little devil? It's unacceptable that Kaido, who once defeated me, could be defeated by a mere brat. Or maybe 20 years have passed and that B******* D Kaido has become weaker. In that case, maybe I can still win now. Gecko Moria clenched his fist with confidence. One of the 3 major illusions in life that arises unconsciously in the heart. 5 Emperors Lu Yu. Empress Hancock raised her eyebrows slightly, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. It is impossible to reconcile Lu Yu with the image of the fierce villain who defeated Kaido. No one could imagine it until they actually saw it with their own eyes. The new strongest creature that defeated the strongest creature would be so gentle. Sister Suru, is it really that man who defeated Kaido? On the second floor of the execution platform, Momosagi Gion, the admiral candidate of the headquarters, asked suspiciously. Don't judge a person's ability by their appearance. That young man is the same type as the redhead. Vice Admiral, he said in a deep voice. Horrible. The mumbling sound like chanting scriptures was heard in a corner of the execution platform. Marshal Sengoku turned his head with a grim expression, gazing at Admiral Kizaru behind him with gritted teeth. Borsellino, will you shut up? It's giving me a headache. Sengoku snapped. Mr. Sengoku, I'm giving you a warning. That monster eats people, Admiral Kizaru said with a look of horror. Eat man. Why don't I see any piece of meat missing from your body? Sengoku rode. Admiral Kizaru was speechless. Ace, who was also on the execution platform, Dad's ally. The 5th Emperor Lu Yu. When did this happen? What happened to the sea during the time I was arrested? But no matter what. In this way, the probability of Dad and the others returning alive is undoubtedly greater. Thanks. Ace pursed his lips and silently thanked him in his heart. Sabo DD Islands, Live Square, when Lu Yu's identity was revealed. As expected, the huge live broadcast square exploded and was completely boiling. 5 Emperor Lu Yu. Did you hear that? That young man is the 5th Emperor? The legendary 5th Emperor Lu Yu is actually so young? And he looks so gentle. Was it really him who defeated that 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts? It's unbelievable. The onlookers in the live broadcast square started talking at once. Shouts of shock, confusion, and questioning rang out one after another. Hurry. Move quickly. The mysterious 5th Emperor Lu Yu finally appears. We must seize the initiative this time. We can't let the Birdman from the World Economic News monopolize this exclusive news. Reporters from major news agencies shouted excitedly and wrote furiously. I can't wait to spread this big news to the world. Ever since the Wano-kuni incident, the mysterious 5 emperors have always been the focus of their concern. Who are the 5 emperors? What does it look like? How old are you? All is unknown. Now, the answer is finally revealed. The truth is even more shocking than imagined. This is big news that is enough to shake the world and cannot be missed. Just when the reporters were getting excited, the supernovas occupying the highest points in the live broadcast square were all inexplicably excited at this moment. He finally showed up. How will that man's arrival change the war? I can no longer foresee the outcome of this chaotic war, said Magician Hawkins in a gloomy voice. Things are really getting more and more interesting. The gap in numbers at the top level has been completely eliminated with his arrival. Strange Monkey Rogue said. As expected, the man behind the legends, Golden Lion and Pluton, is him. This is getting more and more terrifying, perhaps, Trafalgar Law mused. Kid, that man's ability. The raging flaming dragon wings before, is it really a mythical beast? The killing warrior Kira took a breath of cold air. There's no mistake. My giant metal arm was also melted by his flames. The user of the Mera Mera fruit is the Fire Fist. I'm afraid the man is the mythical beast Fire Dragon, Kid said solemnly. No, what mythical beast? That man is the user of the Logia Wind fruit. You guys, right? Hawkins, Drake, and your rogue, that guy used the power of wind when he beat us up. Skulakiman AP screamed at the top of his lungs. The voice is so loud that it can be heard even from miles away. Now everyone knows that they got beaten up. Hearing Apu's scream, the expressions on Hawkins and Wuji's faces froze. In my heart, I curse at all of Apu's ancestors. Drake's expression was already gloomy, and the dark lines on his face became even more dense. What nonsense are you talking about? That man on the loudspeaker over there, his ability must be related to thunder and lightning. He must be the user of the Logia Thunder Fruit. I've definitely felt his lightning. Capone Beige retorted with a dark face. Captain, that's not right. When we saw Kid and the others being beaten, it was clearly flames. Bai Ningbebo screamed. So everyone knew that Kid and the others were also beaten up. Wait a moment. Eli Bonnie, a big eater who was completely on the sidelines, intervenes. From what you guys have been saying, it seems like you're very familiar with that 5 emperors. Bonnie asked. Aren't you familiar with it? Didn't he look for you? Capone Beige asked rhetorically. No, Jewelry. Bonnie shook his head as a matter of course. Suddenly, all the supernovas except Trafalgar Law glanced at Bonnie with disdain. We agreed to be friends who had been beaten together. As a result, a traitor appeared among them. Hey, now's not the time to discuss this, look at the screen. Something fell again. Trafalgar Law opened his eyes wide and warned loudly. Right now. Naval headquarters at the very center of the battlefield. Lu Yu, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Rayleigh sat opposite each other at the bow of the whaleboat, each with a large bowl of wine in front of them. Amidst the war that determines the future of the world, and under the watchful eyes of the Marines, he drinks leisurely. This is also the first time in history. Kulalalala, Lu Yu, thank you so much. It's all in the wine, I'll drink it first as a toast. Whitebeard laughed happily and drank the wine jug in front of him in a heroic manner. It's been a long time. Ha 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 ha, next up are Rayleigh and Golden Lion. Then let's get ready to start a big fight. A wild and aggressive smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips. He stood up straight and looked at Marine Marshal Sengoku standing on the execution platform in the distance. Marine, it's our first meeting, and I prepared a little gift for you, please accept it. Lu Yu grinned and waved gently. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki smiled knowingly and suddenly waved his hands. All that was heard was the rapid sound of whoosh breaking through the air. 3 tiny black dots came quickly from far away. Finally, a heavy thorn landed on the ice in front of the whaleboat. Those are 3 crosses. There were 3 people tied to the cross. 3 celestial dragons. Chapter 56, Celestial Dragons. Snort sniff. 3 rapid sounds of breaking wind came from far away. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people at the naval headquarters battlefield. 3 large crosses fell from the sky, under the control of Golden Lion Shiki, pierced the ice in front of the whale ship. Bloodline Madara. There are 3 bloody figures tied to the cross in Madara. Bloody. So miserable. It's shocking. Marine, do you like this gift? Lu Yu grinned. The 3 people on the cross are naturally the Celestial Dragons family who disappeared in the Saboti incident. Roseward, Elros, and Sharulia. Lu Yu will certainly not show any mercy to the scum and parasites of this world. If it weren't for the fact that it would still be of some use. He had already started killing people to complete the task. Does that mean? Looking at the 3 bloody bodies, Marshal Sengoku's pupils suddenly shrank on the execution platform. The old face suddenly became extremely ugly and ferocious. He had already guessed the identities of the 3 people. Not just Sengoku. Are those celestial dragons? Celestial dragons. Roseward family. Are they the celestial dragons that disappeared during the Saboti incident 10 days ago? They really did fall into the hands of the 5th Emperor Lu Yu. Those are celestial dragons. The celestial dragons, the world's nobles, but now. The Marines on the battlefield opened their eyes wide in fear, having already recognized the identities of the 3 celestial dragons. As the identities of the cross trio are revealed, a storm called shock once again blew up on the battlefield at the top. The Marines' cries of horror rose one after another. The celestial dragons, the world's nobles, are descendants of the 20 kings who jointly established the world government 800 years ago. They have always regarded themselves as descendants of the Creator. He considers himself superior to others and treats everyone else as a slave. Enjoy all the privileges in the world and act recklessly. This is a group of scum worse than the pirates. However, in the past 800 years, few people dared to attack them. There is only one reason, not to mention killing celestial dragons, even just slightly offending celestial dragons. This will attract the naval headquarters' highest powered admiral or CP0 troops to come and surround and kill you, with very serious consequences. Throughout history, there have certainly been cases of celestial dragons disappearing. Some of them became unsolved cases. The person who made the move has since changed his identity. No one has ever dared to publicly admit that they were the ones who attacked the celestial dragons. But now, on this top battlefield, in front of the total combat power of the naval headquarters, the marshal, 3 admirals and 100,000 marine elites, someone threw 3 bloody celestial dragons, barely human, as a gift to the marine. The celestial dragons were publicly executed in the base of the organization that protects the celestial dragons the most. How outrageous and bold this is. This is simply the most blatant provocation to the marine and the government. Devil. It's a devil. Those are the world's noble celestial dragons. To have done something so outrageous, that 5th emperor is indeed a demon who must be eliminated. A whole marine. What did you say? Did you idiot marines get something wrong? You really don't know what the world's noble celestial dragons are? They're just a bunch of scum, the parasites of this world. Compared to the evil deeds of the celestial dragons, we pirates are ashamed of ourselves. Mr. Liu Yu is doing justice for the heavens. Celestial dragons should be completely wiped out from this world. The Whitebeard pirates all blushed and protested loudly. The marines were so angry at the pirates' rebuttal that their faces turned red and their necks became thick. I wanted to refute, but for a moment I didn't know where to start. After all, this time, what the pirates said was indeed right. Even within the marines, many were dissatisfied with the celestial dragons' wanton brutality. But due to the rules, I always keep it deep in my heart and dare not speak out. Foo. The Roseward family deserves it. I never thought that this day would come to you. Doflamingo laughed gleefully. However, the expression on his face gradually became ugly. Because I was looking at the Roseward family not far away. It unconsciously brought back distant memories in Doflamingo's heart. That year, their family who left Mariachia were also nailed to the cross in such a humiliating manner. Eeeeh, you dare to publicly execute celestial dragons in naval headquarters. This move is quite courageous. Moria just laughed and watched the show without caring about anything. Pirates Queen, what's wrong with you? Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman wearing a gentleman's top hat, set his eyes on the Empress Hancock not far away. Boa Hancock, the aloof pirates queen who had been indifferent to everyone and everything on the battlefield, was clearly in a bad mood at the moment. There were dramatic psychological ups and downs. This is only natural. The cold-looking Empress Hancock actually has a secret past that is unknown to the public and may never be revealed to others. That was 16 years ago. When she was 12 years old, she and her 2 younger sisters were abducted by human traffickers. He became a slave of Marijoy's celestial dragons and spent 4 years in darkness. That past is the biggest secret of Empress Hancock, which cannot be spoken of. Marijoy and celestial dragons are the deepest psychological shadows in her heart. Even with the immense power of a Shichibukai, she still couldn't look directly at that memory. But now, the dark shadow that shrouded his heart loosened. It was as if one day a ray of light shone down, making her heart a little brighter. Looking at the celestial dragons cross on the ice battlefield not far away, looking at the miserable celestial dragons covered in blood and flesh. Looking at Haki, the man who controlled the life and death of celestial dragons, Empress Hancock's narrow eyes suddenly lit up with a startling look. This man is truly different. I am happy. Empress Hancock changed her initial disdain. In her heart, her favorability towards Liu Yu increased rapidly. Soon, I crossed the line of a man I don't hate. The thickness is still rising. In her eyes, every move of Liu Yu at this moment was so special and extraordinary. Even if he just stood there quietly, he was so fascinating to her. Regarding the sudden favorable gaze of Empress Hancock, Liu Yu naturally didn't know. Even if I knew, there wouldn't be much emotional change. At this moment, his eyes looked around the entire battlefield. There was a playful and teasing smile on his face. Marine, these 3 celestial dragons are still alive. If you want to save them, come over. Liu Yu faced the entire audience, finally looked at Marshal Sengoku, and waved provocatively. The situation on the battlefield changed drastically with Liu Yu's action. Originally, Whitebeard was the one-sided hostage threat. Now the marine side is also being held hostage by the celestial dragons. Following the top combat power difference, the situations of both parties have reached the same level. In this way, even Marine can no longer be cautious and execute the person in advance. Damn it, these celestial dragons are really causing trouble wherever they go. On the execution platform, Sengoku stared at the celestial dragons cross in the distance, his eyes glaring, his teeth grinding, and his expression ferocious. He had originally planned to execute Ace in advance and put an end to it all. But now, as Liu Yu's hand fell, even he couldn't care less about the lives of celestial dragons in public. Chapter 57. Invitation to fight. Borsellino, that was originally your responsibility. How long do you want to hide? Sengoku looked at Kizaru with gritted teeth. Eat people. Admiral Kizaru shook his head seriously. Coolalalalal, I owe you a big favor again this time. Whitebeard, who also understood the change in the situation, laughed. You are truly worthy of being called Lord Liu Yu. This way, they won't dare to attack Ace easily. This time it really helped a lot. If you keep owing us like this, you won't be able to repay these favors even if you sell us out. Marco, Joes, Vista and other captains of the white team spoke excitedly one after another. Lu Yu grinned. Taking the dragon hostage and restricting Marine's actions is just a side effect. His real purpose was something else. Shua, a flash of lightning. When Lu Yu appeared again, he was already in front of the 3 celestial dragons' crosses. Come on, Marine. Let's fight to our heart's content, everyone is watching the battlefield. A brilliant flash of lightning. Lu Yu, who was at the bow of the whale ship, flashed to the celestial dragon's execution cross. His eyes opened and closed, looking around disdainfully. Standing tall, Haki reveals itself. It seems like he can fight against all 4 directions with his own strength. Under the shock of Lu Yu's dragon-like power, the Marines nearby were all unconsciously frightened and retreated unconsciously. Do not be afraid, the other party is just a pirates. At a certain moment, someone with a loud voice suddenly roared. That's right, bastards, damn pirates. What, Sea Emperor? I'm not afraid of you. This is naval headquarters. How can we allow you pirates to continue doing whatever you want? The Marines' courageous shouts rang out everywhere. Those who are qualified to come to this battlefield are the elite officers of the Marines. Even if facing a top-level existence at the level of the Sea Emperor, one would not be frightened to the point of throwing away weapons and armor at the first sight. Right now, with the momentum of roaring, the hundreds of Marines in front roared and charged forward desperately. Swords flashed and guns roared. However, their courageous attack suddenly froze when it entered the 10-meter circle around Lu Yu. The atmosphere between heaven and earth suddenly circulated and compressed. An invisible wind wall formed around Lu Yu. Whether it was bullets, artillery shells, or even the swords of the Marines, they were like being stuck in the mud when they came into contact. Let these small fry charge, don't we have more powerful guys in the Marine? Don't underestimate me. Lu Yu's calm voice was like thunder, exploding over the battlefield. The words fell. The invisible wall of wind suddenly swept over and raged. Send more than 100 elite Marine officers into the sky. Then they scattered in all directions like dumplings. In an instant, Lu Yu cleared the area within 100 meters. Don't get carried away, 5th Emperor Lu Yu, let me meet you for a moment. The original loud voice reappears. The Marine Vice Admiral, who was over 20 meters tall and had a loud voice, Giant John, swung his sword and chopped it down with the force of splitting Mount Tai. Wherever the greatsword passed, a strong wind whistled and dispersed. This shows how important help is. This sword can definitely split the warship in half easily. However, he was unable to split Lu Yu's palm, facing the all-out slashing of the giant Vice Admiral. Lu Yu just calmly stretched out his right hand. The sharp sword edge touched Lu Yu's right hand, making a heavy sound of metal clashing and sharp sparks splashing out. Damn, this man's body is so hard. Is it armament hockey? Without waiting for the giant Vice Admiral to think about it. Next second, something happened that caused his pupils to shrink suddenly. All I heard was a series of teeth-grinding, clicking sounds. Cross-cutting cracks appeared on the sword in his hand. With a loud bang, the giant sword shattered. Vice Admiral John Giant stumbled violently. Before he fell, he was lifted into the air by an invisible gust of wind. Dragon-slaying secret technique, shine through the sky. The secret of the Sky Dragon Slayer magic exploded. The hurricane that stretched from heaven to earth carried the giant Vice Admiral's massive body up to 90,000 miles. After a long time, a loud bang was heard from the direction of the distant naval headquarters residential area. Thick smoke and dust rose into the air. Defeat the naval headquarters Vice Admiral mission progress 6/10. Kill, don't be scared, follow the leader's lead. As long as we can deplete his energy, it will be considered a success. The elite Marine officers roared and organized the charge again. Even though he knew that it was an invincible opponent, he still fought bravely and was not afraid of death. This courage is truly commendable, but for Lu Yu, it was too troublesome. After all, defeating an ordinary Marine would not help the mission at all. Ha 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 ha, no matter how many of these cannon fodder come, they're useless. Golden Lion Shiki roared with laughter and soared into the sky. As he swung his feet, the famous sword Sakura shot out thousands of sword energies, defeating all the Marines rushing towards Lu Yu. Let's help too, meow, don't get in the way, idiotic old cat. 2 tall figures, a dog and a cat, crossed each other in midair. Shoot away the Marines who haven't given up yet. Soon after, more animals gathered and returned from all over the battlefield. Pedro the Jaguar, Sicilian the Puma, Buffalo, Panda, Rhino. The 2 kings of the Wave Tribe, Inuarashi and his musketeers and Cat Viper and his group of knights all participated. Mr. Lu Yu, Wong, Mr. Lu Yu, Meow, Inuarashi and Cat Viper both came in front of Lu Yu. You are the Inuarashi and Cat Viper that Hiyori mentioned, Lu Yu said. He is certainly familiar with the 2 kings of cats and dogs, as well as the Jaguar Pedro, the little rabbit carrot and others in front of him. Their appearance was not surprising. A few days ago, during his communication with Hiyori, he had already learned about cat and dog's support for Whitebeard. You are the Mr. Lu Yu that Lord Hiyori mentioned. Following the orders of Lord Rihei, our musketeers will follow Mr. Lu Yu's orders. Inuarashi spoke solemnly. Mr. Lu Yu has shown great kindness to Wano Kuni. Now it is our turn to repay him. All members of the Knights group, listen up and hold the cross. Cat Viper barked out his orders. Oh, Jaguar Pedro and others all responded in unison. On the other side, the musketeers, led by Inuarashi, dispersed to block the general marine officers. Gallet, what are you still standing there for? Wanda reminded. Oh, sorry. The little rabbit Gallet bowed slightly to Lu Yu, then hurried to follow. Under the active efforts of natural warriors, the Fur Tribe warriors, ordinary marine officers were kept out, invisibly. The place where Lu Yu stood seemed to have become an arena. As the defender, Lu Yu was waiting for the strong players to come on stage and attack. Not long. The first contestant appears. Pressure cannon. A bear paw-shaped air shock easily knocked a leather warrior away. The tyrant, who was completely transformed by the scientist Vegapunk and completely lost consciousness, can slowly arrive. The first one is you, Tyrant Bear. I originally wanted to recruit you to be my subordinate, but now it seems like you won't understand anything I say, Shuan. How pathetic. Lu Yu shook his head, thinking about how a strong man like Tyrant Bear would be reduced to becoming a slave mount for the father and son on the cross. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh, but at this point, this kind of thing will never happen. Roseward and Charlos, father and son, would not live to see that day. Tyrant Bear will no longer be under Marine's control soon. Chapter 58. Everything is under control. Lord Lu Yu, be careful. That big bear is going to use that dangerous move from before. Girl. The rabbit girl's sweet cry woke Lu Yu from his sobbing. Is that the bear impact? On the dragon headship, Robin, who was dressed in formal attire, had a slightly changed expression on her face. It reminded me of the horrific scenes in Thriller Bark. Tyrant Bear used that move to kill everyone, not long ago. It was also this move that seriously injured and defeated Lil Oz, who was over 80 meters in size. The ultimate skill has been read. Tyrant Bear completed the super compression of the atmosphere. A small bear paw slowly flew out from his palm. A shining pure white shockwave blooms here. Everyone get down, Inuarashi shouted, having witnessed the power of this attack. The Malbo warriors and nearby marines, who were also aware of his strength, all lay on the ground, ready to respond to the attack. But the next second, embarrassing things happen. The terrifying impact bear paw that once defeated Lil Oz suddenly failed this time. Huh? Could it be a dud this time? Duds and the like are common? The silly panda man breathed a sigh of relief. Idiot, how could it be a dud? It was Lord Lu Yu who suppressed the explosion of the atmosphere. Cat Viper screamed in shock, under the shocked gazes of people watching from all over the battlefield. Lu Yu grasped the unexploded super-compressed atmospheric bear paw in one hand and rolled it over. How is that possible? That's Tyrant Bear's signature move. A member of the Marine Science Corps yelled in disbelief. This sky and everything that flows within it are in my hands. Lu Yu grinned. Then, with people looking as if they had seen a ghost, they raised their heads and opened their mouths. Swallowed the air bomb that was enough to defeat the ancient giants in one gulp. This moment, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. After swallowing the super-compressed atmosphere, Lu Yu burped with satisfaction. The power in the body continues to emerge. I hadn't thought of it before. The atmosphere that has been super-compressed by Tyrant Bear is a tonic for him that is no less than Kizaru's light particles. The efficiency is more than 10 times higher than ordinary swallowing. This discovery further strengthened Lu Yu's determination to take him back. Tyrant Bear, you are already mine. Lu Yu licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. Noticing Lu Yu's action, Admiral Kizaru on the execution platform immediately shrank his head. Without waiting to speak, just shut up. Marshal Sengoku shouted. Damn it, what kind of monster is that 5 emperors? He even swallowed the Tyrant Bear's ultimate move in one gulp. How on earth is this done? The Marines standing guard in the base square whispered in fear. Xiaohei, can you tell what he did? Admiral Candidate Momosagi Gion frowned. Even the Logia Wind fruit probably can't do this. Vice Admiral he sighed softly. Fire, thunder, wind, and atmosphere, it's a veritable monster. Garp gritted his teeth. Mr. Garp, what do you mean? Could it be that that guy has more than one ability? But fire, isn't the Logia Mera fruit the ability of the Fire Fist above? Momosagi Gion was shocked again and again. His abilities are still a mystery. Let's just keep observing. Chief of Staff Vice Admiral, he said in a deep voice. While talking, the ice battlefield is completely transformed. The battle between Tyrant Bear and Lu Yu continues. I saw the Tyrant Bear with his paws on his waist. Continuous swings like a sumo wrestler. One after another, small bear paw pressure cannons were generated. A steady stream of Lu Yu shot out. Each one has the power to shatter rock with ease. However, it felt like a gentle breeze on Lu Yu's face. It didn't even cause Lu Yu to slow down for a moment. Facing the Tyrant Bear's pressure barrage, Shi Shang came 10 meters in front of him. A dazzling golden laser light flashed from deep within the Tyrant Bear's throat and shot out. Lu Yu opened the 5 fingers of his right palm. The golden lightning turned into armor and attached it. He spread his fingers and leapt into the air. He walked straight forward towards the terrifying laser. Finally, he placed his right palm on the Tyrant Bear's head, pressing it heavily onto the ice. It's over. Now that you can't even use your strongest ability flexibly, you'd better just lie down. Lu Yu spoke calmly, his hands shone with golden lightning. It is not liberation, but absorb. The power of the power supply device in the robot tyrant bear's body was completely absorbed by Lu Yu in an instant. The tyrant bear's eyes turned black and it completely lost its mobility. Defeat Shichibukai mission progress 1/7, next. Lu Yu raised his foot and kicked the tyrant bear onto the dragon-headed boat, then spoke calmly. Haki's posture stunned countless people inside and outside the battlefield. For a while, even the raging war was delayed. He's truly worthy of being the man I've chosen, he's truly handsome. Empress Hancock held her little face with her slender hands and began to act like a fangirl. Hawkeye noticed this. This woman is an idiot. Unbelievable, it's really unbelievable. That's the Shichibukai tyrant bear, and yet, you were defeated and defeated by that man in such a short time? The Shichibukai, considered one of the three great powers alongside the Marines and the four emperors, were dealt with so quickly. Is it really because that man's strength is too terrifying? Fifth Emperor Lu Yu. He is truly the strongest creature above all the strongest creatures. Hurry, hurry, it's time to silence the voices of doubt on the sea with the truth. The reporters and onlookers at the Sabodi Dizudao Live Square were all shocked and screamed. Even the Shichibukai is powerless against him. Just how monstrous is that man? The strange monk Uroge and the magician Hawkins exclaimed in unison. Ah, it's Brother Pedro, not only Big Brother, but also Duke Inuarashi, Boss Cat Viper, Sicilian Wanda, and Carrot. Everyone, it's me, Beppo. Can you hear me? Trafalgar Law's white bear fur Beppo jumped up and down excitedly as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Just be quiet, Beppo. Trafalgar Law growled, unable to bear it any longer. Bai Neng Bibo, who couldn't stand being scolded, finally calmed down and lowered his head in frustration. The other side. Damn the five emperors, you actually acted like that to my dad. I will never forgive you. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie bit her thumb so hard with her pearly teeth that it caused bleeding to continue. It's about to start again, Killer Warrior Kira shouted in shock. This time it's hiss. Mafia Godfather Capone Beige couldn't help but take a deep breath. On top of the ice battlefield, an extremely cold atmosphere spread. This caused the Malbo warriors to retreat in horror. Amid the excited cheers of the Marines, the second round of challengers appears. Led by General Aokiji, Alternate Admiral Chadon Cake, along with the three elite vice admirals of the headquarters, Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Doberman, lined up in a row. Chapter 59. Dragon Slayer Secret Art Thunder led by Admiral Aokiji. They are supplemented by four of the naval headquarters' most elite vice admirals. The second round of challengers stepped onto the ring. Such a lineup can be described as luxurious. The first is Admiral Aokiji, the most powerful man in the naval headquarters, whose strength is unquestionable. The Marines Admiral is a person who can compete with the New World Four Emperors and stand on the same level. Secondly, the four naval headquarters vice admirals who serve as support are also no ordinary people. Alternate Admiral Chadon Kaji. When I was in vice admiral, I got a codename that was a combination of color and animal. The strength is obvious. Chadon Kaji's strength is not that of an admiral, but it's close. Among Vice Admiral, only Garp, the veteran hero of the previous era, can surpass him. The three people except Chadon and Cake, Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Doberman, each one of them has been a veteran of Marine for decades. The strength of these three people is definitely among the best among the Vice Admirals of the headquarters. Only below Garp and the two alternate admirals. In terms of comprehensive strength, he is definitely one of the core members of the four emperors. Such as the three calamities of the beasts, Big Mom's four generals, and the top five captains of the White Group on this battlefield. A battle between the Admiral and the four emperors. For most people, getting involved in this will lead to death. However, Chadon and his three companions are absolutely qualified to join this battle of the kings as assistants. Allah, 5th Emperor Lu Yu, considering that it might not be enough for me alone, I brought a few helpers with me, is that okay? Admiral Aokiji's attitude was as lazy as ever, without waiting for Lu Yu to speak. Ha 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 ha, in that case, count me in as 1. 2 against 5, that should be about right. The golden lion Shiki, who was bored, laughed and flew into the sky, wanting to join the battle. Next second. The smile on Shiki's face froze. This is my battlefield, Shiki, you'd better stay away. Lu Yu glanced at Shiki calmly. The 5 who came were all prey to the task list. How can I let others share it? Haha, I get it, if you don't want me to get involved, then I won't. Golden lion Shiki forced a smile and retreated back to his original position in shame. Kulalalala, old lion, this reminds me of the past. I never thought that 40 years later, history would repeat itself. Whitebeard laughed. Go away, don't tell me about the past. Golden Lion Shiki said with a look of stomachache. But thinking about the possibility of seeing Whitebeard's confused expression today, he felt relieved. When it comes to fighting, Lord Lu Yu is still as serious as ever. If Shiki isn't allowed to get involved, I'm afraid he's absolutely confident he can defeat him. Marco spoke with a sigh. Fufu, the completely transformed tyrant bear is just the appetizer. The real battle is just beginning now, it's about to be revealed. The true strength of the man who defeated Kaido. Shichibukai Doflamingo casually used Parasite String to control the captain of the White Group's 13th Division, Buffalo Atmos. He stood on the buffalo's head and watched the fight and laughed. The much-anticipated battlefield of the Emperor. The people who are in the way are gone, we can start now. A wild smile appeared on Lu Yu's face, and he was full of fighting spirit. We have more people, so why don't you take the first step next time? Admiral Aokiji spoke lazily. Although he appears nonchalant, his inner alertness is actually already at its highest level. The powerful observation haki radiated outward. The 4 vice-admirals, Chaton, Chushu, Doberman and Huashaoshan, were also on high alert. As they were facing the Sea Emperor as their opponent, they naturally did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Since you've said that, I won't be polite, Lu Yu spoke. The words fell. The figure has disappeared. Even observation haki could only catch a fleeting flash of golden arc. Kaji, he's targeting you. Admiral Aokiji's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted a warning. Actually, Aokiji didn't need to say it. Even Chaton Kaji, who was an admiral candidate, had already sensed the terrifying shadow lurking in the darkness. Cold sweat instantly wet his back. Iron body, armament color. Without the slightest hesitation, Titan uses 6-style iron body and superimposes advanced armament color, covering his entire body in an instant. Then it expands and overlaps outside the body. In this state, he can block any attack from outside his body. In terms of strong defense, even Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams can't make him lose health. This is truly an indestructible body. To be able to use armament haki to this extent, you're truly worthy of being an admiral candidate. Then I'll be a little more serious, Lu Yu's voice sounded behind Chaton Kaji. Like the whisper of a Shinigami, Chaton Kaji was so frightened that his face changed drastically. The powerful high-level armament haki rushed forward like it was free, building up a series of external defense lines. Squeak, golden electric arcs emitting a destructive aura also rushed out of Lu Yu's body as if they were free. Finally, all of it gathered in the fist. The secret of dragon slaying, Ming Yu Lei. Boom. The rumbling thunder exploded between heaven and earth, lasting for a long time. The secret of the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic exploded on Chaton's body. The incomparable brilliant golden lightning completely submerged Lu Yu and Chaton. The scattered golden arcs fell on the ice surface, blasting huge holes one after another. Additional, damn it, it's totally unapproachable. Such a terrifying electric shock, is he really the user of the Logia Thunderfruit? The 3 vice-admirals, Flying Squirrel, Doberman, and Huashaoshan, all had expressions of horror. In the face of the Thunder Dragon Slayer secret, they couldn't even get close. Frozen time capsules Admiral Aokiji crossed his hands and swung them suddenly. 2 streams of extremely cold icy air shot out. He wanted to completely freeze the dazzling golden lightning ball and the 2 people in it. However, before his coldness could be released, the high temperature and destructive attack from thunder and lightning strangled the cold air into nothingness. It really doesn't work, Admiral Aokiji frowned. Without waiting for him to take further action, next second, the highly compressed golden lightning ball suddenly expanded and then exploded. A charred and smoking figure flew out with golden arcs all over the sky. That was Admiral Chaton, a candidate known for his strong defense. Under the mystery of the power of Thunder Dragon that Lu Yu had emptied out from his body, even the tortoise shell defense of the T-Pig was penetrated layer by layer. Defeat the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral mission with a 7/10 progress. As expected of an admiral candidate, it's not easy to take him down. Lu Yu commented seriously. Admiral Aokiji. Marines led by Marshal Sengoku. Pirates led by Whitebeard. You killed the admiral candidate in one blow, isn't it easy? What are you doing? Chapter 60. Karma Demon and Iron Sword. Just one hit. Chaton Kaji, whose combat power was close to that of an admiral and whose defense was even better than that of an admiral, was defeated. His body was charred and smoking, burned from the inside out by terrifying lightning. He lost all consciousness and only had his last breath left. How horrible this is. The scene where Lu Yu swallowed the Impact Bear Paw in one gulp and defeated the Shichibukai Tyrant Bear was certainly shocking. However, Chaton's instant defeat was more than 10 times more shocking than before. There is a possibility that the impact of the Jingshang was a dud. Tyrant Bear himself was completely transformed. He has no independent consciousness and acts based on instinct and system, so he has no strength at all. It was also expected that the Emperor of the Sea would be easily defeated. However, the substitute Admiral Chaton, who was defeated by Lu Yuya, was at the peak of his strength. His use of haki and physical defense are far superior to Admiral Kizaru. Even such a powerful person as Chaton Cake was defeated in an instant. This result has exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the well-prepared Sengoku and Vice Admiral Suru were caught off guard. Damn it, that lightning from before even pierced through Kaji's armament-colored armor. How terrifying is it? On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku looked extremely ugly. First of all, one thing is certain. Such terrifying control of lightning can only be achieved with the Logia Thunderfruit. The Vice Admiral Crane ascended the execution platform. Thunder, what about the wind earlier, and the raging flames that ignited on the coast earlier? Gion, who was also an admiral candidate like Chaton, cried out in shock. After witnessing the tragic death of the T-Pig, there was no longer any contempt for Lu Yu in her heart. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Chaton's strength was indeed above his, especially his defense. However, he was still killed instantly. If it were me, Gion shook his head repeatedly, unable to imagine the horrific scene of himself being roasted by lightning. You absolutely cannot be approached. Thunder, fire, either one has the most violent attack power. It seems like even for Kuzan, this time it won't be easy. Hero Garp said. There's nothing we can do about it. Kuzan's ice is naturally restrained. But even if we're defeated in the end, it won't be too easy. Originally, Vice Admiral, he tilted his head to glance at Admiral Kizaru, who was hiding behind him. Sister, he, don't look at me, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, or anyone else will do. Anyway, I don't want to face that monster again. I'll get eaten. Admiral Kizaru said seriously. Eat, eat, eat. Believe it or not, I will eat you right now. Marshal Sengoku cast a murderous look at Admiral Kizaru. Garp, Crane, Gion. They had also studied and understood in detail Kizaru's previous battle report on the Sabodi incident. They naturally didn't believe what Kizaru said about eating people. After all, Kizaru himself is fine and has no missing limbs. While Marshal Sengoku and other marine high-ranking officials were analyzing and discussing, people inside and outside the battlefield were shocked and outraged by Chadon Kaji's lightning-fast defeat. The battle between the generals and the Emperor on the ice battlefield was also not idle. Even though he witnessed Chadon Kaji's defeat with his own eyes, Admiral Aokiji and the 3 elite vice-admirals of the headquarters also remained unwavering in their fighting spirit. They know. Time is precious. Lu Yu had previously used all his strength to release lightning to defeat Chadon. At this moment, new strength has not yet been generated and it is bound to be in a weak stage. It's the perfect time to attack. We must not waste the opportunities that our partners have created with their lives. This speculation is reasonable. This is indeed the case. In order to penetrate Chadon's admiral-level defense, Lu Yu indeed emptied the lightning power stored in his body. Right now, I can only use ordinary electric shock moves, and the dragon-slaying secret technique needs to be cooled down again. However, what they did not calculate or could not imagine was that Lu Yu had a total of 5 types of dragon power. It is equivalent to having 5 power reservoirs with different attributes in the body. The power of thunder and lightning is still recovering, so use other forces to deal with it first. Shua, Shua, swish 3 cold sword lights flashed. The 3 elite vice-admirals of the headquarters, Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain and Doberman, all took action. The shiny blade was stained with armament hockey, as black as ink. There is a layer of hockey flowing on the blade like water. At the same time, their figures also flashed suddenly. He stepped on the ice dozens of times. The 6-style shaving technique is not inferior to Lucci. Almost in an instant, the 3 vice-admirals came to Lu Yu. Vice-Admiral Doberman, whose face was covered with scars, slashed towards Lu Yu's waist and abdomen with his blade. The concentrated and penetrating attack from Huashao Mountain locked onto Lu Yu's heart. As for Vice-Admiral Flying Squirrel's big knife, it went straight to Lu Yu's face. As experienced elite vice-admirals of the headquarters, they naturally knew where to attack for the greatest results. Facing the sudden attack of the 3 vice-admirals, Lu Yu still did not dodge or evade. Doberman's blade sliced through his suit, sending out dazzling sparks. The tip of the knife from Huashaoshan fell with a slight dinging sound, but it could not move forward an inch. As for the Vice-Admiral Flying Squirrel's big knife, it was now bitten by Lu Yu. How is that possible? How strong is this man's body? Even our attacks can't penetrate it. Doberman, Burning Mountain Flying Squirrel and the others all had their expressions changed drastically. With their swordsmanship, coupled with their flowing, radiating, and entwining martial arts, they can easily cut through even steel. However, it could not cut through Lu Yu's flesh and blood. Stand back! Admiral Aokiji's sudden shout woke the 3 of them from their stunned stupor. Doberman and Huashaoshan retreated without hesitation. However, the Vice-Admiral Flying Squirrel was unable to escape immediately because Lu Yu had bitten his knife. Next second, something even more terrifying happened to the Flying Squirrel. All I could hear was a series of teeth-grinding clicking sounds. The large sharp sword he had painstakingly honed with his armed style for years shattered with a loud crack. Lu Yu chewed it twice, then swallowed it in one gulp while Vice-Admiral Flying Squirrel looked at him with a look of horror. What a fine knife! Lu Yu nodded in approval and grinned. Monster. A knife-eating monster, ice coffin. Admiral Aokiji slammed his hands to the ground. An extremely cold storm rushed up on the ice surface, turning into an ice coffin, completely freezing Lu Yu inside. This is not the end yet. Admiral Aokiji clapped his hands. Another ice coffin covered it. Then comes the 3rd level. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Doberman and Huashaoshan each held one side of the Flying Squirrel and retreated violently with it. Fire Mountain, Doberman, that's a monster, he. It's bad enough that he bit off my knife, but he also ate it. The Flying Squirrel screamed excitedly. Hasn't it already been clear that it was a monster? Doberman gritted his teeth. What a pity. Huashaoshan looked at the beloved sword in his hand. Always be prepared to sacrifice your beloved sword. In an instant, before people could be shocked by Lu Yu's bite and swallowing of the big knife, the clear crackling sound on the battlefield arose again. Cracks crisscrossed across Admiral Aokiji's 9-layered ice coffin. The center of the ice coffin, Lu Yu smiled slightly. The force from absorbing the high-quality large sharp sword was concentrated on his right arm. The brilliant sword light then bloomed. The secret art of Iron Dragon Slayer, Karma Demon, Iron Divine Sword. Chapter 61. Legend of Sword: The Secret of Iron Dragon Slayer. Karma Demon, Iron Sword, inside the 9-layer ice coffin. Lu Yu grinned. His right hand was like a sword, raised high. Following his movements, the 9-layer water coffin, which was dozens of meters long, shook violently. A huge crack spanning dozens of meters was formed, causing Admiral Aokiji's eyelids to jump. Next second, an increasingly shocking scene occurred. Lu Yu's sword-like straight right arm suddenly flashed. It was as if it had really turned into a sword. The dazzling sword light burst out, leaving deep marks on the huge 9-layer ice coffin. At some point, the sword light on Lu Yu's arm suddenly surged. It transformed into a 40-meter-long, big sword, and soared into the sky. The arm that was raised high was swung down fiercely. Then the 40-meter-long sword blade also fell down. The ice, which is as hard as rock, is like paper under the sword energy of the Iron God. The 9-layer ice coffin was easily split open by the light of the Iron God's sword. At the same time, the entire ice battlefield was split apart. Start from where Lu Yu stands. The terrifying cracks in the ice stretch 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Finally, we arrived at the Marine Base Square, which is a kilometer away. Leaving a deep mark on the ground of the square. What kind of move is this? Slashing from there to here, spanning 1,000 meters, could that monster be a great swordsman? You must be kidding, he doesn't even have a knife. Witnessing this horrifying scene, even those affected could not help but scream in horror. Wrong. Garp's lieutenant, Bogart, a master swordsman, suddenly shouted, his narrowed eyes shining brightly. It was as if he had witnessed the most incredible scene in the world. There is no sword in his hand, but the sword is in his heart. Another swordsman, Marine, murmured in shock. His hands and his body are the sharpest swords. Could this be one of the highest realms of swordsmanship mentioned in ancient books and legends? On the execution platform, the pretty face of Momosagi Jiyuan, a great swordsman and candidate for admiral, had an almost dull expression. What did you say? Captain Vista, Lord Lu Yu is still a great swordsman who surpasses you. The white pirates, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the Marines, were shocked and in an uproar. There's no mistake. That's the legendary realm where no sword is better than a sword. I've already seen this on that island 2 months ago. Flower Sword Vista spoke seriously and firmly. The pirates and Marines around were all stunned. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect the captain to be such a great swordsman. I really can't tell. Golden Lion Shiki laughed. Kulalala, how many surprises does Lu Yu have? Maybe they will all be revealed today. Whitebeard also laughed. Lao Lei, is Lu Yu really a great swordsman? The amateur Shaki asked suspiciously. It's very likely, but... Rayleigh frowned in thought. Fufu. Hey, Mahawk, aren't you the world's greatest swordsman? What do you think of the monster's moves from earlier? Shichibukai Doflamingo disguised himself as a reporter and interviewed. Mahawk seemed to be oblivious to Doflamingo's interview. Right now, his sharp eagle eyes with double pupils were fixed on Lu Yu's right arm without blinking. Locked on the light of the iron sword, a raging flame of fighting spirit suddenly appeared in the depths of the eagle's eyes. He had not had much interest in Lu Yu before, just watching the game as if it were a show. But now it is different, after Lu Yu displayed the legendary level of using his body as a sword. How can Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, still stand? He has been passionate about kendo all his life, and what he longs for is a strong kendo opponent. Now, a legend has appeared before his eyes. Clang. Hawkeye didn't make any movement. However, there was a loud and clear sound of a sword being unsheathed. The ground beneath his feet suddenly broke apart. The crack was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut by a sword. Even Hawkeye had such a huge reaction. It seems that the mysterious monster man is actually a true swordsman. The Marines and pirates who noticed the change in Hawkeye's aura exclaimed in unison. Right now, listen to the exclamations of people from all over the battlefield. The serious speculations and judgments of the swordsman and great swordsman. Lu Yu was speechless for a moment, with a slightly strange expression on his face. He felt nothing inside, and even felt like laughing. Possessing the Iron Dragon Slayer magic, he himself is the best weapon. Transforming arms into weapons like swords is a basic operation. The power of the previous sword was so strong because it used the secret of Iron Dragon Slayer. And the brilliant light that was mistaken for the sword's radiance was actually just the special effect of the Iron God sword. But never mind, as long as you are happy, whatever you think. Lu Yu didn't have the patience to explain. The right hand, which was surrounded by the light of the Iron God sword, slowly raised again. The blade is aimed directly at the Vice Admiral trio. Flying Squirrel, Hua Xiaoshan and Doberman, who also regarded Lu Yu as a great swordsman who had reached an unprecedented level, suddenly changed their expressions. Without hesitation, they dispersed in 3 directions. This way, you won't be defeated all at once, however, even though they knew that the enemy was far stronger than them. But they won't just turn around and run away. This is their responsibility as the Vice Admiral of the Justice Headquarters. Also, as a swordsman, they also want to give it a try and have a full-scale fight with the legendary swordsman who is more powerful without a sword. In that case, I have no choice but to go. Admiral Aokiji dropped his languid demeanor. Blow gently. A long ice knife took shape in his hand. Wrapped in the powerful high-level armament hockey. Its hardness is no less than that of a large sharp knife. The thrilling sword fight begins, since everyone wants to see his iron sword so much. Lu Yu simply met their requirements. He directly met the swords of Admiral Aokiji and the other three with the Iron Divine Sword. Ding ding dong dong. The crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out one after another. A dazzling kendo battle begins, under the interference of Admiral Aokiji. Even Lu Yu couldn't defeat the three vice admirals like he defeated Vista with one sword. Activating the dragon-slaying secret for a long time consumes a huge amount of the Iron Dragon's power. The sword light on his right arm gradually dimmed. However, after a series of teeth-grinding crunching sounds, the brilliance of Lu Yu's Iron God sword was restored. In contrast, Vice Admiral's Flying Squirrel's long sword was shortened again, becoming a small dagger. The high-intensity sword fight, with only blurry afterimages visible, lasted for 5 minutes. Only the handles of the beloved swords of Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain and Doberman were left. Thank you for the treat. Lu Yu, who had swallowed 3 large knives, said thank you. The light on his right arm suddenly burst out with an even brighter light than at the beginning. Ice Fortress. Admiral Aokiji's eyelids twitched wildly, and he slammed his hands down. The ice surface trembled. A huge ice fortress defense rose from the ground. Protects itself and the 3 vice admirals, at the same time. Lu Yu's 40-meter iron sword cut across from right to left. Walala, Admiral Aokiji's ice fortress shattered. Instead of being cut off, it was directly crushed. The Admiral Qingnan in the fortress was safe and sound thanks to the Lobia feature. However, this is impossible for the 3 vice admirals. The double defense of Iron Body and Armament Hockey was broken. Their figures flew backwards hundreds of meters under the power of the Iron God sword. 3 streams of hot blood fell from the sky. The 3 headquarters elite vice admirals were defeated. Defeat the top 10 elite vice admirals of the naval headquarters and receive +10 levels of White Dragon Slayer magic and +20 levels of dragon power. Dragon strength level 110. Notice. Do you want to consume level 100 dragon power to start the new Dragon King mode? Yes. Activate Thunder Dragon King mode. Chapter 62 Thunder Dragon King mode. Rumble. The originally cloudless sky suddenly became dark. Thick, dark clouds appeared as if out of thin air. It crashed down towards naval headquarters, releases a destructive aura. That's the sky resonating. Resonance with Lu Yu, the king of thunder dragons. Following the previous floating sky island, the awakening degree of dragon power once again exceeded 100%. The order of promotion has already been determined. Following the Flame Dragon King mode, the Thunder Dragon King mode is activated. Right now, with the fusion and upgrade of dragon power and thunder dragon slaying magic. Amazing changes were also taking place in Lu Yu's body. The dull thunder roared in his body, deafening him. Brilliant golden lightning surged through his veins. The power reservoir in Lu Yu's body, representing the thunder dragon slaying magic, instantly overflowed. And with the addition of dragon power, the thunder pool swelled in the storm. In an instant, the gap between them and the iron and light of the sky widened. Eventually it reached the same size of a lake as the dragon slaying magic. Both attack power and output power are doubled. This is the new Thunder Dragon King mode. Host. Lu Yu, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Flame Dragon King mode. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Mastery. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 to 1 Right Pointing Arrow Thunder Dragon King mode. White Dragon Slayer Magic Level 70 Mastery. Dragon Power Level 10. Skills. Mind Talk Magic, Instant Teleportation, History of Corpses, SSS. Capture the 3 most powerful women in the pirate's world, unfinished, reward unknown. Capture the top 10 beauties in the pirate's world, unfinished, reward unknown. Collect all 4 road signs in this article, unfinished, rewards unknown. Collect historical articles for 20 pieces, unfinished, rewards unknown. 10 education supernovas, unfinished, rewards unknown. Subdue 5 of the Emperor's deputy subordinates, not completed, reward unknown. Subdue 10 emperors, not completed, rewards unknown. Kill 10 celestial dragons, unfinished, reward unknown. Defeat the 3 marine admirals, not completed, rewards unknown. Defeat marine marshal, not completed, reward unknown. Defeat the marine hero Garp, not completed, reward unknown. Defeat Shichibukai, not completed, reward unknown. He waved his hand and the system panel dispersed. A happy smile unconsciously appeared on Lu Yu's lips. A month ago on Golden Lion Shiki's floating sky island, Lu Yu activated the Flame Dragon King mode. For the next week, Shang continued to experiment with the fusion of Flame Dragon King mode and Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. However, the fire and thunder, which used to have a very good compatibility, are now out of control. The lightning attached to the Flame Dragon King mode will be instantly engulfed by flames. Ordinary Fire Dragon Slayer magic can still be well integrated to activate the Thunder Flame Dragon. Lu Yu could probably guess the reason. This is caused by the imbalance of power. The power of the Flame Dragon King mode directly overwhelms the ordinary Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. But now it is different. Even without trying it, Lu Yu knew it. The lightning that has reached the level of Thunder Dragon King and the flames of the Fire Dragon King mode must be able to blend perfectly. The long-awaited Thunder Flame Dragon King mode is about to be born. Thinking of this, the smile on Lu Yu's mouth became more intense. As he clenched his fist, thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. It seemed as if thousands of thunders were cheering for the birth of the Thunder Dragon King. Thunder and lightning flashed in the thick clouds, releasing a destructive aura. This made everyone in the entire naval headquarters battlefield tremble with fear. Damn it! Was this unusual thunder and lightning also caused by him? On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku screamed in fear. What does he want to do with the power of thunder? Momosagi Gion was horrified. Sengoku, let's stop here for the test. Let me go from here. We must not let that guy's lightning strike. Hero Garp clenched his fist. Ready to strike at any time, but at this moment. Seeing the ice battlefield in the distance, Lu Yu waved his hand casually. Then the thick clouds that covered the entire sky disappeared in an instant and ceased to exist. The haze of fear in the hearts of Marines and pirates across the battlefield also eased. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What do you mean? Admiral Aokiji stared at Lu Yu without blinking, as if facing a great enemy. Even though he knew that Lu Yu was very strong, Admiral Aokiji was confident that he could fight him back and forth. But now, Aokiji, the top fighter in naval headquarters, is losing confidence. Only when he was an opponent and stood in front of Lu Yu could he feel it. Lu Yu is now much stronger than before, even him. If one is not careful, it is also possible that Lu Yu will kill him instantly. Don't be so nervous, Aokiji. For the time being, you have done some favors for my Robin, so I won't be too harsh. Lu Yu smiled. Nico Robin, Admiral Aokiji remained silent. At this moment, he couldn't help but start to doubt again whether he was right or wrong to let Robin go repeatedly in the past. After the Eni's lobby incident, he thought he no longer needed to monitor and pay attention to Robin. Because she has found the best home, he also has high hopes for the Straw Hat Pirates. He knew that the Straw Hat crew would never touch the ancient weapon. But what about Lu Yu? Do you still have the time to think about these issues, Admiral Aokiji? Lu Yu's calm and indifferent voice woke Admiral Aokiji from his thoughts. With a wave of the hand, the loud and high-pitched sound of birdsong exploded. A giant bird made entirely of ice flew out from Aokiji's hand. Touched and collided with Lu Yu's fire dragon, ice and fire clash with each other. The sky is filled with scorching hot steam. Before it could even rise, it condensed into ice crystals under the extremely cold air of Aokiji. Fire and ice, this is a fateful duel, Lu Yu grinned. Although he has obtained the Thunder Dragon King mode. However, he did not intend to use it in this battle with Aokiji. As for the higher level Thunder Flame Dragon King? It's really bullying, this battle with Admiral Aokiji. Lu Yu only planned to fight with the power of fire. Fire and ice. This is a fateful showdown, just like Natsu and Gray in the fairy tale world. Come on, Aokiji, let's fight with all our might. Lu Yu shouted wildly. The whole body was engulfed in flames. The fire melted the ice beneath my feet, as you wish. Admiral Aokiji took a deep breath and stopped thinking about anything else. Focus completely on the battle ahead. A biting cold air spread. Make the melted ice solidify again. Ice Cube, Super Violent Pheasant. Admiral Aokiji leapt high. Logia Frozen Fruit's ability is instantly stimulated to the limit. A giant bird tens of meters in size appeared out of thin air. He suddenly attacked Lu Yu on the ice. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade, and a ball of fire appeared in each of his left and right hands. Then more flames swirled along his arms and merged into him. Pa Nong. Lu Yu suddenly had an idea and clasped his hands together like a tyrant who could create a bear attack. The ball of fire, which should have expanded infinitely, was now highly compressed in the opposite direction. In a moment, Lu Yu opened his palm. A not-so-exquisite flaming lotus then appeared. I've wanted to try this trick for a long time, take it. Buddha, Wrath, Fire, Lotus, Chapter 63. Let's stop warming up. Buddha, Wrath, Fire, Lotus. A flaming lotus, whose shape and carving were not particularly exquisite, slowly floated from Lu Yu's palm and rose into the air. Compared to the huge and majestic icebird, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a wingspan of tens of meters. In comparison, the lotus made by Lu Yu was too inconspicuous. However, she appeared. The strong ones on the battlefield. For example, Sengoku and Garp on the execution platform, Whitebeard and Lion on the whale ship all had their expressions slightly change. Their observation Haki can clearly perceive it. He sensed the terrifying power contained in that inconspicuous flaming lotus. Even the void collapsed under the highly compressed flame energy. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the public, Lu Yu's Buddha's angry lotus collides with Admiral Aokiji's super violent pheasant mouth. A little light then bloomed. It is even brighter than the sun in the sky. It captured the attention of everyone inside and outside the battlefield. What followed was a terrifying explosion. The sky above naval headquarters was like the largest firework in history. Circle after circle of flaming halos spread out, causing ripples in the atmosphere. The battlefield was covered in white. That is the scorching hot steam rising from the ice evaporating into the raging fire. Covering the whole world. Anyone who was in it Whether it was the elite pirates of the White Group or the elite officers of the Marines, they all screamed in pain. What are you still standing there for? Back off quickly. Logia Smoke Fruit User Smoker had a large cloud of smoke rising from his body to block the scorching steam. Buy time for the Marine companions to retreat. How's the battle going? Hina is so worried. Marine Colonel Hina, a beautiful girl with long pink hair, looked worried. It will be fine. That's Kuzan Admiral. The girl with glasses, Toshigi, clenched her little pink fists to strengthen her confidence. Shua, a figure rushed out from the scorching steam. Look, it's Admiral Kuzan, the soldiers all shouted excitedly. However, the next second, the smiles on the soldiers' faces disappeared. Because the Admiral Aokiji who appeared in front of them at this moment was not in a good condition. The marine uniform he was wearing was tattered and looked even worse than a beggar on the street. The exposed skin had obvious burn marks and the face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The curly hair was now even more curly and gave off a burnt smell. Being in the center of the explosion of the super-compressed Buddha's Wrathful Lotus, even Logia Admiral could not escape unscathed. But even if he was injured in the explosion, Admiral Aokiji's eyes were still clear, and his aura was still strong. The moment it soars into the sky, he raised his hands above his head as if to support the sky. A balloon of extreme cold formed in his hands. Ice block, 1,000 thorn spears, Admiral Aokiji shouted. The hockey puck suddenly spun. One after another, frozen spears emerged from it and shot down towards the center of the water vapor. The steam ball with a radius of several hundred meters suddenly solidified. Next second, the roar of the scorching fire dragon pierced through the sky and earth, sweeping across all directions. Kuzan Admiral, amid the Marines' screams of horror. The dragon's roar penetrated Admiral Aokiji and the extremely cold balloon, vaporizing them. However, some of the ice fell onto the ice surface. In just one breath, the body shape is reshaped. Alala, you are truly worthy of being the Emperor of the Sea. Admiral Aokiji rode. You're not weak either. Lu Yu smiled and spoke. The water vapor in the sky dissipated with a wave of the hand. Admiral Aokiji looked up. It's going to rain, as his voice fell. The rain came down suddenly. The large amount of water vapor that had previously evaporated condensed when it cooled. This resulted in a torrential downpour that only covered an area of 100 meters. So what? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. The pouring rain evaporated due to the high temperature when it touched the area 10 meters around him. Now the place where Lu Yu stands is like a pure land. That's it. Admiral Aokiji raised his hand. The heavy rain between heaven and earth suddenly stopped. Then, under the influence of Ultimate's cold air, countless raindrops turn from liquid to solid. It solidifies and deforms, eventually becoming long and narrow ice needles. Ice cube, heavy rain of pear blossom needles, Admiral Aokiji spoke calmly. The endless ice needles turned their sharp edges and connected into one. Haha, this move name is quite interesting, in that case. Lu Yu chuckled. Bare energy flames spread from under its feet. Transformed into a giant flaming Uzumaki, immediately following. Countless flames burst out from the Uzumaki. The energy gathered in Lu Yu's raised right palm. Transformed into a ball of fire. At first it was only the size of a basketball. However, it only took a breath. The flame balls expanded one after another. It didn't take long before it turned into a huge sphere with a diameter of tens of meters. Emperor Yan. Lu Yu took Ace's ultimate skill name without hesitation. Boom. Admiral Aokiji's rain of pear blossom needles conflicts with Lu Yu's Emperor Yan. The scorching heat and the extreme cold each occupy half of the sky. The scene was horrifying. What exactly is that monster's ability? The power of this flame is no less than the previous thunder. On the execution platform, Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Could it be that there is a second Mera fruit in this world? Garp tilted his head and glanced at Ace beside him. Ace shrank his head weakly. I thought to myself, old man, please don't look at me. How can my Mera fruit compared to that person's? Compared to that person. My flames are fake. Ha 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 ha, you're worthy of being the captain I've chosen. This strength is simply the strongest, Golden Lion Shiki lol. But I was also filled with fear, because he remembered that when Lu Yu fought with him, he used the gentlest power of the sky. If this were replaced by fire, he would be burned to ashes. Flame, thunder, storm. Could that man be a natural being who ate the fruit of nature? Rayleigh's eyes widened in amazement. How is this possible? How could there be a fruit in the world that can unify all the forces of nature? Shaki shook his head. Kulalalala, the ocean is vast, Shaki, anything is possible. Whitebeard laughed. There was no complete denial of Rayleigh's speculation. Ha 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 ha, that man is not someone who can use common sense to judge. After all, he's a god, who can even control the dead. Golden Lion Shiki thought. People marveled at the skill. The conflict between Baoyu Liwagen and Emperor Yan came to an end. The ice and fire that occupied half of the sky also dissipated. Alternate hot and cold. The world is in turmoil. Lu Yu and Admiral Aokiji looked at each other from a distance of 100 meters. That's enough warm-ups, Aokiji, Lu Yu spoke calmly. The hockey in his words could not be concealed. It made everyone on the battlefield tremble. Warm up. You told me that the previous battle that almost changed the weather was just a warm-up. So what will happen if it really happens? People's doubts were soon answered. Chapter 64 Liu Yu vs Aokiji. Admiral Aokiji took a deep breath and nodded. His face was more serious than ever before. He is preparing to use his final trump card. Aokiji slowly squatted down. Place your hands on the ice. Boom. The ice surface of the huge bay trembled slightly. Behind Admiral Aokiji, an angular ice head suddenly rose up. Interesting. In that case, I'll get serious. The Flame Dragon King mode has been running for so long, but there's still no actual results. Liu Yu grinned. He turned and looked at the whaleboat a few hundred meters away. Whitebeard, hurry and get your men aboard or ashore. Liu Yu reminded. At the whale's bow, Whitebeard was stunned. Next second, he raised his right hand. Everyone, get on board. This is the captain's order. Whitebeard made a quick decision. He did not ask the reason for Liu Yu's reminder, nor did he hesitate at all. He immediately gave the captain's order. This shows his absolute trust in Liu Yu. Everyone get on board, don't stay on the ice, this is Dad's order. Marco, Joes and other captains successively conveyed the captain's orders. For a pirate group, the captain's orders must be obeyed unconditionally. Immediately, the members of the Whitebeard pirates abandoned their opponents and returned to the whale ship. Seeing this, the Marines were about to give chase. However, Marines were waving red flags all over the bay. That was also an order to retreat. It represents the beginning of a battle. Looks like Mr. Sengoku thought of that, too. I don't know what you're going to do, but use your fire to clear the obstacles on the ice. Somewhere in the bay at hand, Admiral Akainu, who had disappeared for a long time, touched his short flat head proudly. Sengoku, are you planning to? But with that flying lion around, this operation has little chance of success. On the execution platform, Vice Admiral he looked worried. I know, but at least give it a try. I'll activate it later when Kuzan and that monster clash. There's always something to gain. What exactly do you want to do? Ace shouted. Garp's iron fist of love fell, leaving a big bump on Ace's head. This is not your business. Garp said. Stinky old man. Ace grimaced, tears streaming down his face in pain. Pa, right now. Just when the entire battlefield was focused on the battle between Aokiji and Liu Yu on the ice. No one noticed, in this battlefield sky. To be more precise, on top of the tsunami frozen by the Aokiji Ice Age, there are a group of uninvited guests arriving on a warship. They are the Impel Down jailbreak team led by pirate Straw Hat Luffy, former Shichibukai Crocodile, Seaman Jinbei, Ogre King Ivankov and Clown Buggy. 4 days ago, Golden Lion Shiki smashes a small island into Impel Down, causing chaos in Impel Down. Through this chaos, Straw Hat Luffy, who had been hiding on the island in advance, took the opportunity to sneak in, team up with Buggy and launch a spectacular prison break. Luffy, who has initially learned hockey, is stronger than in the original plotline. However, this improvement has not changed the overall situation. After failing to rescue him, he finally followed the ocean current to here. He was frozen hundreds of meters in the air by Admiral Aokiji, unable to move forward or backward. Right now, on top of the tsunami ice wall, Straw Hat Luffy, Little Bashful Buggy, King Ivankov, Crocodile, Seaman Jinbei and others were all sitting in a row. He watched the battle between the general and the emperor on the top battlefield without blinking. Every face was filled with extreme shock and amazement. The fifth Sea Emperor, the fifth Emperor Liu Yu, is worthy of the title. With that man's help, the chances of getting an ace this time will increase significantly. Sea Knight Jinbei sighed. I never thought that during the years I was imprisoned in Impel Down, such a monster would appear in the sea. Only, the transvestite King Ivankov changed the subject. How could you do such an outrageous thing to my comrades, even if they were the 5 emperors? Don't be impulsive, Mr. Ivan, calm down. You saw it earlier too. Mr. Shang was knocked down by him in one move. And those powerful marines, and there's that big Aokiji. The Sea Emperor is truly too dangerous, we must not provoke him. A group of eye-catching transvestites in high heels and stockings tried to persuade him one after another. I would never provoke him, that's something an idiot would do, ha ha ha. Vankov changed the subject and did a one-legged stance. So it doesn't happen, all the demons fell to the ground. What an idiot, Crocodile scoffed. What did you say, crook boy? Your little secret. The King Ivankov narrowed his eyes threateningly. Snort, Crocodile's face darkened and he ignored it. On the ground, Luffy, who was sitting cross-legged in a straw hat, eyes lit up and exclaimed in surprise. What a handsome giant, boom, the earth rumbled loudly. Under the incredible gaze of the people, a giant made entirely of ice rose from the ground behind Admiral Aokiji. This is exactly what Admiral Aokiji does in the end. The dark blue frost giant is super compressed with extremely cold air and its hardness is comparable to steel. 20 meters is not the limit, however, the bigger the frost giant's body is, the better it is not. The bigger the body size, the more dispersed the distribution of hockey is. The corresponding strength and defense will be weakened. The 20-meter-tall frost giant is perfectly controlled by Admiral Aokiji. Whether it is agility, attack or defense, it is the best. Bring it on, Admiral Aokiji leapt and landed between the giant's brows. The frost giant's originally lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. The greatsword standing in front of him danced with the wind. Roar, it's getting more and more interesting. The smile on Lu Yu's lips became more and more intense. Even he didn't know that Admiral Aokiji had the skills to fly a Gundam. But think about it carefully, Sky Island's power bank has Thor Gundam open. Tesoro, the Lord of the Golden City, can drive a Golden Gundam. It makes sense for Aokiji to drive a Frost Giant Gundam. Similarly, Admiral Akainu can use Magma Giant. Ace is too weak to be considered. Now that creepy guy Kizaru behind Ace, who is he? Ha ha. Thinking of this, Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Look around. The people on the ice have almost all retreated. Then I'll start too. Lu Yu grinned. The huge golden red flame Uzumaki once again expanded from under his feet. Tear, Lu Yu raised his hand and tore off the tattered suit on his upper body, revealing the perfect body with well-defined muscles underneath. However, apart from Robin and the Empress who were attracted by Lu Yu's figure and their beautiful eyes were shining. The other people on the battlefield all looked at the tattoo on his body. To be precise, it is attracted by dragon scales, following the emergence of dragon scales. Starting from the coccyx, a big dragon lit up on Lu Yu's back. Finally, a dragon's light and shadow is formed in the center behind. The fire dragon's wings suddenly spread out and extended. Then further materialize. Voila, there was a strong wind between heaven and earth. Dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun spread out on Lu Yu's back. Different from the previous flame build, this time, they are substantial, real dragon wings. This is the Flame Dragon King mode activated by Lu Yu. Not just an increase in strength, it can even descend into the world in the form of a dragon. Flame Dragon King mode, full on. The golden red flames with brilliant golden light covered the entire place. The terrifying high temperature spread, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose by dozens of degrees. A battlefield on the frozen bay of the Ice Age for Admiral Aokiji. It melted, disintegrated, and then boiled under the purgatory level high temperature of the Flame Dragon King. The colors red and blue divide the sky and the earth into two. Let's get started. Chapter 65, Flame Dragon King's Collapse Fist. The Frost Gundam, constructed from extremely cold air, marches forward with earth-shaking steps. The boiling sea froze again beneath his feet, even if it is an ordinary flame. At this moment, it was impossible to escape Admiral Aokiji's awakening-level domineering freezing aura. But the fire burning in naval headquarters right now is no ordinary fire. The golden red flame with a golden hue is the fierce flame of the Fire Dragon King. Even the cold air of Admiral Aokiji's awakened frozen fruit could not freeze or extinguish it. Even if there is occasionally a deep blue breath of extreme cold that freezes the golden red flames. In a flash, the flames began to flicker again, release terrifying heat and dispel the cold. Even the awakened deep blue ice is like this, not to mention ice cubes frozen from ordinary seawater. Right now, the Whitebeard pirates finally found out. Why did Lu Yu ask them to retreat back to the ship before? Under the purgatory level high temperature of the Flame Dragon King that burns mountains and boils seas. The ice surface of tens or hundreds of meters is already collapsing, melting, disintegrating, and then boiling. It won't take long. The melted and boiling seawater is already more than one person deep. If there is still someone staying in it, even if they don't drown, they will be scalded or boiled. What a terrific temperature that is, horrible, it's so terrifying. Is that the true strength of Mr. Lu Yu? The white pirates, including the squad leader, all screamed in shock. It's so hot, I'm dying of heat. The sail of ship number 2 is on fire. The deck of ship number 3 is also up, put out the fire quickly. The smiling whale was suddenly in chaos. Ha 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 ha, Lousy goes first. Golden Lion Shiki laughed leisurely, raise your hand and wave. The Dragon Head ship and Robin, Rayleigh, Shocky and everyone on board escaped from the scorching sea, and arrived in the cool sky. Golden Lion, Shiki-sensei, Dad Whitebeard and the others are still down there. Cat Viper and Inuarashi said anxiously, just take care of yourselves. Golden Lion Shiki curled his lips and ignored it. Even if they are former partners, even if they are here to help this time. But if Whitebeard didn't bow his head and ask, he would never take the initiative to help him. Kulalalala, this old lion, Whitebeard chuckled gravely. But he still did not lower his head, he just commanded the ship to continue retreating. This level of heat is still within the tolerable range for the battle-hardened Whitebeard pirates. At most you will suffer a little, but it will pass if you endure it. Just when the white pirates were in chaos, no one noticed. What even Whitebeard didn't notice was, the edge of the Crescent Bay is hazy with water vapor. One after another, special alloy walls broke out of the melted ice and stood up. One after another, the black muzzles of the guns were aimed at the 3 whaleboats in the bay. The marine encirclement wall operation quietly began. That's, on the high-altitude Dragon Head ship, Robin, who was vaguely wearing a black silk evening gown, noticed the change. Without waiting for detailed investigation, next second, a horrific collision occurred. Gaoda, the frost giant controlled by Aokiji, and Lu Yu, the Flame Dragon King with flame dragon wings on his back, finally came into full-scale conflict. The frost giant swung the greatsword Frostmourne from over 100 meters away. A deep blue aura burst out from the tip of the sword. It's not sword energy, but it was a frosty shockwave that was even colder than the cold air in the underworld. As soon as this frosty shockwave came out, even the Flame Dragon King's infernal high temperature was vaguely suppressed. But it was only for a moment, watching the frost shockwave approaching. Lu Yu smiled happily. Between mouth opening, the giant dragon of fire roared to the heaven and earth. The roar of the Flame Dragon King. The roar of the Flame Dragon King was more than 10 times more powerful than that of an ordinary fire dragon. The golden red flames, powerful enough to change the terrain and weather, instantly swallowed up the frosty shockwave. And the momentum continued to move forward, attacking the frost giant. Drink it! Admiral Aokiji raised his greatsword high and slashed down at the roaring golden red flames in front of him. The sharp ice blade cut through Lu Yu's roar. However, the coldness of the blade also melted and evaporated under the erosion of the fierce flames. It won't take long. The 15-meter-long sword shrank by half. At the same time, Admiral Aokiji, who was standing between the frost giant's eyebrows, also looked a little pale. This powerful frost giant is the awakened form of frozen fruit and is closely related to his original body. Wait until Lu Yu's roar has died down. The original dark blue color of the frost giant was also half lighter. Ah la la, the temperature of this flame is beyond my imagination. Admiral Aokiji chuckled helplessly. He knew that even if he had already taken out his last trump card, in the end, he was no match for Lu Yu, who was carrying the wings of a giant dragon. But at least hold on a little longer. Admiral Aokiji took a deep breath. The frost giant took a step forward, closing the distance between him and Lu Yu. A biting cold came over me. An ordinary person would probably be frozen into a popsicle just by getting close. This is the terrifying thing about frozen fruits awakening. Abandon the elemental damage offset. In return, you gain ultimate's attack damage. Even a strong physical warrior with advanced armament color protection will inevitably get frostbite if he touches the body of the frost giant. However, the cold air had no effect on the hot-tempered Lu Yu. Without the slightest fear or hesitation, Lu Yu spread his wings. He faced Admiral Aokiji with a blanket of golden and red flames. Hot fists rained down. There was a dull collision mixed with the sound of crackling under heavy load. The frost giant's greatsword, Frostmourne, was covered with large, crisscrossing cracks. There are also grooves on the lying body. The color changes from dark blue to light blue. Blood was oozing from Admiral Aokiji's mouth and nose. His face became increasingly haggard. Not good. If this continues, Kuzan will soon collapse. On the execution platform, Ji Yuan's expression changed slightly. It's too late. Garp gritted his teeth. The words fell. Only a dull thud was heard. It's like the heartbeat of heaven and earth. It's almost time to wrap up, Aokiji, Lu Yu spoke calmly. Slowly clench your right fist. Looks like that's the end of it. But I'm also a Marine Admiral, Admiral Aokiji grinned. He pushed himself to his limits and poured all his strength into the greatsword. The light blue sword, which was originally covered with cracks, suddenly emitted a bright blue light. All the cracks on the sword were smoothed and healed. Come on, this is my last one too. Admiral Aokiji's eyes lit up as he swung his sword towards Lu Yu with all his might. I am very happy with this battle, but please withdraw. Lu Yu grinned wildly. The Flame Dragon King's collapsed fist. Hold head high. It was as if a dragon's roar exploded between heaven and earth. The giant dragon's head, surrounded by endless golden and red flames, burst out from Lu Yu's fist. The frost sword shattered instantly when it came into contact with it. Lu Yu's Flame Dragon King's fist immediately landed on the frost giant. It also happened in an instant. The frost giant exploded. Countless ice cubes flew everywhere. Before it even hits the ground, it melts and evaporates due to the high temperature. Admiral Aokiji flew backwards helplessly between the ice blocks, blood spurting from his mouth. The battle between the generals and the emperor has come to an end. The highest-ranking officer in the naval headquarters, Admiral Aokiji Kuzan, was defeated. Chapter 66. The Straw Hat Pirates appear. Kuzan Admiral. Mr. Kuzan. Admiral. Naval headquarters went to the battlefield, and the Marines' screams of fear came one after another. Looking at the frost giant who was defeated by Lu Yu with one punch. Looking at Admiral Aokiji who was spitting blood and flying backwards. The Marines' faces were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. They couldn't believe it. Admiral Aokiji, one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, was defeated. And they were defeated so quickly in such a short time. After showing his strongest posture, he was still defeated head-on by Lu Yu. There is not a single trick. A fair and open one-on-one duel. Admiral Aokiji was defeated by the 5th Emperor Lu Yu in a nearly crushing manner. What a shock. How terrifying this is, looking at the figure standing alone in the sky. The eyes of the Marines everywhere on the battlefield could not help but reveal extreme fear. At this moment, they all had the same feeling in their hearts. It was as if the person they were looking up to was not just one person. But it is a Fire Dragon King entrenched in the sky. Kuzan, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to us. Rest and recover. Garp used Moonwalk to gently catch the flying Admiral Aokiji. Ah la la, I can finally take a break, cough cough. Admiral Aokiji closed his eyes peacefully. You little brat. Garp hit Aokiji lightly on the chest. He turned to look at Sengoku. Let's get started. Siege wall operation. At the same time, Crescent Bay, with the defeat of Admiral Aokiji. Liu Yu also restrained the raging flames. The temperature in the air gradually recovered. The water vapor that filled the entire venue also dissipated with the wind. Oh, the 5 emperors are mighty, 5 emperors hockey. Mr. Liu Yu. The white group pirates on the 3 whale ships and the 43 New World pirates on the coast cheered in unison to celebrate Liu Yu's victory. Ha 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 ha, this is really amazing, to be able to defeat an admiral in such a short time, even I have to admire you. Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. Go down and congratulate the captain for his victory. Golden Lion waved his hand. The dragon-headed ship, which was floating 500 meters in the sky, slowly descended again. Mr. Liu Yu. Robin at the bow had admiration in his eyes. The emotions in my heart have gathered into a rushing torrent, and I urgently need to vent them. Just then, hey, Robin, a happy cry came from not far away. Attracted the attention of the people on the dragon-head ship. Look at that iceberg over there, it looks like there are a lot of people there. How on earth did they get up there? Amazing. Garrot and other bow warriors shouted in surprise. That's Luffy, Rayleigh screamed in surprise. Little monkey, why is he here? No, he's already escaped from Impelled Down and made it here. That's amazing. A smile appeared on Chi's face, and her heart finally settled down. Luffy, I'm so glad you're safe, Robin sighed softly in relief. Seeing that her second most important captain was safe and sound, the smile on her pretty face grew even brighter. Just then, the sharp-eyed Robin seemed to have seen something. The expression on her pretty face couldn't help but change. Let's get out of there, Luffy and Crocodile, Robin exclaimed. Huh? Straw Hat Luffy was stunned. Humph, traitor. Crocodile snorted. Luffy, the place you're in is about to collapse. Robin reminded anxiously. Hearing this, not only Luffy, but also Crocodile, Jinbei and others were all stunned. His eyes fell on the ice beneath his feet. They had been immersed in the battle between the generals and the Emperor. Only then did I finally discover it, I don't know when. The ice under my feet was less than half a meter thick. And it is still melting. Bababa, Captain Buggy. The crazy fan in prison uniform screamed in fear and looked for help at Buggy on the warship who was thinking about how to escape. What is it? Buggy came to his senses and jumped off the warship. Don't want. The S******** King Ivankov, Candle Mr. 3 and others all screamed in horror. But it was too late. The balance they had worked so hard to maintain was broken. Buggy's jump was the last straw that broke the camel's back. All I could hear was a series of teeth-grinding clicking sounds. Ah! Buggy looked at the crack under his feet in confusion, his face pale. Bye-bye. The words fell. The ice collapsed completely. The hundreds of Impelled Down escapees on it finally couldn't sit in the audience anymore and fell. Ah! The shrill screams suddenly resounded through the sky. Attracted the attention of people on the ground. Those people are. Marine's lookout saw the fallen people through the telescope before the others and was horrified. Mr. Shiki. Robin looked anxiously at Golden Lion Shiki. What a troublesome boy. Golden Lion Shiki pouted and had to act as a babysitter for once. He controlled the flying dragon ship to catch Straw Hat Luffy and some lucky guys beside him. As for the others, he naturally wouldn't care, but fortunately. I don't know who has the blessing, but they are all very lucky. At this moment, the ice has melted in the battle between Liu Yu and Admiral Aokiji. Given the physique of people in the pirates' world, they won't die even if they fall. And the warm seawater is as comfortable as taking a hot spring bath. Ah, I'm really saved. On the dragon head ship, Straw Hat Luffy touched the back of his head with a natural look on his face. I was so scared, I thought I was really going to die. The King Ivankov was breathing heavily. Ha 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 ha, I knew luck was on my side. Buggy, who survived the disaster, stood with his hands on his hips and laughed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, you look a little familiar, red nose over there. Is it Captain Roger's funny red nose? Golden Lion Shiki recognized Buggy. Who are you calling the red nose? Whose nose is funny? Buggy, whose weak spot was touched, screamed in anger. Amazing. A bunch of Impelled Down's crazy fans, whose heads were stuck in the door, all showed admiration on their faces. Did you hear that? The legendary Golden Lion who saved us also knows Captain Buggy. He must have saved us out of Captain Buggy's favor. And Captain Buggy's previous attitude towards that flying pirates. Captain Buggy is indeed the legend among legends. Impelled Down, the brainless little brothers shouted in unison. Golden Lion Shiki. Nico Robin, elsewhere, Crocodile calmly walked up to Robin. Crocodile, long time no see. Robin smiled slightly, showing no fear at all. Oh, Crocodile's face turned pale. She had expected Robin to panic when she saw him. However, Robin's reaction was surprisingly calm. Ha 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 ha, you're a sand crocodile, what do you want to do to my captain's girl? Golden Lion Shiki paid no attention to the idiot Buggy and his gang, and looked down at Crocodile with his arms folded. Don't even think about hitting Robin. Straw Hat Luffy also stepped forward. Crocodile. He didn't feel the slightest bit of threat from Straw Hat Luffy. But what Golden Lion Shiki said earlier was terrifying. The captain's woman? The woman of the 5th Emperor Liu Yu. This woman actually found such a powerful backer. No wonder they are so confident. Thinking of the previous battle between the general and the emperor, Crocodile couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart and his eyelids twitched wildly. Excuse me, goodbye. Crocodile took a deep breath and left without looking back. It's okay, Robin. Straw Hat Luffy chuckled. Robin nodded. Straw Hat Luffy immediately stood at the bow of the ship, looked at his brother Ace on the execution platform in the distance, and took a deep breath. Ace, Straw Hat Luffy called out. Ace responded with an excited shout. Luffy? What are you doing there, you little brat? The expression on Garp's face, who also recognized his grandson Luffy, was extremely wonderful. Your grandson again, and Impel Down. Sengoku's heart sank. His intuition told him that some major change must have happened in Impel Down. However, the war is more important at the moment. Encirclement Wall Operation, Start. Marshal Sengoku's voice was secretly transmitted to each turret via Den Den Mushi. The black muzzles of the guns were immediately aimed at the Whitebeard pirates in Yahai Bay. Chapter 67. The Five Elders Sabaody D Islands, Live Square. Defeat. Even the Admiral, the highest-ranking officer in the naval headquarters, was defeated by that man. In the battle between fire and ice, the monster's fire ultimately prevails. You're kidding. That's Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan. Such a powerful being was defeated in such a short time. That man is truly terrifying. Is Marine going to lose? Following 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts and 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, another top being has fallen to him. Forge the glory of the 5 Emperors Lu Yu with the blood of the Admiral. Reporters from major news agencies stared at the live broadcast screen without blinking. While murmuring in shock, the pen in his hand did not stop. One after another, magnificent articles describing the previous battles with the Emperor were created and spread to the world. This is their responsibility and obligation as journalists. Aokiji isn't the first admiral to be defeated by that man. In a corner high up in the square, Trafalgar Law opens faintly. That's right. We all saw the scene on the day of the Sabaody incident where Admiral Kizaru was chased and beaten by a certain being. There's only the 5 emperors. The mafia godfather Capone Beige had a dark face. He still couldn't figure out why Lu Yu suddenly beat him up that day. But, what exactly is that man's ability? Thunder, storm, fire. How many abilities does he have? The strange monkey rogue screamed in shock. That monster couldn't have eaten more than 1 Logia devil fruit ability. What a monster this is. The DJ sound of Apu is screaming. So you can eat more than 1 devil fruit? White Bear Beppo spoke cutely. Only monsters can break the rules. Ordinary people should just be honest and do their duty. You'll die. Trafalgar Law spoke calmly, causing Beppo the White Bear to shudder. Look, Marine is moving again. The sharp-eyed magician Hawkins reminded in a deep voice. The continuous explosions on the live broadcast screen immediately attracted people's attention. However, without waiting for the people in the square to take a closer look. Next second, snowflakes flashed across the 3 live broadcast screens and then returned to darkness. The internet is down. What's going on here? Why is the screen black? Restore the video quickly, we want to see the war. What's the matter with not letting us watch halfway through? We can just pay to watch the rest. The huge live broadcast square was in chaos. The reporters and the onlookers were all extremely anxious. It's like I was doing something and suddenly couldn't get up. Who can stand this? Kid, the killer warrior Kira seemed to have discovered something, and his pupils under the mask suddenly shrank. The nearby supernovas, including Kid and Trafalgar Law, followed Kira's gaze. 2 people appeared on the branch of a thick mangrove tree in the southeast direction at some point. A man was wearing a pitch-black prison uniform, with a pair of pitch-black wings on his back, and flames surrounding him. The other person was tall and had a stern look, with a scarf completely covering his mouth. Those 2 men are from Baisho and Big Mom's family. The Glutton Jewelry Bonnie recognized Flame Disaster Jin and Charlotte Katakuri, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Beast's Pirates signature star, Flame Disaster Jin, and Big Mom Pirates star General Katakuri. Why are they here together? Drake, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly had his pupils shrink. The Beasts and Big Mom have truly formed a complete alliance. The strange monkey rogue whispered. There are definitely more than just Baisho and Big Mom coming. Maybe there's a bigger fish behind that? Hawkins guessed. You mean Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin? DJ Yin Apu had a dull expression. If those 4 emperors also join the war, will the naval headquarters really become history? Drake's expression grew darker, but perhaps the target of those 4 emperors wasn't the Marine? Capone Beige guessed. How many major events will happen in today's war? How many important figures will appear? Kira screamed. An unprecedented new era is coming. There's no time to waste here, boys, get ready to sail. Go to naval headquarters and witness the changing times. Trafalgar Law stood up excitedly. Great, then I'll be able to see Brother Pedro and the others soon. White Bear Beppo shouted in surprise. Kid, we. Of course I'll go. At the same time, Sabaody is located 1,000 meters above the D Islands. A majestic green dragon hundreds of meters long appeared in the clouds. The flaming cloud beneath the Azure Dragon supported a huge, flashy warship. The main body of the battleship is in the shape of a cake, and is decorated with colorful candies on the side. The human face on the boat even has its own consciousness and sings happily. This ship is none other than the mother ship of the four emperors' Big Mom pirates, the Queen Mother Anthem. On the deck of the battleship, gathered the four emperors' Big Mom and a group of capable generals and ministers. Lin, how long do we have to wait? Since you've decided to do it, just rush in and have a blast. The giant dragon Qinglong looked back and Hockey spoke. Well, you're really brave now, Kaido boy. Don't be too anxious, now is not the best time. Four emperors Big Mom Charlotte Lin laughed, Mother. Katakuri Ni and the Flame of Beasts are back. The little lion with bean eyes, Pokmus, reported. Not long. Flame Cinder, transformed into a pteranodon, spread his wings and returned. Katakuri, on the dragon claw, jumped lightly and returned to the deck. Mom, that 5 emperor did show up during the war. And has fought a great battle with Admiral Aokiji and won. Katakuri reported in a deep voice. The words fell. The huge battleship deck was suddenly in uproar. Admiral and the 5 emperors. It hasn't been that long since the war started. That monster actually defeated an admiral. Perispero, Dafu, Owen and the others all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Well, Admiral is still a little bit inferior to me. But to win so quickly, that guy must have given it his all. He must be hurt by now. Big Mom asked with a laugh. Katakuri was silent for a moment, thinking back to what he had seen, and finally shook his head. The atmosphere on the deck became stagnant again. A Marine admiral fought hard to lose, but couldn't even cause any damage to his opponent? How horrible this is. Could it be that the 5 emperors' strength is already enough to crush the admiral? Plague Quinn screamed continuously. This isn't even the worst. This war isn't just about that D5 emperors, he's also brought Golden Lion Shiki and Pluton Rayleigh. Yan Zai-jin spoke in a deep voice, revealing this horrible fact. Thus, the huge mothership deck fell into deathly silence again. Everyone's eyes widened in shock and horror. The situation deviated from what they had imagined. They never expected that there would be other legendary strongmen appearing. Lin, if you're scared, it's still not too late to go back to New World and steal their old house. Kaido's dragon form opens with a gusto. Don't be silly, Kaido. It's just the old lion and the Rayleigh B*******D. I can beat them all by myself. Besides, there's only one Aokiji down on the Marine side, so let them fight it out for a while. Charlotte Lin refuted confidently. Mom. At this moment, Charlotte's clerk Monder pushed the door open in a hurry with a look of horror on his face. What's wrong? Monder, a red light flashed in Big Mom's eyes. Monder shuddered and spoke tremblingly. Just now, our Den Mushi received an intrusion signal from outside the line. Invasion? Who? Katakuri said in a deep voice. They claim to be the highest authority in the world government, the 5 elders. Nani. Chapter 68 The Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Naval Headquarters, head to the battlefield. The war that was paused because of the Battle of the Emperor was restarted. Following Marshal Sengoku's order. In this war, Marine's ultimate plan for the Whitebeard pirates, Operation Siege Wall, is launched. Pung. The continuous sound of artillery fire awakened the White Group pirates who were immersed in excitement and shock. Looking at the dense rain of shells that covered the sky and the earth. The White Group pirates on the 3 whale ships all felt their scalps tingling. For a moment, he was even stunned by the shock. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out from heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, the sound of cracking and breaking could be heard continuously. That was Whitebeard at the bow of the Whitebeard Group's mothership taking action. As his fist struck down, the atmosphere shattered again. The overwhelming rain of shells exploded when it touched the cracks in the atmosphere. Boom. A series of brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky. Don't just stand there, everyone, intercept. A streak of blue fire streaked across the sky. Marco, transformed into a phoenix, created a howling gust of wind to intercept the first round of artillery shells that escaped the net. The White Group captains and elites on each ship also took action together. Minimize the damage caused by artillery rain. However, the pirates didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Fire. Pung. The second round of artillery shells rained down again. Pacifists, you launch too. Wearing a red bellyband, the Marine Science Corps Captain Zon Taomaru led a group of big bears to climb the siege wall. They were supposed to wait at the only exit, however, now the ice has been completely melted by Lu Yu's flames. Naturally, they can only transfer, under the command of Zon Taowen. Dozens of human weapon pacifists opened their arms and mouths wide. Hundreds of terrifying golden lasers shot out from their palms and throats. It fell towards the 3 whale boats in the center of the bay. Compared to artillery shells that can be intercepted, the pacifist lasers are the real trouble. The damage soon became widespread. Right now, the white pirates finally understood their situation and the horror of the Marine operation. The Marines didn't need to come down and fight them in close combat. Just keep reloading the shells and you can wear down the Whitebeard pirates. Now this crescent-shaped bay is their urn, and their Whitebeard pirates were the ones caught. Damn it, that's really despicable, Marine. That's right, if you have the guts, let us pass and I'll fight you all. Is this what you Marines call justice? You're nothing but a bunch of incompetent rats hiding their heads and showing their tails. The white pirates shouted. I am very angry about Marine's despicable but very effective strategy. Don't be fooled by their nonsense. Our Marine mission is to eliminate Marine. It would be best if we could use this simplest method, which would greatly reduce our casualties. A Marine general shouted loudly to stop the young people who were provoked and had red faces. The brutal siege wall battle is in full swing, right now. In this battlefield filled with flames and smoke, the only pure land is the sky. Ha 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 ha, Marine is really cunning in trying to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates without even a single soldier. Golden Lion Shiki had a cold expression on his face. They also knew this trick was insidious, so they even turned off the video Den Mushi. The reporters at Saboti Square won't be able to see this. Shaki shook his head. Daddy, former Shichibukai, Sea Knight Jinbei yelled anxiously and jumped off the boat. Even if his personal power is limited, he must do something now. Jinbei is not the only one who is in a state of anxiety. There are also the two kings of cats and dogs, Neko Viper and Inuarashi. But strictly speaking, they are not members of the White Group now. Now that Liu Yu has arrived, they must obey Liu Yu's orders and can no longer act on their own. This was the order Hiyori gave them, not good. Uncle Whitebeard, whom Ace respects, is in danger, and I am also. Straw Hat Luffy was about to jump down after Jinbei. However, he didn't jump very high. Two slender white hands suddenly appeared from the deck, grabbed Straw Hat's ankles, and made him fall flat on his face. Calm down, Luffy, your power alone can't change this situation at all. As Robin spoke, his gaze fell on Liu Yu beside him. Liu Yu smiled slightly, just touched Robin's hair and said nothing. Shiki. Rayleigh looked at the Golden Lion and raised his eyebrows suggestively. Ha 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 ha. This is the Whitebeard Pirates' war, not ours. If they need us for everything, why don't they join us? Besides, Whitebeard is far from being invincible. Golden Lion Shiki laughed. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh, Cat Viper and the others didn't say anything more. At the same time, surrounding the bay are walls. Marine's onslaught continued. Ah, this is bad, Moby number 3 has been sunk. Ship number 2 here can't hold on any longer, damn Marine. Under the bombardment of artillery shells and the terrifying laser bombardment of the pacifists, the Whitebeard pirates are on the verge of extinction. If you do nothing, you will inevitably end up in ruin. Daddy, those big bear lasers are tricky, retreating is impossible. Marco, covered in dust, fell back to the bow, his face full of shock and anger. Cool. In that case, let's move forward. Whitebeard laughed lowly. The pale golden eyes fell on the only gap in the front of the port. Under the pressure of Lil Oz's huge body, the encirclement wall over there did not close. Marine, Aokiji-kun has fallen. I'll see what you can use to stop me this time. Whale bow, Whitebeard grinned. Not good. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. Does he want to? Vice Admiral he also guessed Whitebeard's intention. Next second, the terrifying shock arrived as expected. The whale's bow, Whitebeard's strongest Paramecia shock fruit ability, which could destroy everything in the world, exploded again. Airquakes trigger earthquakes. The earthquake triggered a tsunami. Finally, the force of the earthquake triggered a tsunami that blocked out the sun and swept towards the naval headquarters. But compared to the first time, this tsunami was much smaller in scale. Because Whitebeard's goal is not to destroy everything. If the tsunami is too big, even they themselves will be destroyed. Everyone, prepare for the impact, Marshal Sengoku had just finished speaking. The terrifying tsunami has already crashed down, this time. Admiral Aokiji, exhausted and seriously injured, fell down and could not use his Ice Age to solve the problem. A tsunami hits naval headquarters. In an instant, all marine formations were destroyed. The Marines manning the battery were swept and scattered by the force of the tsunami. The pacifists also experienced a brief malfunction due to water ingress. Under Whitebeard's tsunami attack, which killed 1,000 enemies but suffered 800 casualties on his own side. The losses on the Marine side were indeed heavy, coupled with the impact of the tsunami, an even worse situation ensued. Under the cover of the tsunami and with the propulsion of the tsunami, the 3 whaleboats leapt through the gap made by Lil Oz in the middle of the bay in one breath and landed on the square in the bay. Oh, damn Marines. Wake up. The white pirates, clinging firmly to the ship, roared in unison. Kulalalala. The war has just begun. Sengoku. Chapter 69 Whitebeard vs. Akainu. The earthquake and tsunami came together. Naval headquarters was shaken. There was chaos on the battlefield. The 3 smiling whale boats took advantage of the momentum of the tsunami and passed through the flood. The Whitebeard pirates invaded the bay square. Marine surrounded the wall and fought, but was defeated. Ha 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 ha. That Whitebeard guy is really good at being clever this time. Now it's Sengoku's turn to have a headache. Golden Lion Shiki lol. The Marine's encirclement wall operation was truly flawless, but it's a shame there was an accident with that ancient giant. In addition, the melting ice also gives Whitebeard's shock fruit the best opportunity to flourish. Shaki nodded. Very good, that's really great. Neko Viper and Inuarashi both breathed a sigh of relief. That Uncle Whitebeard is really amazing. Well, I can't sit here anymore. I have to go days quickly. Straw Hat Luffy stretched out his arms, used the bow as a base point, and shot out towards the square in the bay. What an anxious boy. Rayleigh shook his head. Straw Hat Boy. The King Ivankov wanted to follow suit. However, after looking at the distance and height, he couldn't help but shrink his head slightly. Whitebeard's head is mine alone. The original Shichibukai crocodile, however, has no qualms about heights. His body turned to sand and he quickly landed on the square in the bay. Of course, taking Whitebeard's head was just an excuse. What really made Crocodile unable to leave was the gaze from Lu Yu. He was now very sure. Nico Robin, who once betrayed him, has found the biggest support in the ocean. The strength and positions of the enemy in us have completely reversed. Crocodile is very sure. Lu Yu, a stranger to him, suddenly paid more attention to him. It must be because Robin had made some report. If you continue to stay here, you'll be in trouble. What Crocodile didn't know, however, was the reason I watched him was just to think about whether the original Shichibukai was considered Shichibukai. Can I add something to the progress of the task? That's all? Of course, since Crocodile almost killed Robin, Lu Yu didn't mind helping Robin get a little revenge. Unexpectedly, Crocodile ran so fast, he even ignored his trusted subordinate Dazabones. But Lu Yu wouldn't take his anger out on the little bald guy. Next, we will naturally focus on the hunting mission objectives. Shiki, pull the boat over, the battle continues. Lu Yu gave the order calmly. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki laughed and waved. The large dragon-headed ship swooped down towards the square in the bay. Right now. Naval Headquarters Bay Plaza. 4 Emperor's Whitebeard placed his hand on the large sword Kusagawa Kirei and stood at the bow of the whale ship, facing the execution platform not far away. Kulala, Ace, just be patient for a moment, Daddy will be here soon. Whitebeard had a gentle and haughty grin. Dad, on the execution platform, Ace screamed at the top of his lungs. Right now. He would never again say such capricious words as telling Whitebeard and the others to leave him alone. Just believe. Believe in Dad. I also believe in my partners. Damn Whitebeard, is this your real purpose for causing the tsunami? Sengoku asked, his face livid. I never expected that the encirclement wall operation, which should have been seamless, would be broken so easily by Whitebeard. Kulalalalala, Sengoku, we suffered greatly from your previous battles. Now it's time for you Marines to have a taste of your own medicine. Whitebeard spoke coldly. Yeah, wake up, Marine. I will pay you back double for the previous debt. The Whitebeard pirates roared in anger. Previously, he was suppressed and beaten by Marine using despicable means. Everyone in the Baitwan group was holding back their anger. The expression at this moment is magnificent. Even the Marine elites were overwhelmed for a while. However, just then, Dark Hound, a loud shout exploded from just below the whale's bow. The whalehead of the Moby DK mothership suddenly turned red like a branding iron. Next second, a stream of hot lava ran through the whale's head. It lunged towards Whitebeard's head. No one could have anticipated the sudden lava attack. Even Whitebeard himself was caught off guard. Turn your head to avoid. The hot dog head magma narrowly brushed past his face, taking away half of his crescent-shaped beard and burning his shoulders and face. Daddy. Marco finally reacted and rushed to Whitebeard's side. Whitebeard spoke calmly. Admiral Akainu. Diamond Joes looked through the big hole in the bow and saw Admiral Akainu, who appeared out of nowhere. Did it miss again? I thought I could decapitate him with one blow? Admiral Akainu shook his head regretfully. What did you say? Captains such as Vista were all furious. He was about to rush forward to avenge Whitebeard's sneak attack. Everyone, stand down. Whitebeard Duan he bent his knees slightly and landed on the square first, facing the Admiral. You're still a long way from taking my head, Lava Kid. Whitebeard stared at Akainu coldly, not even close? If you were younger, you might be able to fight me on equal terms. But now, Admiral Akainu shook his head with feigned regret. Whitebeard, you're old, you are no match for me now. Kai Shu spoke confidently and sternly. Kulalalala, you're so bold, little magma devil. I'll start with you then. Whitebeard laughed heartily. The supreme and sharp sword, Kongyunkiri, was swung like a windmill, bringing up gusts of strong wind. The Kusagumikiri blade, with a white shockwave, slashed down towards Admiral Akainu. The terrifying shockwave sent Akainu flying back more than 10 meters. Marco, don't stop here, it's up to you to save Ace. Whitebeard shouted. Yes, Daddy. Marco and other captains responded in unison. He led the white group to form a sharp knife team and charged straight towards the execution platform. The brutal war with bloodshed and deaths every second has started again. The blood dyed the bay square red. Don't get too carried away, pirates. Admiral Candidate Momosagi, who had been waiting on the execution platform for a long time, attacked from Gion. As soon as Hajime made a move, he displayed overwhelming strength and stopped several white squad captains including Flower Sword Vista. Mr. Sengoku, something seems to be falling, Admiral Kazaru pouts and reminds. Sengoku looked up and saw a figure approaching the execution platform like an arrow. At the same time, there was a cry of joy, Ace. How daring. No matter who it is, don't even think about getting close to here. Sengoku snorted. Golden light shone all over his body, and he was about to activate his true form as a war Buddha and shoot down the man from heaven from a distance. However, Sengoku was only halfway through his transformation. The next moment, A large hand suddenly came down, stopping the transformation and pressing him onto the execution platform. Garp, what are you doing? Sengoku glared at Garp through gritted teeth. Sorry, my body has acted without my permission. Chapter 70. You all come together. Sorry, my body just moved on its own. But Sengoku, this is where you're wrong. He's just a kid, and you actually want to do something serious. If you hit him, my Luffy will be finished. Garp was the first to complain and attacked Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku, who was sitting under him, was so angry that he almost got his nose crooked. That grandson of yours is also a terrible villain. It wouldn't be excessive to capture and execute him. Get off me, you be ******** D Garp. Sengoku snapped. Promise me first that you won't do anything later and leave it to me. Garp said. Okay. You two are both veterans of the Marine Corps. How disrespectful. Vice Admiral he finally couldn't help but intervene. Pull Garp and Sengoku apart. Fortunately, this is at the top of the execution platform. Not many people can see it, it's really coming this time. Admiral Kizaru retracted his right hand, which was about to fire the laser, and spoke slowly. The words fell. There was only a bang. The boy wearing a straw hat landed accurately on the execution platform. He rolled over like a lazy donkey and landed directly in front of his bound brother. Ace, Straw Hat Luffy sat up and looked at his brother in front of him with a huge smile on his face. Ace's mouth dropped open slightly, the expression on his face was stunned. He was obviously completely stunned by his younger brother's sudden appearance out of nowhere. Hey, Ace, I'm here to save you. Straw Hat Luffy touched his nose and smiled shyly. Finally, Ace came to his senses. A pair of eyes suddenly widened like bells. Luffy, you big idiot, Ace's shout echoed through the sky. With his hands and feet tied, he headbutted his brother Luffy. Luffy was caught off guard and fell down. What are you doing, Ace? Straw Hat Luffy touched his forehead in dissatisfaction. I know you don't want me to see you make a fool of yourself, but we are brothers. How could I just stand by and watch you get executed? Straw Hat Luffy shouted with genuine emotion. Stupid Luffy, this isn't a question of whether you save me or not. It's up to you whether you can protect yourself. Why are you always so reckless? Look around you. Ace's face was filled with grief and disappointment. Luffy, who broke into the encirclement of the 4 senior Marines, was simply a lamb to be slaughtered. Next to me? Straw Hat Luffy was stunned. Look around in front of you. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane put him under immense pressure. The wretched old face in front of him made him open his eyes wide, and tens of trillions of cells in his body immediately entered a state of alert. Admiral Kizaru. Straw Hat Luffy was speechless in shock. The recent Saboti Islands incident and the despair that Admiral Kizaru brought to the Straw Hat Pirates are still fresh in their minds. Hello, Straw Hat Boy, nice to see you again, Admiral Kizaru greeted with a friendly look on his face. Straw Hat Luffy took a few steps back unconsciously and bumped into a wall. Look up. The familiar old face that came into his sight made Straw Hat Luffy's bright smile turn green in an instant. Grandpa. Straw Hat Luffy's body couldn't stop shaking. A smile appeared on her face that was uglier than crying. Luffy, Garp grinned. There was a crackling sound between the palms and fingers. You are so brave, you actually dared to come here. Do you know where this is? This is not the place you should be. Garp swung his iron fist mercilessly. He would beat up his own grandson whenever he caught him. The iron fist filled with love beat Luffy so hard that his face was bruised and swollen, and covered with lumps. Stinky old man, if you have anything to say, come to me, don't hit Luffy. Ace yelled anxiously. The chains behind him were rustling. Alright, that's enough. You didn't let Sengoku fight before, but now you're fighting with all your might. Vice Admiral Hedo said. Ha, this is a fist filled with love. I believe Luffy has already felt the deep love from Grandpa. Garp smiled knowingly. Sengoku, now you should be satisfied, right? Sengoku hummed twice, not wanting to talk to Garp. Mr. Garp, Mr. Sengoku, the man-eating monster is coming again. Admiral Kizaru reminded. I didn't know when I was standing on the edge of the execution platform, my feet were greased, ready to run away at any time. Shao He, I'll leave this kid in your care for the time being. Garp handed the bruised Luffy to Vice Admiral Crane. Then he stood side by side with Sengoku, facing the dragon-headed ship that fell from the sky. He felt really bad about beating Sengoku just now, so he naturally wanted to perform well now. Ha, Sengoku, Garp, you two bastards, how are you? Golden Lion Shiki rushed out first, showing off his might. Shiki B******D, you've really fallen. As a legend, he actually surrendered to a kid from a new era. Sengoku folded his arms and teased. You are no longer qualified to talk to us, let the person behind you come out. Garp immediately chimed in. How dare you say that? A vein throbbed on Golden Lion Shiki's forehead, he clenched his fists and unclenched them. Sengoku, Garp, just wait, you'll cry soon. Golden Lion Shiki's mouth curled up into a subtle arc. On this battlefield, only he knows, it's just the beginning. The real fun is yet to come, when the dead who disappeared in history return. Who wouldn't be shocked by this, especially Sengoku and Garp? You are the Marine Marshal and the Marine Hero. Lu Yu's voice sounded from behind Golden Lion. Golden Lion Shiki tactfully stepped aside. 5 Emperors Lu Yu. Garp subconsciously clenched his fists, and his muscles tensed. You two are probably the strongest here, right? Come on together. A hint of hockey appeared at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. If others heard what he said, they would be shocked beyond words. After all, he is now facing a true legendary veteran of Marine. One is the Marine Marshal. The other is a recognized hero in the Marine. A super tough guy who once chased the Pirates King Roger for decades. No one can defeat the combination of the two of them. 20 years ago, Golden Lion Shiki proved this with blood and pain. Now, however, those who challenge authority have reappeared. Ha 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 ha, what an arrogant boy. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Sengoku, leave it to me from now on. Garp took a step forward, eager to fight. Don't lose, Sengoku admonished. Oh, Garp clenched his fist confidently. Hero Garp. There was a strong fighting spirit in Lu Yu's eyes. He had long wanted to fight the legendary marine hero. Eyes opening and closing, brilliant lightning burst out from behind him. A pair of broad wings with a wingspan of dozens of meters stretched out from behind it again. Different from the previous flame dragon wings, this time, what opened from behind Lu Yu were dazzling wings of lightning. These are the wings of the Thunder Dragon King. Thunder Dragon King mode on. Chapter 71 Lu Yu vs Garp boom. The roar of thunder resounded through the sky. Falling from the sky, turn everything into ashes. Go to the battlefield. The sky darkened again as the Thunder Dragon King behind Lu Yu spread his wings. Lightning bolts carrying a destructive aura connected the sky and the earth, moving in all directions. Lu Yu looked like the master of thunder and lightning. The solid earth was scorched and cracked under the bombardment of thunder and lightning. The Marines and pirates within 100 meters were all scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. Their intuition told them, even if it was just a slight touch, it will also result in death. Come on, Marine hero Garp. Fight with me. With thunder in hand, they fixed their aggressive gazes on the legendary Vice Admiral hero Garp. The legendary Caxian, how powerful is the card cannon? He could try it out for himself right away, for Lu Yu. Whether it was the all-out battle with Aokiji before, or the upcoming fight with Garp. It's not just about completing the system's reward tasks. I have been fighting wild beasts on Clouded Leopard Island for 10 years. Lu Yu lacks the elegance of a scholar and is more primitive and wild. For him, no need to suppress strength anymore. Fight and kill the strong with all your strength. The joy is endless. He wants to fight with all the strong people in this world. This summit war is simply the perfect stage for him. Following Admiral Aokiji is Hero Garp. Then there are Admiral Akainu, Marshal Sengoku, World Government. Even the people behind the World Government 5 elders. The battle took place in a flash, facing Lu Yu's passionate invitation to fight. The hero Garp on the execution platform did not retreat at all. He responded without hesitation with his unparalleled iron fist. The punch is like a meteor, bright in the sky, boom. That was the heaven and earth shaking. The waves crashed against the shore. A bright meteor streaked across the dark sky. That is the hero's fist. Iron fist, meteor. The roar of Garp, the legendary Vice Admiral hero of Marine, was earth-shattering. Come on, Garp. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade. Cross your arms in front of you. A lightning shield took shape first. What bloomed next was a huge electric grid, then came the second level, the third level. 9 layers of electric grids intertwined between heaven and earth, intercepting the dazzling meteor fist light. The power grid constructed by lightning elements is unexpectedly resilient at this moment. The triple electric nets in the front were easily blasted away by Garp's meteor punch. From the 4th to the 6th floor, the movement of the meteor gradually slowed down. Until the final 9th floor, Garp, like a meteor, was blocked. Under his fist, the 9th level of the electric grid was distorted like a dimensional wormhole. Break it for me. Garp roared. He kicked his feet into the air like a toad, bursting the air. Garp roared and broke through Lu Yu's last line of defense. The meteor-like fist hit Lu Yu's last golden lightning shield. Kaka, under Garp's iron fist with the highest level of internal destructive armament color. The golden lightning shield made a crackling sound as if it could not bear the weight, and then exploded with a loud bang. The residual power of the iron fist finally fell on Lu Yu's arms. Even Lu Yu in Thunder Dragon King mode was still knocked back by Garp's punch. His feet retreated 10 steps in the air. Oh. Witness this shocking scene with your own eyes. The Marines in various places in the base square couldn't help but shout excitedly, and every face was filled with extreme excitement. Not long ago, Admiral Aokiji was defeated by Flame Dragon King Lu Yu in a short period of time. This brought a deep sense of gloom to the hearts of the Marine elites. So when they learned that their Marine hero was going to fight Lu Yu, they couldn't help but worry for Garp. They were afraid that their legendary veterans would follow in Admiral's footsteps. But now, after witnessing with their own eyes, Garp defeated Lu Yu, the haze and anxiety in their hearts instantly dissipated. Instead, there is only excitement and exhilaration. Because that is the strongest hero of their Marine. It is also the pillar of their hearts, however, compared to the excitement of the Marines. Right now, Garp himself didn't show any excitement on his face. Even his expression became more solemn, that meteor-like iron fist from before. He had almost unleashed his strongest power. In the past, opponents who took his punch head on would either vomit blood, be seriously injured, or fall to the ground. However, it only made Lu Yu retreat 10 steps, although this includes the weakening of the power grid and lightning shield. But this is also Lu Yu's own method. More importantly, he was just defending from beginning to end. It was as if she was testing his strength. Tisk tisk, you're truly worthy of being called a hero, Garp. This strength is truly incredible, my arms are numb. Lu Yu praised and shook his numb arms. Hearing Lu Yu's praise, Garp did not feel proud at all, and the fear on his old face became even more intense. Then it's my turn to make a move. Lu Yu grinned. Raise your hand and make a fist. All the golden thunder in the sky is in his hands. It condensed into a 100-meter-long Fang Tian Hua Ji, spanning the sky and the earth. Thunder Dragon King's Fang Tian Hua Ji. Lu Yu raised his hand and waved lightly. The Fang Tian Hua Ji cut through the void. In an instant, he was above Garp's head. The speed is extremely fast, even if the shape is a Fang Tian Hua Ji. Thunder and lightning are still thunder and lightning. One of the fastest elements in the world, between the lightning stones. Even Garp couldn't escape. Just like Lu Yu did before, he crossed his hands. The powerful and top-level armament hockey undercurrent surged out. Layers of defensive armor were interwoven on his arms. Boom. Lu Yu swung his Fang Tian Hua Ji down. Boom. The hero Garp fell from the sky to the earth. His feet sank deeply into the ground. The ground within a radius of hundreds of meters shattered at this moment. Countless large and small, square stones rose into the air. Then it shattered into smaller pieces under the impact of unparalleled force. Until it turns into powder. Wait until everything is calm. A huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared in the square inside the bay. It was as if it had been hit by a meteorite, the very center of the pothole. Marine hero Garp knelt on one knee. The white hair turned black again, or rather pitch black. The half of his white suit also turned into ashes. Although the suit pants are torn, they can still play a key role in covering up and prevent you from running naked. Vice Admiral Garp. The Marines who were excited a second ago. Now I finally can't laugh anymore. Instead, there was only deep horror and fear. Ha 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 ha. Lousy already said it a long time ago, don't be too happy, Marine boys. Golden Lion Shiki lol. Garp, are you okay? On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku clenched his fists nervously. Finally, in the eager anticipation of the Marines. Garp, who was as charred as charcoal in the deep pit, trembled slightly. A puff of smoke with an electric arc came out from his open mouth. I'm fine. Chapter 72 Lightning Style Chakra Mode? Fine, how can this be considered okay, right now? Looking at Garp in the center of the hundreds of meters long pit. The elites on the Marine side were terrified. My heart was in my throat. No longer the previous excitement and excitement. After all, right now, their Marine's legendary hero looked too miserable. The whole person looks like Kurozumi, like having just rolled in coals. Very far away, you can even smell a faint burnt smell coming from Garp. It was the burnt hair and flesh on his body. Disaster is always the most terrifying existence in this world. The many natural disaster elements between heaven and earth, fire, ice, sand, light, magma, and lightning. Thunder and lightning are always the most terrifying attack element, representing a true natural disaster. Even magma is not as powerful as heavenly thunder in terms of attack power. Enel, a native thunder fruit user from the pirates' world, performs very poorly against Electric Man. No one who was struck by his lightning died, and some even became alive and kicking again soon after. But this does not mean that the lightning attack is bad. After all, Enel's ultimate move, Thunderfight, is truly island-destroying. Now, Lu Yu, who has activated the Thunder Dragon King mode, must be the master of thunder and lightning above Enel. The secret of the normal Dragon Slayer mode is to kill the Admiral candidate Chaton Kaji. The attack and destructive power of the Thunder Dragon King's Fang Tian Hua Ji was even greater than that of the Flame Dragon King's Collapse Fist. Even Marine's strongest defense, Garp, a hero who has trained his iron body in armament hockey to ultimate, was broken. Ever since he mastered the unparalleled Iron Fist and stood at the top of the world. Garp didn't know how many years it had been since anyone had broken his defense, except East Blue's axe. Even the pirate's King Roger's divine avoidance could only make him retreat slightly. But now, his unparalleled monster physique was broken. The power of thunder and lightning caused considerable damage to his body both inside and outside. If it were an ordinary person, this would be a serious injury enough to kill dozens or even hundreds of times. But he's still alive, it can even retain considerable combat power. Because he is the strongest hero in Marine, on the execution platform. Marshal Sengoku shouted. The old face was full of panic and fear. He could see that Garp was not in a good state. The battle between the strongest people standing at the top of the world should not be so swift. But if it is a fight for life from the beginning, then the duration of the battle will be greatly shortened accordingly. Lu Yu and Garp only used one move each, however, this move contained great terror. If Garp's Meteor Iron Fist could hit Lu Yu directly, it would at least break his arm. Unfortunately, Garp's iron fist weakened the electric defense network built by Lu Yu layer by layer. Lu Yu's ultimate move hit Garp head-on, it even penetrated his armament defense. Given Garp's monster physique, one strike wouldn't be fatal. But if you hit him a few more times, the result will be death. Think of this possibility. Sengoku's face turned pale. Infinite fear arises in my heart, although he and Garp always quarreled and argued with each other whenever they met. But this is not a reflection of a bad relationship. As comrades who have come together from the last era, he and Garp are true friends and brothers. They are willing to risk their lives for each other. Xiaohei, Borsellino, the execution platform is now in your hands. Oh. Marshal Sengoku grabbed the cloak of justice behind him, raised his hand, and prepared to join the game. But before he could finish, "Don't come over here, Sengoku." Garp straightened his hunched body. A loud and powerful shout echoed in the sky. "I have my battles, and you have your duties. All you have to do is guard the execution platform." "My battle has just begun, it's far from over," Garp grinned. The fighting spirit in his eyes suddenly grew stronger. After enduring Lu Yu's defense-breaking attack, his aura didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became more powerful. "You're truly worthy of being Marine's hero." Lu Yu was also eager to fight, and his mind moved. The flame pattern on its right wing gradually faded away. If Sengoku had joined the battle earlier, he will activate the Thunder Flame Dragon King mode without hesitation. But if Garp is alone, then of course it is not necessary. "Come here, Hero Garp. Keep fighting," Lu Yu grinned. "As you wish." Garp shouted. The words fell, squeaked. Golden arcs of electricity burst out from the surface of his dark body. In an instant, only a muffled thud was heard. Garp, who was in the center of the huge hole in the ground, had disappeared. When he appeared again, he was in front of Lu Yu. This speed is even faster than the previous meteor punch. Chi raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Before he could think about it, the powerful fist was already approaching. Lu Yu was not careless at all and was on full alert. Use the Thunder Dragon King's Thunder Fist against Garp's Iron Fist. Fists clashed. The void exploded. The ferocious shockwaves of power spread like ripples on the sea. The Marines and pirates in the air battle were all hit hard and forced to return to the ground. Brilliant golden arcs of destruction splashed everywhere. The people fighting on the ground turned pale as hell and avoided each other as if they were snakes and scorpions. "Very good, Vice Admiral Garp is fine." Seeing the lively hero Garp, the Marines finally felt relieved. "But what's going on? That Garp seems to be stronger." Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, spoke suspiciously. "What on earth is that golden arc on Garp's body?" Smoker frowned in confusion. "Use hockey to wrap Captain Lu Yu's lightning? That's not bad. That old guy Garp." Golden Lion Shiki raised his brows slightly, his expression inevitably shocked. If it were him before, he wouldn't even be able to stand up. He would be considered successful if he could avoid turning into ashes. "Sengoku, that's..." On the execution platform, Vice Admiral, he seemed to have thought of something. "There's no mistake. That's the result of Garp's special training on Thunder God Island in the New World. That way, maybe we can win." Sengoku's old face showed excitement. Distant memories from 20 or 30 years ago vaguely emerged in my mind. One day, Garp was walking on the street and was inexplicably struck by lightning several times. In anger, he decided to tame the lightning with his flesh and blood. The place he chose for training was one of the 3 famous initial islands in New World. Thunder God Island is shrouded in thunder and lightning all year round. 3 months. Garp was struck by lightning on Thunder Island and screamed in agony, almost dying. Ultimately, the practice of taming thunder and lightning failed. But Garp did not gain nothing. After being struck by lightning for 3 consecutive months, his monster physique gained a new resistance to lightning. In addition, he even figured out a method of lightning amplification that was unique to him. Wrapping up lightning with hockey, the power of lightning stimulates the activation of cells in the body. This will take speed, land and defense to a higher level. This is naturally a terrifying ability, just over the years. Garp was never used, because there is usually no lightning for him to use on the battlefield. Besides, in most cases, he doesn't need to use dangerous lightning to amplify himself. After all, this move puts a huge burden on the body. It can be said that it is dancing on the edge of a knife, jumping back and forth in front of the gates of hell. If one of them fails, the game will be over for him. For various reasons, over time, even Garp himself almost forgot that he had this trick. Until now, after being hit by Lu Yu's lightning Fang Tian Hua Ji, Garp's instinct to lightning revived. He used Lu Yu's lightning power for his own benefit, stimulating the activation of his body cells. Just like the Raikage's lightning-style chakra mode in the Hokage world. Looking at Garp in this state, Lu Yu smiled. "Interesting. It's really interesting, Hero Garp." Lu Yu had roughly deduced what Garp had done. However, there was no dissatisfaction on his face, only extreme joy and excitement. This is the most exhilarating battle he has ever expected. 5th Emperor Lu Yu. Let's fight it out. Iron, fist, lightning, lightning. Chapter 73 Golden Lion vs. Kizaru. Boom, boom. It wasn't just the roar of thunder and lightning that exploded in the sky. At the same time, it is a collision of fists, awakening. It seemed as if two bolts of lightning appeared in the sky above the battlefield above the naval headquarters. Almost reaching the top, not to mention the human eye. Even the observation hockey perception of the strong ones could not accurately capture their figures. One could only vaguely catch their movement trajectories and the ripples in the atmosphere. Garp continuously absorbed Lu Yu's lightning in a nearly self-destructive manner and used it for his own benefit. It can truly be said that lightning-style chakra mode has been activated. Use lightning to stimulate the activation of body cells. Plus its own 6-style shaving. His speed has reached the limit of what humans can achieve. It can even catch up with Lu Yu's lightning, as the battle progresses. The golden arcs of electricity surrounding him became increasingly dense and turbulent. In addition to his own armed armor, he also put on a set of lightning armor. The power of armed color and lightning blends together. He threw out a lightning iron fist across the sky, causing the void to explode. For a moment, even Lu Yu, who was in Thunder Dragon King mode, was suppressed by the power it exploded. There were fist marks on the exposed upper body. There were even faint traces of blood on Kakuzu's mouth. Certainly, Garp himself naturally did not escape unscathed. Even if it has resistance to lightning, flesh and blood are still flesh and blood after all. It's impossible to be completely immune like Straw Hat Luffy's rubber. It also absorbs lightning into the body, allowing it to travel between blood vessels, internal organs, and even cells. It is hard to imagine how heavy the burden is on the human body. Garp, who maintains the lightning-style chakra mode, suffers from immense backlash pain all the time. However, Garp seemed unaware of the pain in his body and remained calm. He had forgotten everything else and simply threw himself into the battle, giving it his all. Marine hero Garp, you truly are the perfect opponent. Do your best to hold on a little longer, this way I can enjoy fighting you for a little longer. Lu Yu grinned, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was brighter than ever before. He clapped his hands. Separate between 5 connected electric currents appeared between the 10 fingers of both hands. In the center of the electric current, a white sphere appeared out of thin air. At first it was only the size of a sesame seed, it soon grew to the size of a bowling ball. Lu Yu clasped his hands together and grabbed the highly compressed solidified lightning ball with one hand. In a flash, Garp's powerful iron fist, shrouded in lightning, arrived again. Lu Yu still did not dodge or evade. He faced Garp's iron fist directly, and the golden lightning ball in his right hand fell down. Rakery. Boom. Rumble. In the sky, 2 dazzling meteors collided with lightning. The atmosphere escaped with a roar. It was as if a supreme war drum was beating between heaven and earth. That was a battle between the strongest. The world seemed to freeze at this moment. The next moment, an unparalleled shockwave, centered on the fists of the 2 men, spread out in all directions. The scattered electric light and fist force fell to the ground, blasting out huge pits one after another. The atmosphere experienced extremely chaotic convection, blowing up debris all over the sky. The entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in a lightning storm. And this is far from the end. A bright golden light bloomed in the sky, even brighter than the sun. That was the explosion of a highly compressed ball of lightning. Under the most ultimate lightning bombardment, even the brave hero Garp was blown hundreds of meters away. His proud unparalleled iron fist was covered in blood. Before the blood could seep out, it was burned black by the high temperature of the lightning. 5th Emperor Lu Yu, what level of monster is he? That's Vice Admiral Garp, our Marine's strongest hero. Could it be that the undefeated legend, Vice Admiral Garp, will also be defeated today? Who on earth can check and balance that monster? The Marine elites across the battlefield were all speechless with shock, and a feeling of despair arose spontaneously. Don't die, old man. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku clenched his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that even his knuckles turned white. Before Garp opened the scaffold to join the battle. His request to Garp is not to lose, but now it has regressed significantly. As long as Garp is alive, victory or defeat doesn't matter. Ha 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 ha. What an exciting battle. Just watching it, Laozi is also excited for the first time in a long time. Golden Lion Shiki roared with laughter and soared into the sky, reaching the same height as the execution platform. Golden Lion Shiki, what do you want to do? The Vice Admiral asked loudly. Nothing, I just thought since I'm here, I can't just sit there and watch. Golden Lion Shiki's gaze swept across the execution platform. Who can fight me? Golden Lion Haki's roar. Shiki the B ****** D. Don't get carried away. Sengoku, who was holding his breath because of his best friend Garp's miserable appearance, took a step forward. There was golden light all over his body. Wait a minute. The second golden light bloomed. Admiral Kizaru flashed in front of Marshal Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku, leave the Golden Lion Shiki to me. As the Marine's admiral, it's my duty, Admiral Kizaru spoke righteously. There was no trace of the cowardly look from before, ready to run away at any moment. This is also natural. After all, the one who came to the door this time was not the man eating Lu Yu. He's just a hairless old lion, a soft persimmon. If we don't take action now, when will we take action? The situation has developed to this point. If he, the admiral, keeps hiding and doing nothing, and doesn't do something. That's really unacceptable. Don't wait for Lu Yu, Sengoku might eat him. Borsellino Sengoku looked at the slacker admiral in front of him speechlessly. In the end, he did not refuse his rare request. Then I'll leave it to you. Only victory is allowed. Sengoku shouted in a deep voice, gave a death order to Admiral Kizaru. Mr. Sengoku, just relax and leave it to me, I'll definitely get him. Admiral Kizaru patted his chest and assured, ha 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 ha, you're quite arrogant, you yellow monkey from Marine. It seems I have been away from this sea for too long. You have forgotten the horror of lousy, Golden Lion Shiki sneered. How could it be? The flying pirate's Golden Lion Shiki is really so scary. Admiral Kizaru returned to his usual obscene tone. He said it was terrible, however, that relaxed attitude was not concealed at all. Even a yellow monkey like you dares to look down on me? Golden Lion Shiki's eyebrows were raised, and he was extremely angry. Shiki, be careful not to overturn the car, that yellow monkey is not simple. On the Dragon Head ship, Rayleigh reminded. Shut up, Rayleigh. Just open your eyes and see how active Lousy is. Golden Lion Shiki roared and volleyed into the air. The third Summit War battlefield is generated, not long. Yes, I knew it, that old lion is such a whistleblower, but he's no match for him in real combat. On the Dragon Head ship, Rayleigh couldn't help but shook his head as he looked at the Golden Lion being suppressed by Kizaru. Alright, Lao Lei, stop making sarcastic remarks. Xiao Shiki has finally made his debut. What about you? Little monkey is still up there. Shaki pointed in the direction of the execution platform. There's no need to worry too much about Luffy's situation. Even Sengoku wouldn't attack his opponent while Garp is fighting. Besides, if I leave too, who will protect this ship? Rayleigh smiled. Because of the aerial battle between Lu Yu and Garp. Golden Lion Shiki also kept the ship on the ground and could not take off. Problems also arise, because there are 3 celestial dragons tied to the ship. Marine elites are also coming in an endless stream at this moment. Want to rescue the celestial dragons, ordinary opponent. The warriors of the Bow tribe, the transvestite king Ivankov and his younger generation Buggy who was fooled by him can be dealt with and resisted. But his presence is also necessary now. After all, no one knows whether there are any hidden strong people in Marine. Even people from the world government might have arrived secretly. Rayleigh's considerations were soon confirmed. A man quietly walked through the chaotic battlefield and boarded the dragon-headed ship. However, before Rayleigh could make a move, the figure that suddenly attacked him was the first to fall down. Because when he came, he was already in a seriously injured state and it was difficult for him to even move. Admiral Aokiji. Robin widened her beautiful eyes and cried out softly. Chapter 74 Garp's Defeat. Admiral Aokiji. Looking at the man who fell helplessly on the edge of the deck, Robin subconsciously widened her beautiful eyes and her body instinctively became alert. This is the shadow that has been engraved in Admiral's heart during his 20 years of youth. Aokiji-Kuzan. What are you doing here? Rayleigh raised his brows slightly and sheathed the knife with his backhand. Just one glance and he was sure. At this moment, Admiral Aokiji was still seriously injured and could no longer pose any threat to them. Lala, don't be nervous, I can't do anything right now. I came here this time just to talk to her. Admiral Aokiji moved his finger with difficulty and pointed at Robin who was protecting Rayleigh from behind. What do you want with little Robin? Shaki asked. It's okay, Sister Shaki. Robin took a deep breath. She stretched out her long legs, past Rayleigh and Shaki, and came in front of Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji, what do you want to talk about? Robin spoke calmly. Eni's lobby incident, I thought you had found your place. Aokiji rode. Ah, indeed, the Straw Hat Pirates are where I belong. I'm so glad I got to meet them, Robin said, then why? Aokiji raised his chin slightly and looked at the crisscrossing lightning in the sky. The knowledge you possess is too dangerous. I, who let you escape from Ohara 20 years ago, must also bear the responsibility of watching over you and shouldering the responsibility for the damage you have caused to the world. I once made a resolution. If you take any action that endangers the world, such as joining forces with a major pirate's force, I will personally eliminate you in advance. Now. Admiral Aokiji smiled bitterly. You've already found such an excellent partner, why do you want to betray? Robin pursed her lips, her pretty face still as calm as ever. Aokiji, there's one thing you need to know. I never betrayed the Straw Hat crew. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew is my most important partner. Mr. Lu Yu is the person I like, there is no conflict. Robin shook his head slightly. Like it? I never thought a woman like you would find love one day. First of all, congratulations. Aokiji lol. Thanks, Robin nodded in thanks, but are you sure your feelings are reciprocated? It hasn't been that long since the Eni's lobby incident, which means you haven't known that man for long. Aokiji asked. So what? Human emotions are the most unpredictable things. It doesn't mean you'll like someone just because you've known them for a long time, and there's no rule against falling in love at first sight, right? Robin smiled as a matter of course, his smile as beautiful as a flower. Then how can you be sure that he didn't approach you deliberately because of your historical interpretation ability, or to obtain the ancient weapon? Admiral Aokiji asked rhetorically. I can't be sure. Robin shook his head. But a man as powerful and perfect as Mr. Lu Yu doesn't need any weapons to conquer the world. He is destined to become king. Robin nodded slightly, with a look of genuine longing on his face. Rumble. Atop the battlefield sky. Thunder and gas explosions rang out one after another. The thrilling showdown between Thunder Dragon King Lu Yu and Marine hero Garp continues. The battle continues to this day. There were Garp's fist marks on Lu Yu's chest, arms, thighs, etc., some deep and some shallow. There are also cracks in the invisible arm bones. He was able to defeat Lu Yu in Thunder Dragon King mode like this. Garp himself also paid a huge price. His body of steel, which had been tempered through thousands of trials, had long been torn to pieces. The body was covered in blood and flesh. In some places, you can even see white bones. After all, he is not a lightning body like Lu Yu, enduring the impact of lightning for a long time. Even a body as strong as diamond cannot avoid collapse. But even if it has come to this, Garp still showed no sign of stopping. The hand is still sharp. With a low growl, Garp swung out with his left fist, bringing up a fierce gust of wind. "You're starting to feel slow, hero Garp," Lu Yu spoke calmly. His right hand shot out like lightning. He arrived first and grabbed Garp's wrist tightly like an iron clamp. Reduce all the strength in the fist, making it unable to move at all. Garp still said nothing. He half-spun his body and swept his right leg across Lu Yu's waist and abdomen like an iron whip. Wherever it passed, the void twisted and rippled, and a sharp sound of air explosion was heard. Lu Yu did a somersault, dodging Garp's kick and at the same time threw the exhausted Garp out with an over-the-shoulder throw. This time, Garp couldn't hold on. His body was like an arrow shot from a bow, crashing into the naval headquarters building. Amidst the rumbling sound, most of the headquarters building collapsed due to the impact. Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, Mr. Garp, Marines across the battlefield who witnessed this scene couldn't help but scream in fear. On the other hand, the people from the Whitebeard pirates were all shouting with excitement. "Yu! Your Excellency Lu Yu is mighty. See it? Marine, see it? This is the Emperor of the Sea? You are facing 2 sea emperors at the same time. 5 emperors." The names of the 5 emperors echoed over the naval headquarters like a tsunami, lasting for a long time. Lord Lu Yu is indeed a monster among monsters, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates sighed. Indeed, he's even stronger than during the last Wano-kuni incident. Diamond Joe said solemnly. If it were the current Lord Lu Yu, I'm afraid even if Kaido and Big Mom joined forces, they might still be able to fight. Marco spoke solemnly. After a short pause, he immediately became an immortal bird again. Intercept all bullets, shells and sand, attacking Dad Whitebeard. Whitebeard, in the midst of a fierce battle with the Admiral, must not be disturbed in any way. Marines Momoshagi, your heroes have already been defeated, so please get out of the way. We are sure to save Ace, even Jesus can't stop us, I said. Foil Vista held the sword on his left shoulder and pointed the sword in his right hand directly at Admiral Substitute Momoshagi Gion who was blocking his way. The 5 captains headed by him had been blocked by Momoshagi for a long time. Mr. Garp, that man. Momoshagi Gion took a deep breath, shifted his gaze from the captivating figure in the sky, and returned it to Flower Sword Vista and the others. If you want to get past me, ask about my knife first. Admiral Candidate Momoshagi Gion spoke confidently. Flip your wrist slightly. The famous sword Jin Kunluo burst out with dazzling sword light. Fufu, there's still no movement after such a long time. That monster Garp can't really be defeated. Shichibukai Doflamingo froze the Buffalo Atmos and stood on top of its head to watch the show, causing the White Group pirates to scream in fear. Hee. That would be great. The shadow and corpse of the marine hero are both excellent materials and should not be missed. Shichibukai Gecko Moria laughed sinisterly, quietly groping towards the naval headquarters building. Just as Moria approached, suddenly, there was some movement in the silent headquarters building. Then the earth shook and cracked. Lu Yu, the roar of Garp, the legendary Vice Admiral hero of Marine, shook the world. Moria was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Next second, under Moria's horrified gaze, the bloody Marine hero leapt up from the ruins of the headquarters building. With the cheers of all the Marine elites, he launched a final powerful attack at Lu Yu in the sky. The fist was like a meteor, streaking across the sky with tremendous momentum. However, Lu Yu in the sky just shook his head. It's time for the curtain to fall, and it's time for you to leave, hero Garp. Lu Yu responded calmly and confidently. With its wings spread, it dived down at the speed of wind and thunder. A fist flashing with brilliant lightning fell down. Thunder Dragon King's collapsed fist. Boom. There was no stalemate even for a minute or a second. The final struggle of Marine's legendary Vice Admiral hero Garp was crushed by Lu Yu. Garp transformed into a human cannonball and crashed into the ruins of the naval headquarters building again. The already shaky building collapsed completely at this moment. Garp's King Kong body also completely collapsed. Marine legend Vice Admiral, hero Garp, defeated. Defeat Marine hero Garp, 1/1, and receive light magic level +10 and dragon power +20. Obtain forbidden magic, Shenming Temple. Defeat Gecko Moria, defeat Shichibukai quest progress 2/7. Chapter 75 Whitebeard Broken Arm Boom. The naval headquarters building, which had stood for hundreds of years, collapsed at this moment. It became a complete ruin. The earth overturned, like a dragon surging. Smoke and dust billowed up into the sky. Garp, Vice Admiral Garp. Mr. Garp. The headquarters 100,000 elite Marines shouted anxiously. Eagerly waiting for the miracle to happen again. looking forward to the pillars in their hearts being able to stand up again. However, the miracle they expected did not happen. Marine's legendary Vice Admiral, the hero Garp, has fallen. Total defeat. It added a highlight to Lu Yu's resume. There was a long silence. The ruins of the headquarters building remained silent. Marine hero Garp never got back to his feet. The hero is truly defeated. This fact caught all the Marines off guard and left them deeply shocked. Garp's defeat was like a bolt from the blue to all the Marines. All the Marine elites on the battlefield, whether fighting or watching, widened their eyes. His face was full of disbelief, and for a moment he didn't even know what to do. Mr. Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, Kobe screamed in fear, coming to his senses first. He used shaving skills continuously and rushed to the ruins of the collapsed headquarters building as quickly as possible. Bogart and others from the Marine G3 branch also arrived immediately. He dug the ruins like a madman, broke the boulders, and dug the charred Garp out of the rubble. Vice Admiral Garp, the double-chinned boy, Belmir, screamed in panic, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Still alive. Vice Admiral Garp is still alive. Feeling Garp's faint but real heartbeat, Kobe couldn't help but burst into tears of excitement. Medical team. Where's the medical team? Come here quickly. Bogart and others shouted and urged them. The scene was in chaos. At some point, the chaotic emergency scene fell silent. Be it Kobe, Bogart or the doctors, they all fell silent and froze. Even without looking back, they knew who the man was who was putting endless pressure on them behind their backs. Cold sweat drenched the Marines' bodies. 555, 5 Emperors Lu Yu. The timid Kobe was the first to turn around and face Lu Yu tremblingly. Kirby, what are you doing? Don't go and die, Belmir warned in panic. As long as I'm still alive, no, I won't let you touch Vice Admiral Garp again. Even though he was extremely nervous and frightened, he still bravely opened his arms and stood in front of Garp. You're quite arrogant, Lu Yu chuckled, and golden lightning flashed at his fingertips. Ah, I'm going to die, I'm really going to die this time. Bai closed his eyes and wailed inwardly, however, it still did not move at all. 5 Emperors Lu Yu. An old voice sounded from behind Lu Yu. Vice Admiral Crane, a Marine Chief of Staff and a veteran of the previous era like Garp, approached calmly. Given your status, I'm sure you wouldn't bother with a recruit kid. If you still want to fight, I'll be there to keep you company. Vice Admiral, he spoke calmly. Lu Yu turned around. Between breaths, the sunken parts of Lu Yu's body bulged out and smoothed out again. However, it will take time for the broken ribs and cracks in the arm bones to heal. Is the Marine completely deserted? They actually sent an old woman over here? It's really boring. Lu Yu shook his head. Ignoring Vice Admiral Crane, he faced the dark thunderclouds in the sky and opened his mouth to take a deep breath. All the bulk thunder in the dark clouds fell into it, filling the thunder lake that was almost dry. However, compared with the consumption in the battle with Garp, this supplement is just a drop in the bucket. It is far from the minimum standard for using the Shenming Palace. It was a rare opportunity to obtain a forbidden magic, so Lu Yu wanted to try it out. It's not even close to enough. It seems that I need to supplement it a little bit first. Lu Yu whispered to himself. His eyes swept across the entire audience. He looked at Ace on the execution platform, and then at Admiral Kizaru who was fighting fiercely with the Golden Lion. The best way to replenish the consumed thunder element is naturally lightning. But right now, no one else on this battlefield can bring thunder except him. In this way, Lu Yu could only reluctantly supplement it through other means. Convert the elements of fire and light into pure energy, and then into the power of thunder and lightning. There are 2 conversion processes, during which about half of the energy will be lost. But a loss is a loss. Anyway, it's not Lu Yu's fault. At worst, you can just eat more of Kizaru's light essence or Ace's fire essence. It seemed as if he sensed some kind of malicious intent. Admiral Kizaru, who was fighting fiercely with the Golden Lion in the sky, shuddered suddenly like a frightened bird. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. Never mind. Anyway, the other one is tied up and can't run away. Think of this. Lu Yu no longer hesitated. He walked straight ahead, passing the sweat-soaked Vice Admiral. Don't be afraid, Vice Admiral Crane. I'm not going to argue with an old woman like you. Lu Yu grinned. Call, Vice Admiral. He did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction with Lu Yu's contempt. He just breathed a sigh of relief and then quickly walked towards the seriously injured Garp. The other side. Lu Yu walked straight to the execution platform. On the way, he encountered a charred fat man who was lying on the ground and twitching. Identify it carefully. Only then did they finally discover that the fat otaku who was twitching uncontrollably due to the stray lightning was none other than Shichibukai Gecko Moria. Others' battles aren't over yet. They were anxiously preparing to pick up the body. If he doesn't suffer, who will? Go! Lu Yu kicked Moria, who was blocking his way, into the sky. Suddenly, a sharp aura rushed towards me. The huge green blade light cut through the ground and headed straight towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed. He stretched out his hand, grasped the terrifying emerald green blade light, and then shattered it. His gaze fell on the 3 people 100 meters away. There are 3 other active Shichibukai besides Tyrant Bear and Moria. The world's greatest swordsman Hakai Mahawk Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo and Pirates Queen Boa Hancock. Are you next? You could have stayed a little longer, but since we're here, let's just take care of it. Lu Yu said calmly and confidently. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to fight you. Doflamingo quickly clarified and stepped back. Ah. On the other side, the Pirates Queen Boa Hancock fell to the ground with a cry when Lu Yu's gaze fell on her. That sirocco of heat, is this the heartbeat of an electric shock? I'm going to be paralyzed. Empress Hancock covered her heart, her body trembling slightly. Lu Yu. Just when Lu Yu was about to use his mind-reading ability to take a closer look at this empress who had some problems with her brain. Voila, a strong wind blew in my face. Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman who is ruthless and taciturn, strikes again. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, let me see your sword again. Hawkeye Mahawk spoke, looking at Lu Yu with a burning gaze. Lu Yu was stunned at first, then he reacted. It seems that this Hawkeye Mahawk is not due to the obligations of Shichibukai. It was simply the Iron Dragon's secret art iron sword that he had used earlier. Want to see? Sure, come on, Lu Yu smiled subtly. His sight was fixed on the eagle-eyed Black Blade Knight. There are only 12 supreme swords Daoye in the world, and their quality is naturally incomparable to ordinary swords. It is indeed a rare supplement. Notice the subtle smile on Lu Yu's face. Mahawk's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously had a bad premonition. But when it comes to the way of sword, there is no need to think too much. Hawkeye didn't hesitate at all. Once again wield the black knife at night. When the sound of iron clashing was heard, however, the imagined iron sword did not appear. Catch his black knife. With your teeth, does this guy want to? Mahawk's pupils suddenly shrank, and he realized what Lu Yu wanted to do. The scene of Lu Yu biting off and swallowing the Vice Admiral's big swords not long ago is still vivid in my mind. At this moment, even the steady Hawkeye Mahawk couldn't help but have the urge to FK his mother. Beijing Black Blade Yi is the strongest black sword that he has painstakingly forged over decades. If this breaks here, that would be a huge loss. Boom. Hawkeye used the vibration knife technique and finally saved Dao Yi from Lu Yu's clutches. However, it is not intact. 2 neat rows of teeth marks appeared on both sides of Dao Yi's blade. It truly is worthy of being called the supreme great sword. It makes my teeth ache. Lu Yu gritted his teeth. Dao Yi's hardness was beyond his imagination. Even the Iron Dragon's bite force was unable to break it in the first bite, and only left tooth marks. However, if it were the Iron Dragon King's jaws, no matter whether it was a blade or a supreme sword, it would definitely be able to bite it off easily. Looking at Lu Yu's regretful expression, Mahawk's eyelids twitched wildly, and he wished. Just then, without waiting for Hawkeye to take further action, on the top of the battlefield, there was a sudden change in regeneration. On another battlefield, an unimaginable change occurred. An arm holding a long-handled dagger soared into the sky under the influence of magma. Dad, Chapter 76. Attack in Angry the top of the red line. Holy Land, Marijoy. The live broadcast signal from Sabodi Islands has been cut off. In the deepest part of Marijoy, in the meeting hall where the 5 elders are, the live broadcast is still going on. The 5 old men representing the highest power in the world were either sitting or standing, with solemn expressions and silence. The light of lightning filled the entire screen. That was Lu Yu's final conflict with the hero Garp. The magnificent naval headquarters building collapsed. The winner has been decided. Call, I didn't expect that after Aokiji, even that Garp was defeated. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, his strength is truly terrifying. Holding a long sword as tall as a person and wearing a loose-fitting dark blue training suit, Wu Tu Lao Xing pushed up his glasses, and the lenses emitted a strange light. Although I don't want to admit it, but looking back over the past few hundred years, that Garp is also quite powerful. But still, the 5 elders, with blonde hair and a golden beard, looked relatively young and shook their heads, muttering in shock. Huh, what marine hero? As a marine, you're unwilling to follow our government's instructions. He even trained that dangerous revolutionary son, Dragon. Adopting the Pirates King's son and his grandson, the Straw Hat Kid, is also a big deal. If it weren't for the title of hero, he would have been court-martialed and executed 100 times. 5 elders, who had scars on the corners of his eyes and curly hair like a noble Pallas, snorted coldly. Now is not the time to settle old scores. At least this time that Garp has fulfilled his duty as a marine hero. That monster, the 5 emperors, who came out of nowhere, should be tired enough by now. The 5 elders in a black suit with a birthmark on his bald head sneered. But it's not enough. The sword-wielding warrior 5 elders shook his head. That's right, until now we still don't know what kind of abilities he has mastered. Fire, thunder, storm, strange arm blade, and the ability to eat Kizaru. I thought he had some kind of dragon-shaped mythical beast ability, but... The 5 elders with golden beards frowned in thought. That freak is like a bug in this world. It shouldn't exist in this world. The curly-haired noble old man had a gloomy expression. Before Lu Yu appeared on the battlefield, they also thought that Lu Yu was just a slightly stronger human being. If you come to this battlefield, just take it all down. But now, after seeing the successive defeats of Admiral and Hero, the old stars are no longer as calm and composed. They never imagined that there would be such a weird existence in this world. Lu Yu, who surpassed the strongest creature Kaido and defeated Admiral and heroes one after another. He is definitely qualified to replace Whitebeard and become the new strongest man in the world. However, it is such a terrifying existence. Before the Wano Kuni incident, there was no such sound of wind above the sea that had ever been heard before. This is definitely unusual. Perhaps we should report to that lord? The bald old star with the birthmark spoke tentatively. He looked at the old man whose white hair and beard reached his waist with a questioning look. I do need to report, but not now. What matters is the war, and the time has come. 5 elders in a dark blue suit suddenly stood up, staring at the screen without blinking, his eyes shining. The people displayed on the screen were no longer Lu Yu and Garp. It was the battleground between Akainu and Whitebeard. Gentlemen, it's time to notify Sora to take action. The next battlefield will be taken over by us. Naval headquarters, head to the battlefield. The war was full of twists and turns. Just when everyone's attention was drawn to the defeat of the hero Garp. Another terrifying battlefield in this square is the Emperor's battlefield. There was also an unexpected and surprising change. The sword of Squar, the captain of the New World Great Whirlpool Spider Pirates under Whitebeard, pierced Whitebeard's chest. The lava dog head from Admiral Akainu took the opportunity to seize Whitebeard's right arm. The situation on the battlefield took a turn for the worse. Those who witnessed this scene were all stunned by the incomparable shock. The battlefield within a radius of hundreds of meters was silent. Long before Lu Yu and Garp's battle began. The fateful battle between Whitebeard and Admiral begins. This was different from the bloody fight between Lu Yu and Garp from the very beginning. Whitebeard's fight with Admiral Akainu was very restrained. Both sides played very cautiously. They are all waiting for the opponent to reveal a flaw, and then kill with one blow. Just as the battle between the generals and the Emperor entered a fierce stalemate. The New World captains who were originally in charge of the coastal battlefield broke through the marine defense line and joined the Whitebeard pirates in the front square. This would have been a great thing. Lu Yu reduced the number of Marines' Vice Admiral level combat power by 10. Ordinary Marine officers are simply unable to stop the pace of New World captains. Rescue of Ace is just around the corner, but at this moment, Captain Squar of the Great Whirlpool Spider Pirates suddenly intervened in the battle between Whitebeard and Akainu. It looked like Squar was about to be swallowed by the magma of Akainu. Whitebeard, who loved his son dearly, decisively took action to protect him. However, what he got in return was Squard's filial sunsword, which chilled him to the bone. Admiral Akainu, who had expected this, grinned smugly. The dog-gnawing red lotus that was charging towards Squar turned and bit off Whitebeard's entire right arm. This created the current scene. I don't know how much time has passed. Marco, Whitebeard's strongest shield, gradually closed his wide-open mouth. My upper and lower lips couldn't stop trembling. The pupils and even the brain were trembling uncontrollably. Schoolyard. What the hell are you doing? You B*********. D. Marco's hoarse roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Captain Squar, Schoolyard, B********. D. Do you know what you're doing? That's Daddy, Jozu, Vista, Izo and other captains and members of the White Group. The Ice Witch Pei, the Ranger Doma, the DeCarbon brothers, and other New World Pirates captains. At this moment, all the pirates let out heart-wrenching screams and questions. They don't know why. Why would Squar, being his father's son, suddenly assassinate Whitebeard? Stop talking nonsense, B*******. D. You guys forced me to do this. Squar stumbled back a few steps and shouted loudly. What did you say? Mal was so angry that he pushed Squirt's head to the ground, smashing the ground and causing his head to bleed. Bang! After suffering the injuries of the filial piety sword and a broken arm, Whitebeard's tall figure finally lost its support and fell to one knee. Daddy, hold on, I'm going to put your arm back on. Marco said anxiously. However, the arm had already lost all its vitality under the high temperature of the magma and was in a state of disrepair. Please put an end to this farce, Whitebeard. Haven't you already colluded with Marine? You, the Whitebeard pirates, and Ace will definitely be saved. They've already promised. Squar reported everything he learned from Admiral Akainu. It's a miracle that I hit you with one strike. I'm ready. Kill me. Squar acted like a hero exposing the lie. You are such a hopeless idiot, Squar. You've been deceived. Why don't you trust Daddy? Urko shouted excitedly. Shut up, Marco, don't play dumb. As the captain of the first squadron, you can't possibly know nothing. Now that he had assassinated Whitebeard, Squar had no way out. Finally, Whitebeard stopped being silent. It is true that Ace is Roger's son. They manipulated the man most likely to be shaken by this incident. It seems their combat skills are superior. Whitebeard spoke calmly, raising his massive left arm high. You should know what you've done. You actually turned against your father. You're such a hopeless fool. Whitebeard's major player falls. However, he did not kill Squar, who tried to assassinate him with a slap. Instead, he held it in his arms. Even if you're a fool, Daddy still loves you. Stop joking. Schoolyard struggled. The body is tense, and the heart is struggling and wavering. He has realized that this time he might really be wrong and he might really have been deceived. Idiot Squar, why do you think Dad got stabbed by you? Dad was trying to protect you from the lava in Akainu. Urko roared. Squire, if you want my life, I'm right here now. It has nothing to do with Dad. On the execution platform, Ace was once again overcome by self-blame and burst into tears. Ace, Uncle Whitebeard, Luffy, with a bruised face and a straw hat, was tearing at the chains and was stunned. Haha, that's outrageous, Whitebeard. This is the punishment from heaven for having sons everywhere you go. Golden Lion Shiki said in a deep voice, Whitebeard. Newgate Rayleigh and Shocky were also silent. Screams of pain echoed through the air. I'm sorry, Dad, I'm so sorry. I, who doubted my father and tried to assassinate him, don't deserve to live in this world. Squire, who finally accepted the fact that he had been deceived, completely collapsed and burst into tears. It's not your responsibility, it's just an arm, no big deal. Whitebeard spoke calmly. At this moment, he somewhat understood what the red-haired man with the broken arm was thinking. That's not right, Whitebeard, Admiral Haquan sneered. Most of the body turned into magma. I won't miss this time. I will definitely take off your head. Do I need to save my energy for that monster? Admiral Akainu grinned. As the words fell, the hottest magma dog head reappears. He roared and bit towards Whitebeard's head. Daddy. Marco screamed. How can I let you succeed? Whitebeard's head is mine. Mal and Crocodile, who had been waiting nearby for a long time, made an interception at the same time. Don't get in the way. Admiral Akainu stomped his right foot onto the ground. A stream of hot magma rushed up from underground, forcing Marco and Crocodile back. The snarling dog's head continued to grow larger in Whitebeard's pale golden eyes. Just as Whitebeard was about to block with his left arm. Boom! A powerful aura like a dragon descended. That's really outrageous, Whitebeard. Lu Yu spoke softly. With a raise of his hand, he easily blocked the scorching lava dog head. 3 Seconds Chapter 77 Akainu is confused. Really, that's outrageous. Whitebeard. There was a roar of wind and thunder, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Whitebeard. It was naturally Lu Yu. Raising his hand, Lu Yu's right hand blocked the lava dog head that was biting towards Whitebeard's head. Admiral Akainu's powerful ultimate move was easily blocked by Lu Yu. Like a gentle breeze and light clouds, it is better than strolling in the garden. This scene once again shocked the people in the audience. After all, that is magma. In Logia, it is a top elemental ability that is no less powerful than lightning in terms of attack power. However, now it was blocked by Lu Yu with his flesh and blood body. The high temperature impact of the magma could not cause any damage to his palm. Looking at Lu Yu, who suddenly came and saved him. On Whitebeard's old face, expressions of shock, surprise, and relief alternated. In the end, it all turned into a bitter smile. Please spare me, Lu Yu. I am just an ordinary person with only one heart. No matter if I'm called a demon or a monster, I can't always be the strongest. The coming era belongs to you young people. No, it belongs to the strongest you. Whitebeard spoke calmly. In a casual manner, he entrusted the title of the world's strongest and the era's strongest to Lu Yu. The new world's strongest, born. The marine elites scattered across the square murmured in shock. However, they were not at all surprised by this result. Because after witnessing Lu Yu defeating Admiral Aokiji and Hero Garp in succession, no one will doubt its strength anymore, now that Whitebeard has grown old. No, or rather, even if it was 10 or 20 years earlier. In Whitebeard's prime, Lu Yu can still be called the strongest in the world. It is the pinnacle of the world that is enough to suppress an entire era. The era of Whitebeard is over, a new era has been born. The next era belongs to the 5th Emperor Lu Yu. Hurry up and spread this big news to the world. Sabo DD Live Square, by the light of outdoor anchor, Buggy. The reporters and onlookers gathered here were finally able to see the development of the battle at the top again. Whitebeard's assassination was certainly shocking. However, the changing times and the change of the world's strongest position are even more shocking. The huge Sabo DD Live Square was bustling with activity. The much-anticipated top battlefield. Just when all the people were shocked and stunned by the new strongest era. A new era? The new world's strongest? Stop kidding. I will shatter your so-called new era. Admiral Akainu's cold shout exploded beneath the headquarters sky. The surging magma spread across the square like raging waves in the sea. Daddy, Mal yelled. With a mid-air kick, Squire, who had fallen into the abyss of despair, was kicked to a safe area. Then, together with Joes and others, he escorted Whitebeard out of the hot lava land. Admiral Akainu didn't care about this. Now that Lu Yu has arrived, his hunting target has changed. Whitebeard, who is old, weak, injured, and has lost an arm, is no longer a concern. If the Marines want to win this war, they also need to deal with Lu Yu, the real troublemaker. Both Aokiji and Garp were defeated. Now it's his turn to take over. Don't worry, your efforts won't be in vain. I will take the head of this monster. Admiral Akainu whispered confidently, a cold glint in his eyes. He has absolute confidence in his strongest offensive element, magma. If Lu Yu used the power of thunder and lightning, he would be able to fight him. However, after the battle with Garp, Akainu firmly believes that Lu Yu's lightning power is running low. If fire were used, it would be even better. After all, his magma is a supreme existence. Even fire will be burned out by his magma, think of this. Admiral Akainu's angular, square face showed even more confidence. A thought came to my mind. The magma doghead that was originally solidified by the high-level armament hockey melted. Then it climbed up Lu Yu's arm like a stream of water. In an instant, Lu Yu's right arm and half of his exposed upper body were covered by lava. Mr. Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu. Looking at Lu Yu, who was wrapped in magma, Marco, Joes and others couldn't help but widen their eyes and lost their voices in horror. On the other hand, the people on the marine side all had hope on their faces. Lord Lu Yu. On the dragon head ship, Robin's pretty face suddenly turned pale. I felt infinite panic in my heart. Wait, don't worry yet, little Robin. Your Mr. Lu Yu won't just fall down without doing anything. Shocky kept comforting him. He defeated Garp, the strongest man in the world. Besides, don't forget that he himself is also playing with fire. If my guess is correct, the magma of Admiral Akainu is probably restrained by Lu Yu just like Kizaru. Rayleigh took a deep breath and spoke with certainty. The facts were just as Rayleigh had guessed. Lu Yu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic was passed down to the Fire Dragon King Ignil in the fairy tale world. Dragon King Iganelu is the pinnacle of all fire dragons. Anything related to fire is under his control. Things like taking lava baths are no problem at all. Now, Lu Yu, who perfectly inherited the power of the Fire Dragon King, should naturally do the same. Admiral Akainu is proud of the magma that is hot enough to burn with fire. It couldn't cause any harm to Lu Yu at all. At this temperature, it's not hot enough for Lu Yu to take a bath. However, he was concerned that his strongest attack could not cause Lu Yu to lose blood. Admiral Heshi, immersed in his confidence, had not noticed it yet. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, your era is coming to an end before it even begins. That's the funniest joke ever, Admiral Akainu sneered. Roar. Lu Yu, whose half-body was covered by magma, remained calm. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Admiral Akainu as if he were an idiot. Noticed Lu Yu's subtle gaze. Admiral Akainu's heart skipped a beat and he was completely stunned. He finally realized something was wrong. It was obvious that Lu Yu was almost completely enveloped by his magma and was about to be burned into charcoal. However, the expression on Lu Yu's face never changed from beginning to end. It seemed that the burning from the magma did not cause him any pain at all. How is this possible? Could it be that this monster has no sense of pain? Admiral Akainu thought with some horror. At the same time, he vaguely felt that the loss of his own strength seemed to be faster. Admiral Akainu, is this the extent of your magma abilities that you're so proud of? This level of magma, even if I were to take a bath in it, it still wouldn't be hot enough. Lu Yu shook his head calmly and disappointedly, as soon as these words came out. The whole audience's eyes and jaws dropped in shock. Chapter 78. Akainu is powerless. This is all your magma is? It's not even hot enough for me to take a bath in? There was a teasing arc on Lu Yu's lips, as soon as these words were spoken. The whole audience fell silent for a moment, whether it is the marine elites or the pirates of the white group. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost on their face. My jaw dropped to the ground in shock. Even his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Lava bath. Not enough. Is this what a human being would say? That's magma, one of the most terrifying elements in the world. For ordinary people, the consequences are either death or disability. Especially the magma, which is controlled by the monstrous Admiral Akainu. Its horror is even worse than ordinary natural magma. That terrifying dark hound hits people and punches a hole with each punch. It's no joke. Even Kaido's dragon body or Big Mom's steel balloon. If you are hit directly by Akainu's dog-gnawing red lotus, your stomach will inevitably be whole. This shows how terrifying its magma power is, but now. Lu Yu, whose body was almost covered by magma, was still so relaxed. Not only was there no trace of pain on his face, but there was even a hint of enjoyment. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, is he really a human? Admiral Substitute Momosagi Gion stared with her beautiful eyes, clenched her pink fists tightly, and was shocked to the extreme. He was well aware of the power of Admiral Akainu. If even Akainu cannot defeat Lu Yu, and is even defeated. So is their marine going to be defeated by just one person today? This is simply an impossible myth. However, we are now very close to the birth of a mythical miracle. Don't get carried away. No matter what you say, it won't change the fact that I caught you. I'm going to leave you speechless, Admiral Akainu shouted. Dispel the ominous feeling in your heart. He did not hesitate to increase the output power of the magma ability to the limit. Clusters of deep red flames rose from the surface of the magma, which was originally a high-temperature fluid. Feeling the increasingly rich flame energy enveloping himself. The smile on Lu Yu's face became even brighter. In this battlefield, except Ace and Kizaru. Akainu's magma can also provide him with a source of strength. It's just that there are too many impurities in Akainu's magma. The essence of magma is various crystals melted at high temperatures. If you eat this in one bite, it would take up half of the periodic table. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Yu definitely doesn't want to eat dirt. As long as the flames and high temperature energy in the magma are absorbed. So from the beginning, Lu Yu never resisted at all. He just calmly let the magma of Admiral Akainu submerge his body, silently absorbing strength. The effect is remarkable. Damn it. B*******D 5th Emperor, I wonder how long you can keep laughing. Admiral Akainu gritted his teeth. A rain of magma rushed out from the ground of the square, completely covering and submerging Lu Yu's entire body. His entire body was immersed in the boiling and bubbling magma ball. And more magma flowed out from Admiral Akainu, layer after layer of magma attached to the magma ball. It's like the planetary devastation technique from the Hokage world next door. But compared to the main seal next door, Akainu's magma star is mainly for destruction. Dad, it doesn't look good if we continue like this. Marco said anxiously. No, don't panic. Liu Yu never does anything without confidence. He must have his own reasons for not resisting. Whitebeard spoke firmly. Ha 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 ha, Captain Liu Yu, what surprise do you want to bring to the world this time? Above the sky, Golden Lion Shiki grinned, full of confidence in Liu Yu's unexpectedness. Really, that's so scary, that man-eating monster, is he going to eat Sakazuki this time? Admiral Kizaru pouted and spoke weakly. Damn it, it's gotta be fine. Sakazuki's magma can even devour flames. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku clenched his fists nervously. Saying it's okay, but I have no idea at all. After all, Liu Yu is the strongest person who even Garp cannot defeat. How could such a monster be burned to ashes by magma without any resistance? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Go to the battlefield. As Liu Yu was swallowed by Admiral Akainu's magma star. The fierce fighting on the entire battlefield came to a halt. Both the Marines and the pirates cast anxious and concerned glances at the terrifying, ever-expanding magma ball. Freak, I don't believe I can't burn you to death. Shion became furious and sat cross-legged on the ground like a Yakushi practitioner. The body and mind transform physical strength into magma and continue to output with all their strength. I don't know how much time has passed. The hot magma ball was over 100 meters in diameter. The environment at its center is not much different from the core of the Earth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, how is it, 5th Emperor Liu Yu? You're going to die this time, Admiral Akainu was breathing heavily. Even for him, after condensing such a terrifying magma ball, his physical strength was consumed enormously and he was almost drained. Compared to the previous battle with Whitebeard, the current consumption is more than 10 times greater. However, he didn't care about his own consumption at all. At this moment, Akainu's eyes were shining with excitement and confidence. He firmly believed that no matter who it was, no one could remain unharmed from his move. Led by Admiral Akainu, the expressions of Marines' people gradually became excited. Cheers of early celebration echoed everywhere. But at this moment, suddenly, Admiral Akainu's expression changed and his smile froze. He felt a terrifying tearing force from nowhere, squeezing his body with the power to drain all his strength. He had clearly stopped releasing his abilities, however, the body is unconsciously elementalized. Streams of magma continued to flow towards the huge sphere. Isn't that monster still dead? He's absorbing my magma? Finally, Admiral Akainu realized this most critical problem later. Almost without hesitation, under the puzzled gaze of the Marines, Admiral Akainu severed his connection with the magma ball and retreated hundreds of meters. Sakazuki Admiral, Mr. Sakazuki, what on earth? The Marines were about to ask. Next second, people were shocked to find that the huge sphere with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly shook violently. The sphere rotates. To be more precise, it is the power of flame and high temperature contained in the magma that is spinning. It transformed into a huge flame Uzumaki and penetrated into the densely packed volcanic rock holes on the sphere. Wait until everything calms down. The terrifying high temperature that enveloped the headquarters gradually subsided. The light of magma and flames completely disappeared. What comes into view is a huge rock ball with a diameter of 100 meters. It is a volcanic rock product formed by the cooling of magma. What the hell is going on? This has never happened before. Why did Sakazuki Admiral's magma turn into stone? The Marines screamed in shock, with expressions of disbelief and incredulity on their faces. I couldn't comprehend the changes I was seeing. Admiral Akainu's B*****D lava is extinguished. This. Could this also be done by 5th Emperor Liu Yu? Mr. Liu Yu is still alive, he must still be alive. Urko, Joes and other white group pirates were also shocked. Whitebeard's pale golden eyes gleamed slightly. Having recovered from the pain of a broken arm, he raised his left arm. You need to use the power of shock fruit to break the volcanic rock ball. However, before he could make any move, next second, there was a slight click sound. A huge crack runs across the entire sphere. Then there was a continuous crackling sound, under the shocked gazes of tens of thousands of people inside and outside the battlefield. A volcanic rock ball with a diameter of 100 meters exploded. A pair of flaming dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun stretched out from it. Thank you for the treat, Admiral Red Dog. Chapter 79 Sengoku takes action. A roar as if the heaven and earth were collapsing exploded in the sky. It was the explosion of a volcanic rock ball with a diameter of over 100 meters. Countless large and small pieces of gravel flew around like cannonballs. Among the stones in the sky, the raging flames burned down the void. A pair of flaming dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun spread out. The terrifying dragon's might was so overwhelming that both the Marines and the pirates were terrified. 5 Emperors Liu Yu, that 5th Emperor, is still alive. More than alive, seems to be stronger than before. What on earth is going on? What on earth did he do? Everywhere on the battlefield, whether it is the Marine or the pirates of the White Group. At this moment, looking at the dragon wings that covered the sky, everyone could not help but be shocked, horrified, speechless, and screaming. I couldn't believe my eyes, even though he had been burned by Ultimate's terrifying magma cage for such a long time. Not only did Lu Yu not suffer any harm, the power emanating from his body became even stronger. All the fatigue and injuries accumulated from the previous battles with Admiral Aokiji and the hero Garp, two top marines, seemed to have been swept away, and his spirits were revitalized. This was a result no one had expected. Wait a moment, the Five Emperor said. Thank you for the hospitality. Plus the disappearance of the high temperature of the flames on the Sakazuki Admiral magma. He couldn't possibly be using the Admiral's magma to recover. A marine with a quick mind figured out the key to the problem. The words fell. The entire battlefield on the top was quiet again. Yes, that must be it. Marco, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, nodded confidently and excitedly. The power of fire and lightning are food for Lord Lu Yu. He's a man who can eat fire and become stronger. We always thought it was magma, but we never thought there was fire in the magma. When the flames and high temperatures are completely absorbed, the magma becomes stone like this. No wonder Mr. Lu Yu did nothing before and let the he-dog do whatever it wanted. That's what feelings are for. Ha 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 ha. You're truly worthy of being called His Excellency the 5th Emperor. Joes, Beasta and others who had witnessed Lu Yu swallowing Big Mom's ultimate move of thunder and fire began to analyze the situation one after another. When you know all the roots and causes, it was confirmed that Admiral Akainu's previous efforts had not hurt Lu Yu. So it replenished his strength. The Marines on the entire battlefield were stunned. Marshal Sengoku on the execution platform was stunned. Admiral Akainu himself was dumbfounded beyond belief. My heart was like a turmoil, and I cursed inwardly. He never expected it. A devastating offensive with all his might. Instead, it becomes nutrients for the enemy's recovery. He single-handedly brought down the desperate efforts of Aokiji and Garp. Think of this. I thought that one day I would become a bad teammate. Endless rage welled up in Admiral Akainu's heart, like a volcanic eruption. His body trembled uncontrollably due to anger. Ha 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 ha. Serves you right, Marines. Can you still laugh now, Marine? I told you guys it was too early, and you, Marine Admiral Red Dog, right? You're such a great helper to us. Yes, thank you for helping Mr. Lu Yu recover. So, all the efforts of Aokiji and Garp have been wasted, right? Akainu, Chimo, I never thought you'd become a stupid teammate one day. You deserve it. This is what happens when you deceive Squar and frame your father. Seeing Admiral Haru's embarrassing state, the white pirates mercilessly ridiculed him. After the pirates reminded them, the Marines looked at Akainu differently. Because what the pirates said was indeed true, Admiral Akainu, who has always been the most reliable player in their Marine team, has really become a pig teammate this time. All the efforts made by Aokiji and Garp were wasted. Ha 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 ha, you really are worthy of being Captain Lu Yu. Sengoku, what's up? Are you scared? Golden Lion Shiki folded his arms and looked calmly at Marshal Sengoku, who was on the execution platform with a livid face and almost exploded with anger. For the Golden Lion Shiki's clamor. At this moment, Marshal Sengoku no longer had the time to care. He originally thought that Admiral Akainu's magma ability would be the key for their marine to capture Lu Yu. Unexpectedly, it ended up helping Lu Yu. In front of Lu Yu, who is immune to the high temperature of magma and can swallow the flames for his own use. Admiral Akainu's high temperature magma has lost its meaning. In terms of compatibility, it's even worse than Aokiji, who is restrained by fire. You can say that, facing Akainu, Lu Yu was born invincible. How can we fight this? Mr. Sengoku, I already told you. That guy can eat people, now you should finally believe it. Now Sakazuki has been eaten too. Admiral Kizaru leisurely landed back on the execution platform and said with a pout. Borsellino Sengoku glared at Admiral Kizaru, who was making sarcastic remarks with a murderous look. There's no point glaring at me, Mr. Sengoku. Hurry up and let Sakazuki come back. We can't continue to be his nutrient. Admiral Kizaru said seriously, you go and hold him back. Sengoku rode. No, I am also a nutrient. Admiral Kizaru waved his hands repeatedly. Sengoku wasn't surprised by Kizaru's answer. In fact, he had already made up his mind. Right now, he is the only one who can fight against Lu Yu on this battlefield. Sengoku Shaoju threw away the cloak of justice that he had failed to get rid of last time and was about to attack. However, raging, the magma under the naval headquarters Akainu led to the ground breaking through. Forming a terrifying lava wave, that was Admiral Akainu getting angry. Damn it, shut up everyone. I will take the head of 5th Emperor Lu Yu. Admiral Akainu roared angrily. Two lava tsunamis rushed towards the pirates. Under the hot natural disaster lava tsunami, even the New World Pirates captains are ants. No power to resist. Just when the pirates were about to be swallowed by the magma. Above the sky, Lu Yu, carrying the wings of a fire dragon, opened his mouth and sucked in suddenly. Next second, the shocking scene happened again. The terrifying lava tsunami solidified into a volcanic rock wall. All the hot ingredients in it fell into Lu Yu's mouth and became his strength. The power of fire was transformed into the power of thunder and lightning, like a trickle of water, filling the Thunder Lake. It's not even close to enough. Lu Yu licked the corner of his mouth.
Looking at Admiral Akainu not far away is like looking at delicious food.
The wool will be plucked from you. Walla! The sound of wind and thunder exploded between heaven and earth. The flame dragon king behind Lu Yu spread his wings, stirring up an unparalleled howling gale. The strong wind carried Lu Yu's figure away. In an instant, he arrived in front of Admiral Akainu. Throw a punch. Akainu's dog head was blown up. It turned into magma droplets splashing everywhere. Regarding this, Lu Yu was not at all surprised or dissatisfied. Because that was his original purpose. The fist that had penetrated Inigo's head clenched. The color of the magma elementalized dog gradually dimmed. I felt the flame power in my body was being lost continuously. Even the calm Akainu couldn't help but panic at this moment, his face turned completely horrified. Abandon your original body. Akainu reassembled himself about 10 feet away. He swung his right hand fiercely. His special move, dog-gnawing red lotus, exploded again. A ferocious dog head shaped like magma roared and rushed out. The dog's head is also covered with the highest level armament haki, which is powerful enough to destroy the inside. With this single blow, Admiral Akainu ripped open countless pirates' bellies. I don't know how many pirates were killed, but right now, with Lu Yu as his opponent, he was destined to fail. Facing the ferocious dog head, Lu Yu did not dodge but punched out. The surging golden red flames engulfed the entire dog-headed arm. The moment of turning back, the magma dog head with high temperature and penetrating power has now become only cooled volcanic rock. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. After trying various absorption methods, now Lu Yu has mastered how to absorb the high temperature of the flames in the magma for his own use. Admiral Akainu, is this the extent of your magma? Let me enjoy it a little longer. Lu Yu Hockey's grin. While smashing the dog head volcanic rock, he advanced again. A punch to the face of Akainu. Akainu's real body spun and flew backwards for more than 10 meters under Lu Yu's fist. Lu Yu, who did not have armament haki, knocked Akainu away with a physical attack. The reason for this is naturally Akainu, he is not elemental. Or rather, he didn't dare to transform into an element again. However, without the terrifying magma power enhancement, what else can Admiral Akainu use to fight against the Emperor standing at the top of the ocean? Haha, Admiral Red Dog, you'll suffer if you transform into an element. Lu Yu kindly reminded. Shut up, you be ******D. Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is the Admiral. Ah, damn it. With a roar, Admiral Akainu was hit on the chin by Lu Yu's rising dragon punch and flew into the sky. If it were the original situation, he could have dodged it by using his observation haki and the 6 styles. However, he lost his composure and his observation skills were not very good. Having always relied on the high temperature and explosive properties of magma and never dodging it, he was also unfamiliar with marine 6 styles.
At this moment when magma power is suddenly restricted,
he was unable to organize an effective attack and defense for a while.
So, a scene rarely seen in 1,000 years ensued.
Under the collective gaze of tens of thousands of eyes on the battlefield above. Under the live broadcast of the video Den Mushi in Buggy's hand. Lu Yu mercilessly beat up Admiral Akainu, the highest-ranking marine. A punch sent to the sky. 1 foot landed. Unequal complete fall. Lu Yu used teleportation to the path that Akainu had to take to land. Another punch to the sky. This scene made all the marines hold their breath in fear. This is not a confrontation, it's just a one-sided crushing and beating. The beating of Admiral continues just like that, the sky fell.
Go up again, fall again. This was repeated countless times.
Until. Enough. A loud shout like a huge bell exploded from behind Lu Yu.
What followed was an unparalleled shock wave of terror. It was a giant Buddha on Earth with brilliant golden light.
Marshal Sengoku of the Naval Headquarters, the user of the Zone Human Fruit's Great Buddha form, has finally taken action.
Chapter 80. Fighting 2 generals alone. When, it was like the sound of a huge bell. Another example is the ancient Buddha chanting in Zen.
Awakening. Deeply rooted in people's hearts, the battlefield above suddenly shone with golden light. The light was so bright that it illuminated the entire venue. That is the ability of Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku. Zone's Human Fruit's mythical beast-type Buddha form erupted in full force at this moment. Marshal Sengoku demonstrated his powerful abilities for the first time on this battlefield. As soon as he made a move, he shocked the whole audience. Under the sudden attack of Marshal Sengoku, Lu Yu, who was immersed in the joy of beating Admiral Akainu, was unable to react.
He was hit by Marshal Sengoku's shockwave. The body flew dozens or hundreds of meters.
Walala, the Flame Dragon King spread his wings, helping Lu Yu to stabilize his body. However, the terrifying Buddha shockwave still raged in Lu Yu's body. In the end, Lu Yu's throat even felt sweet, with drops of bloodline flowing from the corners of his mouth. This shows how terrifying the power of Marshal Sengoku's attack is. Not under the heroic Garp's meteoric iron fist. A giant Buddha attack wrapped in Conqueror's haki? As expected of a marshal? Lu Yu raised his hand to wipe the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and grinned. In the power system of the pirate's world, Conqueror's Haki plays a very important role. Observation Haki, which can sense movements and even predict the future. Armament Haki that can be armed, strengthened, released externally, and even destroyed internally. And Conqueror's Haki, which awakens only once in a million people. Among Conqueror's Haki, both Armament Haki and Observation Haki can be acquired through practice. Only the most special Conqueror's Haki can only be innate and cannot be learned or strengthened through practice. Shang knew the importance of Conqueror's Haki in the pirate's world. It was just that his misjudgment on the island had caused him to never consider similar practice. Furthermore, even if one wants to practice, it is difficult to start from scratch. Until now, he no longer needed Conqueror's Haki. The perception of sight and hearing can be replaced by mind-reading magic. Armament color enhancement? He doesn't need strengthening either. The physique strengthened by the superposition of multiple dragon-slaying powers is terrifying enough. As for the most important Logia capture, it is naturally of no use. Just directly launch a large-scale elemental bombardment. Only the most special Conqueror's Haki, even the might of a giant dragon, cannot replace it. The basic function of Conqueror's Haki is to clear large areas of enemies. In this regard, Long Wei can only have a deterrent effect. Secondly, few people know about it. Conqueror's Haki has a second, more advanced use. Just like Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki can also be used to entangle and attack from a distance. However, across the entire ocean, there are only a handful of people who can master Conqueror's entanglement. Roger Whitebeard of the previous era could do it, but Golden Lion Shiki couldn't. The red hair of this era is known as the most powerful and domineering. Kaido of the Beast's signature move, Thunderous 8 Trigrams, is only as devastating as Conqueror's entanglement. As for Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, she is a natural at Conqueror's entanglement. The last big Wano-kuni incident, after fighting with Charlotte Linlin, Lu Yu finally understood the reason for her iron ball body. It is because Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki is constantly released on its own, wrapping around her body. Except for the pirates on the sea, the same Conqueror's entanglement master is also available in marine. It's not the hero Garp, it was none other than Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, who possesses justice that reigns supreme. The strength of Conqueror's Haki, who is like an emperor traveling and ruling the world, should not be underestimated. Combined with the ability of the mythical beast Buddha. Even Lu Yu's dragon body couldn't withstand the sudden attack and spit out blood. But that's all. In this world, no one can kill Lu Yu instantly with one blow. Lu Yu had already endured similar Conqueror's Haki entanglement attacks many times in his battles with Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom. A moment of breathing. Lu Yu's fluctuating breath calmed down. His expression returned to calm and he looked at the big Buddha not far away with a smile. For Sengoku's sudden sneak attack, he had no dissatisfaction or complaints. Because this is war. But Lu Yu didn't care, but it was impossible for the Whitebeard pirates to remain silent. That's truly despicable, Marine Marshal. You actually launched a sneak attack from behind. Do you still consider yourself a Marine Marshal? Is this the only trick you Marines can pull? First he tricked Schoolyard into assassinating Dad, and now he's attacking Mr. Lu Yu. It's really shameless. All kinds of trash talk and criticism flooded towards Marshal Sengoku. Trash talk about the pirates. Marshal Sengoku, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything and automatically filtered it out. He landed beside the bruised Admiral Akainu. Sakazuki, are you okay? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Ahem. Admiral Akainu coughed up blood and shook his head slightly. Yin Wu's swollen and narrowed eyes just stared at Lu Yu without blinking. Your magma ability has no effect on that monster, now I will take over. Just go ahead and deal with Whitebeard, Sengoku rode. Yes, Admiral Akainu had no choice but to accept the order even though he was reluctant. He had to admit that he couldn't even use 1/10 of his strength against Lu Yu. You can only be beaten unilaterally and unhappily. Even if he forced himself to join in, it wouldn't help Sengoku at all.
You even have to become a bad teammate. Wait a moment.
Just as Admiral Akainu was about to retreat, Lu Yu finally spoke again. Admiral Red Dog, who gave you permission to leave? Who allowed you to decide the matchups on your own? Since you're here, whether it's one or two, I'll take them all. Lu Yu's voice was like thunder, exploding in the sky. One sound covers another. Haki is fully revealed in his words. The people on the battlefield all looked stern. What does that 5 emperors mean? Are you planning to fight 2 of them alone? How could they do that? They're Marshal Sengoku and Admiral Akainu. No, if it's that man, maybe it's possible. It's not just possible, it's very likely. Hurry up and act. Following the defeat of the hero Garp, there's another shocking news coming.
Reporters from major news agencies at the Sabayati Islands live broadcast plaza were shocked and amazed, preparing for big news that would shock the world.
Go to the battlefield. Admiral Akainu's steps stopped with Lu Yu's domineering declaration of war. Anger flashed across his swollen face. Retreat, Sakazuki. Sengoku shouted. What's wrong? Marshal Sengoku, are you scared?
If you're really scared, I can just let you take care of yourself.
I won't absorb the Red Dog's magma in the next battle, okay? I'm tired of playing anyway, Lu Yu grinned easily. Hearing this, Sengoku and Akainu exchanged glances, both expressing their intentions. Although the pirate's words are not credible, the words of someone of Lu Yu's status are naturally credible. At least at first, he should comply. The union of two admiral-level powerhouses is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If Sengoku were alone, he would not have the slightest confidence in defeating Lu Yu. But if Akainu, who is not suppressed, is added, the two will explode together. Maybe we can capture him before Lu Yu can react. We might be able to win this battle. Sengoku and Akainu looked at each other again and nodded. That's right. Lu Yu smiled. Until now, he defeated Ching Nan in Flame Dragon King mode. Defeated Garp in Thunder Dragon King mode. Now it's the turn of the Thunder Flame Dragon King to appear on the stage. For this, just one admiral is not enough. At least two admiral-level warriors are needed to be worthy of the Thunder Flame Dragon King. The battle position was readjusted. Marshal Sengoku and Admiral Akainu's aura merged with each other and pointed directly at Lu Yu. A battle between one emperor and two generals took shape. Until this time, the other people on the battlefield finally realized that Lu Yu was not joking. He really wanted to fight against the Marine Marshal and Admiral at the same time by himself. This. No matter how you look at it, this is too impulsive. Is Lord Lu Yu serious? Marco was anxious. It's fine to fight two at once, but why do you have to publicly promise to seal the means against Akainu? Xiao Zi and the others were all puzzled. Ha, you really are worthy of being Captain Lu Yu. The golden lion Shiki in the sky was not worried at all. He has absolute confidence in Lu Yu. Since Lu Yu dared to say that, it must be true. We can just wait and see. Rayleigh and Shocky nodded in unison. Robin nodded slightly and clenched his fists. My palms were filled with sweat from nervousness. Fu. The interesting and shocking showdown is about to begin again. One emperor versus two generals. What other cards does that man have up his sleeve? Shichibukai Doflamingo laughed uncontrollably. This is the strength of Shinichi, the strongest man in the world. It's really hockey, ha. The Demon King Ivankov screamed. After defeating the admiral and the hero in quick succession, now you have to face both the marshal and the admiral simultaneously. Do you have the strength to do this, or will it be your own destruction? Crocodile looked serious. Dad, what are you going to do? Dad, your injury. Surrounded by the captain and the ship's doctors, Whitebeard took a deep breath and stood up. Regardless of his son's objections, the aura of the fourth strongest person exploded on the headquarters battlefield. Kulalalala, Lu Yu, Whitebeard laughed and spoke. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Yu. Whitebeard, this is a fight I started, it has nothing to do with you. Lu Yu said. No buts, just sit back and watch. Or go do your own thing. You haven't achieved the purpose of coming here yet. Lu Yu spoke in a decisive tone. Whitebeard and the others were all stunned. If Lu Yu hadn't reminded them, they would have almost forgotten that the main purpose of this trip was to rescue Ace. Dad, what should I do? Marco asked. Never mind, let him be. Let's go rescue Ace first. Whitebeard smiled wryly and shook his head, making a decision. The stagnant battlefield situation once again became tense. Are you ready for defeat, Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Red Dog? A wild smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. His hands were open. The left wing of the flame dragon behind him suddenly changed. One after another, golden lightning patterns appeared instead of flames. Thunder Flame Dragon King mode, on, hold head high, Chapter 81 Crushing. Go to the battlefield. The war resumed. After understanding Lu Yu's determination, Whitebeard did not force it anymore. I just silently kept in mind the favor. Then he took Marco and other captains straight to the execution platform to rescue Ace. To this, Sengoku knew it, but he could do nothing about it. Because at this moment he was facing the most terrifying opponent on the battlefield. As for the direction of the execution platform, it can only be entrusted to Admiral Kizaru. Whether we can hold on to it or not, we can only leave it to fate for now. At the same time, on the execution platform, looking at the Whitebeard pirates coming at us aggressively, Admiral Kizaru did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Admiral Aokiji and the hero Garp have fought to the point of exhaustion and death. Admiral Akainu and Marshal Sengoku now held off the most terrifying man-eating monster. As the last and strongest combat force of Marine, he naturally couldn't just sit there and do nothing anymore. You must give it your all. Brilliant golden lasers illuminate the battlefield. Admiral Kizaru and the pacifists gathered at the foot of the execution platform fired lasers to stop the White Brigade.
The terrifyingly powerful laser is enough to easily defeat ordinary pirates. But it doesn't have much effect on big pirates like Whitebeard.
Even if seriously injured and sick, even if there is only one arm left, Whitebeard's posture remains peerless. The supreme and fast sword Kongyanchi spread with unparalleled vibration, knocking away all obstacles along the way. Even Admiral Candidate Guion was sent flying by Whitebeard's vibration. Not long. The main force of the Whitebeard pirates has already been beaten to the execution platform. Raging, a red line of fire swept over at a rate of speed. Ace, we're here to greet you. Marco grinned. Marco. Ace's eyes turned red. The one who looks like a pineapple. Luffy, with a bruised face and nose, is still out of touch.
Without waiting for Marco to correct him. Next second.
Terrible pressure is coming. I'm also a Marine Admiral, please don't ignore me. Admiral Kizaru raised his long legs. Speed is weight.
The words fell. Admiral Kizaru kicked Marco at the speed of light.
With one kick, he was kicked hundreds of feet away. Yasukani no Magatama, Admiral Kizaru, who doesn't slack off, uses his ultimate move again.
The terrifying lasers fell like raindrops, covering the main force of the white group under the execution platform.
Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, do you need any help? Admiral Kizaru's eyelids jumped to the golden lion's laughter from high above.
Hulalalala, no need. Whitebeard's heroic laughter could be heard amidst the smoke and dust of the explosion.
The blade of the supreme sword, Kamyankiri, cut through the void.
The white shock wave spread, detonating countless lasers.
The remaining waves fell on the execution platform. With a loud bang, the execution platform collapsed. The rescue operation is still ongoing, compared to the chaos of smoke and flames in other places. A corner of the square about 800 meters away from the execution platform.
At this moment, there was dead silence. Invisibly.
It was as if there was some kind of horrific and unspeakable field, covering the area, transforming it into a forbidden area. Whether it is the marine elites or the pirates of the New World. They all hurriedly retreated to other areas, not daring to get any closer. This is the place where a shocking showdown between one emperor and two generals takes place. This is the battlefield between Liu Yu, Sengoku and Akainu. The battle has not yet officially begun. The sky changed color. Marshal Sengoku, in his true form as the War Buddha, clasped his hands together. There was a golden light shining between heaven and earth. It seemed as if a huge bell sound was echoing in the sky. Marshal Sengoku slowly opened his clasped hands. The colored lines between the 10 fingers exude a terrifying aura. That's the winding and drawing effect of Conqueror's Haki. You asked for this. If you die later, don't complain. Admiral Akainu's mouth, swollen like a sausage, opened and closed with difficulty, and hatred flashed in his eyes. He stomped his right foot down hard. The boiling hot magma rushed up behind him. A magma river is thrusting deep beneath the naval headquarters. It surged along cracks of all sizes. The golden light of the Buddha and the terrifying lava tide occupied half of the sky, pressing towards the fiery red sky on the other side. Under the pressure of the two admirals, even the Flame Dragon King mode is a little insufficient. However, the expression on Liu Yu's face did not change at all from beginning to end. An inconspicuous flash of golden lightning passed by. Immediately following, boom, the thunder was earth-shaking. The dark thunderclouds came again. It has not spread out fully. It only covered the sky on Liu Yu's left-hand side. I don't know when. The dragon wings behind Chi change. The flames on the left receded. Instead, golden lightning patterns appeared. Marshal Sengoku's pupils suddenly contracted. I am not unfamiliar with this thunder-patterned dragon wing. Liu Yu, who had previously defeated Garp, was carrying the thunder-patterned dragon wings. Can his power still be integrated? Sengoku was horrified and guessed the horrible truth. The answer is correct, but unfortunately there is no reward. Liu Yu grinned wildly. Hold head high. Roar. It seemed as if the roar of a giant dragon was shaking the heaven and earth. Behind Liu Yu, the Fire Dragon King surrounded by flames and the Thunder Dragon King flashing with thunder roared over. They intertwined with each other and finally merged behind Liu Yu. The half on the right is the Flame Dragon King. The left half is the Thunder Dragon King. On the right is the red flame of the Fire Dragon. On the left is the golden thunder of the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Flame Dragon King mode has officially appeared. The sky is divided into 4 parts at this moment. Even if you are alone, Liu Yu's momentum is still not weaker than Sengoku and Akainu. The roar of the Thunder and Fire Dragon Kings crush back with great force. Let's get started. Fight, Liu Yu waved provocatively. Don't get carried away, Admiral Akainu roared, his body bathed in magma. Great eruption. The elemental right hand suddenly swung out. The magma fist surges against the wind. In an instant, it turned into the size of a house and fell towards where Liu Yu was. Liu Yu's expression remained unchanged. Lei Yan flapped his wings. Between steps, the sky and earth were filled with thunder and lightning. Liu Yu did not dodge or evade. He clenched his fist, which was flashing with fire and thunder, and took the initiative to meet the heavy lava punch. Boom. Rumble. A double critical strike of fire and thunder. A terrifying power shockwave surge. Admiral Hidog's full-strength great eruption was completely suppressed. Burst. Akainu roared again. The huge lava fist exploded. It transformed into countless fireballs and scattered throughout the naval headquarters. What a stupid trick. Liu Yu chuckled. Ignore the fire meteors flying all over the sky. The thunder and flame wings behind him were like 2 heavenly swords. He forcefully cut through all the lava blocks along the way and went straight to the admiral he hound. A fist shining with the colors of thunder and fire fell on Admiral Akainu's head. Don't even think about it, Sengoku shouted. The lightning-fast Liu Yu was successfully captured with the powerful observation haki. The raised Buddha's palm slammed down fiercely. The shockwave of the big Buddha and the drawing of the domineering haki came out at the same time, and Liu Yu's back fell. Liu Yu turned around instantly and used the punch originally intended for Akainu to counter Sengoku's Conqueror's shockwave. Dog bites Red Lotus. Take advantage of this opportunity. Admiral Akainu mercilessly shot the lava dog head at Liu Yu's back. Liu Yu is naturally immune to the high temperature and high explosion of magma. However, the impact of the advanced armed color still made Lu Yu stagger and fly dozens of meters, with a dull pain in his back. That's the momentum, Sakazuki. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Sengoku roared, displaying agility that is totally inconsistent with its huge body.
He caught up with Lu Yu on moonwalk, raising the Buddha palm high.
Conqueror's shockwave exploded again. It was about to deal a heavy blow to Lu Yu, who was not yet stable. The same trick won't work on me, Lu Yu grinned.
Also counter with fists. The difference is that this time the golden thunder and golden red flames on his fist are particularly bright.
It was as if two mini dragon kings were roaring among the Uzumaki of thunder and fire. Thunder, flame, dragon, king, collapse, fist. Boom. The world came to a brief standstill at this moment. Everything around the two of them seemed to slow down. Kaka, the already battered ground of naval headquarters cracked open again, a huge hole that almost ran across the headquarters. A blinding white impact light burst forth, dazzling like a small sun right in front of you. Circles of white shockwaves spread out in all directions with Lu Yu and the other person as the center. The thick clouds in the sky rolled violently. Finally, a huge crack appeared in the middle, like a scar in the sky. The heated confrontation did not last long. Sengoku's Buddha face flickered with ferocity and horror. His eyes were wide open, but his pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, his big Buddha shockwave and domineering release were directly defeated by Lu Yu. The Thunder Flame Dragon King's fist roared and landed on his palm. The click sound started again, but this time, it was Marshal Sengoku's metacarpal bones, arm bones, and shoulder bones that were broken. The Thunder Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, the combined Thunder and Fire Dragon King mode is already a level above Admiral. It's like the overwhelming power gap between the four emperors and their vice-emperors. In a head-on collision, Sengoku's domineering shockwave was able to hold out for a moment, which was enough to be proud of. Ah! With a loud cry, Buddha Sengoku vomited blood and flew backwards. The Marines were startled and screamed, "Dark Hound." Iron-blooded Admiral Hiken didn't care about Sengoku's situation. Choose to seize the opportunity created by Sengoku. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Yu was stiff in the fist. The explosive armed-colored magma flow shot towards Lu Yu again. However, it was a miss. There was a flash of lightning in the sky. Lu Yu used the Thunder Dragon King's wings on the left to forcefully cut through Akainu's armed lava flow. Then his entire body was split into two. That's not all. Lu Yu flapped his wings, the fusion of thunder and fire. It transformed into a thunder and firestorm that stretched from heaven to earth and swallowed up Admiral Akainu's elemental body. Even Logia was completely unable to withstand the dual violent power of thunder and fire. It's not over yet, even if all the bones in his right arm were broken. Marshal Sengoku still didn't give up, trying hard to maintain the true form of the War Buddha. The left hand waved the Buddha palm. With a powerful and domineering attack, Lu Yu was pressed down. "You are still far from me now," Lu Yu spoke softly. He mercilessly launched another full-strength attack from the Thunderflame Dragon King. Click, 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 Daibutsu Sengoku's left arm was broken again. And this time, even the flesh and blood exploded under the power of thunder, and were charred by the burning of flames. "Mr. Sengoku, that's enough. Stop fighting, we've already lost. That 5 Emperor is simply not a being that humans can defeat. If you keep going like this, you'll really die." Marine elites across the battlefield screamed in despair. Previously, they were confident in the combination of Marshal and Admiral. He believed that no one could defeat the combined strength of the two admirals. The situation will only be one-sided. Even the terrifying 5th Emperor Lu Yu will be beaten and defeated quickly. But fantasy is beautiful. However, reality once again taught them a cruel lesson. The battle between one emperor and 2 generals was indeed one-sided. It was just the opposite of what they imagined. Lu Yu single-handedly defeated the combined forces of Sengoku and Akainu. This outrageous scene, which seems like a fairy tale, is actually happening now. It wasn't an evenly matched battle at all. It's a one-sided crushing. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that Captain Lu Yu would have such a terrifying form. Golden Lion Shiki laughed so hard that tears flew everywhere. That power is simply inhuman. Really ji zuo ya wazi. Really, so scary, nah. That monster always enjoys fighting. Now is his true power. Admiral Kizaru's brows knitted together as if he were tap dancing. Cough. Garp, don't move, do you want to die? Vice Admiral Crane scolded. Xiaohei, if I don't move, Sengoku will die. Garp said weakly. There's nothing we can do. Sigh. What is the strongest? This is the strongest. Now, here, at this moment, the most ferocious and powerful man in history is born. Over the past 800 years, no one has been able to match it. A new king of the sea is born. Doflamingo opened his arms and laughed wildly towards the sky. This showy birdman is also an idiot, Hawkeye Mahawk thought silently in his heart. Then his eyes fell on Lu Yu again with a complicated expression. I just want to spar with you about swordsmanship. Why are you staring at my black blade yi? Cool. So that's how it is. Is this your true strength, Lu Yu? I am ashamed of myself, Whitebeard laughed after successfully rescuing Ace. frankly admit the fact that he is not as good as Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu is indeed the strongest, Marco and others also shouted excitedly. Watching the scene of Lu Yu crushing Marine Marshal, I just felt the blood in my body surging. Boom, naval headquarters trembles. A huge magma hand stretched out from the huge crack across the headquarters, scorching the earth. Next to appear were the first two hands and the head of a magma giant. Just like Admiral Aokiji's frost giant before, Admiral Akainu, who was swept into the underground magma river by the thunder and firestorm, absorbed a huge amount of magma and returned to the battlefield as a magma giant. Go to hell. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu. Between the magma giant's eyebrows, Admiral Akainu, covered in blood, roared and swung his fist. Hold head high. A loud dragon roar exploded. Lu Yu opened his mouth wide. Golden thunder and golden red flames ignited in his throat. The roar of the thunder and fire dragon king, boom. A beam of light that is more than 10 times brighter than the sun burst out. Annihilated the magma giant's arm. At the same time, a huge hole was opened in the giant's abdomen, almost cutting it in half. The roar of the thunder flame dragon king continued to extend, until it penetrates the sea and sky for thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of meters. It's not over yet, as long as I'm still breathing. I will never let you, the evil party, do whatever you want. Admiral Akainu roared with blood and iron. The magma giant raised his only remaining left arm and slapped it towards Lu Yu. Court death, then I'll grant your wish. Lu Yu didn't stop for a moment. He charged forward with a chill as cold as autumn and winter. He broke the magma giant's left arm with incredible force, invaded all the way to his forehead, and with one punch, he knocked the almost immobile Admiral Akainu into the sky. A fist of thunder and fire tore a large hole in Admiral Akainu's abdomen. This time, Admiral Akainu was no longer able to transform into an element. What Lu Yu pierced through was his flesh and blood. A huge mouthful of blood gushed out of its mouth. Sakazuki Admiral. Mr. Sakazuki, is Admiral going to die? Marines all over the battlefield closed their eyes, not daring to look anymore. Sakazuki, Marshal Sengoku, who had fallen to the ground first and had been struggling for a long time, had his eyes wide open. With his last breath, he stepped on moonwalk with his broken leg and soared into the sky, trying to rescue. However, before he could get far, a terrifying storm of thunder and fire raged. It swept his broken body to the ground. This time, he was unable to stand up again. Naval Headquarters Marshal, Buddha's Sengoku, defeated. At the same time, the center of the thunderstorm, Lu Yu's Thunder Flame Dragon King fist once again pierced Admiral Akainu's chest. Boom! Admiral Akainu's body was torn into pieces and completely blown up. The sky was filled with rain of magma and blood, falling all over the place. Admiral of Headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki, Wong, Chapter 82 The Strongest Man in History. Defeat Marine Marshal and receive White Dragon Slayer Magic Level +10, Dragon Power +20. Activate Shadow Dragon Slayer Magic. Defeat Marine Admiral Akainu and receive Shadow Dragon Slayer Magic Level +10 Dragon Power +20. Defeat the 3 Marine Admirals and receive +20 levels of Shadow Dragon Slayer Magic and +40 levels of Dragon Power. Reward. Super Magic, Absolute Defense, Fairy Ball. Notice. Dragon Power reaches level 130, Awakening Dragon King Mode. The sky was filled with lava rain mixed with the blood rain of Admiral Dogs falling down. Lu Yu, standing alone in the sky, took a deep breath. The pure white dragon wings spread out from behind him, looking extremely holy. It forms a sharp contrast with the red lava and blood rain all over the sky. Dragon King Mode, activated. At that time, the wind and clouds in heaven and earth were moving. The vast amount of pure atmosphere existing above the bend of the sky rotated and turned into an uzumaki, pouring into Lu Yu's mouth. No matter which world, the atmosphere is always the most common and visible thing. Following the Flame Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King, Lu Yu chose to attack the weakest Dragon King. This is because it has the power to absorb the atmosphere at will and use it for its own benefit. Just like now that the Dragon King mode is activated, Lu Yu's speed of absorbing atmospheric energy is more than 10 times faster than the previous normal mode. The battle between Akainu and Sengoku started and the power consumed by them was quickly replenished. Besides, the Dragon King mode also brought another unexpected surprise that Lu Yu had never expected. He had a cracked arm bone and several broken ribs from the battle with Garp. At this moment, he recovered quickly under the power of the Dragon King. Sky magic that could only be used to heal others. After advancing to the Dragon King mode, he even possesses the ability to heal himself. This ability alone makes him much more valuable than the Iron Dragon King and the White Dragon King. Above the sky, the Dragon King Lu Yu breathed in and out, absorbing the winds and clouds from all directions. Go to the battlefield. Tens of thousands of Marines and pirates were all shocked and terrified to the point of being stunned. The huge naval headquarters battlefield was now plunged into absolute silence. I don't know how much time has passed. The Marine elite's crazy shouting broke the dead silence. Marshal Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku. Marshal. The Marine officers screamed and rushed towards the spot where Marshal Sengoku fell. Right now, Marshal Sengoku looked miserable. The flesh all over his body was charred and blurred. White bones protruded from his body. Shocking. As long as you are alive, there is hope. If you die, there is nothing. Akainu Admiral, Mr. Sakazuki. Sakazuki Admiral. The officers and generals who had followed Admiral Akainu all the way let out mournful cries. Shouting their commander's name, tears couldn't stop flowing. They know. Marshal Sengoku, Mr. Sengoku, Marshal. The Marine officers, led by Momosagi Gion, screamed. He immediately rushed towards the crash site of Marshal Sengoku. Finally, on the edge platform of the Great Rift Valley, they found Marshal Sengoku who was about to fall into the abyss. Right now, Marshal Sengoku looked miserable. More than 300 bones in his body were broken. The flesh all over his body was charred and blurred. White bones protruded from his body. Shocking. Only the faint sound of his heartbeat proved that he was still alive. As long as you are alive, there is hope. If you die, there is nothing. Akainu Admiral, Mr. Sakazuki, Sakazuki Admiral. The officers of the G1 branch who had followed Admiral Akainu all the way let out mournful cries. Shouting the name of their admiral, their commander. Tears couldn't stop flowing down the cheeks of these tough guys. They know. Their admiral, their leader, could no longer answer their calls. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki is dead, in full view of the public. He was blown up under the sky by that man who was like a god and a devil. Sakazuki, although there were many unpleasant things in the past. But, have a safe journey, my comrades. Admiral Aokiji closed his eyes. Sabowski, my friend, you are different from me, you're the pride of Marine. But you're on that side, don't expect me to help you get revenge. I don't want to see you so soon. In the sky, Admiral Kizaru was serious for 3 seconds, then immediately returned to his usual vulgar self. Your name and glory will be forever engraved in Marine history, Sakazuki. The Vice Admiral he lowered his head in sorrow. Soon after, more and more Marines closed their eyes. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire naval headquarters. This war was a complete defeat for their Marine. A complete defeat. But they didn't lose to the Whitebeard pirates. Instead, he was defeated by that man who was as powerful as a ghost. Nothing to say. Cool, just one man, single-handedly, broke through the naval headquarters. You're the first in hundreds of years. If you were from the same generation as me, even Roger would be eclipsed by you. 4 Emperors Whitebeard couldn't help laughing up to the sky. After today, the name of the 5th Emperor Liu Yu is destined to go down in history. Marco spoke word by word. Joes, Vista and others all nodded in agreement. He was very happy that he did not become enemies with Liu Yu on the island that day, but chose to get to know him. Ace bowed solemnly to Liu Yu in the sky to express his gratitude. Not just for yourself, it's also for my dad and my friends. He knew it clearly. If it weren't for Liu Yu today, their Whitebeard pirates would have suffered heavy losses. Even dad is very likely. Sigh, an unprecedented event has occurred. History will remember me for single-handedly breaking through naval headquarters. And the world and the era ahead will see dramatic changes. The King of the Sea will ascend the throne. Can the King of Marijoy still hold his own? Shichibukai Doflamingo covered his forehead like a Chunibyo patient and laughed uncontrollably. Ah, Liu Yu, sir, you are the only one who is special. Empress Hancock covered her beating heart with her hands, her face full of intoxication. Let's just forget it, that monster's sword is better off gone. For the first time, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, felt like retreating. Monster. The former Shichibukai crocodile tried to hold back for a long time but could only come up with the word, monster. Ha. Congratulations to Captain Liu Yu on his victory. Unify the sea for thousands of years. Golden Lion Shiki spared no effort to flatter people. This time I was truly convinced, and Philip because of that man. Sabo DD Islands, Live Square, with the help of outdoor anchor buggy. Those who were able to observe the war situation were all dazed. A sense of despair is in the air. If possible, they would rather not see that horrible scene at this moment. Admiral. Marine Admiral is really dead, then the powerful Admiral Akainu is dead. Both the Admiral and the Marshal were crushed by that man. Add to that the already defeated Aokiji Admiral and the hero Garp. Who else in this world can resist him? The reporters and onlookers all whispered in despair. Right now, no one present would accuse Marine of incompetence. One Admiral was killed and one was injured. The hero and the Marshal were both seriously wounded and dying. Marine has done the best they can, all because that man was too powerful. G is the strongest in the world, it can even be said that. The strongest in history. Right now. Red Line Ideographic Period. A spaceship developed by the genius scientist Vegapunk broke through the sea of clouds and headed straight towards the naval headquarters. 2 old men were standing at the bow of the spaceship. They are the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world. Behind the 5 elders there's an old man with white hair in the shape of a mountain. He is the former Marine Marshal and current Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Armed Forces, Kong. Why'd I have a bad feeling? Did something happen at naval headquarters while we were away? The burly 5 elders with blonde hair and golden beard frowned deeply. Don't overthink it. Now that Whitebeard has suffered a severe blow, it's the perfect time for us to take control of the battlefield. What kind of trouble can the 5 emperors alone create? The old warrior holding a body-length sword snorted coldly. I hope so. Another direction. The naval headquarters is located just off the coast. 8 flashy pirate ships rose and fell with the waves. They're this year's 8 supernovas. Did you see that before? DJ Yin Apu had dull eyes and a blank expression. Damn it, what happened before? What on earth is that beam of light passing over our heads? The Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie screamed in horror. If the roar of the Thunder and Flame Dragon King had been a little quieter. I'm afraid that all 8 pirates groups will disappear silently into history. It was like the light of God's judgment, the 5th Emperor, Liu Yu. Trafalgar Law took a deep breath. That man shot an admiral. Kid's body couldn't stop shaking. Admiral Sakazuki is dead. Could it be that Marshal Sengoku is also? Drake clenched his fists and lowered his head to hide the sorrow on his face from others. We won't stand a chance if we live in the same era as that man. The mysterious monk Rogue smiles wryly. Is it our luck or misfortune to live with him in this life? Hawkins shook his head. Damn lucky, Capone Beige cursed under his breath. At the same time, directly above the supernovae, the golden lion floats in the sky above Sky Island. A burly green dragon stepped on a cloud of fire and quietly landed on the edge of the island with a huge, flashy warship. Is this the floating Sky Island of the flying pirates? It actually floated in the air, it's so magical. If such a large island fell anywhere, it would be a true natural disaster. Big Mom and the Beast's leaders were amazed one after another. Clean, 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts had a solemn expression, his eyebrows trembling. What's up? 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin asked while feigning calmness. Did you see that beam of light earlier? Does it feel familiar? Kaido asked in a deep voice. 4 Emperors Big Mom remained silent. How could she not be familiar with it? Just a month ago, she had even taken on the roar of thunder and fire herself. But compared to a month ago, this roar of thunder and fire was more than 10 times more terrifying. Linlin, don't you think that guy will become stronger again? Kaido Wen Dao Ideographic period. Are you scared, Kaido boy? Charlotte Linlin asked back. And made up his mind, if Kaido said he was scared. Then she agreed to return home and not get involved anymore. Ahaha, Kaido chuckled gravely. I was just about to pretend to be strong and deny it. Suddenly, Kaido felt a chill on his back. Cold sweat instantly soaked his entire body. At the same time, Big Mom, Katakuri, Jin and others also felt the same way. Everyone looked up at the high sky. A godlike man with white wings on his back was watching them quietly. Chapter 83. Shocked Kaido the edge of the floating Sky Island standing in the sky. I watched the figure in the sky that looked like both a god and a demon gradually disappear into the distance. Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Flame Disaster Jin, Ultraman Katakuri, and more. The captains and officers of the 2 imperial groups finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heart that was almost in my throat was finally put at ease. That moment before, while being watched by the Dragon King Liu Yu in the sky, everyone, including the 4 emperors, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That man is 5 Emperors Liu Yu. Katakuri took a deep breath to calm his agitated emotions. He's even scarier than he was a month ago. Yanzai Jin spoke solemnly, enunciating each word. Hey, are you kidding me? Are we really going to fight that monster? Plague Quinn screamed. Master Quinn, didn't you say you would give a head-on blow to the person who attacked you in Rabbit Bowl? A small cadre of the beasts said, will you shut up? Plague Quinn glared. He weakly shrank his short and fat neck, fearing that Liu Yu would hear what he said. More than a month ago, the Wano-kuni incident occurred. In the rabbit well, he was knocked to the ground by a fist that fell from the sky. Even the Brachiosaurus skull was shattered and its neck was almost broken. He survived thanks to the powerful recovery ability of the ancient zone species. To this day, the damage to his body caused by that punch has long since healed. However, the psychological shadow caused by that punch has not yet dissipated. And after that previous glance, it expanded even more. It almost spread to his entire body. If he were in charge here, he would turn around and run without hesitation. It's a pity that the 2 captains are in charge this time. Mother, Kaido-sensei, Katakuri and Enzai Jin, on behalf of the others, cast inquiring glances at the 4 emperors captains. Kaido, what do you think of the look on that indigenous boy's face earlier? Big Mom Charlotte Linlin asked in a deep voice, more compelling than before, but... Kaido frowned. I wonder if that B***** D was bluffing earlier. He clearly saw us, but he just glanced at us and left. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you come here directly? Kaido expressed his confusion. That's what I thought. Charlotte Linlin laughed and nodded. He must be bluffing. He must have already engaged in many fierce battles with the Marine admirals. Maybe they won by chance, but they must have suffered heavy losses themselves, so they don't dare to face us. This is a great opportunity. Kaido gritted his teeth and spoke with a look of certainty. Well, your guess is very likely, but don't rush into action. The world government's people haven't arrived yet. Besides, I always feel that the naval headquarters looks a little strange. Katakuri, take a few people down there to investigate. Charlotte Linlin spoke calmly. Jin, you go too. Kaido's suggestion. Yes, Jin and Katakuri each brought a few people to land at naval headquarters. Right now, the shattered naval headquarters headed onto the battlefield. With Liu Yu's return, The elites on the marine side all retreated in fear. Coolalalalala. Amidst loud laughter, the Whitebeard-led pirates came forward to greet them. Led by Whitebeard, they all bowed deeply to Lu Yu in unison to express their gratitude. They know it clearly. If it weren't for Lu Yu today, many of them would have stayed in this place forever. Get up. This is so unlike you, Whitebeard. You weren't like this when we first met. Lu Yu smiled and spoke. Coolalala. Whitebeard managed a forced smile. Thinking about how he recruited her back then, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Fortunately, Lu Yu did not argue with him at that time. Otherwise, the entire Whitebeard Pirates group would be overthrown. Mr. Lu Yu. Ace pursed his lips and stepped forward cautiously. What's up? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. I can never repay your kindness to me and our Whitebeard Pirates. I heard from Marco that fire can replenish your strength, so if you don't mind. My flame, please feel free to enjoy it. Freed from the seastone restraints, Ace bowed deeply, his body erupting in flames. Being grateful and repaying kindness is also a virtuous thing to do. Lu Yu didn't be polite to him. Immediately, a big hand fell on Ace's head. Endless high-purity flames instantly poured into Lu Yu's body. It won't take long. Ace staggered back a few steps, his face pale. I just felt like I was being drained from the inside out. He was able to avoid falling down thanks to the support of his brother Luffy, Marco and others. Lu Yu, what are you going to do next? I don't think you have any intention of retreating or leaving. Whitebeard saw some clues from Lu Yu's frantic efforts to replenish his strength. Ha 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 ha, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Whitebeard. There is still a big drama that has not yet been staged since today. Please look forward to it, you won't be disappointed. Golden Lion Shiki fell from the sky laughing. Big show? Looking at Shiki's suggestive and obscene expression, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Chi and others all looked suspicious. Shiki, I have something for you. Lu Yu pointed to the floating sky island in the sky. Just say a few words. Golden Lion Shiki was stunned at first, and then the obscene smile on his old face became more intense. Ha 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 ha, great, good job, rest for a while, Whitebeard. Lu Yu sat down on the ruins of the square, then just keep waiting. Whitebeard nodded, after instructing the New World Pirates captains to prepare their ships for sailing. He sat down with the captain and main force of the White Group. Such blatant provocation from the pirates. The people on Marine's side were angry but dared not speak out. After all, their marine marshals, heroes, and admirals have all come to an end. The remaining Kizaru and Chief of Staff Suru were unable to hold up the overall situation. The situation then became deadlocked, at the same time. Surprising changes also happened quietly in the rear of the naval headquarters. A group of pirates with an extremely vicious aura quietly invaded the back of the base square. The person named Wei Wei is broad-statured, pot-bellied, and ugly in appearance. Behind him, there is a one-eyed sniper, a mime with red lips and white face, a seriously ill patient riding a skinny white horse, and a burly fighter. There is also a swordsman wearing a flight cap, a long-nosed, domineering woman, a man with horns and cat eyes, and a giant over 80 meters tall. They are Pirates Blackbeard and his gang, the mastermind behind today's summit war. Taking advantage of the opportunity when naval headquarters and Whitebeard are at war and cannot spare any manpower. Blackbeard, using his position as Shichibukai, quietly invaded Impel Down and recruited the criminals of the 6th Underground Floor as his allies. Afterwards, Blackbeard returned to the battlefield where countless powerful warriors gathered, intending to be the last fisherman. Seize the strongest Paramisha shock fruit belonging to Whitebeard and become an unprecedented dual fruit ability user. Thief, ha 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 ha, my plan is perfect, young ones, follow me and give the best show ever. Blackbeard laughed wildly. 5 minutes later, they stood on the ruins of the headquarters building, facing the audience. Then I was stunned. Holy crap. Looking around, he saw the strange scene of Marines and pirates, coexisting peacefully. Everyone in Blackbeard's group couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. What's going on? Why did the war stop? Blackbeard was completely stunned when he saw the unexpected development. Captain Teach, something doesn't seem right. What on earth happened here while we were away? Fighting champion Jishas Burgess looked solemn. Is this the war you were talking about? Teach, it's completely different from what you said. The eyes of the cat-eyed evil king Abaro Pizarro flickered. Beryl, Moonhunter, and the others also cast suspicious glances at Blackbeard. The Marines don't seem right, they seem desperate? Rain Shiryu narrowed his eyes slightly. Hey, Marine, what the hell are you doing? Finally, Blackbeard couldn't help but shout loudly. This is a war, this is a battlefield. The Whitebeard pirates are right there, why aren't you fighting? Where's your marshal? Where's your admiral? Where did they all go? Blackbeard's dissatisfied shout broke the dead silence of the headquarters. Those are the Blackbeard pirates who just became Shichibukai. Where have they been since the war began? Wait, there's someone else. That giant creature couldn't be anyone else but the pirates' massive battleship, the San Juan Wolf. The man with cat eyes is the king of evil, Avalo Pizarro. And the big barrel of Buck's Chote, Moonhunter Katarina de Pen is here too. That man is the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of Rain. Either of them is a world-class criminal who has been hidden forever because of his brutal actions. Why are they here? The Marines who recognized Blackbeard and his crew couldn't help but scream in horror again. Marshal Sengoku, fight. Some people subconsciously wanted to ask Sengoku for instructions. However, the poll stopped abruptly in summer, because their marshal is also in danger now. Blackbeard's brows furrowed further at the Marine's unusual reactions. The ominous premonition in my heart became stronger and stronger. I'll ask someone. The wings of the Devil Sheriff Lafayette spread behind him. Not long, he brought back a Marine of the rank of Colonel. Under the effect of hypnosis, Colonel Marine revealed everything he had seen about the war. As Colonel Marine finished speaking, Blackbeard and his group of 9 felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, with a chill running from the soles of their feet all the way up to their heads. Every face was filled with extreme shock, horror and disbelief. Admiral Aokiji and even Hero Garp were defeated by one man. The combined forces of Marshal Sengoku and Admiral Akainu have been defeated. That terrifying magma admiral has been killed. Just one person defeated all the top fighters in the naval headquarters. Is this kind of thing really possible? 5th Emperor Liu Yu? Who the hell is he? Blackbeard's group all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and were all speechless with horror, which frightened Ultimate. Defeat Kaido. The 5 emperors. Blackbeard's head turned mechanically. Finally, he saw Liu Yu surrounded by the Whitebeard pirates. Their eyes met. Under Liu Yu's indifferent gaze, Blackbeard shuddered suddenly, his body shaking uncontrollably with fear. Worse things happened. Coolalalalala. Amidst the laughter, Whitebeard stood up. Right now, Blackbeard and his gang weren't the only ones to suffer a major shock. And there was the 4 Emperors Alliance watching from the edge of Sky Island. Nani, the monster Garp was also defeated by that kid. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts screamed. Nani, not only Garp, but also Marshal Sengoku. Admiral Akainu was even killed on the spot. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin then screamed. Hey, stop joking, you idiot Jin, Plague Quinn screamed. Yeah, Katakuri ni, did you guys make a mistake? How could anyone possibly do something like this? Those are the top fighters at naval headquarters. Among them are the 2 veterans Garp and Sengoku. How is it possible? Perispero, Dafu, Owen and others also shook their heads in disbelief. That's the truth, that man, 5th Emperor Liu Yu. He single-handedly broke through the naval headquarters. Ultraman Katakuri took a deep breath and revealed this unprecedented and horrifying fact. The whole place fell into deathly silence. I don't know how much time has passed. Clean, Kaido of the Beasts turned to look at Big Mom with a look of panic and resentment. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. Now look what's happened. You're in big trouble. Kaido felt so wrong that he almost cried. Idiot Kaido, your plan to steal the house is so good. It's a good thing I didn't listen to you, otherwise I would definitely be held accountable in the future. Besides, this whole thing is caused by you. If it weren't for you, would I have gotten involved with that monster boy? Charlotte Linlin glared. Mom, then we will. What are you still standing there for? Get on the boat and leave this damn place. 4 Emperors Big Mom gave the order in panic. The words fell. Rumble. The island suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gazes of the 2 Imperial Group cadres, a huge crack appeared on the edge of the island they were on. A corner of the island was cut off by a huge golden sword energy. Ha 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 ha. A loud and unruly laugh rose to the sky. Now that you're here, don't rush to leave, Linlin and Kaido boy. The captain is waiting for you. Chapter 84, Rocks, Overlord of the Sea. On the battlefield, Naval Headquarters building, the gang of villains led by Blackbeard couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After learning about a series of shocking events that had occurred on this battlefield not long ago, they were already shocked and horrified to the point where they could not be more shocked. Admiral Aokiji, Hero Garp, Admiral Akainu, Marshal Sengoku. No matter which one of them is, they're the strongest people standing at the top of the world. Any one of them has the power to destroy a city, but now, they're being defeated one after another by the same person. This has never happened in the entire 800-year history. If all this is true, then the strongest man in history was indeed born. 5th Emperor Liu Yu. Is he even more powerful than Roger? He's just a junior boy. I don't believe it. The cat-eyed man, the evil ruler Abaro Pizarro, shook his head repeatedly. Although he said he didn't believe it, his body was honestly trembling with fear. The strongest man in history. This is the man worthy of me. The long-nosed crescent hunter Katarina Depend smiled incomprehensibly. Gudong, I don't want to be hostile to a monster like that. The big barrel Basque Shote spoke soberly. It's coming. Yu Shiryu shouted a reminder. Blackbeard shuddered and finally came back to his senses from the horror of his eye contact with Liu Yu. Take a closer look. I don't know when. Whitebeard, Marco, and other captains had all stood up and walked towards them calmly. Blackbeard suppressed his fear and fixed his gaze on Whitebeard. When Blackbeard saw Whitebeard's empty right arm, his eyes lit up. Marine is not a good for nothing. At least Whitebeard had been badly damaged by them. If he could kill Whitebeard and take away the power of the shock fruit, even the 5 emperors who broke through the naval headquarters may not be unable to fight. Think of this. Blackbeard's heart began to burn. Long time no see, Dad. Do you still look energetic? Captain Ace, you're still alive too, that's great. If you die, I will not be able to sleep or eat well because I sent you to prison. Blackbeard greeted Whitebeard and Ace as if they were old acquaintances. Kulalalala. Teach, how dare you show up in front of me, you be *****D. Just right, let's settle both the new and old grudges at once. Whitebeard's face was as gloomy as water, and his pale golden eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura, the bearded man's fat body couldn't help but tremble violently. My inner confidence has been reduced a bit. Dad, Captain Ace, I'm just worried about you guys. Look, I found some powerful helpers from Impel Down and rushed here to help you as soon as possible. Blackbeard said with a sincere look on his face. Teach, you be *****D. You're the only one I can never forgive. Teach, today I will use your blood to pay tribute to Thatch's soul. I will never forgive you. Marco, Joes, Vista and other white pirates roared in anger. Teach, Ace's eyes also turned red, driven by anger, squeezed the potential in the body. However, the flames suddenly dissipated before they could even appear.
Ace groaned and nearly fell over. Ha 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 ha, Captain Ace, I haven't seen you for a while, how come you look so weak?
Blackbeard scoffed. This is to divert the fear from Whitebeard. Teach, a roar filled with anger rumbled over the battlefield. It was Whitebeard's roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Because of the suppressed anger, Whitebeard's skin seemed to turn red at this moment. Pieces of scorching steam rose up, just like Luffy's second gear form. Teach, the captain of the first squadron, Marco, followed Whitebeard closely, shouting and glaring. Teach, the weak captain of the second division, Ace, forced himself to shout angrily. Teach, all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates lined up behind Whitebeard. There is an empty seat between Joes and Vista. That was the position that belonged to the late captain of the 4th division, Thatch. No extra words. Whether it was Whitebeard, Marco, Ace, or the other 15 captains, they only uttered 2 words from beginning to end. The anger contained in it is as endless as the sea. Teach, teach, teach. That angry roar was like Thor's hammer, hammering Blackbeard's heart and making his face even paler. In the end, the name of Teach seemed to have become his nightmare. This led him to have the absurd idea of abandoning the name he was born with. An unprecedented fear surged through Blackbeard Marshal Teach like a tide. This is our fate. Fate has played a huge joke on us. This stage here today does not belong to us, Fanoka, a staunch believer in the theory of destiny, said with a sad face. FK Fate, Captain Teach, what do we do now? Burgess, the fighting champion with a strong desire to survive, screamed in horror. Teach, Lousy really believed your lies. Lousy came to watch the show, not to be beaten. The evil ruler Abalo Bizarro sensed that something was wrong and wanted to break up the group. I didn't get to see the best show, but instead I was in a desperate situation. Teach, is this your plan? Is this the best stage you've ever prepared? Don't make me laugh to death. Crescent Moon Hunter Katrina Depend sneered, expressing her inner dissatisfaction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the battle even started, Blackbeard began to breathe heavily. His mind was under tremendous pressure and his spirit was tense to the extreme. The current situation of the Blackbeard pirates is a desperate situation with no chance of survival. Regardless of Liu Yu, who single-handedly broke through the naval headquarters. Just the people in front of them now, 4 Emperors Whitebeard and Marco and the other 15 captains, were more than enough to capture them. After all, he had been thinking too beautifully before. In this situation, it is almost impossible to seize the shock fruit. What should I do? What should I do? Blackbeard was completely panicked. Racking my brains to find a way out. Team up with Marine? Marine, whose mentality had exploded after being beaten by Liu Yu and was in deep despair, was no longer useful. Even if there is, I won't help them. Hateful, just when Blackbeard was at his wit's end. Wow, wow, the sound of propellers turning came from the sky. Attracted the collective attention of people on the battlefield. A large spaceship slowly landed under everyone's attention and landed at the naval headquarters. That's it, we will control the rest of the battlefield. An old man in white training clothes stood at the bow of the spacecraft and shouted in a majestic voice. That's sir. Those people are, looking at the spaceship falling from the sky and the people on board. The Marine's despairing and dim eyes suddenly lit up with astonishing brilliance again. It's like a drowning person grabbing the last straw. 5 elders. Those are the 5 elders. 5 elders still have time for the marshal to arrive. World government reinforcements are here, we are saved. The leaderless and confused Marine shouted excitedly. It's like a lost traveler seeing a lighthouse in the darkness and finding the direction to move forward. The other side. It's finally here. Liu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and stood up. The arrival of world government is not surprising. Because Liu Yu was waiting for them. The moment he joined the Summit War, it had already deviated from its original track. The people of world government would never sit idly by and watch Marine lose the war, lose his prestige, and achieve Liu Yu's reputation as one of the 5 emperors. This will also be the beginning of Liu Yu's game with the world government. Upon learning that this is the pirates' world, Liu Yu's goal is already very clear. He wants to be more than just the king of pirates and the king of the sea. If you want to be a king, be the king that stands above the world. The arrogant and evil celestial dragons should not continue to exist. The future order of the ocean and the world will be customized by him. Bite just as these thoughts flashed through Lu Yu's mind. The system prompt sounded. Pirates World Final Mission, King of the World. Occupy 10,000 islands, unfinished, rewards unknown. Kill 5 elders, unfinished, rewards unknown. Kill Yim, not completed, reward unknown. Dominate the sea to become the king of the world, unfinished, rewards unknown. Sensing Lu Yu's kind gaze, the 5 elders on the spaceship couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts and felt tremendous pressure. 5th Emperor Lu Yu, I cannot keep you here today. The blonde and gold-bearded 5 elders spoke in a decisive tone. 5 elders, something is wrong. Sengoku and Sakazuki are not here. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong, spoke in a deep voice, with an inexplicable ominous premonition in his heart. 5 elders, fight. Marshal Sengoku was also defeated by that monster, now his life is in danger. Commander-in-chief, Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral has died. The Marines screamed with grief on their faces. Report the current situation to the incoming world government reinforcements. Nani? What did you say? Upon hearing this, the 5 elders and Kong were all unable to remain calm. After learning the details of what had happened before, an emotion called shock instantly overwhelmed their whole bodies and minds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The powerful figures of the world government, led by Wu Laoxing, all gasped unconsciously. Marshal Sengoku is seriously injured and dying, Admiral Akainu's body is gone. Clearly, before they set off, they saw Whitebeard being severely injured. However, in such a short period of time, such a sudden change happened. Lu Yu's strength is beyond imagination. It was several times or even 10 times more terrifying than they had imagined. At this moment, the 5 elders leading the team also had a strong sense of foreboding in their hearts. It seems like the end is near. Ha 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 ha. There was a loud laugh from the sky. Golden Lion Shiki returned with a laugh, it also brings. There is a large fragment of the island. It crashed into the bay, stirring up terrifying waves. There were screams of panic. That's those people are. 4 Emperors Big Mom pirates and 4 Emperors Beasts pirates. Why? Why are 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin here? The 4 Sea Emperors have gathered, and naval headquarters is doomed. Across the battlefield, the Marines and the White Pirates were shocked and exclaimed once again. World Government 5 Elders, Linlin and Kaido, the war is about to get out of control. On the Dragon Head ship, Shaki's face changed drastically. Wait, Shaki, look at Lu Yu's expression, he still has a hidden card. Rayleigh's pupils shrank slightly, realizing that something was about to happen. Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu, all the actors are in place, we can begin. Let the world feel fear. Golden Lion Shiki let out the most anticipated and satisfying laugh of his life. The part of this summit war that he was most looking forward to was finally about to begin. Then let's get started. Lu Yu grinned. The figure slowly floated up and stood in the sky. Fragments of time and the remnants of history flow in his eyes. Taboo magic, the history of corpses, activated, silently. A figure appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield. His characteristic is his messy hair that is as red as blood. The aura of madness and bloodthirstiness is his symbol. Rocks, the king of the sea, is here. Chapter 85. The whole audience trembles. A gentle breeze blew between heaven and earth. A tall figure appeared silently. It was inconspicuous at first, or perhaps it was because everyone's attention was focused on Lu Yu. Not many people noticed the existence that appeared out of thin air. The first ones to notice the abnormality were the top warriors on the battlefield. It seems to be a coincidence. 4 Emperors Whitebeard, 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, and even further away, 5 Elders, Kong. The strong men standing at the top of the pyramid turned around at the same time. Lock on the red figure that appeared out of nowhere. As their gaze fell, boom, Ultimate's terrifying breath of madness suddenly erupted, disrupting the world. Then, everyone on the battlefield noticed the sudden appearance of the strange face. Who is that? This energy is terrifying. Who is that man? When on Earth did it appear? We didn't even notice it. Could it be reinforcements from the world government or the pirates? Marine elites and white pirates scattered across the battlefield spoke suspiciously. They didn't know the identity of the red-haired man, but they could feel that he was very dangerous. Danger beyond imagination. Geodating, with tens of thousands of people gathered, went to the battlefield. More than 99% of them did not recognize the red-haired man who suddenly appeared. But there is still 1% of elderly people. The elderly from the last era, or even earlier. Lao Xing, Kong, Whitebeard Kaido, Charlotte Ling. But they will definitely recognize it. How can I not recognize it? After all, that is. This kind of thing is impossible. I don't believe it. A dead person. How could he possibly show up again? 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts kept shaking his head, desperately denying everything he saw. Kaido-sensei. Lord Kaido, what's wrong with you? Do you know that red-haired man? Plague Queen and other Beast Corps cadres asked anxiously and puzzledly. Mom, Katakori ni, Peros ni, Daifuku ni, and Owen ni, why are you making such expressions? Do you know that red-haired man? Who is he? Smoothie and other younger ministers and officials from the Big Aunts group started asking questions. This isn't a matter of knowing each other. This kind of thing is simply impossible. Perospero, the eldest son of Big Mom, had blood flowing from his tongue. Because of excessive shock and fear, he almost bit off his long tongue. Brother Peros is right, this is impossible. How could a dead person appear? That's an illusion. Dafu and Irving, who also experienced that era, denied it repeatedly. Is this something you did? Even Katakuri, who is usually the calmest Superman, couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment. As for Four Emperors' Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, her huge body was completely frozen. Her mouth opened wide, her pupils shrank, and she couldn't utter a word. The ruins of the Naval Headquarters building. Whitebeard and his 15 captains temporarily stopped their mental oppression of Blackbeard. Old Daddy looking at the red-haired figure whose aura was rising higher and higher, Marco's expression was shocked to the point of being stunned. Dad, Josie, Bista and other old people thought of a possibility. However, he couldn't believe it at all, and finally just cast a questioning look at Whitebeard. Dad? Everyone, Ace and other new generation pirates were filled with confusion and puzzlement. Whitebeard took a deep breath, he just nodded heavily. Wow, bang, there was a loud explosion. On the Dragon headship, the legendary pirates Pluton Rayleigh crushed the railings. His dark pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. An expression of extreme shock and disbelief appeared on the old face. It was like witnessing the most terrifying and incredible thing in the world. Boom! The terrifying conqueror's hockey burst out of Pluton Rayleigh's body uncontrollably. He is. But, how? How is this possible? At this moment, Rayleigh couldn't even utter a complete sentence, like a stutterer. There were already stormy waves in his mind. My thoughts were completely shattered by this unexpected undead and could not be successfully connected together. Uncle Rayleigh, what on earth is? Robin, who was also on the deck, asked in shock and confusion, but received no response from Rayleigh. She turned to look at Shocky. However, he found that the emotional changes on Shocky's face were even more intense than those on Rayleigh's. The bar owner, who was always strong and sinister, was shaking all over at this moment. Captain of the ship, the Vice Admiral Chief of Staff of the Naval Headquarters, also couldn't stop shaking. It's just different from Shocky's complex emotions of excitement and fear. Vice Admiral He's face was filled with extreme shock and fear. Ahem, Xiaohei, what happened? I sense a nasty aura. It reminds me. Marine hero Garp, who was covered in IV drips, struggled to sit up. Fine. Vice Admiral He took a deep breath and firmly ordered Garp to lie down. Nothing happened, she emphasized. However, the thick haze before my eyes could not be concealed. Really? Him? Garp smiled sadly, even if I haven't seen it with my own eyes. From Vice Admiral He's expression, he already knew the answer. Before Summit War, the worst outcome they had ever discussed happened. The dead are really back. Garp closed his eyes in despair. Feeling disheartened. Impossible, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. The former Marine Marshal and current Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Armed Forces, Kong, lost control of his emotions and yelled. Undead. The 5 elders took a deep breath and looked at each other. They all saw extreme shock and horror on each other's faces. The war 36 years ago, it almost shook the foundation of their world government. Fortunately, Garp and Roger were there in the end to stop the attacking devil. Protected their world government's biggest secret. But now, 36 years later, the devil has returned from hell. What a terrible event this is. No, even what you see isn't necessarily true. This is an illusion, it's an illusion that the monster made us see. 2 of the world's highest powers firmly denied it. Unwilling to believe what I see. The historical body of corpses is still in formation. The last time he returned from the Golden Lion's historical memory, he only had less than 50% of his strength in life. However, this time, it brings together the historical memories of Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion, Rayleigh, Garp, Kong. All the old rivals and old friends on this battlefield. The red-haired devil rocks that materialized this time is infinitely close to the peak sea overlord 36 years ago. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the public, the aura around the sea overlord rocks gradually stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes. There was a crazy murderous aura hidden deep in his eyes. Youngsters of the new era, does no one know my name anymore? Rocks, the overlord of the Galai Sea, spoke in a deep voice. No one responded on the huge battlefield, for a long while. You. Who are you? A young marine summoned up all his courage and shouted. Rox's mouth curled into a creepy grin, his hands gradually rose. Ha 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 ha. Unbridled, flamboyant, and crazy laughter erupted. That's Rox laughing maniacally. You little brats of the new age. Listen carefully and remember this. My name is Rox. Rox D. Zebek. Rox's powerful roar echoed throughout the sky above Naval Headquarters. 36 years later, I've returned from hell. Marine, government, and the world, tremble. Chapter 86 Kaido and Big Mom surrender. My name is Rox. 36 years later, I have returned from hell. Young devils of the new era, do you know what despair is? Rox's roaring laughter echoed over Naval Headquarters. The sound was like thunder, rumbling and lasting for a long time. The entire Naval Headquarters battlefield, whether it is Marine or pirates. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little bit of palpitations. Damn it. That 5 emperors, how on earth did he do it? How can a ghost who has been dead for 36 years be resurrected? The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong, growled in shock and anger. The overlord of the sea, Rox, 36 years ago was truly terrifying. But the real scary thing is that monster. What on earth did he do? How on earth did he do it? If all the dead in history. Admiral Kizaru pouted, the lewd look on his face gone, replaced by extreme fear and horror. Rox, he calls himself Rox. This isn't the first time I've heard this name. A marine in his early 40s was shaking unconsciously when he said this name. He. That's the red-haired devil, Rox D. Zeke, the overlord of the sea 36 years ago. That's Rox, the sea overlord that dominates the entire new world. Listening to that ancient name that is almost buried in history. The memories of fear deep in the hearts of those marines who were old enough were revived. This made them unconsciously reveal expressions of extreme horror. The young marines in their 20s and 30s all had confused looks on their faces. I don't know what kind of magic this name has that can make the marine seniors look like that. Rox. Is that really Rox? How could this happen? Marine Colonel Hina, who had long, beautiful pink hair, murmured unconsciously in shock, her face pale with fright. There is no one else but that man, Rox D. Zeke, the devil who made Mr. Garp a hero. How so? Admiral candidate Momosagi Gion looked dazed and whispered absent-mindedly. How can someone who's been dead for 36 years still show up? This makes no sense. What exactly is going on? Could it be the work of that 5th emperor? This is the only possibility. Even the spirits of the dead can be summoned back to the living world. Is that 5th emperor Lu Yu a god? Or maybe he's the devil who rules hell. Ha 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 ha. In the sky, Golden Lion Shiki laughed the loudest laugh of his life. Looking at those faces that looked like they had seen a ghost, every pore in my body felt clear and comfortable. This is the wonderful scene he has been looking forward to for a long time. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, Linlin, Kaido boy, and Shocky, hurry up and come here. Come and meet our former captain and Captain Lu Yu. Golden Lion Shiki laughed wildly, as soon as these words were spoken. The battlefield inside and outside was once again shocked into dead silence. From the words of Golden Lion Shiki, they captured some truly astonishing information. Hey, this is not a joke. What was that Golden Lion Shiki talking about earlier? Former captain. Who's original captain? Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, 3 of the 4 emperors, and the Golden Lion himself. Were they all part of the crew of that man named Rox? This kind of thing. How is this possible? Mom, Kaido, and the monster Whitebeard Golden Lion were once on the same ship, partners. Mr. Kaido and the others actually, this is simply unbelievable. Rox, what kind of monster is he? You are worthy enough to lead such a powerful and ultimate pirate group. Could it be that he is as terrifying as that 5th Emperor Lu Yu? Why is this happening? The cadres and ministers of the 100 regiments and the Andes regiment were all speechless with horror. Uncle Rayleigh, Sister Shocky, that red-haired girl, that Rox, really. On the Dragon Head ship, the shock on Robin's pretty face could not be concealed. It's all true. She took a deep breath and nodded. Rox. Why that undead? Why? And how? Overwhelmed by shock and fear, Rayleigh crushed the railing once again. Don't worry yet, Rayleigh, even Captain Rox in his prime couldn't defeat Lu Yu. Besides, those were originally the undead summoned by Lu Yu, so there will be no problem. Shocky consoled. Daddy, is what Golden Lion said true, Dad? You, Shiki, Kaido, and that crazy old lady, all used to. The people in the white group also asked in shock. Whitebeard nodded calmly. Wow. Newgate Rox's gaze fell on Whitebeard and he grinned. Whitebeard nodded. Shocky, the next person he looked at was Shocky. Captain Rox. The curve of Rox's mouth widened. At last, his gaze fell towards the bay. Linlin and Kaido, you two, come here and die. Rox's smile faded and he shouted sharply, listen to Rox's majestic roar. The tall bodies of 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin both trembled subconsciously. Immediately he seemed to be aware of his own misconduct. Endless anger appeared on the faces of the 4 emperors. At one point they were indeed part of the Rox pirates. But they never felt a sense of belonging to that team. In the past, the Rox dominated them by virtue of their strength. But now it's different. Now they are already strong men standing at the top of the ocean. Even compared to Rox, it's not much worse. Having grown to this point, why should they still obey Rox's orders? Linlin, Gaishi, I already have a general understanding of your affairs. Now come here and apologize to Lord Lu Yu, and swear to submit. With Lord Lu Yu's magnanimity, perhaps I can spare you the death penalty. Rox was calm while Haki roared. The call of Lord Lu Yu has completely clarified the master-servant relationship. Even the terrifying Sea Overlord Rox. Even after the resurrection, Lu Yu is still the main focus. Sigh. I thought it was incredible that one person could destroy the naval headquarters. However, there is no most magical thing in this world, only more magical. The strongest man in history may no longer be called a human, but a god. No matter what happens next, I won't be surprised anymore. Shichibukai Doflamingo laughed,
holding his forehead.
The marine elites nearby were all silent. The silence at this moment represents acquiescence. Summon the power of the undead. I wonder if there are any others besides that Rox? Legendary swordsmen who have vanished into history. I really want to fight them if I have the chance. Mahawk whispered to himself. They can even summon the undead. How many more surprises will that man bring to this world? What will happen next? The original Shichibukai crocodile bites the teeth. Ha 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 ha, Linlin, Kaido, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Captain Rox call you over to apologize? Golden Lion Shiki scolded. Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin finally reacted. The two looked at each other and smiled, then burst into laughter at the same time. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts leapt up one after the other and landed on the ground of the headquarters. The powerful aura of the four emperors suddenly became overwhelming and pressed towards Rox. Kaido boy, Linlin, what do you want to do? Golden Lion Shiki narrowed his eyes slightly. Shut up, Shiki, do you think we're as worthless as you? Besides, do you really think that was Captain Rox? Our captain died 36 years ago, there's no way he'll come back. The most important thing is that a man like Captain Rox will never submit to others. Kaido of the Beasts shouted in a deep voice. A cloud of hot steam rose from the armed mechanical arm on his left hand. Even if you really are Captain Rox, what does that even mean? Times have changed. The era of Rox has long since vanished into history. Now is our time, we are no longer inferior to you. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin Hockey's words were sharp and terrifying. Roar. How dare you, Linlin, Kaido. The Sea Overlord Rox's eyes suddenly opened wide. His unique and violent conquerors were suddenly as endless as the waves of the sea. Rushing towards the four emperors in front of him. Don't think Laozi is still the intern he used to be. Laozi is now the most powerful creature on land, sea, and air, the four emperors Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido shouted confidently. Big Mom laughed. Two conquerors Haki, not much weaker than Rox, rushed out. Endless red and black lightning suddenly appeared in the void. That was a collision between the external conquerors Haki. Under the hedge of three conquerors, a domino effect occurred on the battlefield. The weaker marines and pirates all fell unconscious on the ground. The scene was horrifying. Facing this scene. The five elders, the highest authority in the world government, breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed. It's okay. Fortunately, Baisho and Big Mom had some backbone and didn't surrender. The old star with blonde hair and golden beard spoke with relief. Yeah, if the former Rox pirates were to regroup and come under that man's command. Warrior Laoxing couldn't even imagine that possibility. No, five elders. That man, 5th Emperor Liu Yu, what else does he want to do? At the cemetery, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Kong, suddenly changed his expression. If just one Rox isn't enough, what about adding them? In the sky, the curve of Liu Yu's mouth gradually widened. Forbidden magic, the history of corpses continues to spread. Following the Sea Overlord Rox, two more undead spirits materialized and returned from people's memory history. They are, Chapter 87 Roger and Kazuki Odin. The fierce conquerors Haki crashed midway. The aggressive four emperors Kaido of the Beasts suddenly let out shrill and terrified screams. It instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. Kaido-sensei, Captain Kaido, what's wrong with you? Plague Queen and other beast cadres asked anxiously. Look over there, that man in front of Kaido is. The pupils of Yan Zai-jin, who was flying in the sky, suddenly shrank. The flames blazing around his body represented his fluctuating emotions. Someone appeared out of nowhere again? Could it be the undead again? Who is it this time? On the battlefield, people's screams were heard one after another. Crash. Strong winds blew away the smoke and dust. The identity of the second undead was revealed. A samurai materialized from Kaido's deepest fears and memories. He stared at a guy with a bowl cut, wearing an orange kimono. The kimono has a crescent moon pattern painted on it. Large purple and white Shimenawa ropes were tied around his shoulders and waist. Odin, four emperors Kaido of the Beasts screamed. Revealed the identity of the second undead, Odin. Kazuki Odin. One of the legends of the past, the samurai Kazuki Odin of Wano-kuni. 18 years ago. Yu Odin's two-sword style with a large sword left indelible scars on Kaido's dragon body. More than 10 years have passed and the pain still lingers. You can say that. Before Liu Yu appeared, Yu Odin is the biggest shadow and greatest fear in Kaido of the Beast's heart. Now, 18 years later, Kazuki Odin, who should have been fried to death in a frying pan, has returned in a physical form. One can imagine how great the mental impact was on Kaido. Odin. It's Odin. The one who showed up this time was Kazuki Odin. The Beastmaster cadres such as Flame Disaster Jin, Plague Disaster Quinn, etc., who also participated in the Wano-kuni seizure operation that year, also screamed in unison at this moment. Samurai. Odin? That man. That warrior is also one of the legends.
The warrior from Wano-kuni is also a monster from the Roger Pirates, Kazuki Odin.
The marine veterans who also recognized Odin screamed in shock. Odin. On the dragon headship, the fear on Rayleigh's old face that appeared when he saw Rock's resurrection disappeared. Instead, there was endless joy and excitement, because Kazuki Odin is also his partner. Mr. Odin, Buggy with a big red nose, was equally excited. Certainly, on this battlefield, for Odin's resurrection. The most excited people were the Whitebeard pirates and Odin's former retainers. Kulal. The heroic laughter reached the sky. That was Whitebeard Edward Newgate's laugh. In Whitebeard's long life of more than 70 years. This smile was also his peak, the happiest thing in his life. All because of the tall warrior who materialized from hell. Dad, it's Odin. This time it's our friend Odin who shows up. This is such a big surprise. Odin is back too. This must also be a miracle displayed by His Excellency Liu Yu. Mr. Liu Yu is simply the most incredible existence in the world. Marco, Jozu and other white band captains and veteran members all shouted in surprise and excitement. Everyone, why are you so happy? I heard from the Marine that the samurai should be from the Roger Pirates. Why are the seniors so excited? The new members of the Whitebeard Pirates, who had no idea about the period decades ago, had confusion and bewilderment written all over their faces. Stupid, Odin is indeed a member of the Roger Pirates, but before that, he was also a partner of our Whitebeard Pirates. In the beginning, Odin went out to sea with our dad. You're too young to know this, but before Ace, the captain of our Whitebeard Seaburn 2nd Division was Odin. The old members of the Baitwan enthusiastically and excitedly explained to the newcomers the events that happened decades ago. Then, the uproar and shouts of the people on the battlefield suddenly became louder. It's not just the newcomers to the Whitebeard Pirates. The people on Marine's side were also shocked by this secret. Captain Odin. The dull expression on Blackbeard's fat, dark face loosened. What emerged instead was a deep sense of shock and disbelief. How can I not know you? How could I not remember? After all, that man is one of the legends of their Whitebeard Pirates. Not as a son, but as Whitebeard's brother, the former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, and his immediate superior. Since Odin came on board decades ago, he has been under the care of Captain Odin. It was originally thought that Odin jumped ship to join the Roger Pirates, but was later killed by Kaido, and they had no chance to meet again. Who would have thought? Now, on this occasion, after he betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates and caused a major crisis for the Whitebeard Pirates. Captain Kazuki Odin is back too. This moment, Blackbeard felt a sudden chill that penetrated his heart. That's really ugly, Blackbeard. Is this the show you're going to give us? Crescent Moon Hunter Katrina Depend sneered. It's just a mere Kazuki Odin, and you're so scared, it's really outrageous. If that's the case, it looks like we can go our separate ways. The evil ruler Abalo Pizarro was eager to break up. Under the gazes of people who were either excited, frightened, happy or horrified. Kazuki Odin's historical body is realized. He slowly opened his eyes. There is no blur in the vision. Through Liu Yu's information flow, he has roughly understood the current situation. Odin, Master Odin, welcome back, the cat and dog kings of the Bow tribe. The moment Cat Viper and Inuarashi saw Odin, they rushed over regardless of everything. They scrambled to cling to Kazuki Odin's body, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, it's okay, be good, is there anything important to do now? Ming Odin smiled and stroked the dogs and cats' heads. After bowing and thanking Liu Yu in midair, his eyes fell on Kaido of the Beasts, who was sweating from nervousness. It's been a long time, Kaido, Bright Odin said dimly. Ooh, Kazuki. Odin. Kaido subconsciously tightened the mace in his right hand. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The battle is about to begin. Just then, a temporary treatment center for marine wounded soldiers, about a few hundred meters away from the central battlefield. The historical body of the third undead gradually emerged, took shape and stabilized. I see. The Pirates King Gordon Roger, who had returned from historical memory, opened his weathered eyes and nodded in understanding. I already have a clear understanding of the current situation. Finally, a marine noticed Roger, who had appeared out of nowhere. Compared to the rocks, the overlord of the sea, which was buried by the government's big hand. In this era of great pirates, no one's fame can compare with that of Roger, the Pirate King. It won't take long. More and more marines noticed the undead appearing around them. Extreme shock and fear appeared on every face. Extreme fear dominated their bodies and minds, making them unable to even utter a complete sentence. Vice Admiral Garp, Mr. Garp, what are you going to do? Kobe and Shanmibo, who were in charge of taking care of Garp, screamed. Garp ignored his subordinate's dissuasion, ignoring the wounds on his body that kept bursting open. He struggled to get up and stumbled forward, looking at the figure not far away that is so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. Garp's body began to tremble uncontrollably. This world is really going to change. The Vice Admiral, he spoke in a deep voice. He seemed to be aware of the commotion behind him. Pirates King Roger suppressed the complicated thoughts in his mind. He turned around gracefully. Looking at Garp, who was wrapped like a mummy not far away, he grinned. Hey, Garp, long time no see. Roger, Chapter 88 Father and Son Meeting. Roger. The legendary Vice Admiral of Marine, the hero Garp, sat up in shock from his dying illness and stumbled to the man. His roar, filled with all his strength and emotion, resounded throughout the entire naval headquarters battlefield like thunder from the gods. The astonishing echoes lingered and resounded over Marineford for a long time. At the same time, it also constantly echoes in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Walala. There was a strong wind blowing between heaven and earth. It blew away the confusion that shrouded people's hearts. Hundreds of thousands of eyes on the huge battlefield turned and locked onto the source of the sound. A tall figure that couldn't be more familiar came into people's sight. A brilliant smile, waves rising and falling like the ocean, nose hairs, and that uninhibited posture. The third undead appeared on this battlefield. Who doesn't know that man who exudes freedom? Everyone knows it. Roger, Gordon Roger, Pirates King Gold D. Roger. In this world, the only person who deserves the hero garb to roar at the top of his lungs is his lifelong enemy, the Pirates King Roger. Right now, Naval Headquarters, Summit War was quiet at this moment. Sabo di Dizudao Live Broadcast Plaza was also quiet, falling into absolute deathly silence. After a brief silence, a noise erupted that was enough to shake the earth.
Roger. That's Roger, the Pirates King. There's no mistake, that's the real Pirates King.
After Rox and Odin, Roger is back too. The chaos on the battlefield at the top escalated further with the appearance of Roger. The Marines' uproar and shouts reached the sky. The noise and shock continued to spread. In just a few moments, the entire Naval Headquarters battlefield was shaken violently. At this moment, no one could remain calm after seeing the Pirates King, Gold Roger, who was supposed to have been dead for 20 years, reappear. So, boiling. The entire sea is boiling. The whole world is boiling because of this. What kind of day is today? The dead are coming back to life one after another. Is this a nightmare? I must be dreaming. Everything I see is not real. There's no such thing as Rox, the overlord of the sea, or Roger, the king of pirates. Fake. Fake. All fake. Many people on Marine's side closed their eyes, trying to escape this cruel reality. The Pirate King. That's the Pirate King. Following the unknown overlord of the sea, the ghost of the Pirates King has returned. Pluton Rayleigh, the warrior Odin, and the Pirates King Roger, what a terrifying lineup. Besides the terrifying Rox pirates, the overlord of the sea, are the Roger pirates also going to be resurrected? Heroes of the past. The legendary pirates are returning one after another. Why has this war turned out like this? Under the current circumstances, even the 5 elders in the world government can't move revolving heaven, worst case scenario. It's all about that 5th Emperor Liu Yu. Who the hell is he? Is he a god from the 9th heaven? Or is he a demon that rules hell? No one knows for sure. The only thing we can be sure of is that after this battle, he will be the king of the sea. At the Sabo di Dizudao Live Broadcast Plaza, the reporters and onlookers who were able to witness the miracle, with the help of the outdoor anchor, went crazy. Naval Headquarters Ideographic period. Ha 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 ha. I never thought I'd see you again in my lifetime. It's truly delightful, Roger. In the sky, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't stop laughing. I thought that only the original Captain Rox was there. Never thought. Rox, the overlord of the sea, is just the beginning. Shuo Odin and even the Pirates King Roger are all returning. Who will be next? Roger. On the Dragon Headship, Rayleigh screamed at the top of his lungs, his eyes red and tears streaming down his face. The man known as Pluton couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. Rayleigh had cried only a few times in his life. More than 20 years ago, on the day Roger Pirates disbanded, I cried uncontrollably after getting drunk with my departing companions. On the day of Roger's execution, he watched helplessly from below, and tears fell unconsciously for the 2nd time. And this time is the 3rd time. I cried tears of joy at seeing Roger again, my best friend for life and death. This moment. Seeing past partners and close friends returning one after another. Rayleigh no longer had any dissatisfaction with Liu Yu's ability to summon the undead. Some are just extremely fortunate and grateful, thanks to Liu Yu for giving him the opportunity to meet his former partners and close friends again. Captain Roger, Buggy the Clown, was also so excited that he burst into tears. What a great loyalty and righteousness this is. I cried for the return of my former captain. I was right. It is the luck of our lives to be able to follow Captain Buggy. The brain-dead prisoners at Impel Down were all amazed. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Shichibukai Doflamingo Ni rubbed his forehead and laughed. The Sea Overlord Rox, Moon Odin, Pirate King Roger, and the dead are returning one after another. Who will be next? Are characters from 800 years ago going to return next? Doflamingo opened his arms, raised his head and shouted. This is the center of the world right now, the center of the era. I have a premonition that an unprecedented storm is coming. World government, which has dominated the oceans for 800 years, can you still maintain your position of power this time? Faced with this terrifying lineup, can the 5 elders and the beings behind you remain calm? Sigh, sigh, sigh. Doflamingo made all kinds of shocking remarks without paying any attention to the people around him. This attracted the angry glares of the 5 elders, the 2 highest authorities in the distance. However, there was no time to settle accounts with Doflamingo right now. Roger, it's Roger. That Roger was also brought back by Lord Liu Yu. Marco, the captain of the 1st Squadron, murmured dully. They actually came. I was just joking. What unexpected things will happen next? Diamond Joe's, Flower Sword Vista and other white squad captains took a deep breath together. Coolalalalala. Whitebeard laughed heartily with great satisfaction. His pale eyes turned to focus on the dazed Ace, then. The white pirates and many others all looked towards Ace. By now, Ace's identity as the son of the Pirates King is known to everyone. When their deceased father comes, they are curious about how Ace feels now. Brother Ace, Jinbei called softly, Ace, stop standing there. Straw Hat Luffy patted Ace on the back, hateful. Ace bit his lip tightly with his teeth. Even if it bleeds, he will not let go. He was holding it back, trying to hold back the tears. The thoughts in his mind were in a tangled mess, to the point where I can't even consider or think about anything. Memories of the past came flooding back. When he was young, people around him gave him comments about him. The cynicism about what Roger would be like if he had offspring gradually eroded his longing for the Pirates King. It even made him, who was less than 10 years old, want to die at one point. After going out to sea, Ace is determined to surpass Roger and become the new king of pirates. However, by mistake, he boarded the ship of Roger's enemy, Whitebeard. From the mouth of Whitebeard, Roger's former greatest rival. He learned a lot about his father's unknown past. Even in Whitebeard's description, his father Gold Roger was a great man. However, due to the prejudice he developed since childhood, Ace could never accept Roger. In his heart, his father is always only Whitebeard.
That's how it should be. Until now, his biological father, Pirates Wang Yi.
Gold Roger actually returned. He should have hated Roger, hated his own bloodline, and hated the man who abandoned his mother. But he actually felt a little joy about Roger's resurrection, and even his eyes became red inadvertently. Sorry, Garp, let's save our old time chat for another chance. I have to go see my son first, and, thank you, Roger. Pirates King Roger thanked him. Without waiting for Garp to say anything, he strode towards where Ace was. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Roger and Ace, father and son, finally meet. Chapter 89 History repeats itself. Naval headquarters, on the battlefield. One old and one young. The two men who were connected by blood only had each other in their eyes. All the noise from the outside world has nothing to do with them. You've grown up, Ace, Pirates King Roger spoke. He has always been full of heroic spirit, but at this moment there was a rare slight tremor in his voice. He raised his big hand and wanted to touch his grown-up son's head. However, before he could touch it, he quickly retreated timidly. At this moment, Roger had lost all his haughty demeanor as the king of pirates. He is just an ordinary father who feels so guilty towards his son that he dares not approach him rashly. Dad. Ace's face turned pale and he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Looking at the familiar face in front of me, Ace's eyes turned red when he saw this face that had appeared in his dreams countless times in the past. His teeth bit his lips tightly. I stubbornly let my tears flow, not knowing whether they were of joy or pain. I'm sorry, Ace. It must be very troublesome for you to have such an irresponsible father like me. Pirates King Roger took a deep breath. Gathering all his courage, he dropped his large hand onto Ace's head. However, before he could touch her, Ace knocked her away with his head. I don't recognize you as my father at all, a-hole. Woo. Finally, Ace could no longer suppress his inner emotions. With my head lowered, tears flowed out like a dam. Looking at Ace, who suddenly burst into tears. Even Roger, the unrivaled king of pirates, looked at a loss at this moment. What are you still standing there for, idiot Roger? You're such a sissy, that's not like you at all. 4 Emperor's Whitebeard slapped Roger's back with his left hand. Roger staggered 2 steps, then opened his arms and embraced his son Ace. Ahahaha. Roger smiled foolishly. Thank you, Newgate too. Coolalalalala. Whitebeard laughed, ha 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 ha. Marco, Joes and others also smiled happily. Thief ha 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 ha. A raspy laugh tried to blend in. Teach, shut up. Vista, who was in charge of watching Blackbeard and his gang, shouted angrily. Don't be so unkind, Captain Vista. For the time being, I was also a member of the 2nd Division. Captain Ace has reunited with his biological father. I want to congratulate you, too, Blackbeard said. Shut up. Put away your hypocrisy, a-hole Teach. The captain and members of the white group shouted sternly. It's such a joyous day, it's so boring to have so much fighting and killing. How about we all take a step back and fight again another day? Blackbeard attempts to negotiate peace. This kind of thing is impossible. Stop wishful thinking. You will die today. The souls of Thatch and his brothers who died on this battlefield need to be watered with your blood. Marco and the others shouted angrily and with murderous intent. Blackbeard's face turned cold. Okay, if that's what you want. Then let's start the war. Who's afraid of who? Blackbeard Teach was rarely tough. Captain Teach, fighting champion, Lafayette, Vanoka and other veteran team members all looked at Blackbeard, who suddenly became so arrogant, with fear and confusion on their faces. In their opinion, Blackbeard should not be that kind of person. Teach, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The cat-eyed man, the evil king, and the others quietly moved away from Blackbeard. Want to distance myself from it, thief ha 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 ha. Blackbeard sneered. Between his hands, a strong dark force emerged. Dark acupoints. Blackbeard slammed his hands to the ground. Endless darkness surged from his body and spread in all directions. Devour everything on the earth. Captain Teach, we've been sucked in too. Fighting champion Burgess screamed in horror. I wanted to struggle, but my body was already controlled by darkness. It's like falling into a bottomless swamp, under Blackbeard's suicide attack. Even the captains of the white group could not help but retreat. A gap appeared in the encirclement that originally had 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Now, Blackbeard's face lit up with joy. The darkness that emerged from the ground instantly engulfed him. And the package of Burgess and others who trusted him. Break through and escape in an instant. This sudden development made everyone in the room stunned. Especially the escaped Cat-Eye Evil King, Crescent Hunter and other impelled down thugs. Didn't we agree to start a war? The result is that he ran faster than a rabbit. A whole teach, don't even think about running. You deceived us again, today I will tear you into pieces. The white pirates, who had been fooled, were furious. Thief, ha 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 ha, who wants to go to war with you under such circumstances? Do you think I'm an idiot? Blackbeard's triumphant laughter echoed in the distance. Just a group of Whitebeard pirates was enough to save them from death. Good job. Even Captain Odin and Ace's biological father Roger came. If only you knew what he did, you'll get beaten to a pulp. From beginning to end, Blackbeard didn't have the determination to fight to the end. Ha 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 ha, thief. King of evil government, Crescent Moonhunter, as a reward for letting you out, you will stop them for me. Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Teach, the evil king Abalo Bizarro and others were furious. Want to pursue and retaliate. However, before he could move, he was surrounded by a flash of swords and sabers. You misunderstood, Whitebeard, we have nothing to do with Blackbeard. Crescent Hunter and others are eager to clarify. However, the white pirates, who had been identified early on, would not listen to their excuses. Daddy, Marco and the other captains looked at Whitebeard for instructions. Kulalalala, I haven't given you permission to escape yet. Whitebeard sneered in a deep voice, his left wrist trembled. The supreme sword, Kusaga no Kiri, pierced through the darkness like a whistling arrow. This exposed Blackbeard's gang. Hateful, Blackbeard quickly rolled over, stood up and ran away again. The conflict between Whitebeard and Blackbeard was the trigger. The battlefield at the top, which had been silent for a long time, became noisy again. Odin. Kaido. Odin used dual-wielding sword clashes fiercely with Kaido of the Beast's thunderous 8 trigrams. Well, Captain Rocks, I'll show you my current strength. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin wields the broadsword Napoleon. A huge deep purple sword energy was slashed out. Ha 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 ha, how dare you say that, Linlin. We haven't seen each other for decades, have you forgotten? This is my horror. The Sea Overlord Rocks transforms into a dark ghost. He shattered 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin's ultimate move with one punch. The huge naval headquarters was shaken by the chaotic fighting between the top-level warriors. 5 elders. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong, looked at the 5 elders anxiously and solemnly. We can't continue like this, we must curb that man's arrogance. You're right. He summoned these undead spirits at a price. Now is the perfect time to destroy him. F.A. Laoxing and Wuxi Laoxing nodded in unison, with a wave of the hand. On the spaceship, the powerful people secretly trained by the world government led by Wu Laoxing all appeared. However, it was at this moment, the 4th path, the 5th path, the 6th path. In the crumbling headquarters square, one after another, the souls that disappeared in history appeared here. History spreads. Oh, that man. Could it be Captain John, the great pirate? That bearded man over there is Ochaku. It's not just them, that giant is Silver Axe from Rock's Pirate. The undead have appeared here too, this guy is. How could this happen? Even he. Across naval headquarters, screams of marine elites echoed. No one could help but be horrified when seeing the return of the undead who once brought them endless terror. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that we would be able to come back one day. Captain Rocks, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, Ling. It's been a long time, this feels like yesterday. It's like a replay of the Battle of God's Island 36 years ago. No. The one who is in charge of everything today is Lord Liu Yu. Lord Liu Yu, please give me your orders, resurrected Rock's pirate members John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and many more famous deceased undead. Bow your head at this moment, we all respect Liu Yu. The scene was spectacular. Brush, in the sky. Liu Yu flashed and returned to the dragon-headed ship. Just raise your hand. 3 celestial dragons crosses on the deck soared into the sky. Puff puff puff, 3 muffled sounds. The head and body were separated. The terrified heads of the celestial dragons Roseward family shot up into the sky. Blood gushed out of their skulls like fountains. Snap. Heads fell to the ground. A signal of war. Let's get started. Take over this world with me. Liu Yu waved. Yu. Amidst cheers, the undead who returned from history rushed towards the world government and the 5 elders with murderous intent. It's like history repeating itself and sublimating itself. A battle even more terrifying than the Battle of God Valley 36 years ago began. Chapter 90 Akainu returns with the blood and bones of celestial dragons. We openly declare war on the Overlord who has ruled the world for 800 years. A war 10 times more terrifying than the one in the Valley of Gods 36 years ago has begun. A bloody and brutal fight took place again at the naval headquarters. The final battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. The fateful showdown between Yu Odin and Kaido of the Beasts. The strange collision of the Sea Overlord rocks and Charlotte Linlin. John, Silver Axe, history repeats itself. There are also various famous and unknown powerful undead beings. The battlefield where countless powerful people gather is the best incubator for the history of forbidden magic corpses. At this moment, the battlefield on top of Naval Headquarters has fallen into the first chaos in history. Roger, that's great. On the Dragon headship, Rayleigh wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Looking at my friends in the distance, I was excited from the bottom of my heart. Rayleigh, go if you want to, she said calmly. Yes. Thanks, Rayleigh bowed solemnly to Lu Yu to express his gratitude. Then he ran towards his best friend in the distance. Roger. Rayleigh. The two grown men hugged each other tightly at this moment. Come with me once again and turn the world upside down, Rayleigh. Roger extended an invitation to Rayleigh just as he had 60 years ago. Oh. Rayleigh's eyes were wet and he responded loudly. Ace and Joyboy, goodbye. Roger turned and waved towards Ace and Luffy. Oh, Uncle Roger, Uncle Rayleigh, see you later. Straw Hat Luffy happily responded with a drink. That.
Ace's mouth dropped open slightly. Watching Roger leave, I felt a sense of panic for no reason.
But in the end, he said nothing. Just watching Roger and Rayleigh join the battle against the world government. Fight with the elites led by Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government's 3 armies. The edge of the ruined naval headquarters. 8 of this year's supernova pirates summoned up all their courage and landed on the chaotic battlefield. It's turned upside down. This is simply outrageous.
The DJ Schoolachiman Apu screamed in surprise. Sea Overlord Rocks, Pirate King Roger, Samurai Kazuki Odin, John, Silver Axe. The souls that disappeared into history have all returned, and are now controlled by that man.
He is simply the god of the dead. Magician Hawkins spoke word by word. Summon the power of the undead. Is this his true ability? The strange monkey rogue speculated. That can no longer be called a monster. It's simply a ghost, a demon, or even a god. The godfather of the mafia, Capone Beige, screamed. Ha 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 ha. A crazy laugh rang out. Kid, what's wrong with you? Killer warrior Kira asked worriedly. The overlord of the sea and the king of pirates are all under his command? He alone can defeat all the thousands in this world. Our road to becoming king is shrouded in darkness, with no light in sight. Captain Eustace Kidd looked gloomy and fell into the abyss of despair. Captain, I want to help too. Beppo, the heart pirate's pet white bear, yelled. Without waiting for Luo and others to say anything, he rushed into the battlefield. Idiot, Beppo. Trafalgar Law's expression changed, and he quickly led the crowd to follow. Captain Bonnie, where are you going? On the other side, the Bonnie pirates shouted anxiously. However, the eldest daughter, Jewelry Bonnie, seemed oblivious to the cries of her subordinates. With some kind of belief, she stubbornly entered into the struggles of her descendants. Damn it. The current situation is even worse than the Battle of God Valley 36 years ago. On the bow of the government spaceship, the blonde 5 elders yelled in frustration. I thought 3 undead was the limit, but could it be that he really controls the entire Yellow Springs underworld? Wu Tu Lao Xing fixed his angry gaze on Lu Yu on the dragon-headed ship in the distance. The supreme sword in his hand was unsheathed half an inch, and the ghostly aura of Senro spread. Don't be impulsive. Jin Laoxing shook his head firmly to stop Warrior Laoxing's attack. Their purpose had been clear since before Marie-Joy set out. That is to quickly eliminate Lu Yu and Whitebeard by relying on the overwhelming difference in combat power. The 2 of them, plus General Kong, Marshal Sengoku, and Admiral Akainu. With the combined efforts of 5 people, they will definitely be able to defeat the combined forces of Lu Yu and Whitebeard in the shortest time possible. Even if they manage to escape, Kaido and Big Mom, who had agreed in advance, were also guarding outside. Lu Yu and the Whitebeard pirates will definitely not return. Fantasy is beautiful, but the reality is often not as good as we want. Instead of developing according to their script, the situation went further and further away like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Now, the combined forces of Marshal Sengoku and Admiral Akainu were easily defeated by Lu Yu. How much advantage can they gain if they both attack together? After all, even if the strength of the 2 of them is stronger than Sengoku and Akainu combined, it is still limited. Most importantly, they are afraid of death. The longer people live, the more they respect life and the more afraid they are of death. Not good. If this continues, the people we brought with us will be killed by those fearless monsters. Wu Tu Lao Xing had a ferocious look on his face. This is Marine's home turf. Isn't all the Marines dead yet? The blonde old star shouted angrily. They were very dissatisfied with Marine for staying out of the matter and not coming to support for a long time. However, when the sight swept across the battlefield, looking at the undead Marines that appeared out of nowhere, the blonde old star once again fell into deep shock and couldn't extricate himself. That's it. Go back. I don't want to do anything to you. A river of hot magma flows through the earth, completely separate the battlefield between the Marines and the undead. Admiral. Sakazuki Admiral, it's Mr. Sakazuki. Looking at the iron-blooded and resolute middle-aged man with a flat head and wearing Admiral uniform who suddenly stood in front of them. The Marine elites who were about to support the world government were all stunned. The person before him was undoubtedly their Marines Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. But they had clearly witnessed the end of Akainu not long ago. I saw with my own eyes that Admiral Akainu was blown to pieces in the sky by Lu Yu. Could it be that you dodged Admiral Sakazuki earlier by transforming into an element? A Marine asked whimsically with a face full of hope. Admiral Akainu remained silent, a flash of golden light. Admiral Kizaru descended from the sky. Sakazuki. Kizaru's face rarely had his usual lewd expression. Looking at Akainu on the other side of the lava river, he knew clearly that they were no longer on the same path. The position has changed. The Admiral Akainu that now appeared before them was just an undead summoned and controlled by Lu Yu. Borsalino, take everyone back, I don't want to fight you. Admiral Akainu repeated. Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral he crossed the chaotic battlefield and came to the dragon-headed ship where Lu Yu was. Vice Admiral he raised his head and looked at Lu Yu at the bow of the ship, with extreme anger uncontrollably appearing on his old face. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, Vice Admiral Crane roared. Hey, isn't this the Vice Admiral of Marine Crane? What's going on? Lu Yu responded with a smile. You devil, how far will you go in toying with the souls of the dead? Vice Admiral he said with great sorrow. Demon. Vice Admiral he, that's too much. I prefer you to call me the Dream Master rather than the devil. Lu Yu grinned. The historical essence of the forbidden magic corpse is to peer into the opponent's mind and manifest a person who has a huge influence on the opponent's memory. Theoretically, anyone in his memory can be manifested. Including but not limited to those they fear, just like now. Following the terrifying undead army that recreated the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Lu Yu's historical diffusion also brought back many marine martyrs who died in recent decades. For example, the admiral or marshal who died in the last or even the previous era. There are also many marine officers and commanders who died in battle. For the living, able to communicate with deceased superiors and elders.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that seems like a dream.
Master of Dreams. The angry expression on Vice Admiral Crane's face froze. Seeing the excitement of Big Senbei, Sengoku who was awakened by Little Rice Fruit, Corazone's call. Looking at the satisfied smiling faces on the battlefield. Vice Admiral he, who had come here filled with anger, was stunned. The anger in my heart is gone. Vice Admiral Crane, I clearly provided you Marines with the opportunity to realize your dreams for free. And yet you call me a demon? Are you trying to force me to become a real demon? Lu Yu grinned. Don't want, Vice Admiral he's face suddenly turned as pale as snow. She understood the hidden meaning of Lu Yu's words. As the controller of the undead, he can allow the returning souls of marine martyrs to coexist peacefully with their descendants. It can also cause them to kill each other in an instant. Whether it's the undead seniors who killed their juniors, or the junior marines who personally eradicated the undead martyrs. Both sides will suffer the most extreme pain. By then, this place will be a real hell. Don't do that. Please, I'll restrain Marine, Vice Admiral he said pleadingly. Hey, Vice Admiral Crane, are you begging for help? Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of ridicule. Call, Vice Admiral he took a deep breath. Then, in full view of everyone, he knelt down and prostrated himself before Lu Yu at the bow of the ship. Please. Chapter 91. Unprecedented chaos in 800 years. A chaos unseen in 800 years is underway. In this fierce monster battlefield, one person's kneeling is insignificant. However, everyone who noticed it couldn't help but show extreme shock and disbelief on their faces. Because the man kneeling was one of the Marines' veteran legends, Vice Admiral Suru, a contemporary of Garp and Sengoku. The person to whom a Marine big shot like her knelt was none other than Lu Yu, the man who broke through the naval headquarters and caused all the chaos. This kind of thing shouldn't have happened, Sister he. Crane Vice Admiral. Admiral Candidate Momosagi Gion and the female soldiers under Vice Admiral Suru rushed over immediately. He wanted to help Vice Admiral Crane, but he was unable to do so. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, what on earth did you do to Sister he? Momosagi Gion's pretty face was filled with anger. Don't accuse a good person, I didn't do anything. Lu Yu spread his hands with an innocent look, a hole. Momosagi Gion's famous sword Kinra was unsheathed. Even if you know you can't win, even if you know you will die. She also did not look back. Stand back, Gion. Gion paused at the command from Vice Admiral Suru. Sister he. Gion turned around in confusion. Vice Admiral Crane said nothing. Just shook his head firmly. Pa, at the bow, Shang clapped his hands. Marines Vice Admiral, I have seen your sincerity, rise. Don't worry, as long as you don't do anything, I won't do anything either. After all, I'm not a demon. Lu Yu grinned, his smile bright. Oh, by the way, if possible, could you please have your Marine Admiral come over? Lu Yu added. You want to? Before Gion could finish his words, he was stopped again by Vice Admiral Suru. Go and get Borsalino over here, the war is going on. Joys and sorrows are unfolding. The battlefield of the four emperors. Beppo, the polar bear who had been separated for many years, reunites with his older brother Pedro, his playmate Garrett and others. Join the Heart Group to fight against the beasts and Big Mom Cadres. However, as the captain of the Hardcore, Luo's mind was no longer on the war at this moment. His eyes were fixed on the marine area in the distance. A gentle man with clown-like makeup on his face was chatting and laughing with the seriously injured and trance-like Marshal Sengoku. Mr. Corazon. Tears instantly blurred Trafalgar Law's eyes. Not just Trafalgar Law. There was another man on the battlefield, whose emotions were also stirred by Corazone's manifestation. He is the Shichibukai, Doflamingo, who has been talking nonsense since the beginning of the war at the top. Rosinante. Looking at his resurrected brother, the smile on his face finally disappeared. I just felt my mouth dry and I couldn't utter a single dirty word. Boom. Thunder boomed over the ruined battlefield. The bright skies suddenly became gloomy. Endless dark thunderclouds covered the sky. In the center of the thundercloud, an evil smile bloomed. Mom, I'm ready. The three strongest homies under Big Mom's command, homies, Thundercloud and Zeus, shouted loudly. Mom, this side is ready too. On the other side, Prometheus, the little sun that transformed into a raging flame, also spoke. Captain Rocks, how about trying this trick of mine? Take it, heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Four Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin laughed triumphantly. The 2-foot fat hands swung down fiercely. The thunder and fire that hovered in the sky intertwined and merged, bombarding the rocks on the ground. However, the imagined scene of thunder and fire explosion did not happen. Or that nothing happened. The terrifying thunder and the skies suddenly turned before they even hit the ground. In the end, it all went into Lu Yu's mouth and became his nourishment. Burp. Thank you for the treat. Lu Yu burped and grinned. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu. It's you again. This is a fight between me and Captain Rocks. Four Emperors Big Mom yelled in frustration. Qi Shang naturally wouldn't pay any attention to this. All he had to do now was to continue to accumulate strength and prepare for the next action. Master Lu Yu, these two little things are presented to you. The Sea Overlord Rocks laughed. Take advantage of Big Mom's moment of frustration and distraction. He captured the thundercloud Zeus with his left hand and the little sun Prometheus with his right hand. Throw two large homies towards Lu Yu on the dragon-headed ship.
Well done, Rocks. Lu Yu nodded. He caught the two large supplements, one in each hand.
Mother, Mom, save us! Zeus and Prometheus screamed for help. However, Big Mom only took a glance and quickly looked away, focusing her attention on the former captain. Oh, I'm going to be sucked dry, the thundercloud and the little sun screamed continuously. It won't take long. The spirits of the two highest level homies were completely depressed and exhausted. The last trace of lightning and flame in the body were absorbed by Lu Yu and became his strength. Shua. There was a flash of golden light on the deck. Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsellino appeared on the second deck. Hey, Yellow Monkey, I thought you were going to run away again this time. This time, they are aware of the situation and come to my door on their own initiative. Lu Yu grinned. Upon hearing this, Admiral Kizaru's face suddenly became constipated. Naturally, he was extremely unwilling to take the initiative to contact Lu Yu. Even if Vice Admiral Crane held a knife to his neck, he would not want to come. Thinking of the hellish scene described by Vice Admiral Crane, he had to come. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, I know what you want, aren't you just greedy for my body? Come on, I promise not to resist at all this time. Admiral Kizaru looked like he was risking everything. The words fell. The huge dragon boat deck fell silent. Shocky and Robin looked at Kizaru, then at Lu Yu, their eyes gradually becoming strange. Listening to Kizaru's words and feeling Robin's strange gaze, Lu Yu almost vomited blood. Damn, can you speak? Who is coveting the body of an old and wretched man like you? Lu Yu's forehead was filled with black lines. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, are you going to come up or not? If you don't come, I'll leave. Admiral Kizaru oils the soles of his feet. Just wait for Lu Yu to be disgusted, and then he will run away. All the ambiguous words before were for this purpose. Damn it, Yellow Monkey, just wait for me, I promise I won't kill you. Lu Yu rarely cursed. A flash of light, he came to the second deck. The whole body was shining brightly. The full-level White Dragon Slayer magic is fully activated. He became the Master of Light. He controls all the light within a radius of 100 meters. Admiral Kizaru, who possesses the ability of Flash, is no exception and cannot escape from this area. Lu Yu beat Kizaru mercilessly. Then he ruthlessly squeezed Kizaru's source of light and transformed it into the power of thunder and fire. The other side, on the world government's command spacecraft. Looking at Lu Yu and Admiral Kizaru entangled in the golden light in the distance. What are that monster and Borsellino doing? Why is Borsellino so brave this time? He actually challenged that monster. The blonde old star spoke suspiciously. I don't know what's wrong with Borsellino all of a sudden, but if the two of us plus Borsellino work together, maybe we can do it. Wu Tu Lao Xing's eyes gleamed, and the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand trembled slightly, as if he was eager to try. This is too risky, we can't do it. The blonde old star quickly raised his hand to stop him. The situation is now beyond our control. I can't stay here any longer. I think we should return to the Holy Land first and make plans later. F.A. Laoxing's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger, and he began to think about giving up. The warmongering warrior Laoxing frowned, but finally put down the sword in his hand. Just go back. 3 pairs of white wings spread out from behind the blonde old star. The incitement brought about gusts of strong wind. The body carrying the 2 5 elders soared into the sky and quietly left the battlefield. However, just then, without warning, a huge sense of crisis is coming. This raised the vigilance of the two highest powers in the world to the extreme. Tens of trillions of cells in his body were trembling with fear. Crash. Above the sky, a figure emitting thousands of feet of golden light stood in the air. The wings of the double dragons of thunder and fire spread out, covering the sky and the sun. Where are you two going in such a hurry to leave? Thunder Flame Dragon King Lu Yu smiled kindly. Chapter 92. I just want to kill you two, or be beaten to death by you two. You two, now that you're here, don't rush to leave. The fun is far from over. Lu Yu spread out his wings of thunder and fire, and looked at the two panicked world supreme powers with a smile. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, looking at the wings of thunder and fire that covered the sky. Feeling the ultimate terrifying power emanating from Lu Yu. Extreme fear and anxiety could not be suppressed on the old faces of the blonde old star and the warrior old star. His eyelids were shaking as if he was tap dancing. Countless cells throughout the body are sounding the alarm, warning of danger. This has never happened in hundreds of years. Even the rocks, the overlord of the sea 36 years ago, had never given them such a feeling. As the leader of the world government, the apparent highest authority. The highest of the celestial dragons, elders who have lived for hundreds of years. They are certainly not useless celestial dragons. Quite the opposite. They are very strong. After hundreds of years of life, even a pig will become a spirit. Not to mention they have mastered the powerful devil fruit abilities. As the combat force among the five elders, the strength of the blonde old star and the warrior old star is not inferior to that of the admiral and the four emperors. One-on-one. Even if we can't win, no one can stop us from leaving. Not to mention two people together. Even if it was Rox, the overlord of the sea, the two of them dared to fight. Facing Lu Yu, they didn't dare. Marshal Sengoku, who was not much weaker than them, fell, and Admiral Akainu was resurrected as a puppet. There are bloody lessons to learn from. They know it clearly. Lu Yu is the strongest person in the sea, surpassing the admiral and the four emperors. What's wrong? Five elders of supreme power, are you afraid? It would be too boring to run away so soon. Lu Yu folded his arms and spoke teasingly. Since the five elders led the team until now, Lu Yu has been waiting. Wait for them to gather the other five elders so we can take care of them all at once. It's a pity that these five elders are too timid. In this situation, no one chose to continue asking for support. Instead, he ignored his subordinates and tried to sneak away. So, now we can't wait any longer. Just harvest them first. After all, if they were allowed to escape back to Marijoy, it might become difficult to deal with them. D5 emperors, do you really have to block our way today? The blonde old star's expression changed and he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. No, don't get me wrong, I just want to kill you two, or be beaten to death by you two. Lu Yu opened his arms. The calm words reveal the primitiveness and wildness of the wilderness. You. Feeling Lu Yu's undisguised murderous intent, a chill started from the soles of the blonde old star's feet and rushed straight to the top of his head. No need to waste time talking to him, he's determined not to let us go today. There's no point in saying more. Today, I'm going to test whether you, the fifth emperor, are as powerful as the rumors say. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Lao Xing, the most warlike warrior. Clang. The sword roared like thunder. The warrior Lao Xing drew his body-length sword from its sheath. It was as if the materialized purple ghost energy was lingering on the blade, exuding a sinister feeling. The Supreme Great Sword 12 works, first generation Kitetsu? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. You have some knowledge. If you're scared, back off now. Warrior Lao Xing smiled proudly. No, you misunderstood again. Lu Yu waved his hand again. I was just wondering, how does your knife taste? Warrior Old Star. An ominous premonition came over me. Without waiting for him to ask, Lu Yu shook his head and sighed softly. The knife used by that Hawkeye Mahawk was too hard. My bite only left a tooth mark. But it seems that your knife has not yet been refined into a black knife. It seems that there is a chance to bite it off. Lu Yu grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. The sunlight shines down, and the reflected light is dazzling. Warrior Lao Xing's eyebrows were raised and he was completely shocked. Over the centuries, he has encountered countless opponents. Lu Yu is the first one like him. Who would think of breaking his knife right away? It's still Yakai. It's simply seeking death. Wu Si was stunned just when he was halfway through thinking about the word death of the old star. Because he suddenly thought of it. This is the scene I saw when watching the live broadcast on Marijoy a while ago. It seemed that the big sword of Vice Admiral, one of the 3 elite Marines, was bitten off and eaten by Lu Yu. Think of this. Wu Tu Laoxing couldn't help but gasp. Looking at the first generation Kitetsu, he, who has always been warlike, now has the idea of having a look with Hawkeye not long ago. He didn't want to fight anymore, however, they don't have the power to choose right now. Careful. The blonde old star, who had been on high alert, shouted. Pushing the warrior old star aside, the 6 white wings behind him spread out and he retreated quickly. At the same time, like a knife, it cut through the space between the 5 elders. It landed on the sea surface, creating a huge hole with a radius of several hundred meters. Your reaction isn't slow, and your ability seems quite interesting. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the 6 wings behind the blonde old star with interest. It looked like the wings of an angel in mythology. And Lu Yu, who controls all kinds of elements as Grandmaster, can feel the elements surging under the 6 wings. 2 of them are his favorites, fire and wind. This seems to be a good ingredient. The smile on Lu Yu's lips became more and more intense. Feeling Lu Yu's strange gaze, the blonde old star's heart tightened for no reason. There's no way back, let's fight. Warrior Lao Xing took a deep breath and walked in the air using moonwalk. His figure was floating around unsteadily. It seemed as if afterimages appeared in the void. Clang. The crisp sound of swords rang out again, becoming one and the same. The warrior Lao Xing put the magic sword in his hand back into the sheath and drew it out at the same time. He drew his sword and slashed it out with swift speed. The atmosphere is filled with ripples. A purple sword energy that was as powerful as Hawkeye's attack shot out, accompanied by a strong ominous aura. That is the demonic aura of the demon sword Kitetsu. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade. He raised his fist and smashed the sword energy of the warrior Lao Xing. Strands of purple-black air currents corroded Lu Yu's fist like maggots on the tarsal bones. Such tricks are of little use to me. Lu Yu spoke nonchalantly. The strongest and most powerful thunder and flames emerged from the fist. All the weirdness and ominousness were burned away in an instant. So, how about this move? A cold voice filled with murderous intent sounded from behind Lu Yu. As the words fell, the warrior old star dozens of meters in front of Lu Yu's sight slowly dissipated. The warrior Lao Xing appeared behind Lu Yu at some point and stabbed Lu Yu in the back with his knife without mercy. Bite. The crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. How is this possible? Warrior Lao Xing suddenly widened his eyes and screamed in disbelief. The old man's face was filled with shock and disbelief. This attack was a decisive blow he had been planning for a long time. As long as the opponent is not the owner of observation hockey, who can foresee the future, there is absolutely no way to avoid it. This is exactly the case, facing his sudden space jump. Lu Yu didn't react in time and was hit head-on by his attack. However, the tip of his supreme sword, which was infused with advanced armed color, was unable to break through Lu Yu's physical defense. This is simply a fantasy. Just how terrifying a body must one have to be able to prevent the tip of his knife from penetrating even an inch? This stab was indeed sudden, but what a shame, you chose the wrong spot. The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will die. The dragon's reverse scale also has the most terrifying defense. When Lu Yu activates the Dragon King mode, his strongest defenses are the front and back of his heart and his forehead. If it were somewhere else, I might really be hurt by you. Lu Yu grinned. He turned around and grabbed Wu Shang Laoxing behind him. However, he still caught nothing. The warrior Lao Xing, who was supposed to be behind him, was now 100 meters away. It's like jumping through space. I see, it's similar to the ability of teleportation. Lu Yu nodded in understanding. That's right. Even if you were thunder, you can never keep up with my speed. Tu Laoxing said confidently. Oh, is that so? Lu Yu's doubtful voice suddenly sounded from behind warrior Lao Xing. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly started space jumping again, but the next second. The terrifying aura follows him everywhere. Warrior Lao Xing knew that Lu Yu followed his short-distance space jump. It's just teleportation, it seems like everyone can do it. Lu Yu sneered. He has already seen through the true nature of warrior Lao Xing's abilities. He can only teleport within a certain range, and there is a very short lead time before the ability is activated. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to keep up. However, for Lu Yu, who also has the advanced version of teleportation without any restrictions, space jumping on the old star is no problem at all. Now it's my turn to return the favor. After several times in succession, Lu Yu stretched out his right hand. The spear condensed from lightning flashed with golden light and stabbed towards the back of the warrior Lao Xing. The shadow of death followed him everywhere, terrifying the warrior Lao Xing to the extreme. However, just then, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. A dazzling object like a small sun intervened between Lu Yu and warrior Lao Xing. Don't forget I'm here, the blonde old star, with the Zone Phantom Beast's power fully activated, shouted coldly. Roar. Chapter 93. Red Hair Pirates about 10 kilometers overseas from the battlefield on top of the naval headquarters. A large 3-masted sailing ship flying the flag of the Double-Blade Pirates sailed through the waves. If anyone could see this pirate's ship, it will definitely be shocking and horrifying to the extreme. Because this ship and that flag represent the emperor of this sea. They are one of the 4 emperors, the Red Hair Pirates. After Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts formed an alliance. The Red Hair Pirates are also about to arrive at the top battlefield. 5 unprecedented sea emperors are about to gather. Boss, I've already seen it, naval headquarters. It's just that the war over there seems a bit too exaggerated, the sky is shattered. On the observation deck, the fat boy Lakilu spoke suspiciously. Shanks, I have a bad feeling, today's war may be beyond imagination. Second Captain Ben Beckman finished a cigarette in one breath and spoke in a deep voice. Ahahaha, let's take it one step at a time. Red-haired Shank's expression gradually became serious. Even if it's 10 kilometers away, he could still vaguely sense the terrifying fluctuations of the confrontation in the distance. There are extremely powerful beings fighting, and not just one or two. Go full speed ahead and end this senseless war. Red-haired Shanks ordered, without waiting for the crew's response. Next second. Oh. The fat boy Lakilu on the lookout tower was the first to scream. Immediately afterwards, the other Red Corps cadres on the boat also screamed in unison. The red-haired 4 emperors at the bow suddenly stood up. So dazzling. What the hell is that? Could that be a meteorite? A meteorite falling from the sky? Everyone shouted. No, it's not a meteorite, it's a person. But that posture. How is it possible? How can such a creature exist in this world? Yasop, the senior sniper with the best eyesight, screamed in a broken voice. Is that an angel? Is it really an angel? The little fat boy Lakilu screamed in surprise. No, that's the 5 elders, the red-haired man said quietly. Top of the sky battlefield. The blonde old star, with his full powers unleashed, revealed his true form from the dazzling golden light. 6 snow-white angel wings with sacred light first appeared in people's sight. The original neatly trimmed dark golden short hair has been replaced by waist-length bright golden hair. Each strand of hair is crystal clear and flowing, carrying a dazzling holy light. The blonde old star transformed into a 6-winged angel, floating in the air with warm holy light all around him. His eyes were cold, like an angelic god overlooking the world, towering above all living beings. Naturally, there is no such race as 6-winged angels in this world. Just like Marco's phoenix, Sengoku's Buddha, and Kaido's dragon. The current form of the blonde old star is also a manifestation of a person with special abilities. Zone human fruit mythical beast angel form. The angel that suddenly appeared above the battlefield also attracted the attention of people on Earth. Immediately, there was an uproar everywhere on the battlefield. An angel appeared. Is that a real angel? No, the ones fighting Mr. Liu Yu now should be the 5 elders. That's the ability of one of the 5 elders. That's the same type of mythical beast as Marshal Sengoku, a mythical beast angel. The Marines and pirates on the battlefield screamed in shock at the same time. Whitebeard, your ally is currently under siege by 2 5 elders. Why don't you go and help rescue them quickly? Why are you pestering me? Blackbeard coughed up blood and spoke angrily with difficulty. Kulalalala, don't even think you can survive, Teach. You will die today. Whitebeard Hockey's roar. Whole Teach, Lord Liu Yu doesn't need us to worry about him. He's the strongest man in history who single-handedly broke through naval headquarters. No matter if they are the 5 elders or the 6 elder stars, they will all be beaten to pieces by him. Marco, Joes, Vista and other captains of the white team shouted confidently. Ha 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 ha, Roger, Rayleigh, and the undead, come on. Golden Lion Shiki gives orders. Idiot Shiki, you have no right to order us around. The resurrected great pirates John yelled. Ah ha 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 ha, Lord Liu Yu's side seems quite interesting as well. Roger laughed. Where are you looking, Pirates King Roger? Kong swung his steel fist, and the terrifying force of the fist fell like a raging wave. God avoid. Roger casually shot back. Entangled with the strongest armament hockey, the strongest conquerors, even gods have to dodge. A sword that even gods couldn't dodge swung out, slicing through Kong's armed steel fist. Mr. Liu Yu. On the dragon headship, Robin's cold little hands couldn't help but sweat again. Don't worry, little Robin, Liu Yu will be fine. Whether it's a giant Buddha or an angel, they're useless. Shocky whispered soothingly. Right now. A sky battlefield 300 meters above the ground. I am the messenger of heaven, why don't you mortals kneel down? The blonde old star who had transformed into a complete 6-winged angel shouted. A special soul wave rushed towards Liu Yu with a commanding aura. He's just an old fool. Why is he pretending to be so powerful? Do you really think you're some angel? Liu Yu sneered. Snort, the blonde old star snorted coldly and flapped his 6 wings. Clatter. There was a strong wind between heaven and earth. The power of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind and water flows under his 6 angel wings. It exudes an extremely terrifying aura. The more powerful the fruit, the more difficult it is to develop. Angel fruit is undoubtedly the top series among them. In myths and legends, there are countless angels in heaven, each in charge of a region and possessing different powers. However, the angel fruit in the human fruit mythical beast species cannot differentiate into other branches. This means that possessing the power of the angel fruit can theoretically develop almost unlimited angelic power. The Archseraphim's power of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind and water. The divine eyes of the cherubim see through all illusions. Power Angel's ultimate. Even if an ordinary person obtains the angel fruit and spends his entire life developing it, he can only develop some basic abilities at best. But the blonde old star is different. The time he has spent developing his angelic abilities is several times that of an ordinary person. Naturally, the strength is also terrifying. In terms of combat power alone, the blonde angel old star is even superior to Kaido and Sengoku, who are also mythical beasts. All he lacked was combat experience and, most importantly, the determination to fight the enemy to the death. And this will also be his most fatal weakness. Are you ready to die? The wings behind the blonde old star fluttered. A white feather fell off his body and pierced Liu Yu's eyebrows like an arrow. Liu Yu pointed casually. A golden lightning bolt accurately hit the white feather and then exploded. As expected of the 5 elders, you are truly worth killing.
I hope you can hold on as long as possible so I can enjoy the fun of killing more. Lu Yu grinned confidently and wildly. HMPH, arrogant boy. It's not certain who will live and who will die today.
Fa Laoxing snorted coldly. You are already quite proud of yourself for being able to see our full strength and unite with us to fight. Warrior Laoxing also regained his composure and was no longer afraid. At least she is no longer at a disadvantage in terms of words. Then let's do it without further delay. Let's start the fight. Lu Yu raised his hand to invite. He decided not to hold back anymore. Thunder Flame Dragon King, Serious Mode, Chapter 94, End. Top of the sky. One emperor against 2 old stars. The fierce battle between Thunder and Flame Dragon King Lu Yu, the Fantasy Beast Angel, and the great swordsman warrior shattered the sky. Blood continued to spill, on the ground battlefield. The situation on each admiral battlefield is becoming increasingly intense.
As both are powerful generals, neither of them is much weaker than the other.
If you don't fight for your life from the beginning, the winner will be unknown in a short time. Even the rocks couldn't take down the fully grown 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linlin in just over 10 minutes. But if there is a difference of 1 level, then the battle will naturally be resolved quickly. Just a quarter of an hour after the war resumed, the decisive battle between white and black in the town battlefield on the backshore of naval headquarters is the first to come to an end. Not long ago, Blackbeard's group broke out of the Whitebeard group's encirclement, but was eventually caught up by Whitebeard's group. When Blackbeard Teach was desperate, he came up with a bold idea. That is to provoke the seriously injured Whitebeard and challenge him to a duel. Then use the power of Dark Fruit to kill Whitebeard, and take the opportunity to seize his Shock Fruit ability, achieving dual ability status.
By then, he will be invincible. This is also their only way to survive.
As the overlord of the sea, Whitebeard naturally could not escape Blackbeard's provocation. A one-on-one final battle begins. At first, thanks to the Dark Fruit's ability to restrain and absorb all Devil Fruit abilities, Blackbeard once had the upper hand in his battle with Whitebeard. Suppressed Whitebeard, who was seriously injured in one arm. However, the battle situation always changes in an instant. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, how many times do you have to tell me before I understand? My darkness can absorb and neutralize any power. You can no longer cause earthquakes.
Blackbeard laughed uncontrollably, completely carried away by his own pride.
Facing Whitebeard's attack, he simply raised his hand to meet the attack. However, this time, the development of the battle deviated slightly from what he expected. The power of Shock Fruit was not used. Whitebeard stretched out his left hand and just grabbed the supreme sword Kusaga no Kirei that had been knocked into the sky. A whirlwind-like blade slashed down on Blackbeard's shoulder. Puff! Blood rushed up a meter high. Ah, it hurts so much. Blackbeard's scream, like a pig being slaughtered, came from a corner of the battlefield. 1 second ago, he was still gloating over his successive victories over Whitebeard, the Great Poseidon. The next moment, he was completely stunned by Whitebeard's counterattack. The sharp blade of the supreme sword Kongyunki started from his shoulder and slashed down diagonally along his chest and abdomen. A brilliant burst of blood burst out. The glaring blood rushed up more than 1 meter. The intense pain made Blackbeard scream uncontrollably, and he rolled on the ground in a mess and humiliating manner. Teach, you've been like this since the beginning. Arrogance and recklessness are your greatest weaknesses. No matter how powerful the fruit you obtain, you can never become the strongest. Whitebeard stepped on Blackbeard's hands with his feet, blocking all his movements. Grab his neck with your left hand. White seismic waves slowly spread out. It completely encloses Blackbeard's head. No, no. Blackbeard screamed in terror, his expression filled with extreme fear. That's really ugly, Teach. Marco said coldly. Dad, I'm your son. Are you really going to kill me? Blackbeard seemed to be deaf to Marco's ridicule and continued to beg for mercy in an ugly manner. Teach, you are the only one who doesn't have the qualifications to be my son. Whitebeard spoke slowly and gravely. The shockwave force in his hand exploded completely, causing the ground to crack and collapse. The already dilapidated main island of Marineford was even more shaky at this time. After a long buzzing sound, the battlefield finally returned to calm. In a huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters, Blackbeard's head was bleeding and his brain was a mess of blood and flesh. Black and red blood foam kept overflowing from the corners of his mouth. But he is not dead yet, still alive. Under Whitebeard's repeated close-range shockwaves, it still stood firm like an immortal cockroach. Damn it, what is stubborn B**********? D? I took a direct, close-range hit from Daddy's ultimate attack, and my head didn't even explode. I really underestimated this guy Teach. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group was shocked and angry, and at the same time, they were a little scared. If they don't get rid of him here today, Blackbeard and his gang will definitely become the biggest enemy of their Whitebeard pirates in the future. Thief. Thief haha. Blackbeard struggled to his feet. Although his face was covered in blood, he still laughed triumphantly. What's wrong, Dad? Keep going. It's not enough to tickle me at this level. Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard, who was holding his heart with a look of pain on his face, and changed his previous embarrassed look and challenged him stubbornly. While Blackbeard was speaking, his breathing was gradually calming down, and soon he returned to normal. This is the pervert physique that Blackbeard possesses. The special physique of a person who can withstand the unprecedented abilities of 2 devil fruits. Coupled with the damage absorption of the Logia dark fruit ability, Blackbeard's vitality has become extremely tenacious. Dad, what's wrong with you? Dad, are you okay? Looking at Whitebeard, who was kneeling on one knee, with a painful expression and gasping for breath. Ace, Mommer and other White group captains all had worries written all over their faces and wanted to go forward to help. Don't come over here, no one should take action, this is the captain's order. Whitebeard shouted majestically, then slowly stood up, leaning on his lotus blade with his left hand. Dad, your life is too painful, let me give you a quick death. Blackbeard gave a cunning smile. Try it if you can, kid. Whitebeard gave a look of kingly contempt. Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is Whitebeard. Whitebeard Hockey's full-throated roar exploded over Marineford. Yes, that's Whitebeard. Before Lu Yu, he was the strongest man in this ocean. Ultimately, the devil fruit ability only determines a person's lower limit of strength. A truly strong person remains unmatched even without their abilities, just like Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you, Whitebeard, are nothing more than a loser from the last era. Don't think you can scare me. B********. D. Blackbeard screamed at the top of his lungs, Kulal. Whitebeard suppressed the pain in his body, strode forward and took the initiative to attack. Teach, the regret of Captain Thatch of the 4th Division, the pain Ace has suffered. And everyone who died here, you must all pay tribute with your blood and your lives. Whitebeard swung the supreme sword Kusagano Kirei in his hand and chopped it down at Blackbeard's head. Damn it. They're all about to die, why can't they just let me kill them? Whitebeard. There was no way to retreat, and there was no possibility of retreating, so Beard had no choice but to bite the bullet and engage in close combat with Whitebeard. Bang, 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 the bloody fight with fists and flesh is exciting. After dozens or even hundreds of collisions, bright red bloodline flowed from the corners of Whitebeard's mouth. Various old age diseases and injuries accumulated on the battlefield compounded the problem. However, the fighting spirit and momentum around him became increasingly high. On the other hand, Blackbeard, who should have been young and strong, was now becoming increasingly miserable. Even though he had tried his best to negate Whitebeard's earthquake power. But just like before, he was crushed by Whitebeard's haki and taijutsu. His dark fruit also cannot play a decisive role in the battle. No matter how strong his physique is or how fast his recovery speed is, he cannot withstand such continuous heavy blows. Hey, Dad, don't go on. Continuing like this is not good for you or me. Let's both take a step back and call it a day. Blackbeard began to think about quitting. Looking at the still strong Whitebeard, only fear remained on his face. This moment of hesitation, or rather, retreat, doomed Blackbeard to defeat. If Blackbeard had had a little more backbone and retreated, he might have been able to hold on a little longer. But now, it's too late. The sharp blade of the supreme sword Kusagano Kirigiri fell with the force of splitting Mount Tai, almost cutting Blackbeard in half. Through the bloody and hideous wounds, one can vaguely see the various organs in Blackbeard's body. It hurts so much, I'm going to die, it really hurts so much. Blackbeard screamed in pain. It's over, Teach. Go down and kneel down and apologize in front of Thatch and everyone else who died here. Whitebeard spoke mercilessly. The tip of Murakumokiri's knife stabbed into Blackbeard's heart and twisted it. Puff, blood splattered. Blackbeard's heart was completely pierced and crushed, and blood was spilled all over the ground. The screams stopped abruptly. Blackbeard's rich monster vitality dissipated with the complete destruction of his heart. Life is extinguished. Blackbeard C. The Blackbeard gang that suddenly attacked was defeated by Captain Marco and others. Blackbeard and his gang are destroyed. Whitebeard slumped down on the rubble. His pale golden eyes raised, staring at the fierce battle above the sky, a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Really, I'm old. Chapter 95, Through the Beast's Naval Headquarters Oaks Plaza. The final battle between Samurai Kazuki Oden and Kaido of the Beasts. The Third World descends to lead Naraku. Oden's two-sword style, Taoyuan falls. Kaido of the Beast's mace and Kazuki Oden's two swords collided and clashed. The shockwaves of Ultimate's terror spread, lifting layers of the earth. The force that should have been invisible now has form and color. It was a conflict between conquerors and conquerors. Both Kaido of the Beasts and Kazuki Oden are awakened conquerors' haki. At the same time, he is the master of conquerors' haki and has mastered the conqueror's entanglement technique. Right now, Kaido's mace and Oden's double swords both have the red and black conqueror's brushed, special effect. Just a little bit of the impact that escaped was enough to cause the ground to explode. This is enough to show how terrifying it is. The stalemate between the mace and the double swords lasted for a while. Steam erupted from Kaido of the Beast's right mechanical arm, gradually covering Oden's sword. Woo, Kazuki Oden, you are indeed very strong. But now, 18 years later, I am stronger than you. Rest in peace, you undead soul. Kaido stomped his left mechanical leg down on the ground, causing steam to spread further. He suddenly swung the two-handed mace in a circle, knocking Kazuki Oden back for hundreds of yards. Oh, as expected of Mr. Kaido, Captain Kaido is one of the strongest. The Beast officers who were fighting against the Wrinkle Clan warriors, Captain White, and his New World captain couldn't help but shout excitedly. Oden, Seeing their master being knocked away, Cat Viper, Inuarashi, Izo and others were naturally in a panic. In the midst of fierce battle, there is no room for distraction. All I heard was a series of earth-shaking footsteps. The big, powerful, slender Brachiosaurus's head swung past. With a force as heavy as a mountain, he knocked the cat and dog kings, Izo and others flying and causing them to vomit blood.
Cat Viper shopkeeper, Duke Inuarashi, Pedro, Siciliano and other Malbo warriors were subsequently affected.
There are flaws. The Beast Corps cadres took the opportunity to strike hard and completely suppress the enemy. The balance of victory has clearly shifted. Although the Bow people are born warriors, they are ultimately no match for the cadres of the four emperors. Even with the help of Izo, Buffalo, Ma, Ice Witch and others, they can only barely maintain a tie. Once a flaw is revealed, they will all be defeated. Only the royal group can fight against the royal group. Hey, little guys of the Bow tribe, this time we have another complete victory. Brachiosaurus Quinn twisted his fat body triumphantly. It's time to give Yi Zhang and the others the final blow. Just then, the loud and clear sound of a phoenix came from far away. A blue line of fire streaked across the sky, Phoenix Seal. Boom. The phoenix's sharp claws kicked the huge body of the khaki Brachiosaurus,
leaving behind a clear bloody claw mark. The terrifying force kicked Quinn to the ground.
Marco, Captain Marco. Seeing the bird coming, everyone in the Baitwan group couldn't help but be overjoyed. Sorry I'm late. Marco spoke apologetically. No. Marco, what are you talking about? By the way, has that B*** D teach been dealt with? Izo and the others asked hopefully. He has been sent to be liberated.
Marco nodded. Ha ha ha. Very good. Serves you right. B*** D teach.
The only regret is that we didn't see it in person. The time between cheers. The Whitebeard-led Whitebeard force and the knocked-away Kazuki Oden also returned to the battlefield.
The two emperors united to fight against Kaido of the Beasts and Beasts pirates.
The smug smile on Kaido of the Beast's face faded. A drop of cold sweat oozed from his forehead and flowed down the muscle grooves on his face. Come on, let's start over, beastly bastards. We were late to Wano-kuni last time. This time it's just right.
Joes, Vista and other captains of the white team all grinned, full of fighting spirit. What a joke. Quote. Plague Quinn returned to human form, and the smugness on his fat face was gone.
Instead, there was only extreme panic and anxiety. It was him, and the other beasts' cadres, even the brainless barbarian tyrants, couldn't help but panic at this moment. After all, they are now facing the main force of the terrifying Whitebeard pirates. Our side can only be considered half a royal group.
The opponent and Odin's team can now be considered at least a half team.
The gap in combat power has widened. Whitebeard pirates, this is a feud between us and Kazuki Oden. It has nothing to do with you. Do you want to get involved? Plague Queen said in a stern and restrained manner. Ha 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 ha. Are you scared? Plague B*** D, weren't you so arrogant before? Are you scared now? Oden is originally from our Whitebeard pirates. His business is our business. Marco and the other captains and members of the white team spoke as a matter of course. Bai Xiaoji, I'm causing you trouble again. Kazuki Oden, who had manifested his resurrection, apologized. Kulalalala. What are you talking about, Oden? We are brothers. Whitebeard laughed and patted Oden on the shoulder. Oh, Whitebeard, Oden, what if you two come together? One is a dead ghost, and the other is an old guy with half his body buried in the ground. Laozi is not afraid of you. Kaido of the Beasts roared in a deep voice, cheering himself up and strengthening his confidence. That's right, you bastards from Whitebeard, don't be so happy Yin Huang. Plague Quinn seemed to have thought of something, and his fat face looked proud again. He turned 90 degrees and looked at his allies on the other side. Big Mom's family, come and help us destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Plague Quinn greeted warmly, however, there was no response from the other party. The Big Mom pirates leaders, led by Katakuri, continued to just watch coldly. Katakuri, according to the agreement, it's time for you to take action. Yan Zai-jin frowned slightly and couldn't help but speak. You're right, but things have changed, Katakuri finally spoke. Although Big Mom and Beasts are allies, but under the current circumstances, they will not act rashly. If you are not careful, it may lead to destruction. Hateful, damn Big Mom group, do you want to betray the alliance? Plague Quinn scolded. Shut up, idiot beast, Plague Quinn, we have never truly recognized you as our allies. Don't try to drag us down with your feud with the Whitebeard pirates and Hyo Oden. Parasparrow and others refuted it harshly, so there's nothing to talk about? Flame Disaster Jin's gaze was fixed on Katakuri. I won't take. Katakuri stopped talking suddenly in the middle of his words. A red light flashed in his narrow eyes. The top-level observation hockey that foresees the future is activated. Looking at the future scene, Katakuri couldn't help but show extreme horror on his face. Next second, an unexpected change occurred. The temperature in the air rises at an extremely fast rate. The hot black and red magma comes into view. Dog bites Red Lotus. The dog head roared and rushed forward with high temperature and explosive scorching magma, landing on the back of the defenseless Kaido of the Beasts. Boom. The lava dog head pierced through Kaido's back, leaving behind a large hole that is transparent from front to back. Justice executed. Chapter 96 Kaido, Death, Alas. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts lowered their heads dully, looking at the hot lava dog head piercing through his chest. A look of confusion suddenly appeared on his resolute face. I was unable to react for a moment. Right now, it's not just Kaido himself. Whether it was the Beast Pirates leaders, Whitebeard, Odin and others, or the Big Mom Pirates in the distance. Everyone was either shocked or terrified by this sudden scene. The time and space in this area seemed to freeze. I don't know how much time has passed. Shua, beads of cold sweat covered Kaido of the Beast's entire body. When the hot black and red ferocious dog head left Kaido's body, what was left was a large hole that was transparent from front to back and had a diameter of about 20 centimeters. The scene of blood gushing out did not appear. The moment the magma penetrates, the nearby wounds are completely cooked by the magma. When Ultimate's intense pain hits, even 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts couldn't help but scream. Kaido-sensei, Captain Kaido. The Beast Group's leaders immediately gathered around Kaido and screamed in surprise. Akainu, Marine Admiral Akainu, a-hole, what the hell did you do to Mr. Kaido? He watched as the Admiral technique emerged from the underground ravine and pierced Kaido with a single blow. Yan Zai-jin, Yi Zai-quin and others were all trembling with shock and anger. Not just them. On the other side, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates couldn't help but scream. Admiral Akainu, why is he here? Hasn't that red dog been beaten to pieces by Mr. Liu Yu? We all saw it with our own eyes. He was clearly killed on the spot by Lord Liu Yu. Has he been faking his death all along? The White Group's captain and team members all shouted in confusion. Even Joes, Vista and others didn't react for a while. That Marine Admiral is the same as me, Bright Odin spoke calmly. One word can wake a dreamer up. People were stunned at first, and then they suddenly realized what was going on. Even Rox, Roger, and Odin, who have been dead for decades, can come back. The reappearance of Admiral Akainu, who had just died and whose body fragments were still fresh, was naturally understandable. For the time being, Admiral Akainu is also a considerable force. Figure it all out. As the people in the Baitwan group felt relieved, the expressions on their faces gradually became more interesting. Sure enough, this Admiral Akainu is also the work of Lord Liu Yu. The once arrogant Admiral Akainu is now submitting to Mr. Liu Yu. This is really interesting. As a proud Marine, I wonder how he feels right now. God will take his own course, and no one will be spared. This is the price of damaging Daddy's arm, ha ha ha. Everyone in the White Group mocked them mercilessly. If they were not considering the war, they would definitely take revenge on Akainu without hesitation. The ridicule of the pirates. Admiral Akainu's expression didn't change at all. When he returns in the physical form, he still has his previous memories, previous strength, and previous values of justice. Apart from these, there is one absolute rule that overrides all others. That is absolute obedience to the history maker. Admiral Akainu had no resistance at all to the fact that he was killed by Liu Yu and now served under Liu Yu. Everything is as it should be. Similarly, there was ridicule and mockery from the Baituan members. Even the White Group attacked him, he wouldn't fight back at all. Because this was also Liu Yu's order. Dad, what should I do? Marco looked at Whitebeard. Coolalalalala. Death is like the extinguishing of a light. Our feud with Shu ended the moment he died. He's already paid the price of his life for my arm, there's nothing to worry about. Whitebeard said drunkenly. Captain Whitebeard had already said so the other crew members naturally had no objections. Besides, Admiral Akainu is now under Liu Yu's command. Even if they beat a dog, they will look at the owner. The Whitebeard pirates' feud with Admiral Akainu is resolved. However, it is impossible for the Beast Group to reconcile with them. A-hole. Akainu, why did you sneak attack me? Kaido of the Beasts endured the severe pain, enunciating each word and roaring through gritted teeth. He was always the only one who attacked others by surprise. But he never expected that the wild goose would be pecked in the eye by a wild goose all day long. He was good at sneak attacks, but was eventually attacked by someone. Looking at the big hole in his chest, Kaido couldn't help but feel terrified. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be dead by now. Fortunately, he is the strongest creature with the ability of the mythical beast dragon. So now I can still survive with my tenacious vitality. But that's only for now, if not handled and treated in time. After a long time, even if he has an immortal body, he cannot escape death. Thinking about this possibility, I thought that I might really die today. Kaido's face turned pale and he began to panic. For decades, he is either seeking death or on his way to death. Whether it's jumping off the 10,000-meter Sky Island, or actively breaking into the Marine base and being arrested, or accepting the execution of the branch base Marine. All of his previous suicidal behaviors were based on the premise that he was sure he would not die. He didn't really want to die, I just want to show the world my strength. When he really faced the moment of life and death, he could not be happy and could not accept death calmly. The inner desire to survive is extremely strong, he wanted to continue living. This world doesn't need you pirates, Admiral Kai Shu spoke calmly. The hot and bubbling magma flowed towards the Beast Group. Don't be ridiculous, you red dog. You are now the pirate's subordinate. You are controlled by the pirates. Plague Quinn screamed. Lord Lu Yu is the future king of the world. Admiral Akainu said calmly. What about the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard is right there, why is he targeting us? A small cadre of the beasts said weakly. This time Akainu didn't answer, but just raised his lava fist indifferently. Having returned as a historical entity, his values of justice remain unchanged. It is still our mission to eliminate the pirates. The Whitebeard pirates are our own people, but beasts and Big Mom are not.
So here he is. While Kaido was fully alert to Whitebeard and Odin, he followed the underground lava river and sneaked up behind them and launched a thundering attack.
That's it, Marine Admiral of this era. Leave Kaido to me. This is what I must do with him.
And by Xiaoji, you should also take a short rest.
Kazuki Odin spoke calmly. Admiral Akainu glanced at Odin and retracted his fist. Without any extra words, he walked straight towards Big Mom on the other side.
Odin, you are quite a character. We'll continue after I recover from my injury.
Kaido of the Beasts breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to run away.
Don't get me wrong, Kaido. I won't allow you to drive here alive today.
Kazuki Odin shouted. What did you say? Are you trying to take advantage of someone's misfortune? How despicable. Kaido was angry. Despicable. It's really laughable to hear these two words coming out of your mouth.
You Odin scoffed. Stop whining, Odin. If you have the guts, why not wait until I'm well again before we fight? Taking advantage of someone in distress is no heroism at all.
Even if you win, it's not glorious. Kaido of the Beasts provoked, eager to escape from the battle. Ha 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 ha. What I need is not glory, but revenge. Kazuki Odin laughed out loud. 18 years ago, my naivety led to irreversible consequences. This time, Master Lu Yu gave me a chance to start over. I won't make the same mistake again. Today, here, let's end it. Either you die or I live. The two swords in Yu Odin's hands crossed, and his fighting spirit and momentum were all raised to ultimate. Kaido-sensei. Everyone in the Beast Pirates looked at Kaido anxiously. Okay, you asked for it. 18 years ago, I was able to kill you once, and today I can kill you a second time. Kaido of the Beasts roared. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky to the earth. Kaido transformed into a god-tier dragon. There is a big hole in the dragon's body near the heart. Admiral Akainu's dog head pierced through, and even the dragon transformation could not eliminate or heal it. Come on, Odin. Kaido. Amidst roars, the decisive battle between Kazuki Odin and Kaido of the Beasts resumes. The captains of the White Team, led by Malco, roared and crushed towards Yanzai Jin and others from the Beast Group. Not far away on the other side, Admiral Akainu brought a terrifying magma heat wave straight to the Four Emperors' Big Mom who was fighting with rocks. He wanted to carry out another surprise decapitation operation.
Standing in front of him were the Big Mom Pirates leaders led by Katakuri.
I won't let you near Mom. Charlotte Owen, the user of the Paramecia heat fruit and nicknamed Puppy, went straight towards Admiral Akainu. Bang! The puppy Owen was knocked hundreds of meters away by Dashen's lava punch.
Even though he was not afraid of the high temperature of the magma, he was still unable to resist the terrifying armament color and strange strength. Unparalleled donuts. Katakuri awakened the mochi fruit without hesitation.
The aroma of roasted rice cakes suddenly burst out, attracting the attention of foodies on the battlefield, including Straw Hat Luffy. The fierce fighting continues. The group lasted only 5 minutes. Following the final battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. The second battle is coming to an end. Kaido, who was seriously injured by Admiral Chijutsu's sneak attack, was defeated by the powerful Kazuki Odin. He was defeated step by Kazuki Odin's all-out broadsword and two-sword style. The dragon's body was covered with scars and blood was splattered everywhere. Damn it! How can I die here? Kaido of the Beasts roared one last time. It's over. Kaido, Odin's two-sword style, Peach Garden 10 fists. Boom! The light Odin shot into Kaido's body like an arrow. He used his two swords to rip the charred hole created by Akainu, and pierced through Kaido's heart. Hold head high, a shrill dragon roar exploded on the battlefield above. Odin, bathed in dragon blood, landed first. The huge body of the Azure Dragon then fell down powerlessly. Light and Beasts, heartbroken. Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, c. Chapter 97. Killing 5 elders go to the battlefield. Blood rained down. That's dragon blood. Blood of the Azure Dragon. With all beasts, the 18-year-long feud was settled. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, c. became the second general to die on this battlefield. Ah, dead. Mr. Kaido is dead. How could this happen? How could this happen? The faces of the Beast Corps cadres were filled with extreme horror and shock. I couldn't believe what I saw. They couldn't believe the fact that the immortal dragon fell in front of them. Captain Kaido is the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. He's truly immortal. Plague Quinn's eyes widened and his voice broke with fear. There is no such thing as immortality in this world. If your captain hadn't run fast, he would have been killed by Lord Lu Yu more than a month ago. In the battle between the third team and Diamond Joe's, a shining collision knocked the dazed Plague Queen far away, causing him to vomit blood. Whether it's that B******D teacher Kaido, no one can survive with their heart pierced and crushed. This is all thanks to that Red Dog Admiral. If he hadn't dug the hole, I'm afraid Odin wouldn't have been able to do this. No matter what, the long-standing feud is finally over. Marco smiled with relief, then his eyes fell on the opponent in front of him. Yan Zai-jin, are you still going to struggle? Stop talking nonsense. Yan Zai-jin roared. The beast group is broken up. Another Imperial group battlefield not far away. I can't believe that Kaido is dead. The beast known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air is dead. Although I don't agree with the alliance, that Kaido does have the strength to form an alliance with us. The leaders of the four emperors' Big Mom pirates couldn't help but scream. They will not feel the slightest bit of grief over the death of their ally Kaido. But now that Kaido is dead, their situation has become increasingly difficult. Not good. This is really not good. The reason Kaido was killed by Odin was mainly because he was ambushed by Admiral Red Dog. We must not let this Red Dog get to Mommy. Mom's situation is dangerous enough, if there's another one. It makes me think that the Big Mom pirates might follow in the footsteps of the beasts. The 740 Big Mom squad leaders, led by Katakuri, were all extremely panicked. Like a madman, he blocked Admiral Akaino's steps. However, the result was heavy losses. Kaido Kid is dead. A look of horror appeared on the face of Four Emperors Big Mom, who was fighting with the former Captain Rox. It was impossible for her to be completely unaware of the many changes on the battlefield. She also clearly saw the scene where Kaido was pierced by Akainu's dog head. But she never expected that Kaido would actually die here. Ha 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 ha, Linlin, what's wrong? Are you scared? Rox's crazy laughter woke Big Mom Charlotte Linlin from her shock and daze. Come back to your senses. Rox's unparalleled fist enlarged in Big Mom's pupils. With one punch, the little giant ant was sent flying dozens of meters away. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, even if it is a natural conqueror's body. Nor can it completely block the supernatural power of Rox, the overlord of the sea. Linlin, why don't you surrender? The fate of that arrogant Kaido boy is a warning to you. If you still don't swear allegiance to Lord Lu Yu, I won't be able to show mercy to you anymore. Rox Hockey, the overlord of the sea, takes a step forward. The calm voice shook the atmosphere. Rox, Captain. The Four Emperors Big Mom's strong will finally wavered and her deep purple pupils trembled. Not just because of the terrifying former Captain Rox in front of him. It was also because of the approaching hot lava, because Whitebeard and Odin were watching from a distance. Because of the fighting 1,000 meters away, it was also because of the godlike existence above the sky. She knows. His dream of becoming a king was over. Linlin, how's it going? Have you thought it through? Rox slowly clenched his fists. I surrender. Four Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, this moment figure and surrender. What did you say? Speak louder, I can't hear you at all, Linlin. Rox yelled. I admit defeat. I surrender, Captain Rox and Captain Lu Yu, please accept my Big Mom pirates into your fold. Under the shadow of death, Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin gave up everything and swore her submission to Lu Yu in front of the world. Ha 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 ha, that's right, Linlin. Lord Lu Yu, what do you think? Rox asked with a laugh. Lu Yu, who was fighting fiercely with the five elders above the sky, responded calmly. Mother, we really. But this way, at least I don't have to worry about Mom following in Kaido's footsteps. Seeing Admiral Akainu stop attacking, Parasparrow and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With Big Mom's surrender, the third battleground of the King of Generals came to an end. The battlefield between the undead army and the powerful ones of the world government. Ha 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 ha, it's not too late for Linlin to turn back after straying. Golden Lion Shiki laughed happily. Except for that idiot Kaido, our Rox pirate ship is now fully revived. Big Pirates John laughed exaggeratedly. These people are just appetizers. The next battlefield is that so-called Holy Land. 36 years ago, we failed in the Valley of Gods. This time, we must take that city in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha, that's the momentum. Go. Kill all those bastards from the world government. Silver Axe, Ochaku and other vicious pirates are in high spirits. Under the fearless charge of the undead, even though the government had sent many skilled fighters this time, they were still losing ground. Damn pirates, don't even think about getting away with this as long as I'm here. The commander-in-chief of the three armies, Kong, was furious and his fist was raised. Your opponent is me, Sora. God avoid. Roger, the king of pirates, once again used his famous moves to knock Kong flying. Make it quick, Roger. Oh, top of the sky battlefield. The brilliant golden light constantly intertwines and collides. It stirs up atmospheric ripples like waves in the sea. That was the collision between Lu Yu in the Thunderflame Dragon King mode and the blonde angel Lao Xing. As for the squishy swordsman warrior Lao Xing, he can only serve as a support in this battle. An existence that was ignored by Lu Yu, after 300 moves. Lu Yu was temporarily separated from the two five elders. Each occupies one side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the blonde angel Lao Xing was gasping for breath, and both his mental and physical strength were greatly consumed. But his eyes were sparkling with excitement and pride. A moment later, Fa Lao Xing calmed his breathing. The smile on his face gradually became complacent. I unconsciously had the illusion that I had become stronger over the years. What do you mean by the strongest man in history? I think he's just an empty title. Fa Lao Xing teased. That's right. With this level, it's still a long way to go before you can defeat us. No, if it's just this level, don't leave today. Surrender obediently, Warrior Lao Xing said confidently. Yeah, playing with you guys only makes you feel like you can rival me. It's really troublesome. Lu Yu shook his head with a relaxed look on his face. This battle with 2-5 elders. So far, Lu Yu has not yet demonstrated the true power of the Thunderflame Dragon King. One reason was to save magic power and not waste it on these two unnecessary people. Second, during the previous battle, Lu Yu had been replenishing his strength. Quietly absorbed the power of fire and wind elements mobilized by the blonde angel Lao Xing to strengthen himself. What did you say? Play? It was just a play before. Don't be so stubborn, actually, you've almost reached your limit. Warrior Lao Xing shouted angrily. The fight down there is almost over, so we can almost call it a day. Lu Yu's attitude remained relaxed. Damn 5 emperors, don't underestimate us. The warrior Lao Xing swung his sword in anger, this time. The cold sword energy from the first-generation Ghost Blade just as it was released suddenly stopped. At some point, Lu Yu had already come to his knife. He bit down on the blade of the first-generation Kitetsu. Seeing this, the warrior Lao Xing's eyelids jumped suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. Next second, the ominous premonition came true. All I could hear was a series of teeth-grinding clicking sounds. Fine cracks appeared on the blade of the first-generation Kitetsu. Damn it, let me go, warrior Lao Xing was furious. All I heard was a loud snap. The supreme sword, first-generation Kitetsu, breaks. It shattered under Lu Yu's teeth. Crunch, gudong. The broken blade entered his abdomen. It tastes terrible. Lu Yu spat in disgust. This behavior almost made the warrior Lao Xing's nose sore. Who is this person? Can something like a knife be delicious? Besides, if it doesn't taste good, don't eat it. You damaged an old friend that has been with someone for hundreds of years, and you still complain? It's really infuriating. However, what made the warrior old star mentally collapse was yet to come. Lu Yu said that the food was not tasty. In a blink of an eye, it came up again. Crunch, another bite. The length of the supreme sword first-generation Kitetsu has shortened again. A hole. Wu Wei Lao Xing's eyebrows were raised, and his attacks were so angry that he had no plan at all. In a moment, the blade of the first-generation Kitetsu was shortened by half again. Calm down, Jin Yu Laoxing quickly interrupted and reminded him. At the same time, he swung his fist as bright as the sun, and smashed it down towards Lu Yu with the power of earth, fire, wind and water. Lu Yu grinned. Don't dodge or evade, fist against fist. The golden lightning was grasped by him and dissipated from between his fingers. Blazing red flames flickered above his fist. A punch brighter than the sun was thrown out. The Thunder Flame Dragon King's collapsed fist. Boom. The sky trembles, then it shattered under the power of ultimate. The blonde angel Lao Xing, who was originally full of confidence and thought he could still fight Lu Yu head-on like before, suddenly changed his expression. When he realized something was wrong and wanted to retreat, it was already too late. The power from the Thunder and Flame Dragon King that could shatter mountains and rivers was poured into his arms. Click, 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 the teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard constantly. Just like Martial Sengoku's Great Buddha before, in an instant. The right arm of the blonde angel Lao Xing was broken. From the palms and fingers to the shoulder blades, all the bones were shattered, the flesh and blood turned into mud, and finally exploded with a loud bang. This is the true power of the Thunder Flame Dragon King. Ah! The shrill scream of the blonde angel Old Star, filled with fear and horror, exploded in the sky. With just one strike, Lu Yu shattered all the confidence and arrogance of the blonde angel Lao Xing. Martial Sengoku, whose arm had been crippled before, dared to challenge Lu Yu again with his crippled body. However, the blonde angel Lao Xing did not have this determination. After experiencing the overwhelming gap in strength between him and Lu Yu, he had lost all his will to fight, and all that was left was fear. I no longer have the slightest desire to fight, William. Tu Laoxing shuddered and finally came back to his senses from the anger of his beloved knife being destroyed. He immediately jumped behind the blonde angel Laoxing and supported his falling body. Without giving them a chance to breathe, Lu Yu followed him like a shadow. He snatched the remaining half of the supreme sword from the warrior Lao Xing with his bare hands. Ji Laoxing's expression changed. He didn't care about his beloved knife being stolen, and he took his companions away by teleporting and jumping continuously. I told you, no one can leave today. Lu Yu calmly swallowed the other half of the supreme sword. A long-distance teleportation instantly blocked the escape route of the 2-5 elders. Thunder and flames gathered above the right foot. Like a step from a god, the 2-5 elders, without any chance to fight back, flew backwards like cannonballs. Tear! The 6 white angel wings were torn apart by Lu Yu. The angel's golden red blood dyed the sky. 5 elders. Fighting fiercely with the pirates King Roger on the ground, Kong, covered in blood, let out a heart-wrenching roar. I wanted to rescue him, but I was powerless. Ha 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 ha, just watch, world. The moment of the so-called supreme power's downfall. Golden Lion Shiki shouted. The words fell. A golden lightning spear streaked across the sky, stringing the 2-5 elders together like skewers. I'm tired of playing, now it's time to give you the last one. Lu Yu opened his mouth slightly, thunder and blazing flames intertwined and roared out of its mouth. The roar of the Thunder and Fire Dragon King, boom. The brilliant light of destruction enveloped the two terrified old men, evaporating everything. The five elders, the world's highest authority, die. Chapter 98 Red Hot Tears Rumble. The roar of the Thunderflame Dragon King, which was 10 times brighter than the sun, exploded. Turned everything into ashes, following Admiral Akainu and 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. The third and fourth fallen generals appeared on the battlefield. They are the two five elders who represent the highest power in the world. Under the roaring light of the Thunderflame Dragon King. They didn't even let out a scream before their bodies exploded. Before the fog could even spread, it was burned into nothingness by the power of thunder and flames. This is the true meaning of leaving no trace behind. Boom. After killing 2 five elders, the Thunder and Flame Dragon King roared and landed on the ground of naval headquarters. Then, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The naval headquarters was already crumbling. At this moment, I finally couldn't hold on any longer. More than half of the island sank into the sea. The front island, including Oaks Plaza, was barely maintained under the control of Golden Lion Shiki's Lion Fruit ability.
Ha 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 ha. Oh, world, do you see this? This is our captain.
Golden Lion Shiki laughed triumphantly. This power is truly fascinating. If it were my time, I would definitely not be able to resist fighting with Lord Lu Yu. The Sea Overlord Rox had a face full of fanaticism. It's not enough, it's a rare trip back, I want more fighting. Rox's eyes flashed with cold lightning as he locked onto the powerful world government figures in the distance who were stunned by shock and fear. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep. As soon as the Sea Overlord Rox entered the scene, there was a bloody scene with flesh and broken limbs flying everywhere. Oh, Captain Rox, Lord Lu Yu, John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and other big pirates' ghosts roared and cheered. Mercilessly harvesting the heads of the powerful people of the world government. The originally tense and stalemate situation suddenly became one-sided. The bloody feast continues. Is that the true power of the 5 Emperors Lu Yu? That overwhelming and terrifying power is like that of a ghost or god. It's countless times more terrifying than that Sea Overlord Rox.
The strongest in history, truly worthy of the title.
What kind of monster have we been fighting against so far? It's all the Beast's pirates' fault. If it weren't for them, how could we be enemies with these terrifying 5 emperors? That B******* D Kaido is looking for death and he's dragging us down with him, he really deserves it. Parasparrow, Dafu, Owen and others all gritted their teeth. I really want to kick Kaido's body a few times and whip it. Even without Kaido, as long as the Big Mom pirates remain the dominant force in New World, that man will find us sooner or later. Charlotte Katakuri spoke softly, what a scary man. I don't want to be his enemy for the rest of my life. Admiral Kizaru, exhausted and drained, pouted. Borsellino, as long as we remain Marines, we will inevitably face him. Admiral Aokiji, who was sitting back to back with Kizaru, reminded him. The worst that can happen is surrender. For the time being, I can still recharge him. Admiral Kizaru said as a matter of course. He acts like he's just lying there and letting whatever happens to him happen. Admiral Aokiji. You might as well just surrender to the enemy. Not far away is another rest area, Sengoku. 5 elders are dead, Garp reminded. So what? This has nothing to do with me anymore, Marshal Sengoku spoke with relief. There was a satisfied smile on his pale face. Garp was puzzled. I made up my mind, Garp, I don't want to be the Marine Marshal anymore. Besides, a useless person like me can't be a marshal anyway. Sengoku said calmly. Wow, what a coincidence, a useless person like me is also planning to retire. Then you will come with me to East Blue to retire. Garp said drunkenly. Mr. Sengoku, Mr. Garp, don't say that about yourselves. You'll be fine. The man dressed like a clown birdman carefully held Sengoku's big hand. Rosinante, it's great to see you again, I also want to thank that man very much. Sengoku had a complicated look on his face. Sigh, the once arrogant 5 elders have also been pulled down from their pedestal. 2 of them have already left. How long can the remaining 3 continue to stay in that position? And the one in the flower room, an opponent who can match your strength has appeared. The voice of Shichibukai Doflamingo gradually became more excited. Dragon, an era of change is coming. A new king of the world is about to be born. Lord Lu Yu. Kid, Kira, the killer warrior with a Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle, screamed. The supernova captains, including Kid, were awakened from their shock and dreams. Crash. The waves are surging. A huge shadow loomed. That's a ship. Flying above the mast was the twin-blade flag that terrified countless pirates. They are the 4 Emperors' red hair pirates. Even they're here. Whitebeard, 5 Emperors Lu Yu, Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts, and Red Hair. The New World's Sea Emperors have all gathered together. Everything that has happened from today until now will be recorded in history and passed down for thousands of years. Hawkins, Uroge, Capone Beige and other supernova captains all murmured in shock unconsciously. Ah. Sorry, I scared you. The affable red-haired Shanks of the 4 Emperors landed first, offering an apologetic smile to the supernovas. Boss, what happened just now? Was that Angel 5 Elders really defeated by 5 Emperor Lu Yu? The little fat man Lakilu followed closely behind. It wasn't just one person. 2 5 Elders were annihilated by that terrifying energy. Yasop shook his head in shock. According to the boss, the 5 Elders are no ordinary strong men. Especially that Angel. He's definitely not weaker than the 4 Emperors, but... Rockstar, the new member of the Red Group, suddenly shuddered with fear. The 5th Emperor Lu Yu is so terrifying. First Officer Beckman looked more serious than ever. Ahahaha, let's go and see for ourselves. Red-haired Shanks waved and took the lead to walk towards the battlefield. A few minutes later, they arrived at the chaotic former island. Redhead. Mom, that's the red-haired B********. They're coming too. All the aunts screamed in surprise. So what if they come? Don't worry about them. 4 Emperor's Big Mom said unhappily. Ahahaha. The redhead smiled and walked over the Big Mom Pirates group. Next second, it was the turn of the Red Group to scream. Hey, 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 look over there, is that Kaido of the Beasts? Guy. Kaido is dead. Could this kind of thing also be done by that 5th Emperor? Looking at the corpse of the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts lying there, all the members of the Red Group, including the cadres, were stunned. No, that's... The 4 Emperors' red-haired man felt a subtle sensation in his heart. His eyes flashed, and he immediately locked onto the Whitebeard pirates who were resting not far away and the bloody figure sitting next to Whitebeard. Just a moment. The red-haired Shanks recognized the identity of the man covered in blood. Emotions of shock and disbelief instantly overwhelmed the entire body and mind of the Sea Emperor. How? This kind of thing? Why? The 4 Emperor's red-haired mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Shanks, what's wrong with you? Kerman asked with concern. Mr. Odin, red-haired Shanks finally said the name. Shanks. That's Shanks, Master Odin. Cat Viper and Inuarashi came closer, accompanied by Kazuki Odin. Ahahaha, it's you, Hamtaro. I haven't seen you for many years. You really have grown up. And as Roger said, you have grown into an outstanding sea hero. You Odin laughed. This samurai is Kazuki Odin. When he learned of Odin's identity, the entire Red Group had expressions that were even more incredible than when they saw 5 elders and Kaido die in battle. They had been to Wano-kuni with red hair a long time ago and knew everything about that country.
The legend of the hero Kazuki Odin was particularly impressive.
The man who was supposed to have been dead for 18 years showed up. What a shock. Mr. Odin, what on earth are you? The redhead yelled excitedly.
Hey, don't get excited yet, Hamtaro. Look carefully, who else is here besides me?
Kazuki Odin smiled mysteriously. The gaze pointed towards the last battlefield thousands of miles away.
That is, swish, in an instant, the happiest man in this ocean. 4 Emperors' red-haired Shanks' eyes were red. Tears welled up in my eyes.
Overflowing. Roger. Captain. Damn. Chapter 99. Kaminaridan. I'm Rox, the overlord of the sea. This time I will definitely make you feel true despair. World government, wake up. With the roars of the undead, the last and most chaotic battle on the battlefield came to an end. The 5 elders and the world government elite led by Commander-in-Chief Kong. Thousands of CP warriors whose strength ranged from Marine Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, Admiral Candidate to Admiral were completely wiped out. Defeated by the Necromancer army that returned from history. Except for Kong, who Roger kept for Garp's sake, all the people who came with him were killed. Rivers of blood flowed. Heads and severed limbs flew everywhere.
The bodies piled up like mountains. The Sea Overlord Rox, John, Silver Axe, Hanny and other great pirates stand tall on the board. Bathed in blood, he laughed wildly and wantonly, like a devil from hell.
Still as brutal as ever, Rox, Rayleigh grinned, a look of discomfort flashing across his old face.
Ahahaha. Roger just smiled and shook his head, saying nothing.
Today's position. Even if he couldn't stand it, he would never do anything to Rox. Roger, look over there. Rayleigh looked away from Rox. Then his gaze fell on another red-haired young man in the distance, and his old eyes lit up. Is that Shanks? At the same time. Oh.
What the hell is going on? Why was the Battle of 197 so brutal?
Look over there, that man. The man with Mr. Rayleigh, hee. That's the boss of the boss, Roger, the Pirate King.
Besides Odin, even the Pirates King Roger is back.
Who can tell me what happened on this battlefield? The red-hair pirates couldn't help but scream. No one could remain calm after seeing the Pirates King Roger return alive. It's not just Pirates King Roger and Odin, look carefully. The people on that sea of blood on Mount Hu, First Officer Ben Beckman shouted in disbelief. The right hand holding the cigarette couldn't stop shaking. I wanted to light a cigarette to calm myself down, but ended up dropping both the cigarette and the lighter to the ground. That man. The Whitebeards said was Rox? Ocean Overlord Rox. And those guys are John, Silver Axe, and Ochaku? No matter which one they're all famous pirates from the last era. Why did they show up too? The fat boy Lazylu, Yasop, the cadre with the gorilla, the cold and resolute blonde swordsman. The core executives of the 4 Emperors' red-hair pirates could no longer hold back. Red-haired man, calm down. it's just a small scene, why panic? That's right, what's the point of yelling? Marco, Joes, Vista and other white team captains folded their arms. He smiled and looked at the red-haired members who were shocked beyond words. He said it was a small scene and he should stay calm. In fact, when they saw Roger and the others returning, their performance was not much better than theirs. After all, the reappearance of a legend that transcends the boundary between life and death is truly the most exaggerated miracle, in the world. Are all of these also the work of that man, His Excellency the 5th Emperor Liu Yu? Ben Beckman took a deep breath and asked with forced composure. Who else could it be but that person? Marco and others nodded as a matter of course. Boom. The Red League cadres felt as if a bolt of thunder had struck their heads. Lay's heads were buzzing and they couldn't recover for a long time. At this moment, the footsteps came from far away. After being silent and dazed for a long time, the red-haired Shanks of 4 emperors came back to his senses. Extreme joy and excitement appeared on his face. As he took a step, his figure shot out like lightning. Greeted by the two familiar figures, Captain Roger. Red-haired Shanks shouted as he and Roger hugged each other tightly. Ahahaha, Shanks, you've grown into a man of your stature. Roger patted the red-haired Shanks on the shoulder and spoke in praise. Compared to Captain Roger, I'm still far behind. The red-haired girl shook her head and burst into laughter. Champagne. Suddenly, a loud roar of rage came from midair. Looking at the young man's disgusted smile and his flying red hair, the expression on Buggy's face gradually twisted. A pair of eyes also gradually turned red. In the end it was even redder than his nose. You red-haired B*********. D. Buggy the clown swooped down and grabbed Shanks by the collar, with a gnashing look on his face, as if he wanted to eat him. You. Look over there, the man that Captain Buggy captured. That man is the 4 emperors' red-haired Shanks. Amazing. You're truly worthy of being our Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy is indeed a legend. Yes, Captain Buggy has just been keeping a low profile. Otherwise, Captain Buggy would definitely have a place among the 4 emperors. Seeing this scene, I am even more determined to follow Captain Buggy for the rest of my life. Me too. The stupid Buggy brothers had another collective climax. They all showed expressions of extreme admiration. Oh, isn't this Buggy? I'm so happy to see you looking so energetic. Shanks smiled. Why are you so happy? There's still a hatred between us that we can't resolve in this lifetime. Buggy gets mad. You two, get along well with each other, especially you, Buggy Jiro. A gentle voice came from behind the two of them. Kazuki Odin smiled and patted them gently on the shoulders. Mr. Odin boss, red-haired Shanks and Clown Buggy shouted together. Shanks. Everyone, a shout filled with joy and excitement rang out.
Finally noticing the Red Hare's group, Straw Hat Luffy, holding a large piece of roasted rice cake, ran into the Red Hare's arms and embraced him warmly.
Luffy, it's been 12 years since we last met. You've become an excellent pirate. Your friends are all very good too. I saw them in the newspaper. Shanks laughed. No, we are still far from enough, so I can't return this straw hat to you just yet. Luffy said firmly. Shanks smiled and was just as happy about it. Luffy, long time no see. Luffy, where did you get that toasted rice cake? Give me some. I'll trade you some meat. The little fat boy Lakilu, Yasop and others all greeted Straw Hat Luffy happily. Everyone is having a great time, son of prophecy, Joy Boy. Pirates King Roger smiled with relief. Yes, Rayleigh nodded. But Roger, the prophecy has gone awry. This era doesn't need Joy Boys anymore. Kazuki Odin sighed. Ahahaha, indeed. Roger smiled in agreement. The laughter and joy of the reunion of partners, brothers and close friends did not last long. Suddenly, Roger and Odin's expressions changed slightly. What's wrong? Roger, Odin, Rayleigh and Whitebeard keenly sensed something. Ahahaha, sorry, guys, Roger smiled carefreely. Our mission is not yet complete, Bai Xiaoji, see you next time. Kazuki Odin waved. Ah, Odin, Captain Roger. Red-haired Shanks, Buggy the Clown, Cat Viper, Inuarashi, and everyone else in the red and white pirates couldn't help but look panicked. Ace's mouth opened and closed, and he took a step forward subconsciously. Ace, Roger's large hand landed on Ace's head, stroking it lovingly. See you next time. Roger and Odin waved goodbye to everyone and headed back to the distant world government spaceship. Stop dilly-dallying, Roger, the Sea Overlord Rox shouted in dissatisfaction. When his sight swept over the red-haired Shanks in the distance, an inexplicable glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. He wanted to step forward, but in the end he just shook his head. As the Overlord of the Sea, Rox, he does not need any other burdensome emotions. It's not just Roger and Odin. Pirates and marine undead all over the battlefield. At this moment, all of this is concentrated in Liu Yu's mind. Rosinante, see you next time, Dad, Corazon waved. Then walk in another direction. Not long. Don Quixote Rosinante comes before Shichibukai Doflamingo. Brother, long time no see, Corazon grinned. Rosinante. A vein popped up on Doflamingo's forehead, just raise your hand. An invisible line cut towards Rosinante's body, room, slaughterhouse. A blue circle spread out, cut Doflamingo's thread. Luo, you've grown up too, that's really, really great. Rosinante's smile grew wider. Mr. Corazon, Trafalgar Law cried and stumbled into the arms of his benefactor. Snort, it's so dazzling, Doflamingo snorted coldly, then walked away cursing. 5 minutes later, the dead and the living all over the battlefield have said their goodbyes. Lu Yu, who had changed into who knows how many new outfits today, took off into the air, attracting everyone's attention. Sorry to interrupt your happy reunion, but that's all for today's special service. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me with the corresponding reward. Lu Yu grinned kindly. After saying that, Lu Yu raised his hands. A strong wind lifted the world government spaceship into the sky. Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu, are we finally going to enter the final stage? Golden Lion Shiki lol. You must use your ability to bring everyone along. Shiki, you lead everyone to retreat first. Holy Land Marijoy, I'm going alone. Lu Yu gave the order. Golden Lion Shiki Yi Leng. Looking at Lu Yu's serious expression, he just nodded in the end without saying anything more. Kulalalala, may your military fortune flourish. Whitebeard shouted, I wish you good luck in military affairs. The people on the battlefield shouted in unison, let's go. Chi waved his hand and instantly arrived at the bow of the spaceship. The strong wind swept the spacecraft, and it flew straight towards the top of the red line in the distance. A quarter of an hour later, Red Line has arrived. A magnificent and huge city appeared in the sight of Lu Yu and a group of undead. Ha 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 ha, that's the Holy Land Marijoy, it's finally my turn. The Valley of the Gods 36 years ago couldn't compare to this place. Lousy was far from having enough fun before, it's time to have some fun again. It's really delightful. Rox, John, Silver Axe and the others all burst into laughter. Can't wait to continue making a fuss, then go ahead. Have fun, Lu Yu grinned, without the slightest hesitation. Wave your hands. The strong wind swept the spacecraft straight into the heart of Marijoy. At the same time, above the sky, the wings of the Thunder Dragon King covered the sky and the sun. Lu Yu clapped his hands and entered the Thunder Dragon King mode. Let me start too. Endless golden thunder surged out from Lu Yu's body. Rumble. The melody of Shenming Dian was playing in the sky above Marijoy. Forbidden Magic, Shenming Palace, activate. Chapter 100 The King of the World appears. Holy Land of Marijoy, deep inside the Palace of Supreme Power. Damn it, damn it, damn it, what's the situation now? What happened at Naval Headquarters? The furious roars of the five elders, the world's highest authority, rang out one after another. As early as the final battle of Naval Headquarters began. They lost the signal of the video telephone bug. It was not possible to watch the war unfold through live broadcast. The undead who once existed in history, that red-haired devil Rox, the Pirate King Roger. Why did the spirits appear?
Could this be the true ability of that man? The five emperors.
Noble Curler Star screamed in shock. The power to summon the dead, could it be that he is really from the underworld? This kind of thing. How is it possible? I don't know how William and the others are doing. The five elders, with their bald heads and birthmarks, looked ferocious. It will be fine. With William and the others' strength, even if we can't defeat them, at least we can protect ourselves. The old star in a dark blue suit with long white hair and beard said in a deep voice. The words fell but there was silence again. He said it was okay, but he knew in his heart that it wasn't really okay. The development of the situation has far exceeded their control. Not to mention Lu Yu, who is above the Admiral and the four emperors. Those returning horrific undead are also an unimaginable threat. Wait 5 more minutes, the second unit is almost assembled. If there's still no news, let's go again, 5 elders in dark blue suits said in a deep voice. The other 2 nodded solemnly. Time passes by little by little. 5 minutes passed quickly, the 5 elders stood up. But before they set off, suddenly, a depressing and terrifying atmosphere suddenly enveloped the place, as if something bad was about to happen. The expressions of the 5 elders changed drastically. What on earth is, without waiting for them to say anything? Next second, a violent roar exploded in the holy land of Marijoy. The entire magnificent city roared and shook at this moment. The 5 elders' inner alarm bells kept ringing, and an ominous premonition came over them. A moment later, the 3 of them climbed onto the roof of the meeting hall. Climbed to a high place and looked far into the distance. Watching the wind raging from Marijoy. Looking at the world government spaceship that destroyed the slave arena. Looking at the undead on the spaceship who were shouting wildly and laughing cruelly. The emotion called terror instantly took over the 5 elders. The extremely cold air started from the soles of their feet and went all the way up to the top of their heads. Here it comes. It's really those undead, the curly-haired noble old star yelled. The undead appear here, so what about William and the others? The bald old star's face suddenly turned pale. Ha 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 ha. Their answer was a defiant, crazy laugh. Needless to say, the 2 old guys with you have been killed by Lord Lu Yu. The Sea Overlord Rox came to the location of the 5 elders. Rox, and Roger, the Pirate's King. Watching the undead who should have been dead for many years actually appear before them. Feeling the terrifying oppressive force coming from them. The 5 elders couldn't help but feel terrified. However, what made them even more horrified and shocked was yet to come. Just when Morijoy was plunged into its greatest chaos in history due to the undead's rampage. Above the Holy Land, the oppression and terror in the underworld are even worse. Boom boom boom. The roar of thunder resounded through the sky. Pitch black thunderclouds covered the sky and pressed down on Morijoy. This is truly a case of dark clouds looming over a city, threatening to destroy it. Then the armor shone like golden scales towards the sun. A golden ray of light shines in the dark sky, then more and more golden light bloomed. Those were one highly compressed golden thunderball after another. 100, 200, and soon the number exceeded 300. And it continues to increase. The golden lightning balls are connected into a string. Like a golden halo, it hangs over the holy land of Morijoy. Damn it. What the hell does that B****** D want to do? At this moment, even the calmest 5 elders in dark blue suits could no longer remain calm. The undead invaded Morijoy with their world government and the heritage of this city. They are confident that they can gradually clear it out. As long as they are given time, what can happen even if the Sea Overlord Rocks and the Pirates King Roger join forces? Kill them all. However, ha 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 ha, what are those expressions on your faces, 5 elders? Big Pirates John laughed wantonly. Don't be too scared, Lord Lu Yu is just planning to blow up the city. Rocks grinned. The most terrifying words were spoken in the most casual tone. Rocks, if that's the case, won't you get blown away too? This is a rare opportunity to be reborn. Don't you plan to cherish it? The curly-haired noble old star provoked. Ha 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 ha, you're wrong again. Rocks laughed sarcastically. Damn world government, let me tell you, as long as Lord Lu Yu wants. We can return from the underworld countless times. Now we are immortal, no need to waste time talking to them. Let's get started, Silver Axe, G and others teased. Ha 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 ha, let's get started. The Battle of God Valley that took place 36 years ago continues now. The Sea Overlord Rocks gave the order coldly. Following the Naval Headquarters Summit War, the even larger Morijoy Holy Land War began. Standing at the center of the world for 800 years, this sacred city is known as a strange place. At this moment, the largest war in history broke out. The cries of the pirates, the desperate and terrified shouts of the celestial dragons, and the roar of thunder that resounded through the sky. Together they formed this melody of world destruction. Above the sky, Lu Yu sat cross-legged on the thundercloud. Thunder swirled around him, making him look like the god of thunder. At some point, Lu Yu's tightly closed eyes opened and closed. Let out a light breath. 800 thunder magic crystal balls have been condensed. It is nearly 3 times larger than the shining palace of the thunder dragon Laxus in the fairy tale world. This is not the end yet. Lu Yu rubbed his hands together. Rumble. Changes occurred again in the depths of the thunderclouds. A mysterious magic circle shining with golden light slowly emerged. Then, a huge ball of lightning, no smaller than Enel's ultimate move, Thunderbolt, emerged from the magic circle and hovered above the Holy Land. It's like the sword of Damocles from the sky, the level of oppression and terror doubled. Just 300 thunder magic crystal balls are enough to raze a city to the ground. Not to mention the forbidden magic that Lu Yu had put all his strength into constructing. If it is really implemented, Morijoy will absolutely be blown to the sky and consigned to the dustbin of history. My meeting gift is ready. Then, next, it's your turn. Lu Yu stood up. The sight falls through the high sky to the deepest part of the holy land of Morijoy. Behind the void throne is a unique space like a pure land. There is among the flowers. The one who lives there is none other than the true supreme power in the world. The man behind the 5 elders, Yim.
Just as Lu Yu's gaze fell on the unknown flowers.
On the throne among the flowers, a being wearing a robe that dragged on the ground for dozens of meters opened his eyes. The heaven and earth were in turmoil. Come on, I am, let me see your fear. Who on earth is this Joey boy who has seen 800 years of experience? Lu Yu grinned. The forbidden magic, the history of the corpse, is ready to be activated at any time to bring back the man who spanned 800 years. Finally, the king of the world, I am, appears, chapter 101 Joy Boy. The holy land of Morijoy was in chaos and devastation. A major event occurred that had not happened in 800 years. The magnificent holy land has now become a bloody battlefield. Ah! The shrill screams echoed over Morijoy for a long time. What happened today? Nightmare, it's a nightmare. Morijoy. Is our holy land about to fall? What will happen to us next? I don't want to die, I haven't enjoyed enough. Is our holy land really going to be overthrown today? We're going to die. Everyone's going to die. God. If you are truly our ancestor, please show up and wipe out all the undead. All over the holy land of Morijoy, celestial dragons screamed in fear, horror, anger, and despair. Ha 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 ha, wonderful, it's really wonderful. The wail of the Butn Long Zoo is truly the most melodious. Let me listen to some more. The Sea Overlord Rocks laughed wildly and wantonly. Subvert the holy land Morijoy, subvert the world government. Today, our Lord Lu Yu is the true king of the world. Silver Axe, Ochaku, John, and other undead pirates cheered and roared in unison. Damn it! Damn pirates! Don't think you can always do whatever you want. The curly-haired old star roared. Next second, A scorching meteor enlarged in his pupils. Sakazuki, what are you doing? The 5 elders scolded him after he dodged the lava meteor shower in a panic. Admiral Akainu said nothing. Just pouring down meteors on this city that once needed protection. The once magnificent Holy Land was set on fire by the raging flames and turned into a sea of scorching fire. Damn it, that monster's undead summoning can even retain the devil fruit abilities of the dead before they died. That doesn't make sense. The old star in the dark blue suit was covered in dust and looked very embarrassed under the fierce attack of the pirates King Roger. This situation is getting out of control, we can no longer control the situation on our own. The bald 5 elders gritted his teeth, Yimu adult. If you don't take action, our world government will really be finished. The curly-haired nobleman, Lao Xing, screamed at the top of his lungs in a certain direction. As he roared, he fell. Without warning, an inexplicable breath suddenly burst out from the deepest part of Marijoy. In an instant, it swept across and covered the entire world. Under the oppression of that invisible terrifying aura, people felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. I couldn't help but feel the urge to surrender and kneel down. Under the subversive crisis of world government in the holy land of Marijoy. The king who sits among the flowers on the throne of emptiness. The king of world government, king of the world. Finally woke up. Can't be silent, Roger, look. Could that be the 8? Guangming Odin's pupils suddenly shrank. Ah, there can be no mistake. Roger took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Huh. The crazy smile on the face of the Sea Overlord Rocks froze. John, Silver Axe and other experts also unconsciously showed horror on their faces. No longer as arrogant and lawless as before. World government, 5 elders, is that the people behind you? Rocks narrowed his eyes slightly, the huge body was shaking slightly. Not because of fear, but because of excitement and enthusiasm. Ha 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 ha, it's too late to regret now, pirates, wake up. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the curly-haired noble old star and the bald old star suddenly burst into triumphant laughter. You have successfully angered the king of this world. The god of this world. You are honored to have the opportunity to witness the might of God today. 5 elders in dark blue suits said enthusiastically. King of the world? What kind of world king is he? The real king of the world is Lord Lu Yu, the Sea Overlord Rocks shouted loudly. The sole of his foot slammed down on the ground. With a loud rumbling sound, a huge crack appeared in the ground of Marijoy. By that terrifying reaction force, the Sea Overlord Rocks soared into the sky like rocket. The target was directly aimed at the king of the world, I am, who was slowly rising from the sky among the flowers. Presumptuous, the 5 elders shouted. I can only scold him verbally. In an instant, Rocks, who was stepping on the air and soaring into the sky, was already approaching I am. The big body shook slightly, the pitch-black armament hockey and the blood-red conquerors appeared together. Intertwined and entangled around his body, forming a ferocious ghostly light and shadow. Take it, with a loud shout, the ghost swung his fist. Fist unknown. The strong gust of wind had already torn the atmosphere apart. The terrifying conqueror's telekinetic impact force tore the dozens of meters long robe trailing behind I am into countless pieces. Facing the crazy full-strength attack of Rocks, the overlord of the sea. Even Yimu couldn't completely ignore it. His long hair was flying around, and his double pupils, as sharp as an eagle's, looked indifferently at Rox's ghostly armed forces. When Rock's fist was only 1 meter away from him, Yim raised his right hand casually. A palm strike came down casually. There is no grand fanfare, nor any exaggerated special effects.
But he easily blocked Rocks, full-strength overlord armored ghost.
Break it for me. Rocks opened his eyes wide, burning his sanity, and released power beyond his limit. Finally, the calm expression on Yimu's face was broken. He frowned. A faint glow appeared on the white jade palm. Next second, the light suddenly became stronger. In an instant, the ghosts overwhelmed Rocks and devoured his body.
Whoosh! A dazzling meteor streaked across the sky.
All I heard was a loud bang. Rocks flew backwards at the speed of a meteor and crashed onto the ground of Redline. The earth almost collapsed. Sizzle, witness this shocking scene with your own eyes. John, Silver Axe, Jen and other undead who knew the horror of Rocks all couldn't help but gasp. Ha ha ha. The 5 elders smiled easily. Roger, what was that earlier? Was it Hockey's power? Odin asked in shock. Ah, the conquerors who are superior to Rocks and me by countless times, that's the Hockey of the world. Roger nodded solemnly. Cough cough cough. The center of the red line 100-meter deep pit. Rocks struggled to his feet, his body staggered, his right arm drooping. I don't know how many bones in my body were broken. He has already suffered serious trauma, however, Rock's fighting spirit is still strong. Being nearly blown to pieces by someone other than Lu Yu was a huge shame for him.
He wants revenge. That's enough, Rocks. I'll take over next.
Lu Yu spoke calmly and stopped Rocks. Then his eyes fell on I am, who was hundreds of meters away. Pa, Lu Yu applauded. Just one strike is enough to inflict heavy damage on a tyrant like Rocks. You truly are the true controller of the world government. Lu Yu praised. I am the controller of the world, the king of the world. You mortals, why don't you kneel down immediately? Yim spoke calmly, his voice like thunder. Well, the last person who said that got beat up by me. Lu Yu smiled. The anomaly from 10 years ago was you, the outsider. Yim restrained his breath. Oh, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. I was shocked for the first time. 10 years ago, the outsider, the king of this world, seemed to be more extraordinary than he had imagined. How did you know that? Lu Yu asked back, without making any comment. Anyway, at this point, there is no need to hide it anymore. I am the master of the world. My eyes are always watching the world. This isn't the first time in history that someone like you is different. Yim said calmly. That's interesting, can you tell me in detail? Even Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a strong interest at this moment. I can't help but want to have a good chat with this old monster. Besides being quite curious about the heterogeneous people that I mentioned. There is a second reason. That is, he is trying to extract someone's historical body from Yim's memory and return. I just don't know if it's because Im's spirit is too strong. Or maybe the history in its memory is too long, because the memories of 800 years ago were hidden deep enough. Even though Lu Yu had used the history of corpses, he was unable to glimpse the existence he wanted to find in a short time. It will take some time to peer into the deepest part of the 800-year-old ocean of memory. I should have eliminated you, the outlier, 10 years ago. It's just that it's not easy to find you because of some kind of force blocking it. If I had known what I would have done now, I would have found you at all costs. Yimu said calmly. There are no ifs in this world. After living for 800 years, don't you even understand this simplest truth? Lu Yu smiled teasingly. By the way, I'm still interested in the other outsiders you mentioned. How about a chat? Yim made no move to answer. The pair of pupils, sharp as an eagle's, flashed with increasingly terrifying light and shadow. So what if there is no if? This is my world after all. I am the king of the world. Outsiders like you can be destroyed with a flick of my hand. Exudes a transcendent aura that towers above the heavens and overlooks all living beings. The right hand flips over. It seemed as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down on Lu Yu from the darkness. Shua, Lu Yu teleported without hesitation and came behind Yim. Yimu put his right index and middle fingers together. The ultimate sublimated conqueror's energy pierces through the body like a sword. Point out with one finger. A dark hole appeared in the void. Lu Yu still moved by teleportation. Snapped his 10 fingers together, mobilizing the world's power to encircle and suppress. However, even Lu Yu's clothes Kakuzu couldn't be touched. That's ridiculous. Is this the extent of the man who wants to compete with me for the throne of the world? Running around like a rat? Yimu sneered repeatedly. Don't worry, right away. I'll give you a big surprise right away. A brilliant arc appeared on Lu Yu's lips. Seeing this, Yim's face changed. Finally I became aware of the spying that penetrated my soul. Found it. The curve of Lu Yu's mouth widened. Come out. The straw hat from 800 years ago, Joey boy. The long river of history is turning back, with the passage of 800 years. The giant, straw hat boy, Joy boy has returned from history. Chapter 102 Super Magic, History, has changed. The ruined and chaotic holy place of Marijoy. A little giant over 10 meters tall appeared out of thin air. Appear in people's sight. He seemed to have arrived in the present from the past 800 years ago. There seemed to be a deep starry sky hidden in those dark eyes. Who are you? A-hole, who are you? Looking at the little giant who suddenly appeared, the 3-5 elders felt extremely uneasy and frightened, and shouted loudly. Roger. Kazuki Oden's eyes opened wide, but his pupils shrank suddenly. As one of the people who has ever seen all the truth of the world. He had roughly guessed the identity of the little giant, but he was not sure. Ahahaha, we are witnessing history. I am already satisfied with the second life that Lord Lu Yu has given me. Pirates King Roger laughed out loud, the most satisfying laugh of his life. Hey, Roger, Oden. Do you know who he is? Who is this giant who looks like the giant Straw Hat Luffy? John, Silver Axe, and others asked. Ahahaha. Roger seemed to be oblivious to everyone's questions. He walked with the cheerful steps of a primary school student on a spring outing. I trotted all the way to the little giant who was deep in thought. Joey boy, I've always wanted to meet you. The smile on Roger's face was as bright as the sun. Listen to Roger's greeting. Straw Hat Big Brother, Joy boy finally came back to his senses from his deep thoughts. Looking down at Roger in front of him, his eyes lit up. He smelled the scent of his own kind from Roger. You look a lot like a friend of mine. What's your name? Straw Hat Big Brother, Joy boy asked. My name is Roger. Roger happily introduced himself. And me, I'm Kazuki Oden. Please advise me, Joy boy. Kazuki Oden hurried forward. Roger and Kazuki, ahahaha. You were free indeed. Joy boy laughed heartily. What are those 3 guys laughing at? Joey boy? Who's that? I've never heard of it. Famous? Is it amazing? John, Silver Axe, Ochaku, Admiral Akainu and the others all looked puzzled. I am very unfamiliar with the name and the person Joey boy. John and others who did not know the truth were not aware of it. However, the world's powerful people present, the 3-5 elders, could not be unaware of this. When I got confirmation from Roger, after learning that the little giant was Joey boy, the eyes of the 3-5 elders suddenly widened to their limit. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. How so? How could this happen? Even the existence of 800 years ago. The 3-5 elders were gasping for breath, their fear reaching an extreme level. After all, that is taboo, absolutely no taboos to mention. Now he has returned as a ghost. What a horror and shocking thing this is. This one person alone frightened them more than Rox, Roger, and all the others combined. It's not the deterrence in terms of combat power, but its existence itself. Big. The 5 elders raised their heads mechanically. What caught their sight was a brilliant white meteor. Joey boy. Yim's roar echoed over Marijoy and over the world. A terrifying aura was rising. The atmosphere exploded 3 times in succession. After seeing that the old friend also returned, the king of the world, Yim, finally could no longer remain calm. He lost his usual composure, he lost his usual aloofness and arrogance and took the initiative to attack. Odin's 2-sword-style Peach Blossom 10 punch. God avoid. Drink it. Kazuki Odin and Pirates King Roger displayed their strongest fighting power without hesitation to meet the attack. At the same time, the little giant Joyboy also waved his huge fist. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled violently at this moment. The whole of St. Marijoy, even the entire red line was shaking at this moment. Ah! Kazuki Odin and Roger both screamed and flew backwards. Joyboy's tall body was also knocked back repeatedly by Im's heavy blow, leaving footprints several feet deep on the ground. Ahem! Joyboy coughed up blood. Emu, I never thought we would reappear in this way. Joyboy stood up, his hockey still awe-inspiring. Shut up, Joyboy. Yimu shouted, his eyes flashing like lightning. Ahem, haha, don't be so excited, I don't think I'm inferior to you, it's all you. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, Yim shouted angrily. The sound waves spread like waves in the sea. The powerful men nearby couldn't help but retreat one after another. This shows how powerful this old monster who has lived for 800 years is. It has truly become a spirit. Never mind, Joyboy shook his head. My straw hat should still be with you, can you give it back to me? Joyboy asked. No need. I will send you and these undead souls back immediately. As the king of the world, I order you not to come to this world again. Yimu sneered. His evil-like pupils suddenly turned gray. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. The living shall remain, and the dead shall be sent back. Eliminate the undead who shouldn't exist. Yim slowly pushed out with his right hand. A misty white light spread out from Im's body. Bringing the breath of the world, it quickly swept across Marijoy. Ah, what's going on? My body, I finally got it. The undead pirates wreaking havoc throughout the Holy Land screamed.
Under the cover of the clear light, it turned into countless points of light, turned into dust and dissipated, no longer existing.
It is like the coercive power of the world. Forcefully repatriate the undead who do not belong to this world. Looks like that's the end of it, but fortunately, I finally said goodbye to Bai Xiaoji this time. It's a bit regrettable that I didn't get to meet Momonosuke and Hiyori. Odin sighed softly. Ahahaha, just being able to see Ace, Rayleigh, and all of you old friends is enough for me. I have no regrets in this life. Roger laughed freely.
Ah, I won't give up. The Sea Overlord Rox fought desperately.
However, it still cannot avoid the fate of being eliminated by the world. Yeah, I didn't expect to leave again just after coming back. I haven't even seen the straw hats of this area yet. Besides, Joey Boy looked up and looked at Lu Yu in the sky. I'm sorry, sir, it's of no use. Joy Boy smiled apologetically. It's okay, don't worry about it, I'll come back next time. Lu Yu said nonchalantly. The historical bodies of Joey Boy, Roger, Rox and others were cleared by Yim. There was no fluctuation in his expression from beginning to end. Just as he said, just come back next time, this was just a test. Lu Yu certainly would not have the idea of winning with one blow against Im, whose intelligence was unknown. This trip to the Holy Land of Marijoy was just for exploration. Will the test of Joyboy's manifestation be successful? Test how strong the World King Im is. Is it also to test its special methods? If it wasn't for testing, Lu Yu would not lead the undead here alone. It is necessary to bring the total combat power of the naval headquarters and launch a general offensive. Ahahaha. Amidst a heroic and unrestrained laugh, Joyboy's little giant body disappeared. Watching all the undead pirates and Joyboy disappear.
The 3-5 elders all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
As expected of Lord Yimu, as expected of our king, the king of the world. 5 elders in dark blue suits spared no effort to flatter others. Ha, did you see that? The 5 a-hole emperors. This is the absolute power of Lord Im. Before 5 elders with the bald birthmark could finish his boastful words, Sha Ran stopped him. Looking at the shining sky, his eyes widened again, filled with horror and fear. Damn 5 emperors. What are you up to? The curly-haired nobleman Lao Xing's eyelids twitched wildly and he shouted angrily. I spent so much time preparing this welcome gift. How could you not accept it? You have to accept it even if you don't want to. Lu Yu smiled slightly, he swung his hands down forcefully. Squeak, above the Marijoy sky. The dazzling golden light suddenly became extremely intense. 800 highly compressed lightning balls discharge electricity and connect with each other. unleashing endless thunder upon the land of the holy city of Marijoy. Even more terrifying is the huge sphere with a diameter of over 300 meters. At this moment, it also slowly fell down following Lu Yu's movements and hit Marijoy. Forbidden magic, Kami Maiden welcomes you. Boom. Boom. All the bad is visible. The blinding bright electric light filled everyone's field of vision. Looking at Marijoy being swallowed by the endless golden lightning. The expression on Lu Yu's face remained neither sad nor happy. Just watching calmly and indifferently, at some point. Lu Yu frowned. Amidst the overwhelming golden thunder, a strange white light suddenly appeared. A figure broke through the thunder in the sky. He rushed towards Lu Yu with a force that seemed to overturn the heaven and earth. That was a decisive blow from the king of the world, I am. Feeling the true aura of destruction, Lu Yu knew that even with his own body as the Dragon King, he probably wouldn't be able to completely defend himself. With a thought, Lu Yu activated the teleportation. However, the surrounding space was firmly fixed by some force. Transmission failed. It's useless. No matter what means you use, they're useless before my control. Die. Heterogeneous. The clear light on Yim's right hand reached ultimate. He stabbed Lu Yu's heart without mercy. In this regard, there was still no fear or panic on Lu Yu's face. Because he still has a trump card that he has not used. That was also the biggest confidence that gave him the courage to test it. It's over. A triumphant and complacent arc appeared on Yim Yu's lips. A blow fell that was powerful enough to cut through anything in the world. Bite. A soft sound. Ripples spread across the void. The atmosphere was shattered. Even the terrifying space was shattered. Yim frowned. The expected scene of taking out Lu Yu's heart did not appear. The final blow he launched by mobilizing the power of the world was blocked. Being inside the sphere, Lu Yu crossed his hands. One of Fairy Tail's 3 great super magics, activated. Absolute defensive magic, Fairy's Light Ball. No matter what means you use, they're useless in the face of my absolute power. Yim shouted coldly. He changed his palm into a fist. Ultimate's powerful punch hit the Fairy Light Ball around Lu Yu. Boom, under that terrifying force. The Fairy Light Ball and Lu Yu inside it flew backwards thousands of times in an instant. You're so kind to even give me a ride. That's all for today, we'll continue next time. Goodbye, I am. Lu Yu's teasing voice came from afar, making Yim's face even angrier. He wanted to give chase, but after taking just one step he stopped and retracted his steps. HMPH, you won't be so lucky next time. The golden light ball released from Lu Yu's body blocked it and prevented him from advancing an inch. Chapter 103 The War Ends. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. A great battle at the top left this base, which had been glorious for hundreds of years, in ruins and on the brink of destruction. Now that the pirates have left one after another. The sky above Naval Headquarters was still gloomy.
A heavy haze hung over the hearts of every Marine present.
This is a battle at the top. They lost. A complete defeat. A complete defeat. All because of that one man. That will be the nightmare of this world in this new era. The elite officers of the Marine Corps can already imagine it. What kind of hell will the new era led by the 5 emperors be? Attention everyone. There's no time for sadness. Take all the wounded and evacuate to the warship immediately. The voice of Vice Admiral